Hello everyone. Today we're bringing you part 2. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In this world filled with summoned creatures, our protagonist, Sulu, unexpectedly finds himself transported to a strange high school, discovering that he has summoned a mysterious system. In this new world where anything can be summoned, his life takes a dramatic turn. Initially, Sulu feels out of place at school, but he soon realizes that he possesses unique abilities. As the story unfolds, Sulu not only makes a name for himself at school, but also rises to fame within the Beast Summoners Alliance. Sulu's path to success begins with the Pokémon system he summons, allowing him to call forth various powerful Pokémon. During a physical education class, while his classmates are trying to summon their creatures, Sulu accidentally summons Rayquaza, a sky dragon, marking the start of his legendary journey. His strength grows rapidly, even causing a stir within the Beast Summoners Alliance. As the story progresses, Sulu not only proves his worth at school, silencing those who look down on him, but also demonstrates his formidable power within the Beast Summoners Alliance. His goal is to become the Beast King, and under his guidance, his Pokémon become incredibly powerful. Each of Sulu's battles is a thrilling climax, and each victory is exhilarating. However, Sulu's journey is not without obstacles. The cloaked men of the Descent sect secretly manipulate events, attempting to release more ferocious beasts through space-time rifts to control the world. In his struggle against the Descent sect, Sulu must protect not only his own home, but also the entire human world from the threat of these beasts. Through each battle, Sulu and his Pokémon grow stronger, and their bond deepens. Sulu's inner monologues reveal his unwavering determination and perseverance. He is not just aiming to be the strongest beast summoner, but also to safeguard the peace of the world. As the story reaches its climax, Sulu faces the leader of the Descent sect, a formidable adversary. In a heart-pounding showdown, Sulu, using his intelligence and the power of his Pokémon, successfully defeats the enemy and saves the world. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed it and are excited for today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and this is your first time watching, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or the playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 2. Mr. and Mrs. Su opened the door to find Sulu already sitting in the living room, looking as calm as ever. They weren't surprised. Ever since their son became a beast tamer, he had become increasingly independent. With Psyduck around, they didn't worry much about his safety. After all, ever since the Dragon God displayed its might, City W had become one of the safest places during the beast tide. Mrs. Su skillfully patted the Psyduck, who was playing on its phone, and noticed it seemed a bit down. "Did you upset Psyduck?" she guessed. Sulu sighed. "Am I your son? Or is Psyduck your son?" Psyduck made a funny face, secretly pleased. "Mother will stand up for me." Then it glanced at Sulu with a touch of resentment. "By the way, where are Shaman and Oddish?" Mrs. Su asked with concern. "They're training. I didn't bring them back," Sulu replied nonchalantly. Hearing that they were fine, Mrs. Su breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Su noticed 6 chickens on the table and asked, "Did you catch these? What breed are they?" "I haven't seen them before." "Just ordinary feral beasts," Sulu said vaguely, not wanting to mention they were elite peak beasts to avoid unnecessary trouble. "All right, I'll show off my cooking skills today," Mr. Su said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. In the kitchen, Mr. Su was momentarily taken aback by the Froakie at the sink, but quickly realized, "You must be my son's new beast partner. I'll be counting on you to take care of him." Froakie nodded solemnly. Mr. Su had quite a bit of trouble preparing the ingredients. The feathers were hard to pluck, and boiling water didn't help. In the end, it was Froakie's water shuriken that got the job done. While making the soup, some of the seasonings mysteriously disappeared, but fortunately, there were backups. As the chicken soup was served, Mrs. Su suddenly asked, "Son, isn't school starting the day after tomorrow?" "Yes, that's why I came back. I want to apply for a leave of absence." Sulu revealed his main reason for returning. A leave of absence? Hearing this, both parents were taken aback. After all the effort to become a beast tamer, now he wanted to take a break from school? Mr. and Mrs. Su fell silent for a moment. They knew about Sulu's entrepreneurial endeavors, but they were unaware of his true capabilities now. "Well, son, you have your own ideas. We don't know much about beast taming, so go ahead and follow your instincts. We support you." Sulu nodded in gratitude, feeling a warm sense of comfort from his parents' support. His father continued, "By the way, the residential area in Jinshin Town is almost finished. I bought a house over there. Your mom and I are planning to move, and with Shaman and Bellsprout looking after things, I can worry less." Mentioning Bellsprout, a hint of amazement flashed in Su's father's eyes. Bellsprout has recently evolved, and its strength has increased significantly. After lunch, Sulu headed out. Su's father looked at the 5 remaining chickens on the table and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The taste was great, but dealing with them was quite a hassle. Suddenly, he had an idea and picked up 2 chickens. Honey, old Zhang recently came back. How about I take these over to his place? Sue's mother nodded in agreement. Sure, go ahead, but come back early. Sue's father was secretly pleased. Finally, he could get rid of 2 troublesome chickens. He thought to himself, let's see old Zhang handle this. When he arrived at Zhang's house, Sue's father knocked on the door lightly. The door was opened by a short, stout middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Wei Zhang Juanza. Old Sue, what brings you here? And this? Zhang Juanza's eyes widened as he stared at the chickens in Sue's father's hands. As a beast tamer himself, he immediately recognized that these were no ordinary birds. Sue's father chuckled, just a little something. My son Sue caught these wild chickens. Zhang Juanza was momentarily stunned. Wild chickens that can single-handedly defeat all my beasts? He was too shocked to speak, realizing how skilled Sue had become. Snapping out of it, Zhang Juanza quickly praised, Sue has really made something of himself. Old Sue, you must be so proud. These wild chickens are incredible. Normally, I wouldn't get a chance to taste something like this. You've really done me a favor. Come on in. Let's have a drink together. Zhang Juanza was still in disbelief. A wild chicken that can take down all my beasts? He thought, Sue has become so formidable? He hurriedly complimented, Sue is really impressive now. Old Sue, you must be very proud. These wild chickens are no joke. I usually wouldn't get to eat something like this. I'm really lucky this time. Come on in. Let's have a good drink together. After spending a day at home, Sulu finally awaited the start of the new school term. With Psyduck and Froakie by his side, Sulu stepped onto the campus. The stares from his classmates made him realize just how much had happened in the short span of 2 months. As he glanced around, he noticed many students heading towards the field with their summoned beasts. Envious eyes fell upon Psyduck, while Froakie was largely ignored. Using his aura powers, Sulu sensed that Gooseeki's ribbon angel was hovering above the field, its energy level around the early elite stage. He nodded to himself. This was about the level expected for a beast summoned within 2 months. However, instead of heading to the field, Sulu walked straight towards the academic building. He was there to apply for a leave of absence. In the principal's office, Principal Xia Hai and Xia Muyue had been waiting for a while. Xia Muyue gave Sulu a knowing and somewhat helpless look when she saw him. Principal Xia Hai patiently tried to persuade Sulu to continue his studies, emphasizing the importance of the beast taming college entrance exam and university evaluations. Sulu remained silent, inwardly lamenting his parents' betrayal. Seeing this, Principal Xia Hai turned to Xia Muyue for assistance. Xia Muyue revealed the truth. Sulu's skills have surpassed his classmates by a significant margin. Continuing his studies might discourage the others. Principal Xia Hai was stunned, finding it hard to believe that Sulu, who was a novice just 2 months ago, had made such progress. He suspected a conspiracy between the two, but dismissed the thought when he saw Psyduck and Froakie peeking in from the doorway. After a heated debate, Principal Xia Hai finally relented. He mentioned the knowledge of extraordinary evolution, to which Sulu confidently stated his intention to pioneer his own evolutionary path. This declaration shocked Principal Xia Hai once again, but recalling Sulu's contributions to energy cubes and beast attribute classification, he began to reassess this prodigious student. Could this exceptionally gifted child truly forge his own path? Was his concern merely wasting this genius's time? However, the Beast Training Academy can also serve as a platform for communication. Xia Hai still wasn't convinced and believed that Sulu needed to attend school. Xia Hai furrowed his brow, feeling torn. He had promised Sulu's parents that Sulu would study hard and get into a prestigious beast training university. At this moment, he felt the weight of that responsibility. Sulu, sensing the principal's hesitation, had a sudden idea. Principal, I can sponsor the school. I can provide energy cubes to the students at factory cost. Xia Hai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but slip into the old headmaster's accent. Are you serious? Energy cubes were highly sought after in the market. If they could be provided to students at a discounted price, it would be a huge boost for the school's development. Seeing the change in the principal's expression, Sulu knew he had a chance and continued. It won't affect the company. The production of berries will soon increase. Xia Hai struggled internally for a moment before making a decision. All right, you can take a break from school, but what do you think about keeping your student status? Sulu felt relieved and nodded repeatedly. Xia Hai patted him on the shoulder kindly. Don't worry, I'll explain it to your parents. As he bid farewell to Sulu, Xia Hai reminded him, make sure to keep in touch with our Xiao Xia. You both are beast trainers and have a lot in common. Sulu and Xiaomu Yue exchanged a knowing smile and didn't say anything. As they walked out of the school gate, Xiaomu Yue reported the progress of the experimental zone, and Sulu said he would arrange things shortly. At that moment, a cheer erupted from inside the school. It turned out that Xia Hai had already announced the collaboration with the Poke Company, and the students were ecstatic. Sulu smiled slightly, thinking it was a good decision. Perhaps in the future, he could consider supporting the nation's youth more, enhancing humanity's overall strength. Xiaomuyue looked seriously at Sulu. To her, Sulu was the brightest light. Half an hour later, Sulu returned to the forbidden area with Psyduck and Frogadier, preparing to spar with Serpent Turtle. Psyduck excitedly took on the role of referee, while Frogadier eagerly stood in front of Sulu. Serpent Turtle was on high alert. It knew that the beasts in Poke Valley were no pushovers and didn't dare to be careless. Frogadier stood up, drawing 2 water blades from the golden foam around its neck. This advanced technique put immense pressure on Serpent Turtle, prompting it to strike first. Mist sprayed from the gaps in its shell, propelling Serpent Turtle 100 meters into the air, thinking it was safe. But the next moment, it was horrified to find Frogadier right in front of it. The old turtle's eyes widened. How did you get right in my face? Reaching a height of 100 meters is naturally beyond the direct jumping ability of Guadawa. However, under Sulu's command, Guadawa displayed astonishing skill. It first tossed a slowly moving water ball, then precisely stepped on it to propel itself higher. This series of actions required immense coordination and agility, which Guadawa executed effortlessly. In no time, Guadawa was closing in on its target. Wielding a large cleaver, it swung furiously, resembling a golden sword dance. Faced with this fierce attack, the old turtle didn't hesitate to retract into its shell, even covering the openings with auxiliary armor. The moment the golden cleaver touched the shell, it shattered into pieces and dissipated into vapor. Guadawa stared in shock, doubting its own water blade technique. But it quickly received instructions from Sulu. Spin it, keep it moving. Water needs to flow to be powerful. With a sudden realization, Guadawa changed its approach. It held 2 spinning long blades in each hand, resembling giant spiral shurikens. Raising these spiraling water blades, it struck at the old turtle with great force. Though the attack sparked fiercely, the flames were quickly extinguished by the water. Watching this, Sulu couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. He mused to himself, most people use spiral shurikens by throwing them, but Guadawa uses them like saw blades? If I didn't know it hadn't watched any weird videos, I'd suspect it was possessed by Ace. Nevertheless, the power is quite impressive. However, Sulu soon realized the real issue. As a high-attack, low-defense Pokémon, Guadawa didn't lack offensive capability. The real challenge was enhancing its defense. A fragile assassin constantly charging into battle was bound to get into trouble. Most other Guadawa or Greninja rely on evasion to protect themselves. Guadawa, stop, Sulu ordered. Guadawa obediently descended, landing steadily on the water's surface. The old turtle cautiously extended its head, inspecting its shell with concern. Though injured, it was better than being directly hit. Noticing the old turtle's condition, Sulu decided to offer compensation. Old turtle, in a couple of days, I'll have Bellisum use healing thorns on you. Hearing this, the old turtle felt the beating was worth it. However, Sulu's next words sent a chill down its spine. After that, other Pokémon will come to spar with you. The old turtle was momentarily terrified, its mind flashing to the ferocious Pokémon in the valley. But Sulu quickly noticed the change in the old turtle. By the way, you seem to be in a better state, not as aggressive as when we first met, more rational. The old turtle replied earnestly, ever since I started interacting with you and your Pokémon, my violent feelings towards humans have subsided. Especially after that one's aura was suppressed by Rayquaza, I feel much calmer. Sulu pondered. Feeling better after Osiris the Sky Dragon was suppressed? It must be Rayquaza's influence. The power of faith is more significant than I thought. At this moment, Psyduck quacked nearby, seemingly complaining about Rayquaza being able to use a phone without including it. Sulu suddenly remembered seeing Rayquaza using a phone, even strategizing against the Sky Dragon based on the information on it. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now it seemed rather peculiar. The rules in the Forbidden Land are different from those outside. But why can Rayquaza use a phone? Sulu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands suddenly. Rules. It must be the rules at play, he analyzed excitedly. Whether it's the savage nature of the fierce beasts or the malfunction of modern technology, it's all influenced by the aura of rules emanating from the spatial rift. Rayquaza, due to some special reasons, has formed its own domain of rules, altering the environment around it and even weakening the impact of the spatial rift. This also explains why beasts are easier to tame after leaving the rift. Sulu pondered. No wonder the Beast Taming Alliance wants to create gods. The power of faith might be the key to reclaiming the Forbidden Land. He looked at the 6 faith crystals in his hand, suddenly developing a keen interest in them. Over the next few days, Sulu trained and bonded with Froakie while researching the faith crystals. Rayquaza mentioned it could absorb the energy within the crystals, but Sulu, being cautious, didn't attempt this hastily. After all, the faith power within the crystals clearly came from fierce beasts and alien races, and using it recklessly might be dangerous. Through tests, Sulu discovered that Rayquaza could indeed manipulate its rule domain, with a maximum range of about 100 meters radius centered on itself. However, even within the domain, phone still had no signal if not connected to the external space. Meanwhile, the activation speed of the Sky Pillar inexplicably accelerated. Sulu speculated it might be related to Rayquaza's daily influence on the Sky Dragon. With only 5 layers left to light up the Sky Dragon's stone tablet, Sulu decided not to let his Pokémon train there anymore to avoid any mishaps. Sulu began to await the appearance of the Sky Dragon. The current wave of beast attacks in Huagua is far from over, and it seems to have reached an intense phase. Ferocious beasts are surging from the ocean like a tidal wave, driven by instinct to swarm toward human settlements. The massive casualties among these beasts have led to unexpected changes. In the forbidden land of Tianyun, the charging speed of the Sky Pillar has suddenly increased. Sulu stood alongside Rayquaza and Muto, gazing at the spatial rift before them. Just yesterday, the steel of the Sky Pillar had reached its final layer of charge. If all goes well, Sky Dragon is set to awaken today. Sulu, Griffin riders are approaching, Muto suddenly communicated telepathically. Sulu frowned slightly. So they've come after all? Let the old turtle and the other Pokémon handle them. Although the main force of the Griffin riders had already been eradicated, they were still unwilling to give up and secretly infiltrated the forbidden land of Tianyun. Upon receiving Sulu's order, the Pokémon, who had long been prepared, swiftly took action and engaged in battle in a formation resembling an army. Half a day later, the steel of Osiris Sky Dragon suddenly lit up. The white mist in the entire forbidden land of Tianyun roiled violently, and a sudden tornado whipped up near the previously windless Sky Pillar. The white clouds gradually turned black, with lightning dancing within them. Raikou stared at the thunderclouds filling the sky, eyes glinting with excitement. Rayquaza was about to roar and use its Skylock to disperse the phenomenon, but Sulu stopped it. Wait, it seems Rayka has a plan. These thunderclouds might be an opportunity for it, Sulu said gravely. With Sulu's permission, Raikou leaped nimbly onto the Sky Pillar. The fur on its back shimmered with intense lightning, connecting with the thunderclouds above. In an instant, a thunderstorm erupted. The thunderstorm was immense, not only enveloping the entire forbidden land of Tianyun, but also spreading hundreds of miles beyond. In the distant Jinshin city, residents looked fearfully at the dark clouds on the horizon. At noon, the eastern sky was as dark as midnight. Only Xia Muyue gazed solemnly at the deepest part of the clouds, thinking to herself, Sulu, what on earth is happening over there? This anomaly drew the attention of the entire Huagua. In the central metropolis, an elderly man stared at the satellite image of the massive thunderclouds, his brow furrowed. He pondered, is it that ferocious beast in the forbidden land of Tianyun that can no longer be contained? Suddenly, a ring of lightning ripples spread out, and the once chaotic lightning became orderly. Golden and dark red bolts of lightning clashed against each other, locked in a fierce battle. The golden lightning is controlled by Lei Gong, while the dark red lightning belongs to the Yeto-Appear Sky Dragon. In the clouds, Lei Gong's and Sky Dragon's lightning clashed fiercely, with golden and red bolts darting back and forth like swords. Rayquaza watched coldly, thinking that with its power, a single roar could quell the storm. Sulu saw Lei Gong in a stalemate and knew that this second-tier god had not yet reached his peak. He then said to Rayquaza, intervene, but don't use the Skylock, as it would disperse Lei Gong's storm clouds. These clouds are very beneficial to him. Rayquaza nodded and soared into the clouds. Although it didn't use the Skylock, it could skillfully alter the atmospheric composition. With its assistance, the golden lightning gradually gained the upper hand. Sulu was surprised to notice that Rayquaza seemed to grow larger as it twisted through the clouds. The Sky Dragon, sensing its territory being encroached upon, roared in fury, but to no avail. Rayquaza found it amusing to help this little tiger. When the final lightning zone was conquered by Lei Gong, another piece of the Sky Dragon's dominion was lost. Lei Gong let out a triumphant tiger roar, and the dark clouds rapidly contracted, eventually transforming into the cloud-like fur on his back. This gain was equivalent to a century's worth of electricity from the Viridian City power plant, and Lei Gong's electric attacks saw a significant boost. Realizing that it would be drained dry if it didn't act, the Sky Dragon in the space-time rift channeled immense energy into the stone tablet. Osiris Sky Dragon finally emerged from the tablet. Lei Gong was carefully put away by Sulu. It had absorbed so much lightning that it was now completely saturated. If it participated in the upcoming battle, there was a risk it might explode. Sulu cautiously stowed Lei Gong, eyeing its saturated form with concern. At that moment, a dark red, two-fanged dragon descended from the sky. Osiris the Sky Dragon. Cloaked in dark red lightning, this god of the savage beasts and ruler of the skies looked utterly miserable. Large patches of its scales were missing, and it seemed fused with the stone pillar of the Sky Pillar. Sulu pondered silently. If the beasts were allowed to rampage, the Sky Dragon could fully recover and even become stronger. Unfortunately, Rayquaza's interference had drained its energy. Worse still, the Sky Dragon's power came from faith. Losing each tribe weakened it further. Now, it was nearly depleted, and if it didn't leave the space-time rift soon, it might degrade into a powerless pseudo-legendary beast. The Sky Dragon roared in defiance. Sulu made a swift decision. Attack. While it's still partially fused with the stone pillar, Rayquaza and Muto launched their attacks instantly, but a spatial wave completely blocked them. Sulu's pupils contracted. Such a defense made the battle much harder. Worse, the two Pokémon suddenly ceased their attacks. What's going on? Sulu asked urgently. Muto replied, there's a force preventing us from using our moves. Sulu sensed something was wrong. With their power, they should have had no trouble. He noticed several glowing lines of text on the stone pillar. Using all his strength to investigate, he found that his abilities were also suppressed, leaving only the overcoming power usable. Through the overcoming power, Sulu learned a crucial piece of information. When the Sky Dragon descends, other beings' abilities cannot be activated. This was a rule within the space-time rift, carved into the Sky Dragon itself. Unless the entire rift was erased, stopping its descent was impossible. Suddenly enlightened, Sulu realized why the Sky Dragon could still descend even after he had subdued the Sky Tower and quelled the beast tide. If it weren't for Rayquaza's interference, it could have slowly gathered its strength for a perfect descent. Finally, the Sky Dragon descended through the stone pillar into this world. The rushed descent left its powers incomplete. Under the influence of the space-time rift, the already violent Sky Dragon went completely berserk. It charged at Rayquaza like a bolt of red lightning, a dark red thunderball forming in its mouth. The rules on the stone pillar vanished, and Rayquaza and Muto's energies were restored. Rayquaza, unwilling to be outdone, roared loudly. Roar! Rayquaza was also indignant. That ridiculous rule had prevented it from thrashing the Sky Dragon during its descent. Its mouth reformed the destructive beam, and its body emitted a green glow as it charged towards the Sky Dragon. Rayquaza streaked through the sky like a green lightning bolt, instantly catching up to the Sky Dragon. Its form turned into a graceful green ribbon in the air, swirling around the Sky Dragon relentlessly. The destructive beam from its mouth acted like a precise laser cutter, leaving scorched marks on the Sky Dragon's body with each pass. The Sky Dragon cried out in pain, completely overpowered and unable to fight back. It attempted to unleash a widespread attack with its Thunder domain, only to find that the strange Thunder Tiger had already absorbed all the energy. As a result, its thunderbolts were rendered useless. In its desperation, the Sky Dragon's survival instincts finally overcame the killing intent brought by the spatial rift. Wrapped in dark red lightning, its speed suddenly surged, matching that of the Godspeed Rayquaza. In an instant, the Sky Dragon transformed into a red lightning bolt, fleeing towards the distant horizon. Rayquaza let out a thunderous roar and followed closely behind. The speed of the two dragons was astonishing, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Although Muto could keep up using teleportation, the dragons would cover dozens of kilometers in mere moments. Even Sulu didn't dare to ride Rayquaza at such high speeds. At Rayquaza's current velocity, even Sulu wouldn't dare to ride along, for fear of his brains being shaken out. The Sky Dragon's incredible speed is entirely due to its ability to harness lightning to unlock its potential, but this power is not sustainable. Upon leaving the forbidden area of Tianyun, the Sky Dragon swiftly unleashed a thunderous domain, covering only a few kilometers. It aimed to annihilate weaker creatures to absorb their energy, but to its surprise, Rayquaza appeared with a mocking expression. In an instant, the thunder domain dissipated like melting snow. The Sky Dragon panicked and pushed itself to accelerate even more. Rayquaza, however, had lost interest. Its green aura intensified, and its speed surged, pinning the Sky Dragon to the ground in a flash. In the massive crater, the Sky Dragon, with its last bit of consciousness, chose to surrender. Yet, Rayquaza gave no chance, a hyper beam piercing through the Sky Dragon's body. Strangely, the Sky Dragon's corpse shattered like glass, transforming into energy that flowed into Rayquaza. Rayquaza let out a triumphant roar, green tendrils spreading from its body, only to retract quickly. This was a sign of mega evolution, but it remained incomplete. Rayquaza gazed up at the sky, and dark clouds instantly obscured its figure. On the ground, people monitoring via satellite realized that such power could only belong to a legendary deity. They were thrilled, recognizing that this green dragon revered as the dragon god was likely a true divine beast of humanity. Atop the sky pillar, Rayquaza, now a green streak of light, traversed hundreds of miles in mere breaths to appear before Sulu. Despite its rapid flight, it stopped abruptly in front of Sulu without any inertia. The gale caused by its flight nearly dispersed all the clouds in the forbidden zone. This is the true final touch that brings a painting to life. Sulu's eyes lit up as the complete skill name appeared on Rayquaza's panel. After defeating the Sky Dragon, Rayquaza absorbed the final touch ability from its body. This meant that as long as it devoured enough meteors and condensed the celestial organ, Rayquaza could trigger Mega Evolution. How terrifying is Mega Rayquaza's power? Originally, even aliens within meteors could defeat it, leaving it in disgrace. However, after Mega Evolution, it could easily take on 6 opponents at once, effortlessly crushing those of the same level. This enhancement is unparalleled among all special states of mythical creatures. Although Mega Evolution is just around the corner, relying solely on devouring meteors is too time-consuming. In the original story, Rayquaza ate stones for countless years before completing its evolution through the prayers of all beings. To speed up the process, Sulu decided to immediately launch the Meteor Energy Research Project. Coincidentally, the experimental area was completed, and Sulu prioritized Rayquaza as the first key project. Upon returning to the Sky Pillar, Rayquaza glanced around disdainfully. It emitted a wave of energy, causing a massive rift in space-time to collapse instantly. Having absorbed the Sky Dragon's rules, Rayquaza had gained partial control over forbidden laws. Despite both being rulers of the sky, Rayquaza loathed the old deity's lair. It was determined to rebuild the Sky Pillar rather than reside in the existing structure. Previously, the Sky Pillar was indestructible, but with the fall of the Sky Dragon, the structure could finally be remodeled. Witnessing the shattering of the space-time rift, Sulu felt fortunate he hadn't rashly ventured in. If the Sky Dragon had destroyed the rift in a desperate move, he might have experienced another world crossover. As the rift collapsed, a large number of lottery chances emerged. The prompt received summoning energy. Additional lottery chance 1 kept appearing. After careful counting, Sulu realized that the collapse of this one super-large space-time rift alone had granted him over 200 additional lottery chances. Time to draw the lottery. Now that he was in the Forbidden Zone, Sulu decided to start the lottery right away. Taking a deep breath, Sulu reached out into the void with trembling hands. The single draws from the past few days had only yielded trinkets, and he secretly hoped for a big win this time. Even the usually composed Muto couldn't resist sneaking a peek. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted. Over 200 wheels spun wildly in the void, enveloping Sulu in a kaleidoscope of colors. He held his breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the scene before him. I hit the jackpot. Double win. Sulu shouted excitedly. This is the kind of odds I was hoping for. As the light faded, 2 blue Pokémon materialized. One resembled an ice sculpture, its face glowing with a cross-shaped pattern Regis, the iceberg Pokémon. The other was as elegant as the wind, with a headpiece that shimmered like a sapphire. Sulu nodded in satisfaction, carefully observing the 2 legendary Pokémon. Regis stood still, seemingly awaiting instructions. Suicune, on the other hand, gracefully nodded at Sulu, greeting him telepathically. At that moment, Raikou leaped out of its Pokeball, stretching lazily like a big orange cat. Upon seeing Suicune, it immediately perked up and eagerly approached. Hee hee. Suicune, long time no see. Raikou said with a cheeky grin. Suicune rolled its eyes and promptly doused Raikou with a jet of water, leaving it drenched. But Raikou didn't mind at all. It shook off the water and continued to sidle up to Suicune. Watching this scene, Sulu couldn't help but smile. He turned to inventory his other gains, a Beedrill Megastone, some common Pokemon, an Earth Mastery Scroll, Brock's Breeding Manual, choice specs, and more. Finally, his gaze fell upon a small booklet. Sulu picked up the booklet titled Earth Mastery, authored by Giovanni. It turned out to be exactly the Earth secret technique I had in mind. Sulu's expression grew a bit more serious. As the ground-type gym leader and a legendary boss, Sakiki's strength was unquestionably formidable. He was known as the trainer who was invincible as long as he stood on the ground, and possessed the power of Viridian. The training manual personally written by Sakiki was invaluable. Sulu knew that although he had trained well, he lacked systematic learning. Without the help of the system store and 4 extraordinary abilities, his Pokemon would not have grown so quickly. With this manual, he was confident he could quickly make up for his shortcomings. Flipping through a few pages, he found nothing but valuable insights. Sulu planned to start training ground-type Pokemon like Diglett and Sandshrew. He glanced towards the campfire, where Bellossom was leading a group of ground-type Pokemon in a dance. Putting the Earth secret technique aside, he picked up Brock's Breeding Manual for a closer read. This was a comprehensive guide with many practical methods. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. Despite Brock's perpetually squinting eyes, his breeding skills were indeed impressive. Among his other items, Sulu discovered a Beedrill Megastone. Initially, he had leaned towards developing dominance in Gigantamax, but since he had drawn it, it wouldn't make sense not to use it for Beedrill. He decided to follow the methods in the Earth secret technique to specifically train Beedrill. Beedrill, who had been communicating with Caterpie, suddenly felt uneasy. After organizing everything, Sulu played with his Pokémon for a while. As the system marked the start of a new day, he casually drew a prize. The pointer stopped at the common Pokémon category. When the summoning light faded, a pair of large, lifeless eyes stared at Sulu, and it flapped its tail twice. It turned out to be a golden Magikarp over a meter long. Startled, Sulu checked its stats and found that this Magikarp had elite-level potential. He squatted down and poked the motionless Magikarp, which lay there like a dead fish. Sulu stored it away, planning to place it in the pond in the valley. At the pond, he found Suicune purifying the water. Sulu asked about its future plans. Suicune shook its head, looking somewhat lost. Sulu expressed his concern that Suicune might encounter danger if it ventured out alone and suggested building a water plant where Suicune could purify the water. Once the situation improved, it could move to other regions, with Big Orange accompanying it. Suicune nodded seriously. As Sulu pondered the ideal location, he had a sudden inspiration. If there's no suitable water source, we'll create one ourselves. Suicune? The next day, the residents of Jinshin City discovered that the sky outside the eastern part of the city had darkened again. Thunderclouds loomed, and after a deafening boom, the sky suddenly split open. The ground trembled, revealing a massive crater nearly a kilometer in diameter. Suicune stood at the edge, staring at the slowly emerging water. It recalled Sulu's inquiry from the previous day and felt a bit dazed. Reika noticed and patted Suicune on the shoulder. You'll get used to it. Our trainer is always like this. It squinted and gave a knowing look. Stick with the boss, and you'll be well fed. Look at me. I've got a power plant. You'll have a water plant soon. When NEI joins us, we'll be the new energy trio. Suicune nodded thoughtfully. It calculated that having a water plant might be more efficient than wandering the world. Just as it was pondering, Sulu's voice called out, Suicune, can you handle such a large water area? No problem, Suicune replied, with a hint of uncertainty in its tone. Jinshin City was in an uproar. The appearance of the giant crater sparked various speculations. Some were terrified, while scholars were eager to investigate. However, when someone proposed buying the land, the response was, the Lake of Purification is now owned by Bauka Waterworks. 2 days later, Xiaomuyue anxiously asked Sulu, when will your water plant be operational? Very soon. Almost there, Sulu replied. Suddenly, he shouted excitedly, it's working, it's working. Before Xiaomuyue could react, the gentle stream beneath the Lake of Purification suddenly turned into a fountain. Underground water constantly gushed out from various sized holes at the lake bottom. The murky currents disturbed the Pokémon residing underground. Diglets and Sandshrews, the expert burrowers, scattered in a panic, afraid of getting even a drop of water on them. Suicune gracefully stepped onto the lake's surface, each step sending ripples and instantly turning the murky water clear. Sulu, disregarding his image, squatted down, scooped up some water, and tasted it. Smiling, he said, it's Suicune's spring water, sweet and delicious. He nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the many uses of this water source. Psyduck approached upon hearing this, a sly glint in its eyes. It sidled up to Sulu, lightly tapping his shoulder and teasing, quack? Isn't this just Suicune's bathwater? Sulu was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on. He grabbed Psyduck and vigorously ruffled its head. How dare you speak nonsense? Watch me teach you a lesson. Psyduck cried out in pain, quickly begging for mercy. After escaping, Psyduck watched from a distance, clutching its head and muttering, quack, I was just asking a question. But upon seeing Suicune nearby, it immediately put on a fawning expression and sidled up, saying, quack 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 Lord Suicune, can you teach me some water-type moves? Having resolved the lake purification issue, Sulu returned to the laboratory in Pallet Town. Lu Chongqing and others had been waiting for some time. Although Muto had contacted them through illusions, Sulu himself had yet to appear. It was finally time to kick off the meteorite energy research project. After all, he still had a Rayquaza awaiting mega evolution. Due to its rapid construction, the Bauka laboratory is quite minimalist. Sulu stepped into the Bauka laboratory, greeted by a tranquil scene. The spacious hall housed a few softly humming instruments and sparse guards. As he surveyed the area, he thought to himself, Muto has already neutralized the threat at the Tianyun Forbidden Grounds and is now focused on research. Bauka Corporation is running smoothly, so there's no need for concern. With Muto here, no petty intruders would dare approach. While Sulu was still pondering, a beldam floated out of the lab, emitting a beeping signal. Sulu asked, Beldam, where are Lu Chongqing and the others? Beldam, functioning like a supercomputer, had been assisting Muto since its summoning and also guarded the lab during its downtime. Its floating screen flickered a few times before Muto, with silver hair, emerged with Lu Chongqing and a timid Zhu Qin. Lu Chongqing respectfully greeted, Boss. Now working in the lab, he had come to sincerely address Sulu as boss. Sulu kindly replied, Just call me by my name, Lu Lao. Are you settling in well? He briefly inquired about the progress of the attribute classification research. Lu Chongqing excitedly responded, "The lab is amazing. Your attribute theory matches expectations perfectly. This research will undoubtedly shake the world." Sulu nodded calmly, knowing that this was merely a reiteration of already known information from the Pokemon world. Sulu then said seriously, "Lu Lao, I have a more important project that I hope you can temporarily set aside the attribute research to participate in." Lu Chongqing glanced in surprise at the silent Muto, who gave a confirming nod. He then agreed enthusiastically, "I am willing to join." "What is the project?" Sulu replied mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes. However, this experiment is crucial and requires utmost secrecy. You may need to stay close to the lab for the time being." Lu Chongqing understood and felt a surge of excitement, grateful to have found a platform to showcase his talents. Turning to Zhu Qin, Sulu said, "Zhu Qin, I'll be counting on you to manage the routine research from now on. If you encounter any issues, you can consult with Beldam." "Me? Are you sure I can do it?" Zhu Qin's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected to be assigned a task. Muto smiled gently and reassured her, "It's just some repetitive mechanical research left. You can handle it." Zhu Qin hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, "All right, I'll do it." After giving some brief instructions, Muto headed off with Steelix to prepare for the new project, while Zhu Qin returned to the energy research area to hand over her work. Lu Chongqing watched them leave, and then turned his thoughtful gaze to the young Sulu standing before him. In just 2 short months, this newly registered Beast Master had undergone a remarkable transformation. "By the way, Sulu, where's your oddish?" Lu Chongqing asked curiously. Sulu replied casually, "It evolved. It's a Bellisum now, currently in training. Evolution in just 2 months? That's some impressive talent." Lu Chongqing exclaimed. After some more casual conversation, Lu Chongqing finally voiced his curiosity. "Sulu, can you tell me who Muto really is?" To him, Muto's abilities were too extraordinary to remain unknown. The silver hair suggested a considerable age, possibly even older than himself. Sulu calmly answered, "Muto isn't a famous researcher or anything. It just grew up in a lab." He thought to himself that, in a literal sense, this was entirely true since Muto had indeed grown up in a lab. The next day, the Meteorite Energy Research Department officially launched its project. As the researchers entered the secret lab, their eyes were immediately drawn to the floating emerald green shell at the center. Even though it was just a fragment, everyone instantly recognized that it likely came from the dragon god. Your task is to determine whether the meteorite contains any energy that can be absorbed by this shell. The strange aura captivated all the researchers, driving them into a frenzy. The researchers gathered around the dragon scale, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lu Chongqing suddenly understood why Sulu had asked him to pause his attribute research and focus on this mysterious project instead. Compared to the dragon god, other studies could indeed wait. Everyone fell into deep thought, speculating about the origin of the dragon scale. There were rumors that Xiamuyue, the lord of Shinshin City, was the first person to encounter the master of Rayquaza. Could it be that Xiamuyue handed it over to Sulu for research? Or perhaps the master of Rayquaza gifted it voluntarily. This implied that the experiment was tied to the friendship with that unknown dragon god beast master. Several researchers trembled at the thought. Muto's calm voice interrupted their daydreams. "Prepare for the experiment. The task is simple. Extract the energy from the meteorite and inject it into the dragon scale to study the energy differences." The researchers looked towards the pile of meteorites, struggling to imagine what kind of energy could be so significant to the dragon god beastmaster. After organizing the experiment, Muto entered an isolated lab and took a sample of its own tissue. Although aware it might have been summoned, its hazy memories and Sulu's words reminded it that it wasn't a naturally formed Pokemon. Muto yearned to recreate its own birth process, which was of utmost importance to it. Sulu, accompanied by Raikou, headed to the Pokemon power plant. Sensing Muto's mental agitation, he pondered silently, uncertain of the outcome but confident in his ability to manage the situation. Raikou noticed something amiss and asked what was going on. Sulu brushed it off, saying, "Nothing," and continued to lead the electric-type Pokemon on a tour of their future paradise. The power plant had a unique design, with only one main entrance and massive underground power conduits. Though the design was risky, having Raikou around meant it was unlikely to go out of control. Sulu had invested a fortune in constructing this large power plant, and if not for the lucrative energy cube business, he might be heavily in debt by now. Upon entering the power plant, the first stop was the guard room. Sulu instructed Raikou, "This place is crucial. We need to assign Pokemon to guard it. You handle the arrangements, and you'll also have Pokemon from the Pokemon Valley take turns." Raikou nodded, as this was similar to its duties under Hua's command. Raikou scanned the electric-type Pokemon that had followed, and many eagerly volunteered. Big Orange selected an Electabuzz that shared its color. "You With your abundant electricity and matching skin tone, you must have a strong electric-type affinity. Electabuzz pounded its chest in acceptance of the task. Sulu nodded in agreement. Electabuzz is a good choice. Electabuzz's final evolution is Electivire, which can easily discharge over 20,000 volts of electricity. It's an extremely powerful electric-type Pokémon with lightning control abilities, second only to legendary Pokémon. Sulu led Raikou and his team into the power plant, giving instructions as they walked. Staying on the power grid for long periods will benefit you. I've given you cell phones so you can stay in touch. Learn to read in your spare time, and if you're too busy, just cut back on power transmission. He paused and turned to face Raikou. I've sent you the company account details. You can handle it directly. If it gets too complicated, ask Muto or Beldum for help. Raikou felt overwhelmed by the complexity of human affairs, preferring to set up an electric terrain with his underlings. He nodded blankly, and Sulu, sensing his confusion, added, just contact Muto if anything goes wrong. With that, he turned and left. Back in the control room, Raikou stared at the wall of buttons, puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Humans often use electrical controls for their equipment. Confidently, he released a small current, and sure enough, some of the machinery started up. Raikou was pleased with himself, thinking, I'm a genius. But as more equipment began to run, the small current became difficult to manage, and he had to release more. Time passed, and the entire power plant roared to life. Despite being a secondary legendary Pokémon, Raikou was sweating profusely. The power plant, which could operate automatically, was being manually controlled by the stubborn Raikou. Facing the maze-like circuit diagrams, Raikou broke into a cold sweat. He began to doubt himself, thinking, are human devices really this complicated? Am I doing something wrong? Half a day had passed, and the exhausted master lay pale-faced in the power control room, with electricity flickering around him. Lei Gong's entire body ached, barely supporting his large frame. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the ringing of his phone. The screen displayed an image of Psyduck. Despite being illiterate, Lei Gong skillfully pressed the green answer button. Quack, quack. I heard you're the boss of the power plant now? Psyduck's face filled the entire screen. Summoning his strength, Lei Gong straightened up. That's right. I have my own base now. He proudly looked around. See? Every successful big shot has their own territory. Now I have a power plant and subordinates proof of my success. Psyduck tilted its head. Quack? How are you feeling, boss? Lei Gong's expression was complicated. After a moment of hesitation, he confessed the reality. Controlling such a vast electrical network was pushing him to the brink of a mental breakdown. If it weren't for the lightning domain he absorbed from Skydragon, he wouldn't have managed. But asking for help right after taking over would hurt his pride. After some deliberation, Lei Gong decided to share his troubles with Psyduck. After all, this duck often had good ideas and might be able to help. Half an hour later, Psyduck arrived at the Baoku power plant in a van. Carefully avoiding the high-voltage grid, it found Lei Gong with the guidance of an Electabuzz. Quack, quack, quack boss, you don't look so good, Psyduck said with concern. Lei Gong shook his head and smiled bitterly. These human gadgets are too difficult to control. Psyduck looked around and suddenly asked, have you tried pressing the buttons? Lei Gong looked puzzled. Psyduck dug out the operation manual and began pressing buttons randomly. Miraculously, many of the previously closed circuits came to life. Lei Gong was pleasantly surprised to find that even without maintaining the current, some circuits could operate independently. He only needed to forcefully redirect the current when problems arose, significantly reducing his workload. Pondering for a moment, Lei Gong then said smugly, I knew it. Humans can't generate electricity. Human stuff is simple. Haha, I was just practicing my skills earlier. Psyduck suppressed the urge to retort, as it had another purpose for this visit. Brother Duck, didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? What's up? Lei Gong asked. The two Pokémon crouched together, examining a phone Sulu had bought. Psyduck gave some pointers, and Lei Gong nodded repeatedly. But soon, Psyduck turned off the screen. Why'd you turn it off? Out of battery? Lei Gong asked, puzzled. Psyduck pointed at the balance. 0.93. Quack, we're out of money. Lei Gong suddenly understood. Money? I should have earned quite a bit from generating electricity, right? I'll pay. This was exactly what Psyduck had been waiting for. So, the tiger and the duck, scheming together, selected a bunch of products. Unfortunately, they found out that the money hadn't been transferred yet. Psyduck patted Lei Gong. Go back and check the records to see why the money hasn't arrived. Once it does, we'll splurge together. Lei Gong readily agreed and decided to stay in touch online. That night, at Sulu's home, in Psyduck's nest, under a Caterpie silk velvet blanket, Psyduck pulled out its phone and opened the chat app. Psychic Minter Muto, Water Minter Suicune, Duck King Sulu, Aloof Caterpie Rayquaza. Staring at Reika's profile picture, Psyduck thought for a moment and added a note. Big Wallet Orange. With hopeful anticipation, Psyduck drifted into a dream. In the dream, it held Rayquaza's account and spent lavishly. Various goods flooded into Sulu's home, piling up like mountains. No longer worried about money, Psyduck finally escaped the embarrassment of earning money through selfies. Its favorite car models covered the floor, stretching endlessly. In the admiring gaze of Sulu's, Psyduck drove the car and sped to the ends of the world. In its sleep, Psyduck had a blissful expression and quacked with joy. In reality, Sulu's phone kept vibrating. A barrage of strange delivery notifications followed. QQ bouncy crystal jelly, nail clippers, inflatable dolls, electric sticks. Sulu stared at the phone, utterly baffled. What on earth were these things? He knew Psyduck used his ID to bind the account for purchases, but it was usually just food or car models and not very frequently. But now, hundreds of delivery messages in a single day. And these items looked like they were randomly picked from some bargain site. Although the cost of living wasn't high in this world, intercity shipping was a major hassle, and the delivery fees were exorbitant. Worse yet, the delivery address was in Pallet Town. Sulu's was sure Psyduck was behind this. He called the dreamily smiling Psyduck over and, without a word, handed it the phone. Seeing the slew of delivery notifications, Psyduck felt like it was plunged into an icy abyss. Just moments ago, it was happily dreaming about pre-ordering 10 sets of car models, but now it faced a terrifying reality. The room fell into an eerie silence. Soon after, the sound of a tragic duck's cry echoed from the Psyduck locked in Sulu's embrace. Psyduck and Rayquaza looked down at the mountain of packages in front of them. Sulu finally figured out why he had been receiving so many text messages. It turned out that Psyduck and Rayquaza had been on an online shopping spree, using the power plant company's account and Sulu's personal information. Their plan was supposed to be flawless, but it was foiled by the delivery notifications from the merchants. Sulu picked up a small box labeled electric wand and asked Rayquaza, puzzled, "Do you really need this?" Rayquaza quickly thought on its feet, "Boss, it's for training my abilities." As it spoke, it released a hair-thin stream of electricity that precisely entered the box. The box immediately started vibrating. Sulu was astonished. Rayquaza's precise control of the electric current showcased an impressive talent. This might be an excellent method for training electric-type Pokémon, potentially helping Rayquaza master advanced skills like electromagnetic cannon. Not bad, you have a lot of potential. Sulu nodded approvingly, deciding not to pursue the matter of their shopping spree for now. He then arranged to equip the power plant with 50 computers without power sources, requiring the electric-type Pokémon to supply power and control the current accurately. Although Rayquaza didn't understand computers, it was eager to try after seeing Psyduck's envious look. The computers were delivered quickly, and Sulu selected one for Rayquaza to test. Rayquaza first explored the power limits and then supplied a stable current. Sulu pressed the power button, and the screen displayed perfectly. Seeing Rayquaza's curiosity, Sulu explained the principles behind the screen and suggested that it try using its electricity to directly manipulate the images on the screen. Lei Gong, are you seriously challenging me, the great orange tabby? Sulu's words left Lei Gong utterly confused. Controlling electronics? Displaying images on a screen? For Lei Gong, who only knew how to generate lightning, this was completely beyond comprehension. Seeing the bewilderment on Lei Gong's face, Sulu patiently explained, "Let's start with the basics. Learn to stabilize your emotions and maintain a steady flow of electricity. Then, we'll gradually remove the electronic boards, and you'll create the signals yourself." Lei Gong felt overwhelmed but nodded in understanding. Sulu then connected to the Wi-Fi and started playing a video game. Predictably, Lei Gong, with his innate potential for gaming, was immediately captivated. Pentakill. Godlike. Sulu narrated as he played, with Lei Gong watching intently. "Want to give it a try?" Sulu asked. Lei Gong eagerly nodded and was about to use his electrical power to control the mouse and keyboard when Sulu suddenly unplugged the peripherals. "Use this." Sulu pointed to the port on the computer, making his point clear. Half an hour later, Lei Gong, struggling without the peripherals, was clumsily defeated by the opponent. His frustration caused a power surge that almost fried the computer. Sulu patted Lei Gong and said, "Understand now? You need to control your emotions. I'm leaving now, so keep practicing. If you burn this one out, you'll have to buy a new one yourself. I'll come back to assess your progress later. Fail, and your power plant earnings are on the line." After Sulu left, Lei Gong stealthily picked up the mouse and keyboard. Seeing the opponent's taunting message, he angrily typed back, "Rematch. I wasn't using the mouse and keyboard earlier." The opponent replied, "I haven't even plugged in my monitor yet." Lei Gong was astonished. Could the opponent be an even more powerful electrical deity than himself? That night, Rayquaza, feeling triumphant after several big wins with his newly connected keyboard and mouse, gathered all the other Pokémon at the factory. Excitedly, Rayquaza announced, "Everyone, keep up the good work and generate more electricity. These are training tools for you all. They're really fun. As long as you work hard, I'll even pay you." With that, Raikou gestured for the Pokémon to collect the training tools. By the next morning, several burnt-out computers were carried out of the power plant. The other Pokémon had to advance their wages to get Raikou to buy new computers. The naturally talented electric-type Pokémon discovered the recharge options and dominated the game. However, their excitement led to more burnt-out computers. After calming down, they continued their online battles. Through a series of trials, many electric-type Pokémon learned to handle various situations calmly. As soon as Psyduck got home, it clung to Sulu's leg, exclaiming, "Quack, Big Orange has a computer and money. Duck wants some too." Sulu explained, "Raikou uses money for training, and I also do random checks. They earn that money by generating electricity." "Quack? What about the money Duck earns from making videos?" Psyduck asked. Sulu revealed a guilty look. "Actually, you didn't earn much. Most of it is my money." Psyduck was stunned, finding it hard to believe it hadn't made money from its videos. Sulu reminded, "I don't mind you having hobbies, but you can't neglect your training." Seeing Psyduck's eyes light up, he had an idea. "How about I buy raw materials and blueprints, and you use your psychic powers and water blade to craft parts and assemble them yourself?" Psyduck hesitated for a moment, then agreed, thinking it could study cars. "Quack." Sulu happily agreed. "All right, if you can sell the handcrafted cars, all the money will be yours. But they can't be shoddy. I'll be inspecting them." Psyduck was instantly motivated and planned to consult Muto, Suicune, and Greninja on suitable moves for car construction. The next day, a Pokémon mechanical factory began construction near the Pokémon lab, with Psyduck as the factory manager. At the same time, Suicune's water plant was also completed. Due to the barren surroundings of the Purification Lake, it was initially planned for Shaman to plant seeds. However, the expanded scale of the Pokémon energy plant led to a shortage of berries, and the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden area required large-scale planting, delaying the greening of the Purification Lake. In the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden area, the mist dissipated, and sunlight once again shone on the land that had been shrouded in fog for nearly a century. Shaman waved its small hands, causing flower bouquets to sprout from the ground, with life thorn roots entwining berry seeds, infusing them with life energy. With the fertilizer Sulu exchanged, the berries grew even faster than in the Sky Garden. Seeing everyone a bit tired, Sulu said, "Thank you all, take a break." He made shaved ice using Regice, then crushed berries with his psychic power, mixing the shaved ice with the juice. Shaman held its breath, causing the surrounding flowers to grow larger. The Pokémon used the giant petals to hold the shaved ice and enjoyed the treat. While observing the grass-type Pokémon at work, Sulu felt the increasing power of the everlasting force, trying to comprehend the power of nature. He had already mastered Mega Evolution and was making progress with Dynamax, leaving only Z moves. If he could combine all three enhancements, he might truly change the world. Just as Sulu was immersed in his realization, Rayquaza sent a message that someone had entered the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden area again. Sulu frowned, realizing that it was indeed necessary to strengthen the defenses of the Heavenly Cloud Forbidden area. "Regice, I'm heading out for a bit. Go inform Old Turtle and Old Bear to keep an eye on the protection of the Tianyun Forbidden area," Sulu said to Regice behind him. Regice's headlights flickered a few times, emitting beeping sounds in response. As a member of the Guardian Regi trio, it immediately accepted the command, floating away to awaken the Amethyst Battle Bear and Old Turtle in the Pokémon Valley. No sooner had Sulu finished speaking than Rayquaza descended from the sky, lifting him to the top of the sky pillar. Various Pokémon like Tyranitar greeted him, and Sulu promptly recalled them into their Pokeballs. The once majestic Sky Garden was now riddled with craters. With the disappearance of Rayquaza and the spatial rifts, the strange energy enveloping the sky pillar also dissipated, making the sky stones touchable. To Sulu, these were the most precious materials of the Tianyun Forbidden area. Rayquaza, having no attachment to its old lair, yearned for a pillar it could truly call its own. Thus, Sulu allowed the earth-eating Pokémon to freely munch on the tower. Large amounts of sky stones were transported through underground tunnels for laboratory research and for Beldum to consume. Just yesterday, Beldum finally evolved into Metong for the first time, greatly enhancing its strength and computational power. After absorbing a significant amount of sky stones, it even activated its hidden ability, Light Metal. Another group has entered the Tianyun Forbidden area? This is the fourth one this week, right? Sulu asked Rayquaza, who nodded in confirmation. Sulu used his aura abilities to detect a scientific expedition team of over 100 people from Z City in the west, ever since rumors spread about the possible presence of the Dragon God. And with Rayquaza subduing the ferocious beasts, more people have been coming to explore and pay homage. Faced with this situation, Sulu felt troubled. He didn't want to resort to mass violence, usually opting to have Old Turtle and the others knock out the intruders. However, with the increasing numbers, he decided to head to the Fallen area in the east to capture more alpha-level Pokémon for guarding duties. "Rayquaza, let's move out," Sulu said, donning a tight pressure-resistant suit with a black cloak for protection against Rayquaza's extreme flying speeds. Rayquaza nodded, lifting Sulu onto its head. After long-term consumption of meteorites, Rayquaza's length had stabilized around 50 meters, significantly expanding Sulu's range of movement, making it impossible for him to hold onto both of its horns at once. When Rayquaza's size reached 50 meters, Sulu noticed that its growth rate had begun to slow down. With a slight furrow of his brow, Sulu realized that merely consuming meteors was no longer sufficient for Rayquaza's growth. He gently patted Rayquaza's scales, signaling it to fly eastward. The mighty dragon understood, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, carrying its master away. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Cloud territory, the Ice Pillar God sensed a disturbance in the distance. Its crystal-like eyes shifted slightly, gazing in the direction where Sulu had departed. Despite lacking a levitation trait, the Ice Pillar God instinctively began to rise, flying low towards the indicated direction. Not far away, a research team was cautiously exploring the forbidden area. Suddenly, a young Beast Tamer excitedly shouted, "Captain, my Azure Skyhawk says it has spotted the Sky Pillar." His cheeks flushed with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This Beast Tamer was not a regular member of the research team but had been invited due to his Azure Skyhawk's keen eyesight. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, the sky suddenly changed color. The once clear blue sky was quickly swallowed by dark clouds, plunging the entire Forbidden Cloud territory into gloom. The elderly professor in the team wore a grave expression and whispered, "Just as the legends say, once we enter the forbidden area, the dragon god will summon clouds and fog to obstruct us. Attention! The trial emissary is coming." With this warning, the Beast Tamers in the team immediately went on alert. According to tales, those who entered the forbidden area would face a challenge from the dragon god's emissary. If they could defeat the emissary, they might earn the dragon god's approval. In the inky fog, faint glimmers of cold light suddenly appeared. Holding their breath, the team watched as a figure resembling an ice pillar slowly emerged. The emissary, like an ice pillar, had appeared. It's completely different from the dragon god's emissaries mentioned by the previous team. Not a turtle or a giant bear. A sudden chill swept over, making everyone shiver. Emerging slowly from the mist was a colossal ice pillar, none other than the legendary ice giant, Regice. The old professor stared nervously at this unusual emissary of the dragon god, filled with doubt. Beep beep beep, Regice emitted a friendly warning sound, seemingly advising everyone to leave. However, the Beast Tamers misunderstood and summoned their beasts to attack. Fire wolves, sonic bats, giant birds, a barrage of attacks was launched at Regice. Yet, Regice merely waved its hand, and a wave of cold instantly engulfed the area. In the blink of an eye, everyone and their beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Fear spread among them, but they soon realized that the ice had not harmed them, nor did it conduct any cold. With sparkling lights, Regice seemed to ponder its next move. Then, it manipulated the ice sculptures to float and tossed them all outside the Forbidden Cloud territory. This lesson made the intruders understand that trespassing into the dragon god's domain came at a price. Sulu nodded in satisfaction, believing that this deterrent would make intruders think twice. He rode Rayquaza towards the eastern Fallen Zone, targeting the alpha-level beast there. Soon, they arrived at their first target location, a purple cliff. Here resided the alpha beast, the six-winged venomous centipede. Feeling Rayquaza's presence, the centipede shivered, not daring to make a move. Sulu didn't let Rayquaza attack, but instead released Greninja, Tyranitar, and other Pokémon. Rayquaza looked disdainful, but Sulu explained, "They may seem weak now because I haven't properly trained them yet. Trust me, soon they will be able to fight alongside you." Rayquaza skeptically watched the Pokémon battling. Although it believed it could end the fight with one Hyper Beam, it trusted Sulu's judgment. Rayquaza pondered seriously. But if it's Sulu, he must have a good reason, right? While Sulu and Rayquaza were conversing, the Pokémon battles were nearly concluded. The intense battles finally came to an end. Despite outnumbering the enemy, Shaquila's and the other Pokémon couldn't overcome the ruler-level beast. Sulu wasn't surprised. After all, they hadn't reached their final evolutionary forms and their levels were still low. With him and Rayquaza present, their safety was assured. "Rayquaza, it's your turn to subdue this centipede," Sulu ordered calmly. 3 days later, they arrived at the final ruler-level beast's lair on the map. Sulu gazed at the charred remains of the beast with a hint of regret. Although it was powerful, the beast lacked intelligence, making even basic communication impossible, so it couldn't be tamed. Over the past few days, Greninja and the other Pokémon had a dismal record in battles, but this tempered their impatience and taught them to assess situations wisely. Even in defeat, they could now retreat in time without needing Sulu to intervene. "It seems we need to take the initiative to find more ruler-level beasts," Sulu pondered. The three ruler-level beasts they had captured in the past few days, Six-Winged Toxipede, Blazing Hound, and Ice Rock Crab, were undergoing training in the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone. However, given the vastness of the area, they needed at least 7 more ruler-level beasts to form an impenetrable defense. As for aerial invasions, with Rayquaza's control, ordinary creatures would be increasingly suppressed the higher they flew, so there was no need to worry too much. At that moment, the Onyx that had just finished battling let out a thunderous roar, its entire body glowing with the light of evolution. Is Onyx evolving? Sulu watched in surprise. When the light faded, a massive, platinum-colored Steelix appeared before them. Sulu quickly checked the system panel and discovered that Steelix's potential had jumped from elite to champion level. Congratulations, Steelix. Sulu sincerely congratulated it. Steelix responded by gracefully twisting its body, a gesture enhanced by the Sky Stone's extra boost. Although it couldn't fly yet, Sulu believed that with time, Steelix would master this ability. Suddenly, Steelix let out a deep kh-h-h-h-h, its eyes filled with determination. Steelix, can you really Gigantamax? Sulu asked, astonished. Steelix nodded solemnly. It had been learning the art of Gigantamaxing from Caterpie, and had finally grasped it during its evolution. We're near the time-space rift, so we can give it a try, Sulu said excitedly. The other Pokémon looked on enviously, as Steelix was now the third Pokémon, after Caterpie, to master Gigantamaxing. Kh-h-h-h-h, Steelix said earnestly to Sulu. As for the second one, it's the golden Magikarp that no one expected. Perhaps due to the immense vitality within the Treasure Valley, the golden Magikarp managed to undergo Gigantamax on its own and began to evolve into a dominant form. A flicker of surprise flashed in Sulu's eyes before he revealed a look of understanding. He raised his wrist, and the Dynamax band emitted a dazzling light. The peculiar energy around the time-space rift transformed into a silvery white glow, which then infused into Steelix. Steelix, Gigantamax, Sulu commanded in a deep voice. With a low, rumbling roar, Steelix's body began to swell rapidly. Its original 20-meter length expanded to nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye, and its upright height reached an astonishing 30 meters. The increase in size brought a significant weight gain, and even the Sky Stone within it couldn't offset this sudden heaviness. With a thunderous crash, Steelix's massive body slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack instantly. Rayquaza nodded in approval at the sight, thinking to itself that if it were hit by such an attack, it would probably feel some pain as well. Steelix, use Max Quake with Iron Tail, Sulu decisively ordered, eager to test the true power of the Gigantamax Steelix. Steelix's tail suddenly lit up with a blinding light and then struck the ground fiercely. With a booming sound, a 200-meter-long fissure instantly extended across the ground. Sulu's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, inwardly marveling at the astonishing destructive power. Following that, Sulu directed Steelix to try several more moves, all of which were highly effective. However, just as Steelix was reveling in its excitement, its body began to shrink gradually, as if a balloon had been punctured. Steelix showed a confused expression, then a wave of intense fatigue swept over it. Its massive body shuddered violently before collapsing to the ground, creating a shallow crater with its immense steel frame. Its usually sharp eyes were now dull, and even its tail lay limp on the ground. Steelix, are you all right? Sulu rushed forward anxiously, crouching down to check on his partner. Steelix weakly wagged its tail, a hint of apology in its eyes, as if to say, I'm fine, just exhausted. Sulu sighed in relief, gently patting Steelix's head before returning it to its Pokeball. It seems Dynamaxing takes quite a toll on Steelix, Sulu muttered to himself, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him as well. While Dynamaxing was incredibly powerful, it was also a huge drain on both the trainer and the Pokemon. No wonder most trainers only used it once per battle. Trying it again would likely leave them completely spent. As Sulu was lost in thought, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he saw Rayquaza gently poking his back with its claw, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Roared Rayquaza let out a low growl, its meaning unmistakable. Sulu felt a shiver run down his spine. You want me to Dynamax you? Are you trying to kill me? He said exasperatedly. I can barely manage to Dynamax Regice once. You and Muto are out of the question. I can't handle it. Rayquaza bared its teeth in slight disappointment, but soon puffed out its chest, as if to say, this dragon god is invincible even without Dynamaxing. Sulu shook his head with a laugh, turning his gaze to the small, slowly rotating time-space rift in the distance. After Steelix had absorbed energy through Dynamaxing, the rift's rotation had noticeably slowed. This made Sulu ponder. Originally, destroying the rift seemed the best choice, but now it appeared to be a crucial point for utilizing Dynamax energy. Dynamaxing is powerful, but it has too many limitations, Sulu analyzed with a frown. It can only be used in specific locations and is a huge burden on the trainer. If only it could be as stable as totem Pokémon. Suddenly, an idea struck Sulu. Right, Dr. Lynn? He's an expert in time-space rift research. He might understand this kind of energy. And he works under Xiaomu Yue. So asking him shouldn't be too difficult. It looks like I need to train too, both physically and mentally, Sulu thought to himself. As long as the problem of Dynamax energy is solved, even ordinary Pokémon can exhibit power comparable to legendary creatures. Sulu thought to himself. Sulu frowned slightly, lost in thought. Dynamax energy, that was the breakthrough. He looked up at the bustling streets of Pallet Town outside the window, lined with shops and rising residential areas. After more than 2 months of effort, there was finally progress. The next day, Sulu arrived at the cafe as scheduled. Dr. Lynn walked in, wearing a warm smile. Dr. Sulu, long time no see. Dr. Lynn sat down, his eyes filled with admiration. Doctor? Sulu was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Dr. Lynn chuckled lightly. Your team published the paper on categorizing the attributes of mythical beasts. The Beast Alliance has conferred upon you the title of Doctor. Sulu suddenly understood and scratched his nose awkwardly. I've been so busy with battles and training lately that I haven't kept up with these things. Classifying the 18 attributes and being able to extract attribute energy separately, that's a world-changing discovery. Dr. Lynn praised sincerely. Noticing Sulu's lack of enthusiasm, Dr. Lynn shifted the conversation. However, I doubt you asked me here just to discuss that. Is it about the space-time rift? Sulu nodded seriously. Yes, I want to ask you about the energy within the space-time rift. Upon hearing the term space-time rift, Dr. Lynn's expression turned serious, as this directly pertained to his area of expertise. Sulu keenly noticed the change in Dr. Lynn's demeanor and pressed on. I've observed that the fierce beast can harness the energy from space-time rifts. Is there any way for us Beast Tamers to extract and utilize this energy? Dr. Lynn nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. In fact, this question was raised a long time ago and has been one of our main research directions. Since the appearance of the fierce beasts, we've been studying the principles behind their energy absorption. Unfortunately, humans still cannot actively harness space-time rift energy. We can at best allow our beasts to passively absorb it within the energy field. Dr. Lynn candidly continued. Current research suggests we might be missing some crucial components or tools. Some teams have shifted their focus to fierce beasts that can manipulate environmental energy, hoping to find a breakthrough. Sulu pondered, images of the Dynamax band flashing through his mind. He realized that researchers in this world might be lacking someone capable of developing a similar device. However, creating a Dynamax band would clearly be a long journey. Dr. Lynn went on. Extracting space-time rift energy isn't particularly difficult. You know that summoning stones become empty shells once their energy is depleted, right? These energy crystals will recharge continuously if placed within the rift's range. Although their energy isn't as potent as core crystals, they are essentially the same type of space-time rift energy. You can find this information on the Beast Research Network, and with your current clearance, you can access it directly. Sulu's eyes lit up. Energy can be stored. This revelation meant that the limitations of Dynamaxing would be greatly reduced. He suddenly understood why the Beast Alliance strictly controlled blank core crystals. They could be recharged. The conversation with Dr. Lynn provided Sulu with valuable insights, but he still refrained from revealing information about Dynamaxing. Such a significant power boost would attract too much attention, and since he couldn't currently create Dynamax bands himself and could only purchase them from the system, it would be hard to explain their origin. Revealing this too early would only invite trouble. Dr. Lynn mentioned that applying for a research project and getting it approved could grant access to blank core crystals. However, Sulu had already devised another method. Although he couldn't retain core crystals when absorbing them through the system, Muto could sense and shatter the crystal's energy, allowing it to be preserved. This approach would increase the loss of summoning energy, but to obtain blank core crystals, a slight energy loss was acceptable. In the following days, Sulu sent Rayquaza to intercept meteors in space for fun, while he took Muto to a newly discovered small space-time rift. Muto extended its hand, using its psychic power to envelop the core crystal. With a cracking sound, the crystal shattered, and Sulu collected the fragments into a snakeskin bag using his telekinesis. Sulu absorbed the summoning energy from the core crystal, noting that his extra summoning attempts had reached 103. Thanks to recent bandit hunting with Rayquaza, he now had enough for 100 consecutive draws. Compared to his recent free single draws, which yielded only a Zubat and some miscellaneous items, this reinforced his belief that only pay draws would bring significant rewards. Weighing the bag in his hand, Sulu asked Muto if it was enough. Muto replied, if it's for a caterpie, it should be sufficient. With Muto's sharp psychic abilities, it could easily determine the energy needed for Pokémon to Dynamax. Once the charging was complete, Sulu took Caterpie to the outskirts of the Tianyan Forbidden Zone for a test. Without the Forbidden Zone's energy support, Caterpie felt somewhat uncomfortable, which was why it was reluctant to leave. Sulu encouraged, Caterpie, let's try Dynamaxing. If it works, you'll be able to move freely outside the Forbidden Zone. Initially, the idea of being a totem Pokemon seemed beneficial, but it now appeared more like a shackle, confining totem Pokemon within the Forbidden Zone. While the Dynamax band could maintain Caterpie's activity outside, it would still suffer from energy depletion once it engaged in combat. Sulu speculated that the powerful fierce beasts hidden within space-time rifts might share a similar experience. This experiment was not only to use Dynamaxing outside the Forbidden Zone, but also to allow totem Pokemon to roam freely beyond their territory. Caterpie nodded solemnly, understanding that evolving into a totem Pokemon didn't preclude continuing to use Dynamaxing. The 3-meter-long Caterpie began to swell, and the energy from the core crystal in Sulu's hand quickly flowed through the Dynamax band. Although this Dynamaxing wasn't as terrifying as with a Steelix, it still reached over 20 meters long and 7 to 8 meters high, which was quite impressive. Caterpie excitedly jumped a few times, causing the ground to tremble slightly. How could it not be thrilled? Dynamaxing, previously restricted to the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, was now usable outside. Moreover, with charged core crystals, even totem Pokemon wouldn't regress due to energy deficiency. This meant it could finally join Sulu in adventures beyond. Seeing the giant Caterpie about to crash into him, Sulu quickly intervened. After its Gigantamax transformation, the Caterpie was as powerful as a bulldozer. While it wouldn't be fatal, getting hit would still be quite painful. Sulu hastily waved his hand and shouted, "Stop!" The Caterpie managed to halt just in time, its massive body skidding across the ground and leaving a long mark. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "Caterpie, I have an important task for you," Sulu said seriously. The Caterpie straightened up immediately, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I want you to teach other Pokemon how to Gigantamax. They don't necessarily have to grow as large as you. Even something like a Steelix would be fine," Sulu explained. Gigantamaxing is actually one of the easiest advanced abilities to learn. The key lies in the Pokemon's potential and the trainer's endurance. The Caterpie nodded earnestly, clearly understanding the importance of the task. Sulu continued, "Everyone's strength is improving, and their potential is getting better. Even Pokemon that originally had low potential have now reached at least elite levels. If they evolve one more time, they might even reach the champion level." With that, Sulu retrieved 10 deep purple stones from the shop, each radiating a strange energy. He placed the wishing stars in front of the Caterpie and explained, "These are wishing stars, containing the secrets of Gigantamaxing. You first learned to Gigantamax with their help." The Caterpie carefully wrapped the stones in silk and eagerly set off to complete its mission. Sulu watched the Caterpie's retreating figure, lost in thought. These crystal cores might not be enough, Sulu muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the bag of crystal cores in his hand. He realized that he would need more to meet the needs of all the Pokemon. After pondering for a moment, Sulu decided to return to the Pokemon Valley. He asked Muto to teleport him back, then opened the system's lottery interface. 100 wheels began to spin simultaneously, and Sulu held his breath. The results were quickly revealed: 34 common Pokemon, 2 pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Piku and its family, 2 berries, and 1 icicle plate. Sulu's attention was immediately drawn to the 2 pseudo-legendaries. When 2 identical Gible appeared, he couldn't help but smile. 2 Gible? Interesting, Sulu mused. He thought of Garchomp, the final evolution of Gible, with its fierce and majestic appearance. More importantly, this indicated that pseudo-legendaries could be drawn multiple times. Suddenly, an intriguing idea crossed Sulu's mind. He began to calculate. The probability of drawing a pseudo-legendary was 3, with only about 10 types. Whereas there were 5 to 600 types of common Pokemon, but their draw probability was 30. This meant, could it be that the pseudo-legendary population might be larger than that of common Pokemon? Sulu chuckled at the thought. He imagined the headache of feeding a whole bunch of Tyranitar if he really drew that many. Luckily, there was a chance to draw an entire family of common Pokemon. Sulu looked over at the Piku family. 8 Pikus tilted their heads curiously at Sulu. Sulu's heart leapt with joy. Who could resist these adorable electric mice? Especially knowing that they would evolve into Pikachu, the mascot of the Pokemon world. He had long lamented his inability to draw a Piku, and now he had an entire nest of them. Unable to resist, Sulu reached out to pet one. The little creature was unafraid, happily rolling around in his palm, occasionally emitting weak electric currents that made his hand tingle. Looking around, aside from the Pikus and Gible, a round Igglybuff and 4 Happiny also caught his attention. Igglybuff made Sulu wary. After all, its evolved form, Jigglypuff, was known as the Pink Demon. He even worried that the little one might suddenly pull out a microphone and put everyone asleep. In contrast, Happiny was the opposite. Its evolved form, Blissey, was known as the Pink Angel. with strong healing abilities and immense popularity. More impressively, Blissey could lay nutritious eggs quickly, which were adored by other Pokémon. Sulu was secretly delighted. This was exactly the kind of support Pokémon he had always wanted. However, keeping the Happiny in the Pokémon Valley seemed like a waste. Given their nature, they would probably prefer to help more creatures. Sulu decided to ask them about their preferences later, as he always respected his Pokémon's wishes. To welcome the new members, the Pokémon Valley held another welcome party. This was why Sulu had been saving his draw chances. After all, he couldn't have a welcome party every few days. But not having one felt like something was missing. After the welcome party, Sulu suddenly remembered something important. He quickly opened the system shop. The icicle plate had indeed disappeared from the system shop. This was a huge win. Sulu hurriedly entered the cluttered storage room and began searching. He rummaged through boxes and finally found a bluish ice slab, about a meter long. As his fingers touched it, a chilling sensation ran through him. Even though he couldn't sense ice energy, Sulu realized this might be the legendary ice pillar slab. Muto appeared silently behind him, scrutinizing the slab. Although not an ice type, its dreamlike lineage allowed it to clearly sense the energy emanating from the slab. It communicated to Sulu. Within the slab's range, ice energy could be enhanced by 20%. Sulu shook his head, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. This is not just a strengthening tool, but a relic of the creator god Arceus. It might hold secrets about the origins of ice energy. Before he could finish speaking, Regice arrived with a gust of cold wind. Its glowing points flickered, seemingly resonating strongly with the slab. Sulu pondered. It seems the Regi family indeed has a special connection with the slab. Regice, can you harness the slab's energy? Sulu asked. Regice beeped, as if analyzing. After a brief moment, it nodded in confirmation and placed its hand on the slab. In an instant, the slab transformed into a blue liquid, merging into Regice's body. A wave of cold swept through the entire Pokémon Valley. Regice's face points flickered rapidly, turning from yellow to red, entering a berserk state. Sulu's brows furrowed. Muto. Muto understood and instantly teleported them to the base of the sky pillar. By now, Regice was completely out of control, and even Sulu's transcendent power couldn't communicate with it. Blue energy enveloped Regice, expanding until it formed a 50-meter turtle giant. Sulu realized. So, this is the true power of the Regi family's giant form. Stop. Calm down. Sulu commanded, using the system's granted control abilities. The giant momentarily calmed, but then it suddenly punched the ground. Ice spikes bloomed like lotus flowers, rapidly expanding the extreme cold field. Muto reacted swiftly, creating a psychic shield to protect Sulu. Rayquaza arrived in response to the summons, using its skylock to dissipate the extreme cold field. A beam of light descended from the sky, suppressing the ice giant. Muto flashed to the giant's head and found the immobilized Regice looking at it with pleading eyes. Sensing the danger to its host, the previously orderly ice giant suddenly sprouted numerous freezing tendrils aimed at Muto. Seeing this, Rayquaza in the sky intensified its assault. The hyper beam, originally 3 meters wide, suddenly expanded, as if it intended to tear the sky apart. Rayquaza knew that if the ice giant managed to break free, it would also be in danger. It regretted not paying more attention to Sulu's explanation about type advantages. Otherwise, it would have known that its dragon-flying type was particularly vulnerable to ice-type attacks. Although regular ice-type attacks couldn't easily harm Rayquaza, the ice giant had already reached a legendary level of power, posing a significant threat. Under Rayquaza's fierce onslaught, the ice giant was once again suppressed. At this moment, Muto took action. A terrifying purple ripple emanated from its body, instantly enveloping the ice giant's head. Psystrike. The psychic energy materialized into a physical force, crushing its target. The ice giant's head shattered in response. Seizing the opportunity, Muto darted to Regice's side and used teleport to whisk it away. Without its host, the ice giant lost its essence, dissipating into pure ice-type energy, leaving behind a slowly descending tablet. Back beside Sulu, Regice sheepishly scratched the back of its head, emitting a crackling sound of ice colliding. Sulu comforted it. No need to apologize. I was the one who asked you to touch the tablet. Did you feel anything special? With Regice freed, the psychic communication ability of the transcendent power returned. After understanding the situation, Sulu advised, don't activate the full effect of the tablet next time. Wait until you're at a higher level to try again. Regice nodded earnestly. Sulu analyzed, just touching the tablet doesn't cause a rampage. You were too reckless, activating its full effect, which led to the loss of control. If used moderately, your power will greatly increase, and you can create extremely cold environments, doubling the effectiveness of ice-type energy. He nodded in satisfaction. Looks like ice-type Pokémon are in luck. Although he hadn't managed to unravel the power of creation, Reg's strength had significantly increased, and they had secured an icy battlefield, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Sulu handed the tablet back to Regis for safekeeping. Regis took it and glanced into the distance, emitting a series of beeps as if asking something. After pondering for a moment, Sulu replied, "Still so many people? Let's keep them locked out a bit longer. If this continues, this place will turn into a tourist attraction." Regis nodded in understanding. At the edge of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, adventurers listened to the rumbling sounds and felt the biting cold wind. Everyone immediately understood that something extraordinary was happening deep within the Forbidden Zone. As long as he doesn't encounter the ice giant, he should be able to venture further into the Tianyun Forbidden Land this time. The cold air from Regis quietly spread, shrouding the entire Tianyun Forbidden Land in a thin mist. The adventurers, oblivious to the creeping danger, were lost in the excitement of delving deeper into the forbidden territory. Zhao and Shan tried to reassure everyone, "This is probably just a trial from the ice giant. At most, it will trap us for a day or two." However, the cold suddenly struck. The icy fog surged, enveloping everyone. The three heavenly kings frantically attempted to control their beasts, but their efforts were in vain. Despair set in as one by one, they were encased in ice. The three heavenly kings and their beasts were frozen into massive ice spheres, each over 10 meters in diameter. At the same time, at least 400 intruders met the same fate. Everyone remained conscious but immobilized, helplessly watching as the cold penetrated their bodies. This was the dragon god's stern warning to those who dared to intrude. As for death, in their frozen state, a faint life force kept them alive. Even ordinary people could survive for up to 10 days under such conditions. After the ice giant incident ended, the Pokémon returned to their peaceful days. A small ice mountain appeared in the Pokémon Valley, becoming a summer retreat for non-ice-type Pokémon. A cute female Snorant became the only ice-type Pokémon in the valley. She liked to perch on Regis' head, who didn't seem to mind. Caterpie's Gigantamax class began as scheduled. Under the main stem of the life thorn flower, many Pokémon sat obediently around Caterpie. Sulu used his transcendent power to gather all the Pokémon, even placing the Magikarp in a temporarily dug pond. Caterpie began the class confidently but was interrupted by Sulu, who found his vanity amusing. Blushing, Caterpie presented 10 wishing star fragments that had been energy infused and started teaching how to simulate their energy for Gigantamaxing. After the explanation, most Pokémon looked puzzled, except for Psyduck, who seemed to have an epiphany. In front of everyone, Psyduck suddenly swelled to 8 meters tall, achieving self-induced Gigantamax. This scene left Sulu and Shaman greatly astonished. Sulu analyzed that self-induced Gigantamax might be related to totemization. Caterpie, Magikarp, and Psyduck are ordinary Pokémon, but their unique experiences granted them this ability. After Psyduck's deflation mishap, Caterpie adjusted his teaching methods. This time, more Pokémon grasped the concept. Soon, 10 Pokémon Gigantamax simultaneously, putting enormous pressure on Sulu. Despite this, Sulu persisted in guiding the other Pokémon. Looking at the numerous Gigantamax bands on his arm, he couldn't help but joke to himself, "Does this make me the ultimate armbearer?" After numerous bouts of Dynamaxing, Sulu realized that while the process put him under considerable strain, it also gradually increased his tolerance each time. Much like strengthening muscles, Sulu continually pushed the limits of Dynamaxing. Whenever he reached his breaking point, he would head to the life-giving thorn flower, and half an hour later, he would be revitalized. This daily regimen solidified his resolve to achieve infinite Dynamaxing and limitless moves. In the Pokémon Valley, thunderous roars echoed daily. Dynamaxed Pokémon occasionally clashed, shaking the valley. The old tortoise guarding the outskirts trembled with fear, secretly relieved that the fearsome frog hadn't grown large enough to pummel it. In the evening, an exhausted Sulu collapsed on the couch, absent-mindedly watching the news. The broadcast reported a significant decrease in the density of the ferocious beasts, predicting the end of the beast tide within a week. Heroic deeds from various regions were highlighted, with elite Beast Tamer Zhang Xiaodong's solo efforts to delay the main force of the beasts standing out. As time passed, the nearly 2-month-long global beast tide finally neared its end. With the aid of advanced weaponry, only 3 or 4 cities in Huagua were overrun. Meanwhile, Jinshin City remained almost untouched, thanks to the protection of Rayquaza. Sulu led his Dynamaxed Pokémon in clearing the eastern fallen zones, nearly eradicating the apex-level beasts. Although satellites didn't capture this feat, the sharp drop in beast density was undeniable. A large number of pioneers flocked to Jinshin City, not only to explore the now safer eastern regions, but also to witness the remnants of the Dragon God's battles. Jinshin City had to undergo rapid expansion to accommodate the surge in population. The energy cubes from the Pokémon Company became highly sought after due to the increase in Beast Tamers, leading to exponential revenue growth. Thanks to Sulu's foresight in expanding berry cultivation and using special fertilizers, they avoided a supply crisis. With Xiaomuyu heavily promoting the beast tamer industry, Jinshin City emerged as the starting point for adventurers. How wonderful, Sulu lazily sighed, flipping through channels. Suddenly, a familiar scene appeared on the screen: several giant ice spheres. Sulu realized it was time for the first batch of people frozen by red ice for 10 days to be thawed. These ice spheres were discovered and promptly removed from the forbidden zone of Tianyun. The incident initially sparked panic, with many fearing that the Dragon God's envoy had begun a killing spree. Recently, the number of adventurers entering the Tianyun forbidden zone had plummeted, giving Sulu, the apex beasts he captured, and Regice some much-needed respite. Surprisingly, even after such an incident, Rayquaza's reputation remained unscathed. Sulu frowned in thought, speculating that the Beast Alliance must be behind this. Sure enough, shortly after, an official statement claimed that the people inside the ice spheres still had a glimmer of life and that all those sealed within were still alive. This explanation sparked widespread skepticism, as the prolonged freezing, combined with the cold and hunger, should have been fatal. Amidst the public uproar, the first batch of ice spheres underwent a sudden change. During a live TV broadcast, these once indestructible ice spheres began to melt on the 10th day. The explorers fell to the ground, soaked and shivering. Jiao Wenshan, the Heavenly King, opened his bleary eyes, looking exhausted. Reporters swarmed him, their microphones almost poking his face. Heavenly King Jiao Wenshan, are you all right? Jiao Wenshan struggled to focus his vision while the reporters buzzed with excitement. Just as the experts predicted, 10 days of freezing without any life-threatening consequences. It's incredible. Heavenly King Jiao, how do you feel after these 10 days? 10 days? A flash of fear crossed Jiao Wenshan's eyes. Do you know how I endured it? He sniffled as he spoke. I was conscious the entire time, with the biting cold constantly attacking me. Unable to move, no one to talk to. It was worse than solitary confinement. It felt like being imprisoned in an iceberg, suffering extreme cold torture. As he spoke, Jiao Wenshan's eyes filled with tears and his nose began to run. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle and froze. Do you find this funny? I'm not joking. Jiao Wenshan glared angrily. The reporter hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I just thought of something happy. It wasn't intentional. Jiao Wenshan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He regained some of his regal demeanor as he spoke with a serious expression. I will never go to the Tianyun Forbidden Land again. The feeling of being frozen is something I never want to experience again. I advise everyone, unless you have enough strength and willpower, do not attempt the Dragon God's trial. Otherwise, the extreme cold will become your lifelong nightmare. Before he finished speaking, Jiao Wenshan began to sniffle again, causing the reporters to stifle their laughter. Finally, Jiao Wenshan couldn't take it anymore. Hey, I've put up with you long enough. You've been laughing the whole time, haven't you? Sniffle. Frogadier. Use quick attack. Sulu communicated the command to Frogadier through his psychic abilities. The gigantic Frogadier stretched out its arms, and two spinning giant paper wheels instantly pierced through the body of the dominant beast. The beast shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Frogadier turned to exchange nods with Heracross and Steelix, and the three Pokémon gradually returned to their normal sizes. Sulu gazed at a silver octahedral crystal in his hand, its light fading away. Is the energy depleted? One Dynamax crystal supporting 3 level 4 Dynamax Pokémon is impressive, Muto explained. This is a compressed and modified blank crystal core. Its size is reduced, but its capacity is increased. This is the limit. It can't be compressed further. To Dynamax all Pokémon simultaneously, you would need to carry a large number of Dynamax crystals. Sulu nodded. This small size is already sufficient. I can embed them in my cloak, though the Dynamax band could be a hassle. After clearing the spatial rift, Sulu now possessed 7 Dynamax crystals, capable of supporting over 20 Dynamax Pokémon simultaneously. Although Frogadier and the other Pokémon were somewhat exhausted, their Dynamax levels had increased. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the east. Sulu looked over to see a massive tidal wave, driven by an explosion, surging inland for several miles before slowly receding. Rayquaza is practicing its skills again. Sulu, having pushed the fallen zone back to the East Sea, had cleared all the dominant beasts. He was about to return when Rayquaza sent a message. Sulu looked up at the sky. Since there's a discovery, go check it out. Rayquaza shot up into the sky, flying higher and higher. It broke through the clouds and the atmosphere, reaching outer space. In the distance, a massive meteor shower was passing close to Earth. Rayquaza immediately notified Sulu. Upon learning that the round trip would take about 5 days, Sulu sighed in relief. Then go ahead. Remember to bring some back for research. With Sulu's approval, Rayquaza transformed into a green streak of light and headed in the direction it sensed. On the second day after Rayquaza left, The item Sulu had ordered arrived. It was a white spacesuit. Sulu carefully opened the package, revealing a brand new white spacesuit. He gently stroked its smooth surface, his eyes filled with anticipation. This spacesuit was custom-made specifically to keep up with Rayquaza. Holding the spacesuit up for a closer look, Sulu pondered how to modify it. It needs some adjustments, or it'll be too conspicuous, he murmured. Might as well send it to the lab along with the Dynamax cape. Just then, a faint surge of psychic power reached him. It was a message from Rayquaza. Sulu closed his eyes and focused on receiving the information. Have you found the meteor swarm? He asked softly, a smile creeping onto his face. The scene shifted to space, where Rayquaza was gazing at a vast field of meteors. Excitement sparkled in its eyes, as if it had spotted a sumptuous feast. Feeling the mysterious energy within the meteors, Rayquaza's body trembled slightly, and its green glow intensified. Suddenly, Rayquaza accelerated, shooting towards the meteor swarm like a green lightning bolt. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the silent space as the meteors shattered under Rayquaza's impact. It darted nimbly through the debris, greedily absorbing every bit of special energy. Back on Earth, Sulu sighed in relief, knowing Rayquaza was safe. He turned and headed to the Pokémon lab to discuss the modification plans for the spacesuit and Dynamax cape with Muto. After the meeting, Sulu went to the Pokémon auto repair shop next door. Psyduck, time to clock out. Let's go home, he called. A Psyduck in blue overalls slid out from under a car, expertly removing its oil-stained work clothes. Curious, Sulu asked, Psyduck, don't you have psychic powers? Why not use them to keep the dirt off? Psyduck rolled its eyes, giving Sulu a disdainful look. It's because you insisted I do the repairs without tools. Do you know how exhausting that is mentally? Others use a screwdriver to unscrew bolts. I have to meditate and unscrew them with my mind. With that, Psyduck tilted its head back and sprayed itself with water, giving itself a thorough rinse. Soon, a clean and tidy Psyduck stood before Sulu. By the way, how's your headache? Sulu asked with concern. Psyduck nodded and quacked twice. Thanks to Muto's training and various enhancements, its headaches had significantly eased. That's good to hear. Let's go home, Sulu said with a smile. How about we stop by the snack street first? Psyduck and Frogadier perked up immediately, one nodding enthusiastically and the other with eyes gleaming in anticipation. The three of them chatted and laughed as they headed towards the bustling snack street. 10 minutes later, Sulu and his two Pokémon strolled through the food market, where several stalls were even selling dishes made from the meat of fierce beasts. With the number of adventurers greatly increased, and nearly everyone making significant gains, the prices of beast materials in Pallet Town had dropped. The town had truly become a starting point for many new adventures. Sulu held a skewer of meat in his hand, feeling as if he had been transported back to the past. He stood on the bustling street, the air filled with the scent of street food. The aroma of the meat skewers wafted to his nose, bringing a nostalgic smile to his face. Just as he was savoring this rare moment of peace, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the city. Sulu's head snapped up, a flash of alertness in his eyes. Having lived in this world for a long time, he instantly understood the meaning of the alarm. The atmosphere on the street turned tense. Vendors scrambled to pack up their stalls, and pedestrians quickened their pace, heading home. An emergency alert? Sulu frowned in thought. The beast tide had already receded. Why is the alarm sounding now? Even so, he felt a slight sense of relief. It was just a preparation signal, not an evacuation order. This meant that Genshin City was likely safe for the moment. Plus, Muto hadn't issued any warnings. With that in mind, Sulu quickly pulled out his phone and opened the Beast Alliance's official website. Given his current level of access, he could view almost all the information available. If there was any real emergency, it would be updated here first. However, the information that appeared on the screen made Sulu's pupils constrict sharply. Alien invasion. Main city of Shulin Province in crisis. Governor killed in battle. Surrounding cities sounding emergency alerts. Sulu gasped. Although his own combat power far surpassed that of the champion-level governor, he understood the governor's significance. The governor was the highest combat guarantee of the province. If they suddenly fell and no equivalent power could replace them in time, disaster would be inevitable. Worse still, Z City, W City, and Genshin City were all part of Shulin Province, close to the main city. Clearly, the aliens had found a way to open space-time rifts, allowing them to bypass the easternmost Genshin City and strike directly at the main city. If the main city fell in a short time, the surrounding cities would undoubtedly suffer, and Genshin City would be doomed. This must be stopped. Sulu thought to himself. Rayquaza can't return now. Muto, move out. In the lab, a Muto, sensing the presence of a fist-sized piece of flesh in the incubation tank, suddenly opened its eyes. Sulu immediately sensed the urgent message from the main city. In the next moment, Muto's aura had vanished from Pallet Town. Sulu had only Rayquaza and Muto to quickly reach the battlefield, but the situation was dire, and Muto would need to teleport repeatedly. After weighing his options, Sulu decided to stay behind. Muto's figure flashed through space, each teleportation covering nearly 100 miles. This was the ability it had promised Sulu earlier. No matter where Sulu was on Earth, Muto could reach him swiftly. Meanwhile, the main city of Lynn province, Smoky City, was eerily calm, with only sporadic alarm sounds. On the streets, several bird-like creatures mimicking human voices were shouting, "All personnel, proceed to the shelters. Beast Tamers, prepare for battle." Smoky City, much like the former Z City, was enveloped by numerous small spatial rifts, rendering technological means useless. Humanity had to resort to contingency plans. The largest spatial rift appeared in the ruins of the governor's mansion. It was this sudden wave of rifts that had caught the governor off guard, leading to a fatal attack. 3 minutes ago, Song-Hu, his muscles bulging, had been staring intently at 3 hooded figures and the 7 giant beasts behind them. As a seasoned champion of the Alliance, Song-Hu had 5 other champion-level beasts in addition to his main beast. However, an ice-blue spike had pierced through both Song-Hu and his molten winged tiger, and the other beasts lay lifeless around. Song-Hu's evolved armor had been forcibly shattered by a powerful force. Finally dead, this guy was really tough, one hooded figure sighed in relief. The depth of the Alliance's champion is truly remarkable. Even with the Sea God's intervention, we lost 2 overlords. Cut the chatter, get the item, and expand the rift, another hooded figure urged. With that, one of the hooded figures approached the lifeless Song-Hu. It extended an arm covered in scales and mucus, its webbed claws reaching for Song-Hu's head. Once we get the fragment and expand the rift, the Sea God will grant us a new home. At that moment, a multicolored flame suddenly ignited in Song-Hu's pupils. The hooded figure leaped back warily. Unlike humans, each of them possessed a formidable physique, which was why they had succeeded in the ambush. The multicolored flames surged with intense life energy. Under the scorching flames, Song-Hu's eyes moved, and a grim smile appeared on his lips. One last time, molten winged tiger, explosive evolution. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Song-Hu was engulfed by the multicolored flames. The light poured into the molten winged tiger, which roared in agony. This was the most violent and side-effect-laden mode of super evolution, burning everything for power. Molten winged tiger, explode. The molten winged tiger's body swelled, enveloped in multicolored flames. At that moment, it seemed to touch the threshold of a pseudo-god. It stood up, its claws transforming into fists, surrounded by countless fiery magma balls. The magma balls surged toward the hooded figures and beasts like a tidal wave. At the same time, the molten winged tiger moved, its eyes flashing with Song-Hu's determination, and its magma-covered fists came crashing down. In an instant, a crimson light engulfed the entire Smoky City, as roaring flames threatened to incinerate the city. "Damn it! Deep Sea King, block it!" one hooded figure shouted. "Priest, summon the Sea God quickly!" another cried out. The 7 Overlord-level beasts charged into the skill torrent, forming a deep blue barrier. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This fearsome Tiger Man rampaged for nearly 6 minutes, tossing the mighty Deep Sea King around like a toy. However, burning power always comes at a cost. The multicolored flames on the molten winged tiger gradually dimmed, and a hint of sadness appeared in its crimson eyes. Is it over already? With a resounding crash, the molten winged tiger exhausted all its energy and was forced out of its explosive evolution state. It fell heavily onto the ruins of the governor's mansion, its life force nearly extinguished. As the light faded, a figure in a black robe was revealed, its head resembling a ferocious fish and its body covered in scales. Among the 7 kings of the deep sea, 2 had been reduced to skeletons by the Torn of Skills. 2. Deep Sea Kings. 2. I want it dead, a frenzied merman screeched, pointing its claws at the powerless molten winged tiger. Just at that critical moment, a crimson flame sliced through the air, knocking back the merman's claws. Blazing Ostrich, Flame Bind. A young beast tamer trembled as he issued the command, standing beside an ostrich engulfed in flames. More beast tamers arrived in response, surrounding the scene with their respective beasts. The merman's eyes flared with murderous intent. "Humans, die. Everyone in this city must die today." One of the other mermen exchanged glances with another and began approaching the bodies of Song-Hu and Gfa Tianqing. Suddenly, a massive wall of water appeared out of nowhere, covering half of Yin City. All the beast tamers turned pale, feeling utterly powerless. Yet in that dire moment, a dazzling figure with silver hair appeared, holding up the destructive flood with a single hand. In a flash, they seemed to see a mysterious silver-haired individual, radiant like the stars, holding up the water with one hand. The scene felt frozen in time. The city-destroying flood was held back by a single hand? The sounds of alarms and toucans mixed together, resonating through Smoke City. Dark clouds loomed over Smoke City, and torrential rain poured down. Ferocious beasts emerged from rifts in time and space, and Beast Tamers rose to fight back. However, the attack was too sudden, plunging the city into chaos. Alarms blared, catching many off guard. The crowded main roads became obstacles to evacuation. 10 minutes passed, and 2/3 of the people had yet to reach the shelters. Amid the explosions, a gigantic water curtain suddenly appeared above the governor's mansion. Citizens were terrified, fearing the water curtain might collapse. Suddenly, a flash of white light pierced through the rain, and the water curtain froze instantly. Seeing this, the Beast Tamers in the distance felt a renewed sense of hope. They had endured the setbacks of Song Hu's 2 defeats and now finally saw a turning point. Quick! Keep evacuating, someone shouted. The crowd snapped out of their daze and continued rushing toward the shelters. The merman who cast the water curtain was shocked. How could a mortal withstand the pressure of 10,000 tons of water? It searched frantically for the hidden Beast Tamer but found nothing. The masked figure known as the Super Dream gathered a fireball in its hand, spinning it before launching it out, forming a giant flaming character. Dai Ji Bao Yin. The flames collided with the water curtain, producing a sizzling sound. In the next second, the water curtain exploded into mist, dispersing the dark clouds and letting moonlight stream down. Super Dream looked down at the 3 mermen and 5 injured deep-sea kings below, whispering, "Outsiders." Its feelings towards humanity were conflicted, but the outsider seemed to be the purest form of evil in this world. Seeing Super Dream appear alone, the merman assumed its beast must be weak. Communicating through ultrasonic waves, the 5 deep-sea kings attacked simultaneously. They moved at high speed, leaving craters in their wake, and launched punches at Super Dream from 5 directions. The Beast Tamers in the city held their breath. Could this mysterious figure withstand the assault of 5 dominant beasts? The fists of the deep-sea kings tore through the rain, creating a vacuum around Super Dream. 5 massive fists struck the semi-transparent shield. Another impact. Gale force winds swept across the city, and the continuous rain momentarily halted, even reversing. With the rain no longer obstructing their view, more people could clearly see the breathtaking scene in the sky. Muto merely gazed indifferently at the 3 mermen. Its eyes were calm and unruffled. Yet the sea god priest felt an invisible pressure. This pressure was so intense that the energy within the priest began to drain unnaturally, causing his entire body to tremble. Faced with an unknown threat, Muto remembered Sulu's advice and immediately cast Protect. A protective barrier formed instantly, effortlessly deflecting all attacks. Muto quickly calculated. Even if the enemy's attack power increased by 760 times, it would still be insufficient to break through the defense. It calmly analyzed that this level of Protect could be used more than 10 times in a row. With a focused gaze, Muto unleashed a powerful psychic. The 5 deep-sea kings were blasted away like cannonballs, crashing heavily into skyscrapers. These dominant beasts felt their bodies shatter and their life force rapidly diminish. 2 young mermen exclaimed, "The deep-sea kings!" They were incredulous that the 5 mighty deep-sea kings had been defeated in an instant. Could this silver-haired figure be humanity's trump card, the legendary Master Beast Tamer? Despite the dire situation, the mermen could still sense that the deep-sea kings were not dead. Without hesitation, they activated a secret technique, Blessing of the Sea. The fallen deep-sea kings absorbed rainwater like sponges, quickly rejuvenating and transforming into semi-water elemental forms. As long as the rain continued, they were almost immortal. Muto looked up at the sky, a hint of disdain flashing in its mind. Regeneration. So what? It softly murmured. Annoying clouds, be gone. Although Muto doesn't possess the weather-dispersing ability of Rayquaza's airlock, it can still negate weather effects through other means. As night fell and dark clouds gathered, a sudden beam of sunlight pierced through the sky, illuminating the entire city. Both the evacuating citizens and the fierce beasts looked up in astonishment at this unusual phenomenon. The sunlight during the night dispelled the darkness and rain, as if the blazing sun had replaced the moonlight, radiating intense heat. Muto's sunny day was remarkably powerful. The rain curtain, composed of energy, quickly evaporated into white steam, leaving behind a layer of white salt on the ground. The 3 mermen, who thrived in a seawater environment, were caught off guard and stumbled back as their advantage was brutally nullified. The eldest merman's expression grew serious as he communicated the message, sacrifice, through sound waves. His body was covered in blackened iron residue, evidence of his equipment melting under high temperatures. A strange, deep chant emanated from his mouth, reminiscent of the breathing of a deep-sea monster. Instantly, everyone in the city felt their bodies become sluggish, as if floating underwater. 5 deep-sea kings roared and charged at Muto, their muscles swelling to the point of tearing their skin, oozing dark green blood. Muto smirked disdainfully. Assessment complete. No threat. Eliminate. With a mere gesture, the deep-sea kings, moving too fast for the naked eye to track, were suspended midair and then exploded into a mist of blood. Observers were stunned. The governor had previously struggled to kill just 2 deep-sea kings at the cost of his life. Yet this mysterious figure effortlessly dispatched 5. A single question arose in everyone's mind. Who is this person? What kind of beast does he command? Could he be another dragon god-level entity? The sea god's priest remained unfazed by the deep-sea king's deaths, needing only a few seconds of distraction. As long as they could claim this land to facilitate the sea god's transformation, deep-sea kings could be mass-produced. At the right moment, the priest's abdomen split open, and a massive tentacle shot towards Muto like a spear. With a thunderous crash, the shockwave toppled buildings behind Muto. However, the light wall in front of Muto only rippled slightly. Although this attack shattered Muto's mask, it quickly reformed. A few sharp-eyed individuals caught a glimpse of Muto's true face, but it was swiftly obscured. Muto calmly remarked, "A wave capable of breaking illusions. The opponent's power also contains illusion elements, which is why it barely broke my mask. As for revealing my true form, it's far from enough." A deep blue, one-eyed octopus emerged from the fissure in the old merman's chest, retracting its massive tentacle. It curiously examined Muto, communicating through mental waves. "Strange creature." Muto responded coolly, "I don't belong to the human side." Before the words had fully left its mouth, it crushed the one-eyed octopus. However, the octopus quickly reformed like a puddle of water. "I am immortal," the one-eyed octopus stated calmly. Muto's gaze lowered. "Immortality through water? Huh? Then let's go somewhere without water." A transparent barrier formed a cage around the one-eyed octopus. Muto and the octopus rapidly ascended like a meteor, aiming for space. The one-eyed octopus, forcibly trapped by Muto, finally lost its composure. Its 8 tentacles transformed into sharp spikes, frantically stabbing at a rate indiscernible to the naked eye, attempting to break through the psychic barrier. But all resistance was futile. A glint of coldness flashed in Muto's eyes as it teleported the octopus into space. "It seems there's no possibility for us to coexist peacefully," the sea god said coldly, simultaneously releasing a powerful psychic attack on Muto. Every word was meant to buy time. "An impeccable mind, truly a strange creature. Is this what you call a Pokémon?" The sea god blinked, conceding that it had reached a dead end. "I'm curious about your path. Let me see it." The sea god's expression changed dramatically, abandoning reason to unleash its full power. In the vacuum of space, a massive amount of seawater appeared out of nowhere, causing the one-eyed octopus to expand to 200 meters. "Water from nowhere," Muto remarked indifferently, easily seeing through the illusion. "Psychic break." Muto spread its arms, and a powerful psychic wave surged toward the octopus. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Although the octopus was regenerating, it couldn't keep up with Muto's destructive force. "If it were in the ocean. So you are reborn?" In its final moment, the octopus conveyed a thought of unwillingness. Under immense pressure, it was crushed into a blue sphere, devoid of life. With a gesture, Muto summoned the blue sphere into its hand. The sphere, compressed flesh, had become as solid as a shell. Muto could sense that the eye had been preserved within. On the ground, 3 fishmen, subdued by Muto, stared intently at the approaching beast masters. "The sea god will kill him. You humans will all die," one of the fishmen raved. The old fishman remained motionless, while another stayed silent, conserving energy and waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, more ferocious beasts poured out from the spatial rift in Yin City. The beast masters were overwhelmed, but fortunately, the rift's influence was limited. The defense forces quickly found gaps to use thermal weapons for counterattacks. Everyone knew that the outcome depended on the silver-haired mysterious figure and the powerful summoned beast. Their presence was enough to suppress all entities below the king level in the city. Anxiety, hope, and fear mingled, all transforming into a longing for Muto's victory. "We must win. No matter what, we must win." Muto's eyes flickered as it sensed a massive amount of psychic energy converging into a golden force. It reached out, forming an octahedral crystal, a crystal of faith. Muto knew that absorbing it would enhance its psychic power, but it simply stored it away. The clear sky, illuminated by Muto, remained undisturbed. A figure bathed in light approached, resembling a triumphant king. The entire Yin City erupted in ecstatic cheers. They won. They really won. Facing the alien assault, a single individual had suppressed all high-level threats. This beastmaster was truly human, revealing a young and handsome face as his mask shattered. Muto glanced at the subdued fishmen, using hypnosis to ensure they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Then, It moved swiftly, destroying 74 spatial rifts within half an hour, preventing a large-scale fishman invasion. After dealing with the spatial rifts and the fishmen, Muto vanished completely from people's sight. Watching Muto safely return to his side, Sulu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Muto's power was beyond question, but without Sulu present, it couldn't benefit from the Viridian Force or achieve Mega Evolution on its own. This caused Sulu some concern. However, even in its base form, Muto was more than capable of overwhelming its opponents. How is Yin City now? Sulu asked, his voice tinged with worry. Muto didn't speak, instead using its psychic abilities to transmit the scene to Sulu. The image showed Yin City in ruins. The sudden attack by the alien forces had caught everyone off guard, including the space-time rift suppressor which failed to hold. Both the Beast Alliance and ordinary citizens were unprepared. The death toll exceeded 10,000, with over 100,000 injured. It was more devastating than the Z-City incident. Sulu sighed. If only we could summon a Pokémon skilled in spatial abilities. For now, they could only rely on Rayquaza to vaguely sense spatial anomalies through the Jade Orb. At the same time, Sulu confirmed the heroic death of Lynn province's governor, Songhu. Songhu's final explosive evolution bought precious time for Yin City, saving millions of lives. Sulu felt a deep respect for Songhu's decision. Muto produced a crystal of faith emitting a soft golden glow. Sulu took it and used his aura to sense the prayers and hopes contained within. Muto, will you accept this faith? Sulu asked. It's different from the sky faith Rayquaza receives. It's the hope of humanity. It might be what the Beast Alliance's deity plan is aiming for. Muto fell into deep thought. This feeling wasn't new. A seed had already taken root in its heart. The source wasn't humans but Pokémon. It recalled the message passed on by the sea god before its death. It is rebirth. Muto had an epiphany. Despite being a man-made Pokémon, it was also a newly born Pokémon from human hands. Its genes came from Mew, but its spirit was a blend of human essence. It was the bridge between two worlds. Seeing the determination in Muto's eyes, Sulu smiled. It seems you've found your answer. Muto took the crystal of faith and carefully channeled the desire for life contained within. The longing of Pokémon, humans, and even fierce beasts merged into one at that moment. A new life force eager to be born, like a sprouting bamboo shoot breaking through the earth, bringing miraculous psychic power. In that moment, Sulu knew Muto had found its path. In the Pokémon world, Muto feels lost and out of place among other legendary Pokémon. Muto's creation was destined to be unique. Rayquaza guards the skies, Groudon expands the land, and Lugia maintains the seas. Each legendary Pokémon has a mission, but Muto, upon awakening, still searches for its purpose. At this moment, Muto has finally found its self-worth. This is a complete transformation. Its psychic powers surge like a tidal wave, so powerful that even Sulu can clearly sense it. Congratulations, Sulu sincerely congratulated. Muto gazed at the human before it, feeling a warmth in its heart. Without Sulu, it might have been lost forever. It nodded slightly, conveying its gratitude through their psychic bond. Elsewhere, shortly after Muto departed, an elderly man with a grave expression appeared on the outskirts of the city. The ground trembled slightly with each of his steps, covering over 10 miles in a single stride. The man was anxious, having traveled from Dragon City to Yin City in just half an hour. However, the scene before him was unexpected. Apart from a few scattered wild beasts, the city was calm and orderly. The faint cheers in the distance made the man's heart race. Could a miracle have occurred? Impatiently, the man pulled out his phone, which displayed dozens of missed calls and hundreds of unread messages. Clearly, a major event had occurred in Yin City while he was on his way, but he had been so focused on his journey that he hadn't noticed anything. Lu Qingxian frowned as he opened his phone. A series of shocking news headlines flashed before his eyes. Governor Song died in battle. A mysterious figure appeared. The time-space rift was suppressed, and 2 overlord-level mermen were captured. Lu Qingxuan's emotions surged. The death of Song who left him feeling downcast, but it was not unexpected. Before coming to Yin City, he had already learned that Song who had been forced out of his symbiotic state by a single blow, clearly from a quasi-divine being. Lu Qingxian felt secretly relieved that a mysterious powerful individual had arrived in time. Otherwise, if Yin City had fallen and the time-space rift had expanded, the entire Shulin province would have been overrun. He pondered. To the east of Shulin province lies the territory of the Dragon Envoy, and now there's another divine-level presence. There must be some hidden secrets beneath this land. The black soil beneath his feet began to stir, and Lu Qingxian instantly teleported to the ruins of the governor's mansion. His figure flickered, and in a brief moment, the cleanup crew thought they saw an elderly man. He then appeared at the Beast Alliance headquarters to listen to the minister's detailed report. Lu Qingxian shook his head and sighed, analyzing. The beast tide is subsiding, and everyone is getting complacent. Songhu underestimated the enemy and was affected by his symbiotic state, which led to his defeat in one blow. I've always said that evolving the symbiosis is unwise, but he wouldn't listen. And what about the silver-haired mysterious figure? Lu Qingxian inquired. The minister pulled up a computer-generated image. A silver-haired youth with a cold gaze, looking like a ruler descending under the background light. Lu Qingxian felt a strange sense of pressure, as if it heralded the birth of something new. Let's go see those two mermen, Lu Qingxian said, his eyes filled with killing intent. Oh right, there's more. After coming to terms with his newly acquired powers, Xiaoming pulled out a pile of items. Sulu glanced over. It was a heap of core crystals half a meter high. So many? Sulu's eyes lit up. With this many core crystals, wouldn't he be able to draw multiple times in one go? Sulu immediately reached out his hand. Absorb summoning energy. Gain an extra draw. Absorb summoning energy. Gain an extra draw. Sulu watched as the extra draw chances in the system skyrocketed, eventually stopping at the terrifying number of 346. Sulu had never done more than 300 draws in one go before. He stared at the softly glowing crystal core in his hand, feeling both excited and anxious. The summoning energy contained within these crystals was enough to break his previous record in one fell swoop. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Sulu glanced around and realized he was still at his home in Jinshin Town. If he started summoning on such a large scale here, he might end up filling his house to the brim. Gently stroking the now energy-drained blank crystal core, Sulu turned to Muto and asked, "How many Gigantamax crystals can you make from these blank ones?" Muto didn't respond with words, but extended its hand instead. In an instant, the dull crystals floated up, compressing and merging in midair until they transformed into shimmering platinum Gigantamax crystals. 67 in total, Muto said calmly. Sulu nodded, calculating in his head. With the 21 I had before, that makes 88 Gigantamax crystals. That should be enough to Gigantamax all my Pokémon at once, though I'm not sure if I can handle it. After dealing with all the crystals, Sulu's gaze fell on the blue glowing orb in front of him. He carefully picked it up, and immediately, the environment around him seemed to change. His body felt weightless, as if he were underwater, accompanied by strange murmurs echoing in his ears. Simulated ocean environment, mental interference, and some ocean rules. Sulu pondered. I'll call it the ocean pearl. He put down the ocean pearl and, after a moment of thought, called out, Muto, take me to Treasure Valley. Today, I'm going for a big summoning spree. Teleportation is incredibly convenient. With Muto's recent transformation, what used to take 2 or 3 teleports can now be achieved in a single leap, transporting Sulu directly to the Pokemon Valley. Curious, Sulu asked, Muto, can you now perform Mega Evolution on your own? He was secretly thrilled. If Muto could Mega Evolve independently, it would free up an additional Mega Evolution slot for him. Coupled with Rayquaza and Greninja, plus one more he could control, that would be 4 Mega Evolved Pokemon. The thought made Sulu quite excited. Muto nodded, its psychic energy shimmering. My power is now sufficient for Mega Evolution. However, having your assistance makes it easier. Sulu sighed with admiration. Everyone is nearing their theoretical limits. He then used his telepathic abilities to inform the Pokemon that they would be welcoming many new companions today. The news spread quickly, and Pokemon everywhere sprang into action. Shaman happily left its farming chores, while the Diglets shook off the dirt, eager to make a good first impression on the newcomers. Raikou, despite wanting to continue watching its shows, reluctantly got up, remembering the tasks Sulu had assigned. As the Pokemon gathered, Sulu rubbed his hands together and took out a fragment of a wishing star to start a draw. As the light coalesced, he suddenly felt a wave of heat, and rainbow flames ignited around him. A majestic cry echoed through the forbidden skyland as Ho-Oh gracefully descended. Through telepathy, Ho-Oh said, I have a feeling you're thinking something mischievous. Sulu felt a pang of guilt. Had his photogenic chicken idea been discovered? But Ho-Oh continued, you are a person of integrity, deserving to be my trainer. Ho-Oh spread its wings and flew toward the life bramble flower, intending to make it its perch. However, as it landed gracefully, it was suddenly pricked by hidden thorns. Ho-Oh, barely containing its irritation, incinerated the thorns with its rainbow flames. Thorns, Sulu's voice came a beat too late, echoing slowly. Ho-Oh squinted its eyes, which were surrounded by dark circles. It suspected that Sulu had stepped on it deliberately but lacked concrete evidence. However, since it had already happened, Ho-Oh decided not to dwell on it. The life flame within it began to spread, fueling the life thorn flower, which usually required special materials. Now, it seemed to have found an inexhaustible energy source. With a massive infusion of life energy, the previously stagnant lifethorn flower began to grow wildly again. Soon, it expanded from covering half of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone to the entire area, with its roots extending tens of kilometers beyond the boundaries. This operation clearly consumed a lot of Hua's energy, and it stopped, looking slightly fatigued. Sulu, concerned, asked through his telepathic connection, "Are you okay?" Ho calmly replied, "No problem. The organisms and plants that benefit from this will return life energy to me." Sulu pondered for a moment before checking Hua's attribute panel. Besides the basic information, he noticed that Ho had the ability to resurrect the dead. This discovery excited Sulu, and he couldn't help but ask, "Can you really bring creatures back to life?" Ho explained that resurrection consumed a significant amount of energy, with stronger creatures requiring more. It subtly advised Sulu not to risk his life lightly. Sulu quickly promised he would never do something so foolish, and asked if the other Ho feather he possessed also had resurrection effects. Ho nodded, indicating that as long as the feather ignited the life flame in advance, it should be able to resurrect, provided the body wasn't too damaged. As for granting happiness, Ho half-jokingly said it could make people foolish, then corrected itself, saying it could make people more cheerful and positive. Hearing this, Sulu couldn't help but think of a certain dimwit, and quickly pleaded with Ho not to use this strange ability on him. Seeing his reaction, Ho gave a smart choice expression. After confirming these details, Sulu pondered Hua's strength. Though he had some doubts, he didn't plan to make Ho act lightly, as he already had powerful allies like Muto and Rayquaza. Ho seemed to sense Sulu's thoughts and tilted its head, asking, "Are you thinking something bad?" Sulu quickly denied, "No, absolutely not." Seeing that Sulu was fine, the main trunk of the life-thorn flower under Ho grew into a tower-like structure. Ho lazily said, "I'm tired. I'll go rest now." With that, the thorns closed like a door. Watching this, Sulu couldn't help but mutter, "Is this a grass type or fire-flying type?" So concerned with appearances, even refusing to let other Pokémon see it sleep. Just then, Suicune and Raikou leaped in front of Hua's treehouse. Suicune remained elegant, while Raikou's belly had noticeably rounded. Seeing this, Sulu helplessly covered his forehead, deciding to intensify Raikou's training. Suicune and Raikou called out in unison, "Master!" Though they weren't sure if this Ho had resurrected them, their life energy indeed came from Hua's life flame. Therefore, they were willing to pledge their loyalty to Ho once more, as all Ho represent life and are worthy of their allegiance. And isn't Ho under Sulu's command now? The wooden door of Hua's cabin slowly opened, revealing a head with heavy dark circles. Sulu couldn't help but think of an exhausted employee after a week of overtime. Ho lazily scanned the surroundings, then suddenly focused its gaze. "Oh, I sense traces of the life flame within you. Although it wasn't my doing, if you were willing to follow me, I wouldn't mind." Suicune and Raikou trembled at these words, then eagerly agreed. Suicune couldn't wait to ask, "Lord Ho, what are your orders?" "Don't disturb my sleep," Ho replied, retreating into the cabin as the door instantly sealed shut. Raikou and Suicune exchanged puzzled looks, thinking to themselves, "This is definitely not the same Ho that saved us back then." Moments later, the sound of snoring came from within the thorny cabin, leaving Sulu both amused and exasperated. Even a legendary Pokémon needs sleep? Perhaps expanding the life thorns consumed too much of its energy. He speculated that this Ho seemed somewhat different. Shaking his head, Sulu turned his attention to the other two legendary Pokémon. Soon, a striking bird with a purple tail caught his eye. Articuno? Why is it purple? Sulu wondered as he opened the attribute panel, only to be astonished to find that this Articuno possessed flying, ice, and psychic types. Could it be a hybrid between a regular Articuno and a Galarian Articuno? The sight of the purple Articuno left Sulu a bit bewildered. Frowning, Sulu stared intently at the unusual colored Articuno before him, his mind swarming with questions. Typically, a Pokémon can only possess up to 2 types, but this Articuno seemed to exude the aura of 3 different types. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the ice and psychic types flickered intermittently, as if they could vanish at any moment. Could its bloodline be unstable? Sulu speculated. He attempted to communicate with Articuno, but it was equally clueless about its own changes. With no other options, Sulu sought help from Muto. After a moment of contemplation, Muto explained, "There are indeed 2 intertwined energies within it, likely due to its recent birth. As it grows, one of these types might gradually fade away. Isn't there a way to retain all 3 types?" Sulu asked, unwilling to give up. 3 types would be too unstable and harmful to Articuno's body. Muto shook its head. Sulu sighed, his gaze inadvertently falling on a Psyduck that was curiously looking around. An idea struck him. "Muto, is it possible to cultivate Articuno's psychic type as a latent ability, similar to Psyduck?" Muto's eyes lit up. "It might be feasible. We could compress the psychic energy into a seed and embed it within Articuno." With Articuno's nod of agreement, Muto began to use its psychic powers to quickly compress the psychic energy into a seed. Meanwhile, Sulu's attention shifted to another Pokemon apprentice bear, sparring with a Riolu. Watching the friendly spar between the two Pokemon, Sulu pondered. Riolu possessed the power of aura, while the bear apprentice had fighting skills and breathing techniques. Although he wasn't skilled in fighting himself, having Chansey and Life Thorns around might make their mutual training more effective than his own guidance. Soon after, Sulu noticed a group of Gible and a Bagon. His eyes lit up. Dragon-type skills could be taught by Rayquaza. Once they evolved into Garchomp, they'd become a formidable dragon army. Just as Sulu was envisioning the future, a scream pierced the air. It turned out the Gible had accidentally hit an Empoleon, just summoned with their Draco Meteor practice. Watching the Pokemon coexist and help each other, Sulu nodded in satisfaction. Everyone seemed to get along well. With the older Pokemon setting an example, Sulu found managing them much easier. Afterward, Sulu tidied up the miscellaneous items that had been summoned. Although Sulu hoped for another surprise, he only found a flame treasure and an ice treasure. It seemed that his luck had run out after drawing the ice pillar slate last time, and he would need time to accumulate more. He turned to Deju, skillfully extracting a thunder treasure from Lei Gong's thick fur, leaving Lei Gong looking bewildered. Combining the three treasures, a strange current surged momentarily before stopping abruptly. Disappointed, Sulu decided to seek confirmation from Lugia at a later time. He returned the ice treasure to Articuno and settled in his new members, Riolu and Cubchoo. In the dead of night, the two little ones grew restless. They sneaked out quietly but were soon detected and followed by Frogadier. The three Pokemon slipped into an alley, with the dog taking the lead in the battle. It taunted arrogantly, "You all are trash," and soon after, a series of cries echoed through the alley. The citizens of Pallet Town seemed to hear the beast's cries in their dreams. One region after another has suffered from the havoc wreaked by Guzzi and Xiongzi. As dusk settled, two young Pokemon darted through the woods on the outskirts of the city. Despite a few scratches on their bodies, Guzzi and Xiongzi wore excited expressions. They had just finished an exhilarating battle, significantly improving their strength. Squatting on a tree branch, Frogadier tilted its head and asked, "Froak, why do you always have to fight? Wouldn't it be better to follow the boss's training plan?" Guzzi and Xiongzi exchanged glances. Xiongzi grinned and said, "Rar, because we are fighters." Frogadier shook its head in exasperation and pulled out 2 bottles of healing potion from its scarf, tossing them to Guzzi and Xiongzi. They gratefully accepted and quickly applied the medicine to their wounds. Frogadier silently calculated that they would need to stock up on another 20 bottles. "Froak, fight for the boss's honor," Frogadier shouted, and the 3 Pokemon disappeared into the night. The next morning, several Beast Tamers in the city discovered their Pokemon covered in bruises. Although the injuries were not severe, the sheer number of them caused quite a stir. The Pokemon whispered among themselves. "Firefly, did you get beaten up today? Walking Bear says it doesn't dare to go out. I held out for half an hour." Fat Mouse complained indignantly. "Let's get help. I know a champion-level saber-toothed porcupine. Don't even mention it. When my little brother was getting beaten up, I tried to intervene and almost got my throat slashed by a water knife." Meanwhile, Sulu leisurely opened his window, enjoying the beautiful morning. Suddenly, the phone rang, shattering the tranquility. Xiaomuyue's urgent voice came through. "Sulu, have you been exposed?" "What do you mean?" Sulu asked, puzzled. "The Alliance leader wants to see you." "Sulu?" "The Alliance leader, the strongest in the Beast Taming Alliance. It's said that every Alliance leader possesses power far beyond that of a champion." Sulu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. How had his identity been exposed so easily? While it might not cause much trouble in human society at most, people might ask for his autograph when he went out to buy groceries. There were other races in this world. Yin City had just suffered an unexpected attack, with a space-time rift appearing out of nowhere. Who knew if something similar might happen in Jinshin City? If so, he wouldn't have any peace, having to fend off intruders every day. It was truly exhausting. Sulu carefully recalled the events and ruled out Xiaomuyue and Lord Hu as possible sources of the leak. They had no reason to and wouldn't expose him. Suddenly, he thought of a ridiculous reason Muto's appearance was modeled after his own. If anyone saw Muto's true form, they could easily mistake it for him. Could this really be the reason? Actually, Muto's true form hadn't been fully exposed. After the Yin City incident, all witnesses were gathered, and the reconstruction of its appearance was done in secret. However, Muto's attire was somewhat familiar to some. Researchers at the Pokemon lab immediately guessed that the silver-haired mystery person was Dr. Muto. They were both ecstatic and curious, never expecting Dr. Muto to be an Alliance leader-level beast tamer, nor knowing where Sulu had found such a powerful ally. Xiaomuyue instantly recognized that it was Dr. Muto under Sulu's command, but she only knew that Sulu had a Quasagode-level combatant. She had no idea that Muto was actually Sulu's beast. In the newly established Beast Taming Alliance Center in Jinshin City, Sulu met the amiable Alliance leader Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian appraised the composed Sulu, a look of appreciation flashing in his eyes. It wasn't a secret that he was the alliance leader. He mainly managed the alliance now. The other two alliance leaders were younger and still focused on enhancing their strength. The room contained only Sulu and Lu Qingxian. Seeing the elder's kind gaze fixed on him without a word, Sulu felt a bit awkward and broke the silence. Hello, alliance leader. Although his own subordinates were now stronger than Lu Qingxian, Sulu still respected him as an elder who had protected Huagua for many years. Lu Qingxian got straight to the point. I read your research report. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. However, you should know the purpose of my visit, right? Could you introduce me to that alliance leader? He stroked his beard, showing goodwill. That alliance leader revealed your appearance, so he must want me to contact you first. If he has any taboos or requests, feel free to mention them. The Beast Taming Alliance will do its best to accommodate. Sulu felt relieved after hearing this. It seemed that Muto was the cause of this trouble. Lu Qingxian clearly didn't know much, and his visit was likely an attempt to recruit the newly emerged alliance leader. Sulu mentally questioned Muto. Why didn't you tell me you were exposed? Muto replied through telepathy. I transmitted all the images to you. You just didn't notice? After a brief contemplation, Sulu decided to let Muto meet with Lu Qingxian. The fact that Muto was his beast was still a secret that no one knew. So, in Lu Qingxuan's eyes, Qiaoming is considered a person, which opens up some possibilities for maneuvering. As Lu Qingxian was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in the room out of thin air. His pupils contracted as a sense of vigilance surged within him. The entire Jinshin city was enveloped by his abyssal ground, making it impossible for anything to escape detection. This sudden appearance made him question whether his abilities had failed. Or perhaps, the other party's perception was far superior, completely shielding themselves from his senses. Leader Lu, good day. The newcomer spoke in a calm voice. Lu Qingxian scrutinized the Qiaoming before him but couldn't sense any beast aura. This made him even more cautious, speculating whether the other had integrated the beast into the environment or themselves. Even with just this brief encounter, he clearly realized that the Qiaoming doctor before him was terrifyingly powerful, like a black hole devouring everything, rendering all his probes ineffective. Sulu quietly exited the room, leaving the two alone. Lu Qingxian was puzzled. Since he was looking for Qiaoming, why did Sulu get involved? He decided to use this as a breakthrough point. I'm curious about the relationship between Dr. Qiaoming and Sulu, Lu Qingxian asked, tentatively. He guessed that the two were closely related. Otherwise, Qiaoming wouldn't have used Sulu's face as an introduction. This move might also be intended to support Sulu. Family, Qiaoming answered briefly but firmly. Lu Qingxian was taken aback. He had not expected that the mysterious leader would be Sulu's family member. Before he could ask further, Qiaoming added, I'm Sulu's cousin. I usually prefer to stay in the lab doing research. If you need anything, you can contact Sulu. He can always reach me. Lu Qingxian was utterly shocked. Such a powerful Qiaoming doctor turned out to be Sulu's cousin. Muto's power is undeniably formidable. Just having a god-level combatant is enough for Lu Qingxian to offer substantial benefits to win it over. Lu Qingxian stroked his beard, his gaze deep. As a senior member of the Beast Tamer Alliance, he was acutely aware of the lurking threats on Earth. Ferocious beasts ran rampant, and alien races eyed them greedily. Every god-level warrior was a rare asset. His visit to Dr. Muto was prompted by the recent death of Governor Lynn, creating an urgent need for a strong leader. Lynn province can be yours, Lu Qingxian said straightforwardly. I hope you will take up the position of governor and oversee the region. Muto remained silent for a moment, engaging in a brief telepathic exchange with Sulu. Then, it nodded coldly and said, very well. Before the words had fully left its mouth, its figure vanished from Lu Qingxuan's sight. Lu Qingxian left Viridian City deep in thought and initiated a group call. The old dean and others inquired about the outcome. Lu Qingxian candidly acknowledged Muto's unfathomable strength and suggested that they observe for a while longer. Sulu, sensing Lu Qingxuan's departure, breathed a sigh of relief. He explained to Muto the rationale behind accepting the governorship. It would allow them to control the situation and acquire resources. Muto understood but expressed doubts about defending the city. Sulu reassured it with a smile. Don't worry, with the summoning stone in hand, everything will be manageable. Half a day later, the news of Muto's appointment as governor of Lynn province spread. The residents were elated, hoping that under the protection of this alliance-level powerhouse, the southeastern region would once again flourish. However, public information about Muto remained sparse. Su Qiaoming, Sulu's cousin, was the head of the Pokémon laboratory, manager of the Pokémon company, and a beast tamer with a Metagross. Then, despite the relentless efforts of online hackers and real-world paparazzi, that's all the information they could uncover. Su Qiaoming's mysterious identity has sparked widespread discussion on the internet. His age is unknown, His appearance is a mystery, and the only confirmed fact is that he is about to become a governor. Lu Qingxian personally handled Kaming's identity papers, setting him up as Sulu's cousin. This news landed like a bombshell, thrusting Sulu back into the spotlight. There are only 36 governors in the entire country, and the fact that Sulu's cousin could join their ranks is undoubtedly enviable. Netizens frantically searched for information about Sulu and discovered that he not only has close ties with 2 city lords, but also holds a 100 stake in the Bauka Group. This means even the governors work for Sulu. The revelation caused an uproar, flooding the internet with envy and jealousy. I beat up my cousin for 2 hours, and he still won't admit he can be a governor. Sulu must be the real chosen one. I'm so jealous I'm falling apart. Separating into components. Factoring. People marveled at Sulu's winning status in life and yearned for a cousin who could become a governor. However, amid this clamor, Lu Qingxian and others focused their attention on the mysterious metallic creature. Despite its seemingly low strength and large size, it was clearly not the beast Xiaoming used to save Yen City. This only deepened the intrigue. What is Kaming's real trump card? Lu Qingxian pondered this privately, but knew it was not the time to inquire recklessly. Kaming's ace in the hole remains unrevealed, and Lu Qingxian wouldn't be foolish enough to probe into it. The Beast Alliance of Yanqing quickly made preparations upon receiving the news. Although Songhu's funeral was grand, the people of Yanqing were on edge. The governor's mansion was swiftly rebuilt, but Muto was nowhere to be seen. Worse still, they had no way to contact Muto. Without a governor to oversee the city, any crisis beyond the capabilities of the Heavenly Kings could have dire consequences. At that moment, Sulu put down the phone, a slight smile on his lips. Cousin, someone asked me to inform you that you've been appointed to Yanqing. He used his superpower to relay the message to Muto. Muto, who was shaking a test tube in the lab, shuddered at the word cousin. It was momentarily speechless, recalling the identity it had casually fabricated earlier. It hadn't expected Sulu to take it seriously. Muto felt a wave of discomfort wash over it. Seeing Muto's awkwardness, Sulu laughed. Alright, I'm just teasing you. He'll reply to them and inform Xiaomuyue. You should still settle in Pallet Town. The news spread quickly. Xiaomuyue was overjoyed. Although she knew Muto had a close relationship with Sulu, Muto staying in Pallet Town as the governor was highly significant. It would inevitably attract a large number of Beast Tamers. Yanqing, on the other hand, was left in shock. A main city without a governor, could it still be called a main city? Sulu then issued a statement requiring cities under Lynn province to report directly to him in case of large space-time rifts or boss-level fierce beasts. To outsiders, Sulu seemed like a mere messenger. The Beast Alliance inquired whether a new governor's mansion should be built in Pallet Town, but Sulu politely declined. Over the past few days, Sulu had personally experienced the hassle of these trivial matters. However, thinking of the summoning stones he was about to receive, he felt it was all worth it. Based on estimates, with the frequency of useless or expired spacetime rifts in Lynn province, he could gain an additional 200 summoning stone draws each month. He could also freely use blank crystal cores. Sulu's Gigantamax cloak was already adorned with 777 sparkling Gigantamax crystals, enough to support over 2,000 Gigantamax transformations for Pokémon. As for Dynamax, Sulu had yet to try it. It required a suitable Pokémon, much like Mega Evolution, which only certain Pokémon could achieve. If a Caterpie were to evolve into a Butterfree, perhaps with its control over Gigantamax, it could achieve Dynamax. The summoning stones were still being allocated, and this month's batch would take more than half a month to arrive. Besides that, Sulu also selected some resources useful for his own Pokémon. Since he enjoyed the benefits, Sulu naturally had to fulfill the duties of a governor. Fortunately, after the recent counterattack, the alien races and fierce beasts were exhausted and hadn't caused any major trouble. Boss-level fierce beasts and large space-time rifts were also rare, and Muto had yet to take action. However, people were eager to see divine-level combat power in action. Just like Lu Qingxian holding down the fort at headquarters, the Dragon Institute's dean running the academy, and Commander Ling Shui managing the frontier, Muto was expected to make a significant move. But after a long wait, Muto remained inactive, leaving people puzzled. Lu Qingxian gazed at Pallet Town from afar, certain that Muto was in one of those laboratories. Could it be true that Muto only liked staying in the lab? Sulu's achievements likely involved Muto's participation. Could it be that Muto intended to remain idle? Shaking his head, Lu Qingxian departed on the Abyssal Land. The Abyssal Land was an invisible terrain, and wherever it extended was its domain, granting Lu Qingxian absolute control within this area. Lu Qingxian had delayed his departure because he sensed massive life roots in Pallet Town, with their ends just below the Pokémon Company building. He knew these roots were related to Muto, brimming with life force like the radiant sun, not derived from blood sacrifices. Tracing the roots back, he found their source in the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Deciding not to inquire further, Lu Qingxian thought it made sense Muto and the dragon god weren't far apart, so it was normal for them to have some interaction. This was actually a good thing. The elusive dragon god was hard to contact, but perhaps Muto could serve as a bridge. This way, Huagua would gain another divine-level combat power they could reach out to. Lu Qingxian began meticulously inspecting Lynn province and its surrounding areas. The sudden appearances of Rayquaza and Muto, coupled with repeated fierce beast invasions and twice having space-time rifts manifest in the city, struck him as unusual. Since the invention of the space-time rift suppressor over 50 years ago, it had been rare to see rifts in cities. These recent events were indeed abnormal. Moreover, the information extracted from the two fishmen earlier prompted Lu Qingxian to conduct a thorough investigation. If nothing else, the problem likely lay underground. Old Lu finally left? What's so interesting about Pallet Town? Sulu grumbled after receiving a message from Muto. No sooner had Sulu spoken than Muto's voice echoed in his mind. Old Lu hasn't gone far, he's just hiding nearby. Given his cautious nature, this reaction is quite normal. Sulu nodded, acknowledging that it made sense for the other side to be on guard. When the topic shifted to the life thorns, Muto's tone held a hint of admiration. Since Ho-Oh appeared, its spread has been astonishing. The vitality of the entire Tianyun Forbidden Zone is increasing rapidly. Sulu closed his eyes and sensed it indeed. Even the life force around Pallet Town had grown stronger. This change brought unexpected joy to Sulu. Signs of a breakthrough in his move were evident. The rise in natural energy around him brought him a step closer to mastering this move. Excitement flashed in Sulu's eyes as he began to plan how to use the life thorns to reinforce the underground tunnel network. Just as Sulu was immersed in his plans, Shaman's disgruntled voice broke in. I don't want to dig tunnels. Sulu laughed. Come on, I'll make you some ice cream when you get back. Shaman's eyes sparkled with stars, but then it pouted, humph. I'm going to eat all of his ice cream. Meanwhile, deep underground, Lu Qingxian was astonished to discover that the scale of the life roots was far beyond his imagination. He dared not approach rashly but felt a rising sense of admiration. Muto's research on the technology of powerful nations, the suppression of the Forbidden Zone by the unknown dragon. Could they be veterans from the Beast War era? Lu Qingxian shook his head and continued forward, following the map. As he delved deeper, the air grew increasingly hot. 30,000 meters. He was nearing the asthenosphere. Lu Qingxian sensed the presence of the extreme rock sandworm through the abyssal earth, knowing his destination was close. Suddenly, the abyssal earth he was controlling touched something. It was a void. A massive cavern 30,000 meters underground? What an astonishing discovery! Lu Qingxian held his breath, focusing his gaze through layers of rock to the incredible underground space. What shocked him even more were the numerous time-space rifts flickering within the cavern, like shattered mirrors constantly appearing and disappearing. Suddenly, a colossal creature stirred from its slumber. It resembled a giant earth dragon, with a sphere atop its head that looked like a black hole. Sensing Lu Qingxian's presence, it swiftly moved its 100-meter-long body, burrowing deeper into the earth. Don't run! Lu Qingxian shouted angrily, chasing after it. He was convinced that the spatial rift disturbances in Lynn province were connected to this bizarre creature. However, despite its massive size, it moved with incredible speed, forcing Lu Qingxian to harness the power of the abyssal earth to keep up. Even more astonishing was the fact that the creature left no trace as it passed. Considering the black hole-like organ on its head, Lu Qingxian speculated that it likely possessed rare spatial abilities. As the pursuit continued downward, the surrounding rocks gradually turned red. Ahead lay the scalding magma zone, a place even Lu Qingxian dared not enter recklessly. The area could harbor more ferocious underground creatures, and disturbing them could lead to disastrous consequences. Lu Qingxian halted, taking a few deep breaths to calm himself. He analyzed. If this creature were entirely controlled by the extraterrestrials, they would have directly manipulated it to leave. It seems this is a fierce beast not yet fully under their control. He couldn't help but sigh. Spatial rifts are indeed a major threat. If only we had a space-type divine beast. Unfortunately, humanity's era of beast taming is still too short. Lu Qingxian's mind flashed to the image of the dragon god, an existence capable of crushing ordinary divine-level beings. And beyond the divine level, perhaps there were even more powerful life forms. Half a day later, Sulu received an email from Lu Qingxian. Upon opening it, Sulu's expression turned serious as well. Mysterious beasts from another realm. These fearsome creatures, capable of affecting the spatial rifts of an entire region, had Sulu on high alert. With his brow furrowed, Sulu pondered his next move. At a depth of 30,000 meters underground, even Pokémon skilled in digging, like Steelix, would struggle to reach it. He decided to wait and see, planning to act once the roots of the life bramble had delved deeper underground. As time passed, The tendrils of the life bramble uncovered intriguing discoveries during their subterranean exploration. Beast nests, mineral veins, ancient ruins. Sulu's eyes lit up. Once the bramble fully grew, its roots could even penetrate the magma layer. With Rayquaza in the sky and the bramble underground, the security network of Lynn province would be impregnable. With this in mind, Sulu decided to return to Bauka Valley to meet Hu. This time, he chose to experience the newly opened underground passage instead of using Muto's teleportation. He arrived at Psyduck's repair shop, following the clanging sounds into the workshop. The scene before him was astonishing. Psyduck was using telekinesis to manipulate a lump of metal, Magmar was melting it with high-temperature flames, and Farfetch'd was precisely cutting it with its leek. The three Pokémon worked in perfect harmony, as if crafting some magical machinery. Seeing Sulu, Psyduck excitedly handed him a delicate gear. Sulu examined it closely, noting strange symbols etched on it that resembled the patterns on foreign machinery. Psyduck explained that it had deciphered these symbols from the foreign device, with guidance from Muto. Suddenly, Sulu understood the symbols were clearly unknown forms. He patted Psyduck on the head approvingly. "Well done, Psyduck. This discovery is monumental." Psyduck shyly scratched its head, saying it merely conveyed its perceptions to Muto. Sulu was deep in thought. The power represented by the unknown might be useful in the Forbidden Land. He decided to thoroughly research this discovery in the future. At that moment, Steelix arrived with a rumble to pick him up. Sulu pulled out a cushion and placed it on Steelix's head, instructing, "Let's go, and let's check out the underground passage on the way." Steelix nodded, then set off with a thunderous rumble. After evolving, riding on Steelix seems much smoother. Sulu gently stroked Steelix's smooth scales, feeling its steady movement. As they traveled through the underground passage, the roots around them glowed with a faint light, like the fire of life welcoming its master back. This was Hua's handiwork, providing both illumination and surveillance. Voice control? No, this is life control, Sulu chuckled. The underground world was full of wonders. A group of Diglets carried boxes of berries toward the treasure company. Some little ones sneaked a few berries, and Sulu turned a blind eye. The forbidden area's berry yield had increased significantly, more than enough to go around. Maybe we should build an underground transport route? Sulu mused. The Diglets deserve a break. He navigated the complex network of tunnels, discovering many useless branches. I need Ho-Oh to clean this up. Above ground, Ho-Oh sensed Sulu's return and hastily hid a few colorful bottles. From a distance, Sulu saw flickering lights in the nest and thought, "Is that silly bird roasting itself?" Kahua's voice sounded in his ear, a bit flustered. "Gotcha. You really can read minds." Sulu laughed. "But what's with the Ka?" "Nothing of the sort. We're like family." Ho-Oh hurriedly defended. Sulu didn't press further and instead asked if it could accelerate the growth of the life roots. Reluctantly, Ho-Oh flapped its wings and flew over, carrying a pleasant fragrance. "Speeding up is possible, but it requires more life energy," Ho-Oh said seriously. "Underground growth also needs the life community to give back, or it will just be a waste." Sulu pondered. "Life energy is easy. I can get some treasures from Lu Qingxian. As for giving back, we can establish an underground ecosystem." Ho-Oh secretly grumbled. "I'm supposed to be a life energy emissary, not an underground laborer. What about Shaman and the others? Let the roots grow freely below 3,000 meters. Also, you need to draw a map of the underground roots." Ho-Oh was speechless. "I'm a legendary Pokémon, not a surveyor." "Now you are." Sulu laughed, giving a thumbs up. Ho-Oh had no choice but to make a request. "I want to go out and fly occasionally." "Sure," Sulu readily agreed. It was already a lot for a proud legendary Pokémon to endure until now without asking. Hua's gaze softened. It truly wanted to spread life energy and receive more feedback. More importantly, as a photographer bird, it couldn't stay idle for long. "By the way, do you have any more of that delicious juice from the last welcome party?" Ho-Oh suddenly asked. "Juice?" Sulu was puzzled for a moment, then realized, "You mean the berry wine?" Seeing Hua's guilty expression, Sulu couldn't help but laugh. "Take me to your nest." After explaining the dangers of excessive drinking to Ho-Oh, Sulu decisively confiscated 90% of the remaining berry wine from Hua's home. Sulu could sense that Rayquaza was getting closer. The aura of Rayquaza's return spread like ripples, stirring something in Sulu's heart. Previously, a meteor had passed by, prompting the majestic dragon to investigate. As Earth and the meteor moved in opposite directions, the distance naturally grew, causing a slight delay in Rayquaza's return. Sulu couldn't help but wonder what Rayquaza had discovered on this journey. He turned to Ho-Oh and suggested, "Shall we head to the Sky Pillar?" Although Ho-Oh had been awakened by Sulu, its memory was blank, retaining only its instincts. It hadn't seen Rayquaza in person but had heard many tales from other Pokémon in the valley. Without having faced Muto directly, most Pokémon believed Rayquaza to be the strongest. Despite Rayquaza's cold demeanor and lack of words, it managed to communicate sporadically with Psyduck, Shaman, and Muto. Ho-Oh was curious about this powerful fellow flying type and thought it might be good to have an ally for future travels. It nodded in agreement, and Sulu immediately leaped onto Hua's back. Hua's warm feathers and the life flame provided a comfortable experience, making the flight as smooth as walking on solid ground. If it weren't for Hua's flashy appearance and strong life aura, along with its constant desire to wander, Sulu would have preferred to ride Ho-Oh all the time. Feeling the contentment of the person on its back, Ho-Oh showed a disdainful expression and subtly increased its body temperature. Whoa, why is it so hot? Sulu exclaimed. Ho-Oh smirked, considering it a small revenge for Sulu's tree planting, drawing, and confiscating its fruit wine. Ho-Oh, is your fire leaking? Looks like you need more rest at home until you fully master the life flame. Sulu said sternly. Ho-Oh felt it had shot itself in the foot. A rainbow landed on the top of the sky pillar. Part of the pillar had been gnawed away, and the larvatars were happily munching, their levitatability gradually manifesting. One of the larvatars lying on the ground greeted Sulu. It's about to evolve, Ho-Oh judged through its life energy. Is larvatar evolving? Sulu said excitedly, great. Once you evolve, we can go out and fight. Larvitar nodded earnestly, doing push-up-like movements. Sulu casually released all the Gibbles, who were finally going to meet their Dragon-type mentor. Meanwhile, a green meteor was hurtling towards Earth from space, leaving a long trail of energy behind. This alarming phenomenon was quickly detected by satellites around the world. The green meteor's speed was astounding, following an eerie path straight towards Earth, raising global alert. As the green meteor approached Earth, it arced, seemingly identifying its target, and headed straight for China. Lu Qingxian, upon receiving the news, breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like the Dragon God is back. No need for the Dragon Institute to mobilize. During the previous Yinqing incident, it was Muto who appeared, not the Dragon God. Lu Qingxian speculated that the Dragon God might have been occupied. Unexpectedly, Rayquaza had ventured into outer space and could fly freely there. This meant that if a Beast Tamer wished, they could ride Rayquaza and descend to any corner of the world from space. Lu Qingxian wore an amused expression, wondering if the old folks at the Dragon Institute would still dare to seek advice. The Dragon Institute focused on training Dragon-type Beast Tamers, and now that the title of Dragon God had been claimed by an unknown Beast Tamer, some were naturally discontent. But Rayquaza's strength was undeniable, and no one dared to object. Many had the idea of recruiting the Dragon God's envoy into the Dragon Institute, and many of the adventurers who explored the Tianyun Forbidden Land were students from the Dragon Institute. The head of the Dragon Institute had even planned to visit for an exchange. Rayquaza's friction with the atmosphere gradually slowed it down. On Earth, as long as it didn't actively tear through the air, its flying speed was limited. Following Sulu's instructions, Rayquaza had never done so on Earth. A green streak of light flashed across the sky, like a beam piercing through the heavens, landing on the top of the sky pillar. Even residents of Pallet Town witnessed the spectacle. The Dragon God is here. The Dragon God seems to have returned from the sky. The trajectory was so high it was out of sight. Could it have come from space? The speed was terrifying. The green light appeared out of nowhere. With Governor Muto in the Dragon God's protection, the Southeast will surely prosper. Anyone up for a group to take on the Dragon God's trial? Get lost. You're trying to get people killed. Without the Governor's strength, you'd just become an ice cube. I really want to see the Dragon God with my own eyes. The Dragon God cult is recruiting. Didn't I tell you to make a quieter entrance? Sulu thought helplessly. Roar couldn't stop in time, Rayquaza replied. What a runaway situation. Sulu was at a loss for words. Rayquaza affectionately nuzzled Sulu, its warm breath washing over him. Suddenly, Hua's warning rang in his ears. Sulu, watch out for the radiation. Sulu was startled, but quickly used his psychic and aura powers to shield against the radiation. Rayquaza seemed unfazed, and with each breath, the surrounding radiation gradually dissipated. The dragon curiously eyed Ho-Oh. The rainbow-colored flames flickering around its body were indeed mesmerizing. Rayquaza tilted its head in thought. If it were a meteorite, it would probably taste delicious, right? Ho-Oh shivered, sensing the hostile gaze but still stood tall, maintaining its regal demeanor. Ho-Oh secretly marveled at Rayquaza's strength, feeling its own flight energy pale in comparison. Despite this, Ho-Oh stubbornly maintained the rainbow behind it, refusing to lose in terms of presence. Rayquaza looked puzzled at the energy flow behind Ho-Oh, wondering if the big bird had a stomachache. Ho-Oh sensed even stronger malice and cursed internally, definitely not a good dragon. Sulu carefully examined Rayquaza, noticing it had grown to nearly 100 meters, with its symbols glowing brightly. Excitedly, he asked, Rayquaza, Is your emperor organ taking shape? Rayquaza nodded in confirmation and spat out a meteorite for research. Can you mega evolve now? Sulu asked excitedly. Rayquaza looked puzzled, clearly having never tried. Sulu decided to give it a shot, taking out the keystone ring and shouting, Rayquaza, mega evolve. Under Hua's stunned gaze, Rayquaza's body erupted in a dazzling beam of light. Sulu felt an unprecedented soul-crushing pressure, as if the entire sky was bearing down on him. He realized this pressure was meant to be shared by many, yet he bore it alone. Rayquaza completed its mega evolution. Its form drastically changed, exuding an overwhelming aura. The sky transformed instantly, filled with clouds and lightning. Just as Rayquaza was about to roar, it reverted to its original form, letting out a confused cry. Sulu explained, the issue lies with the Emperor organ. The energy isn't enough, but maintaining it for a second or two is impressive. Sulu introduced Ho-Oh to Rayquaza, hoping the two legendary creatures could get along. Ho-Oh nodded coolly, secretly asking Sulu if it could mega evolve. Sulu gently suggested it was unlikely but encouraged Ho-Oh to try other techniques. Finally, Sulu asked Rayquaza to help guide a group of adoring Gibble. Rayquaza looked baffled. Roar? Rayquaza looked confused. The Gibble were hopping around with their short legs, seemingly trying to reach Rayquaza. Rayquaza initially wanted to swat them away with its tail, but upon seeing Sulu's serious expression, it withdrew its tail and floated higher. No matter how high the Gibble jumped, they couldn't reach Rayquaza. From now on, I'll leave the training of these little dragon types to you, Sulu said earnestly. Knowing Rayquaza's solitary nature, he saw this as an opportunity for it to interact with other Pokémon. Rayquaza looked at the plump little Gibble with resignation, thinking, what good will it do to teach such weaklings? As if reading Rayquaza's mind, Sulu added, I'll be keeping an eye on you. You're my first Pokémon, and that makes you the big brother to the others. It's your responsibility to help them. With a sigh, Rayquaza nodded in agreement. Sulu had given a reason it couldn't refuse the responsibility of being the big brother. You go ahead and interact with them. I need to study this meteorite, Sulu said, patting Ho-Oh before riding away on its back. Left behind, Rayquaza and the Gibble stared at each other until they noticed a small, blue dinosaur-like Bagon among them. Rayquaza figured it might as well teach Bagon too, since it also had Dragon-type energy. Alright, if you're going to learn Dragon-type moves, start with my signature move, Draco Meteor. Rayquaza was about to demonstrate when Sulu's warning echoed in its mind. No using moves at home. Reluctantly, it changed its teaching method. Focus your Dragon-type energy together. I'll guide the energy for you, so you can get a feel for it. Just concentrate your energy as one because you're all too weak individually. Balls of light, the beginnings of Draco Meteor, began to rise into the sky. Rayquaza watched in puzzlement as they all flew in the same direction towards Pokemon Valley. Suddenly, one Draco Meteor veered off in a different direction. Rayquaza looked at the culprit. It was the Bagon. The Gibble turned to Bagon as if to ask, why aren't you following along? Bagon scratched its head, wondering if it had done something wrong. Meanwhile, in Pokemon Valley, a round Piplup shivered with a sudden sense of foreboding. Ho-Oh brought Sulu back to Pokemon Valley. Sulu asked Ho-Oh for its opinion on Rayquaza. A strong one, but I think I'm slightly stronger, Ho-Oh said, somewhat uncertainly. Sulu acknowledged. Definitely stronger. Ho-Oh quickly corrected itself with newfound confidence. Sulu thought wryly that if Ho-Oh could indeed revive infinitely, it might be just a bit stronger than Rayquaza. By the way, you should practice Burn Up and Brave Bird more, Sulu advised seriously. He was meticulous about the training of his Pokémon, as they were like his children. Ho-Oh suddenly remembered something. Boss Sulu, I can't learn those moves until level 90. How long will that take? Level 90? If you keep battling, about 3 months. You can spar with Rayquaza and Muto, Sulu replied. Ho-Oh? Imagining sparring with the experienced Rayquaza, the young Ho-Oh gulped. Wouldn't that just result in a lot of bruises? Ho-Oh quickly shook its head. No. I prefer to figure it out myself. Ho-Oh insisted on mastering the powerful move on its own, as it was crucial for leaving the beginner's village. It returned to the Valley of Pokemon and played with the other Pokemon for a while. Soon after, Sulu left with the meteorite brought back by Rayquaza. As soon as Sulu departed, a massive Caterpie, named Chonchon, sneakily emerged. This 5-meter-long Caterpie had completely overcome the natural fear of bird Pokemon. It had learned from Suicune that both Suicune and Raikou were enhanced by Ho-Oh, so it set its sights on getting a similar boost from Ho-Oh. At that moment, Ho-Oh was standing by a pond, intensely staring at a burning stick, trying to master the move Burn Up. Chonchon poked Ho-Oh with its tail, and soon the two Pokemon were chatting happily. Prompted by Chonchon, Ho-Oh began attempting to use itself as fuel, transforming its powerful life force into a genuine, high-temperature rainbow flame. Taking advantage of the situation, Chung Chung absorbed the immense life energy radiating from Ho-Oh, breaking through its size limits and continuing to grow. Meanwhile, in the pond, a golden Magikarp was blowing bubbles, contemplating whether it should evolve. Simultaneously, Sulu arrived at the laboratory with the meteorite. Metagross floated out to greet him, and Sulu casually inquired about the latest research. Entering the meteorite energy research area, Sulu carefully placed the meteorite with the purple crystal into the isolation chamber, then sought out Muto. Muto mentioned that it would take no more than 2 weeks to identify the energy Rayquaza needed from the meteorite, and it demonstrated some research findings. It picked up a green stone and channeled energy into it, explaining that it was a signal used by Rayquaza's species to communicate. Sulu was taken aback. What kind of advanced technology is this? He knew that Rayquaza had a species, given the existence of shiny Rayquaza, so it couldn't be the only one. However, he had never known that Rayquaza communicated in this way. No wonder some people in the Pokémon world can summon Rayquaza using strange crystals. It must be leveraging these kinds of waves, Sulu concluded. He nodded thoughtfully, picturing the majestic figure of Rayquaza in his mind. This discovery was undoubtedly astonishing and could potentially attract the entire Rayquaza clan in the Pokémon world. However, for Sulu, who possessed the power of super control, it didn't hold much significance. He turned and left the laboratory, deciding to take Ducklet and the others to the snack street for a break. Shaman and Bellissime followed him back, but the grass hedgehog chose to stay home and laze around. The people on the street had already donned thick coats, but Sulu, with his Gigantamax-trained robust physique, felt no cold at all. Suddenly, his phone rang. Sulu took it out and saw 2 messages from the Beast Alliance. The summoning stone had been successfully prepared ahead of schedule and would arrive tomorrow. A large number of elite-level beasts had appeared in K-City, requesting the governor to send people to clear them out. Sulu frowned slightly, contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, far away in the Pokémon Valley, Rayquaza suddenly looked around alertly, as if hearing a provocative noise. It glanced around and muttered to itself, "Could it be that Sulu has found another dragon behind my back?" Ding ding ding, Sulu's phone rang again. He checked it and saw 2 messages from the Beast Alliance. 1. The summoning stone had been successfully prepared ahead of schedule and would arrive tomorrow. 2. A large number of elite-level beasts had been spotted in K-City, requesting the governor to arrange for personnel to clear them out. Is it finally here? Sulu received a distress call from K-City. After careful examination, he discovered that 13 king-level beasts were roaming outside the city. While artillery could barely manage the situation, a prolonged blockade would inevitably lead to a citywide crisis. He decided to send Lei Gong to assist. Lei Gong, who was playing games at the power plant, received the order. Although somewhat reluctant, his innate protective instincts quickly kicked in. Using the underground tunnel network, Lei Gong reached the vicinity of K-City in just over 40 minutes. To conceal his identity, Lei Gong enveloped himself in electric sparks. He released storm clouds and began moving towards the beast's location. The city's residents were startled by the sudden thunderstorm, while the city lord, Liu Yanga, noticed the unusual movement of the clouds. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the storm clouds. The thunderous roar was heard throughout the entire city. Those massive thunderstorm clouds shouldn't hinder Governor Muto's team from eliminating the beasts, right? Liu Yangajeo furrowed his brows. He gazed at the rolling dark clouds in the sky, contemplating the city's predicament. Lifting the lockdown is crucial for K-City's economic recovery. However, a prolonged lockdown to fight the beasts is unsustainable. The daily consumption of resources for 1 million people is astronomical. Just as Liu Yangajeo was caught in this dilemma, a miracle occurred. Half an hour later, the thunderstorm dissipated on its own. Right then, his communicator vibrated. The problem is resolved. 16 king-level beasts have been eliminated. Please arrange for the disposal of the carcasses and send them to Jinshin City. Liu Yangajeo was stunned, staring at the message in disbelief. Those dark clouds were actually Governor Muto's doing? From the call for help to the resolution took less than 2 hours, an astonishing speed. To think, even driving from K-City to Jinshin City takes 4 to 5 hours. If support could always be this swift, the safety of Shulin province would be rock solid. Liu Yangajeo could already envision the province's thriving future. He immediately decided they must firmly align with Jinshin City. He needed to return today to discuss deeper cooperation. Meanwhile, Sulu was pleased with Liu Yangaogo's reply. This method indeed worked, though it needed refinement. He pondered that future deployments should include more Pokémon equipped with communicators, preferably sending a fully evolved pseudo-legendary or a Tier 2 legendary to oversee each operation. This would ensure safety and provide practical experience for the Pokémon. As Sulu planned for the future, Liu Yangaogo's message interrupted his thoughts. The message requested the relocation of Baoku Company or some factories to K-City. Sulu squinted, deep in thought. Sulu stroked his chin, thinking, with secure underground passages, Relocating some factories might be feasible. Sulu pondered for a moment. Indeed, Baoku Company's production was currently in surplus. Sulu gently tapped the table, frowning slightly. The power and water supply in Genshin City had far exceeded demand. He quickly made a decision and sent a message to Liu Yanga. The Baoku power plant could provide electricity to K-City, and energy cubes along with Baoku spring water would be available in specialty stores there. Liu Yanga's eyes lit up upon receiving the message. The power issue was resolved. In a world plagued by ferocious beasts, laying electrical grids across cities seemed like a pipe dream. As a small border town, K-City had been barely maintaining civilian electricity with electric fireflies, severely limiting industrial development. He immediately calmed down and began to inquire in detail. Who would maintain the power channels? What was the power limit? What about the cost? Sulu's answers relieved him greatly, and he secretly admired Sulu's prowess. Is this the power of the Alliance leader and his mythical beasts? Liu Yanga suddenly remembered the recent thunderstorm outside K-City. Could it be that the Baoku power plant's guardian beast was that powerful electric-type Pokémon? He excitedly speculated. Could the Alliance leader, Chao Meng, have two god-level beasts? He quickly shook his head, deciding it was best not to voice such speculations. Sulu explained that the power transmission would be conducted through cables embedded in the life thorn roots. K-City would purchase and transport the equipment, and Raikou would handle the assembly. Electric-type Pokémon would constantly monitor the line's safety, while Psyduck would provide technical support. However, the entire project would require over a week of preparation. Sulu immediately shared this good news with Raikou. Raikou, who had just returned to its cozy electric den and was about to go online, was thrilled upon hearing the news. Ever since absorbing the thunderclouds of Sky Dragon, its electricity reserves seemed inexhaustible. Supplying Genshin City was more than manageable, and even neighboring W City benefited greatly. A glint of excitement flashed in Reika's eyes. Generating power, making money, upgrading equipment, online shopping, its dream of becoming an energy tycoon was getting closer. However, before it could think further, Sulu sent another message. More cities were requesting electricity supply. Reiku's thoughts shifted slightly. 11 cities? Raikou lifted its head in shock, its eyes instinctively glancing at its own round belly. This might mean mandatory weight loss. It began to calculate. Currently, it only needed to recharge occasionally, and the regular electric-type Pokémon could handle the work. But if the power grid expanded, wouldn't it have to generate electricity every day? How could it slack off and have fun then? Raikou squinted its eyes, plotting a strategy. It needed to push Piku and Electabuzz to work harder. It decided to personally supervise them and teach them how to store and release more electricity. It had heard that electric beads could boost the power of electric-type Pokémon, and although each one cost 60,000, it would have to grit its teeth and buy a batch as rewards to ensure its leisurely lifestyle. 10 beads per Pokémon, totaling just over 20 million manageable. As Raikou was scheming, Sulu had already seen through its thoughts. He nodded in satisfaction and set a small goal for Raikou. He certainly wouldn't exploit the Pokémon, and even if there was a power shortage, it wouldn't matter, could just tell the other city lords that there was no electricity. However, the electric-type Pokémon had indeed become too lazy recently under Reika's leadership, so he seized this opportunity to apply some pressure. Sulu glanced at the power amplifiers in the system store, planning to exchange for a batch to help the electric-type Pokémon grow. Although these were essential for Electabuzz evolution, other Pokémon could benefit as well. By evening, Sulu, along with Bellissum and Oddish, visited his parents. Seeing the Pokémon safe and sound, the two elders were relieved. The next morning, Sulu received a pleasant surprise. 4 new Pokémon eggs had appeared in the Pokémon Valley. Sulu exclaimed, "Wow! The oldest Pokémon I've summoned is just over 3 months old, and there are already eggs." Upon receiving the news, Sulu hurried back to the Bauka Valley. Panting, Sulu arrived at the valley to find a Pokémon egg the size of a watermelon. Caterpie were curiously circling the egg, whose peculiar patterns sparked the imagination. Sulu instantly recognized it as the result of Pinsir and Heracross. "You sly dog, getting hitched before me." Sulu laughed, patting Pinsir on the back. Pinsir shyly lowered its head, while Heracross hid behind Pinsir, so excited that it accidentally pushed Pinsir forward. An idea struck Sulu. "Why don't we throw you a wedding?" The Pokémon immediately became excited. In a sea of flowers orchestrated by Bellissum, the 2 large beetles wore flower crowns and received everyone's blessings. Heracross once again pushed Pinsir, prompting other Pokémon to imitate. After the wedding, Sulu reminded the 2 beetles to take good care of the egg and to seek out Ho-Oh if they needed anything. As the valley's overseer, Ho-Oh commanded great respect. Muto, contemplating the new life, silently returned to its lab. Ho-Oh then blessed the egg, causing the flame of life to shine brightly. The valley was abuzz with joy, but Sulu had his sights set on the future. He approached Ho-Oh. "Is the route map ready? I'm gearing up to tame the wild beasts. Join me." Ho-Oh excitedly displayed a 3D route map, its rainbow flames flickering. Sulu carefully studied the voids on the map and selected a nearby target. Let's go, Ho. Sulu entered a cave, and though Ho-Oh hesitated, the pride of being chosen spurred it to follow. Led by Steelix, Sulu and Ho-Oh arrived at an underground wild beast lair. Inside the lair, a small time-space rift was slowly rotating. Is this a rift in space-time? Who, seeing a rift for the first time, looked on with curiosity. Who gently flapped its wings, its eyes shimmering with curiosity. Sulu nodded and explained. Yes, this place is home to a fierce beast known as the rock mole. We've temporarily kept this rift because it has a complete underground ecosystem that can be directly transplanted into the real world. Who nodded thoughtfully. Sulu continued, creating an underground ecosystem from scratch is too costly, and turning the rift into a forbidden zone might have hidden dangers. So, this is the best choice. Let's go inside. We've cleared most of the beasts outside, Sulu said, stepping into the rift first. The cave's interior was more spacious than expected, with pale blue moss emitting a gentle glow. Sulu turned to Hu. Can you sustain these things? Hu grumbled a bit. Let me reiterate. I'm the messenger of atmospheric circulation, not subterranean circulation. It walked gracefully over to the moss for a closer look. The underground is so inconvenient. I can't even fly. Despite the complaints, Hu observed carefully. It's doable. With some water, a breath of life-giving air will suffice. Sulu nodded at this. Then let's start the transplant. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous Pokémon poured into the rift, uprooting the moss and transporting it outside. Any encountered rock moles were quickly subdued and taken away. In other underground rifts, Sulu discovered rare plants like the Earth Valley Orchid and Watervale Rhizome, along with even more fierce beasts. He mused, no wonder the Beast Alliance is willing to develop these rifts. The resource value here is immense. With the help of Pokémon like Shaymin, the underground plants were gradually transplanted to the new space. Sulu nodded to Hu. Let's begin. Hua's expression became serious, and a gentle warm breeze began to flow through the underground space, gradually sweeping across the entire area. As the spring-like air reached different spots, the plants started to thrive. As the messenger of life, Hu only needed to occasionally blow warm currents to make the underground world flourish. As the plants grew, Hu felt a faint life feedback. Sulu explained. Once we tame the fierce beasts, the life feedback will be stronger. Their ferocity will gradually fade, and they can become companions or be raised. Suicune led the water-type Pokémon to channel water, causing clear underground streams to flow through several tunnels. The warm breeze blew, and the glowing underground crops swayed gently, painting a vivid picture of a thriving underground world. Later, Sulu took Hu to the place where the fierce beasts were confined. The one in charge of managing and imprisoning the beasts was Regice. The beasts, trapped in clusters of ice, had no chance of escape. Many ferocious beasts began to struggle. The Phoenix King held its head high, standing confidently in place. It believed that its majestic presence would force the beasts into submission. However, things didn't go as expected. Under the warm glow of the Phoenix King's life fire, the beasts felt unusually comfortable instead of fearful. Some even lazily dozed off, and a few bold ones tried to nuzzle up to the Phoenix King, only to be kicked away unceremoniously. The Phoenix King watched this scene awkwardly, thinking to itself, these beasts seem to be tamed yet not fully submissive. Nonetheless, as long as they can be controlled while active, the goal is somewhat achieved. Sulu observed everything, nodding thoughtfully. He understood that taming and educating were not the strengths of the Phoenix King or other Pokémon. An idea flashed through his mind. Summoning 3 Shiftry might awaken the intelligence of these beasts. This way, they could be sent to Pallet Town to enhance humans' beast taming abilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Sulu decided to let the Pokémon herd the beasts first. With the Pokémon's strength, this task would be a breeze. He carefully considered the breeding location. The Heavenly Cloud Forbidden Zone was too favorable, potentially turning ordinary beasts into hard-to-manage elites. Underground spaces, or areas carved out by Muto in the Fallen Zones were good options. With this in mind, Sulu's eyes lit up, and the beast breeding plan officially began. He even considered transplanting some berries outside. Looking at the accomplished Phoenix King, Sulu had a sudden idea. Phoenix King, you've done a great job this time. How about I set up a beast taming company for you to run? Phoenix King? Although Pokémon possess a certain level of intelligence, most of them still can't match humans, so Sulu often has to take care of things himself. When Sulu returned to Pallet Town, he found that Muto had already received the summoning stone. He promptly claimed the 67 additional summoning chances and nodded in satisfaction. With Muto's earnings, he decided to go ahead with the draws. Psyduck poked its head out and asked, Quack? Sulu, are you going out? Yeah, I'm going to summon some new companions for you all. Quack, I want to go too. Psyduck excitedly started packing, and Riolu and Kubfu followed suit. Sulu had Muto teleport them to Pokemon Valley. As night fell, only some nocturnal Pokemon were still active. The prize will spawn, and the results were in 23 regular Pokemon, 1 pseudo-legendary, 1 mythical Pokemon, along with Stardust and skill manuals. A mythical Pokemon? Sulu was thrilled. The light coalesced, revealing a star-shaped mythical Pokemon Jirachi. It was curled up, emitting a soft glow as if it were asleep. Sulu gently caught it and checked its attributes. Steel and psychic types, serene grace ability, capable of granting wishes but at the cost of long periods of slumber. Holding Jirachi, Sulu turned to look at the other newly summoned Pokemon. A pink Dratini, a tilting Ralts, and a bewildered Litten. Is today a special day for cute Pokemon? His heart was about to melt. Suddenly, Rayquaza descended, its imposing presence scaring the little Pokemon into hiding behind Sulu. Sulu sighed and said, Rayquaza, could you tone down the intimidation a bit? Rayquaza retracted its aura and curiously observed Jirachi. It leaned in as if wanting to lick it. Sulu quickly pushed it away. Don't scare the little one. No way. Absolutely not. Rayquaza, what's wrong? After carefully communicating with Rayquaza, Sulu breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out Rayquaza was simply attracted to the pleasant scent emanating from Jirachi. Sulu nodded but still looked worriedly at Jirachi, unsure of how to awaken the little creature. Rayquaza tapped Sulu with its claw and then pointed to itself. Sulu was taken aback. You want to take care of it? Can you really do that? Rayquaza gestured enthusiastically, roaring to assure Sulu that it could definitely take good care of Jirachi. This was the first time Sulu had seen Rayquaza so interested in another Pokemon. You want to take it to space to absorb starlight energy? Rayquaza nodded vigorously. Sulu pondered. In the Pokemon world, Jirachi's awakening is indeed related to a Oncinamillennium comet, so Rayquaza's method might work. But he was still worried. Can this little guy really survive in outer space? At that moment, a large green crystal began to form around Jirachi, gradually enveloping it completely. The crystal emitted green waves, blessing the Pokemon Valley. The plants became even greener, and a spring appeared out of nowhere on a hillside. This was the power of Jirachi's wish energy altering its surroundings while it slept. The wish energy caught the attention of Ho-Oh, who was sleeping soundly. Curious, it flew down and examined Jirachi in Sulu's arms. What kind of Pokemon is this? It looks fascinating. Seeing this, Sulu said, Ho-Oh, you came just in time. Could you help find a place for the Dratini and the others? Although Ho-Oh felt a bit put out, it accepted the task. Under its arrangement, the new Pokemon quickly had places to stay. Afterwards, Sulu rubbed his temples. As the number of Pokemon increased, managing telepathic communication with dozens of them was straining his psychic powers. Looks like I need to train in this area too, Sulu sighed. Ho-Oh, please take care of Jirachi for now. Sulu handed Jirachi's crystal over to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh reluctantly accepted it, thinking, am I a chicken meant to hatch eggs? And stone eggs at that. Rayquaza's intense gaze on the crystal in Ho-Oh's grasp made it feel uneasy. Turning to Rayquaza, Sulu asked, Rayquaza, are you interested in raising a Fearow? Rayquaza looked puzzled but soon understood. It nodded in satisfaction, seemingly imagining a whole new scenario. Back in Pallet Town, Sulu couldn't help but laugh. Mega Fearow versus Mega Caterpie. Interesting. The next day, Sulu got into a van driven by Psyduck. Heading to the Pokemon lab, Psyduck was leisurely sipping tea, looking content. Sulu asked, Psyduck, how much more steel do you need? Quack quack, just a bit over 20 million? Buy it. Psyduck was stunned at first, but then resolved to produce results quickly to make money. As the van moved slowly, sudden screams and explosions were heard ahead. Sulu frowned. This was inside the city. Before he could suggest checking it out, Muto sent a message. An elite-level beast is out of control. Do you need me to stop it? Muto asked. No, we'll go take a look, Sulu replied. Psyduck, speed up. Don't worry about the traffic rules, Sulu reminded. Upon hearing this, Psyduck's eyes sharpened as if some hidden potential had been unlocked. Gripping the steering wheel with both hands, it floored the gas pedal. The van's tires screeched, launching it forward like an arrow. The speedometer needle shot to its maximum, and the engine roared thunderously. What the? So fast. What kind of car is that? A driver on the roadside stared in shock, craning his neck to watch the van zoom past. Psyduck's driving skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The van weaved through traffic like a fish in water. Whenever it seemed about to collide with another vehicle, the surrounding cars would miraculously swerve away, as if guided by some mysterious force. In just 13 seconds, the van arrived at the scene. Psyduck executed a perfect drift, positioning the van horizontally in front of a flaming gorilla. The sudden blockade left the Beast Tamers, who were about to intercept the rampaging creature, stunned. The van door swung open, and Riolu and Pancham jumped out. The surrounding beasts shuddered at the sight of this duo. They were the terrors of this territory. No beast hadn't been beaten up by them. If it weren't for the energy cubes they left behind after each beating, the beasts would have complained long ago. Unexpectedly, Riolu and Pancham leaned against the van, vomiting. Kodak scratched its head in embarrassment as it stepped out, while Frogadier barely held back its own nausea. Sulu, though slightly queasy, was relatively fine, having grown accustomed to such turbulence from riding Rayquaza frequently. It's Sulu. Thank goodness, a bystander recognized him. Sulu is a top contender. Stopping a rampaging elite beast is a piece of cake for him. Sulu, please help, that's my beast, a young boy shouted. Sulu nodded, indicating he understood. Riolu and Pancham wiped their mouths, vowing never to ride with Kodak again. What followed was a brutal tag team match. The two Pokémon didn't even need to use their moves to bring the flaming gorilla down. Thanks a lot, the beast's owner said, tenderly stroking the defeated gorilla. Sulu noticed a tiny monkey on the boy's shoulder. Its energy so weak it was surprising it had been obtained through legitimate means. No problem. Do you know why it went out of control? Sulu asked casually. The boy shook his head in confusion. Its control level was supposed to be fine. The city defense team arrived shortly after, taking the boy and his beast away after understanding the situation. The spacesuit has been modified to dark green, with dragon scale-like patches borrowed from Rayquaza to absorb radiation, Muto explained. Rayquaza can also slightly control the suit, helping you stand more securely on its back. It may look like a spacesuit, but it's actually a license to pilot Rayquaza. Sulu, clad in his spacesuit, appeared instantly in the Pokémon Valley. He carefully donned the Gigantamax cloak, just in case. Who handed him the crystallized Jirachi, and Sulu took it, gazing at the slumbering Pokémon with a hint of worry. Rayquaza nodded in agreement, urging them to set off. Because Jirachi had turned into a crystal, it couldn't be stored in a Pokeball. Noticing Sulu's hesitation, Rayquaza enveloped the crystal in an atmospheric shield, with Muto adding an extra layer of protection. Only then did Sulu feel reassured, standing atop Rayquaza's head. The special scales of the spacesuit held him firmly in place, making him feel as if he were one with Rayquaza. To the skies! Sulu shouted excitedly. The spacesuit eased the pressure, and he felt lighter than ever. Faster! Sulu wanted to push the limits and see if he could handle Rayquaza's full speed. Rayquaza accelerated, quickly reaching its usual limit. Sulu's heart raced, but he could still endure it. This meant he could now fight alongside Rayquaza at full strength. Of course, sustaining extreme speed or dragon ascent continuously would still be a challenge. As the dragon burst through the atmosphere, Sulu marveled at the vastness of space. Suddenly, the crystallized Jirachi in his arms began to glow, and the eye on its belly slowly opened. The eye on Jirachi's belly had opened. As Jirachi's eye on its abdomen opened, it seemed to draw together faint glimmers of light from space, twisting them into a beam that converged on the eye. Rayquaza excitedly swished its tail, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was the feast it had been longing for. Sulu reacted quickly, pressing down on Rayquaza's head. Hold on, don't eat just yet. His voice was stern and firm. Let's wait for Jirachi to wake up. Rayquaza immediately deflated, the light in its eyes dimming as it lowered its head in frustration. The beam of light gradually converged, causing the crystal shell around Jirachi to start melting away. After 5 or 6 minutes, the shell completely disappeared, but Jirachi remained asleep. Sulu furrowed his brow in thought. Could it be that we really need a pure song to wake it up? At that moment, Jirachi's emotions came through the psychic connection established by the power of transcendence. I don't want to get up. So comfortable. So full. Sulu couldn't help but laugh. This little guy could clearly wake up, but was just lazing around. He decisively shouted through the psychic link, "Wake up!" Jirachi shuddered, its small eyebrows furrowing like little beans, reluctantly opening its eyes. It puffed out its cheeks, looking displeased at having its dream interrupted. Sulu sighed in relief. It seemed that there was no need for a pure song. A psychic message was enough. He guessed that a pure song was like a gentle wake-up alarm for Jirachi, whereas his direct call was like being jolted awake by an alarm clock on a weekend. Jirachi rubbed its eyes and shuddered again upon seeing Sulu and Rayquaza. It put its hands on its hips and pouted. Bad guy. Sulu and Rayquaza exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of what to do. Sulu tentatively asked, "How about you sleep a bit more?" Jirachi's eyes twinkled, and it giggled. "Never mind, I forgive you. But you have to play with me." It flew around nimbly in space, showing off its joy at winning. Sulu reluctantly nodded. "All right, there are plenty of Pokémon here to play with you." As Jirachi woke up, the eye on its abdomen slowly closed. Rayquaza looked up eagerly, its eyes almost crossing. Jirachi noticed and tilted its head, asking, "Is that your wish?" "Sure." After a brief discussion, the starlight began to transfer. A thin veil of starlight enveloped Rayquaza, gradually being absorbed with each breath. Rayquaza squinted in comfort, clearly benefiting from the starlight. Sulu explained that this was Jirachi's special ability to grant wishes through instantaneous movement. Unlike ordinary teleportation, Jirachi could grasp existing objects and almost ignore distances to bring them to the wisher. After fulfilling the wish, Jirachi let out a cute sigh, like a child tired from climbing a few flights of stairs. The starlight around Rayquaza also dissipated. Rayquaza, still craving more, asked, "Roar? Is that all?" It felt that its progress with the Emperor's organ had significantly advanced in a short time. Sulu reassured, "All right, don't trouble Jirachi anymore. It's tired. We can come back another time." Rayquaza nodded in understanding. Sulu thought to himself that Jirachi's wish-granting ability varied in strength. Verbal wishes depended on Jirachi's power level. The bigger the wish, the harder it was to fulfill. Another way was to write the wish on one of the 3 tags on Jirachi's head, but that could potentially make Jirachi fall into a 1,000-year slumber. Sulu would avoid that unless absolutely necessary. On the way back, Rayquaza swooped down while Sulu held Jirachi, who cheered excitedly like on a roller coaster. Rayquaza, unusually proactive, said, "Roar, I'll take you out to play again next time." Jirachi nodded enthusiastically. Yes, let's play together. It realized that frequent trips to space would allow it to absorb more wish energy and extend its active time. Rayquaza and Jirachi reached a mutually beneficial understanding. Back at Pokemon Valley, Jirachi curiously observed the surrounding Pokemon and quickly blended in. Shaman pulled it into a game of hide and seek. Suddenly, Sulu remembered something and pulled out a purple 5-point Stera star piece, a highly valuable item. He recalled that every Jirachi in the Pokemon world carried a star piece, so summoning Jirachi along with the star piece was likely no coincidence. He handed the piece to Jirachi, but it didn't seem to react. As evening approached, Sulu prepared to return to the city. Jirachi followed him, while Shaman rolled on the ground in front of Sulu, protesting, "Humph, Sulu. You have to leave Jirachi here," like a child upset that their playmate was being taken away by a parent. Sulu helplessly asked, then Shaman, "Do you want to come back with us?" Shaman immediately shook its head. "Never mind then, Jirachi. Come back early tomorrow, okay?" Sulu sighed, thinking that Shaman was quite clingy at first. But he understood that Shaman, being a mythical creature of nature, initially relied on him out of shyness. Now, having made friends and being able to maintain a psychic connection with Sulu at any time, Shaman naturally preferred to stay in the vibrant Pokemon Valley. Bringing home the curious little Jirachi. Jirachi flitted around the house like a butterfly, curious about every unfamiliar object. It kept asking, "What's this? And what's that?" Sulu patiently answered each question. With a click, the door opened. After a long day at work, Yaya came home and saw Sulu and Jirachi playing. She couldn't help but give a disdainful look. "Humph, so quick to move on." Sulu calmly replied, "Jirachi can grant wishes, you know." Yaya's eyes lit up and she immediately came over. A teacup floated in midair, filled with water, and tea was brewed effortlessly. "Quack, let's be friends," Yaya said enthusiastically. After all, who could refuse a little cutie that can grant wishes? Sulu also tested Jirachi's abilities, but only made small wishes like getting a soda from the house. He understood that Jirachi fulfilled wishes through teleportation rather than creating things out of thin air. When Sulu tried to summon Pokemon from the Valley of Pokemon, Jirachi's face turned red, and it finally sighed in defeat. "Failed, but I can still grant other wishes for you, Sulu." It perked up again. Sulu patted Jirachi's head and said gently, "It's okay, I was just testing. In the future, if anyone or any Pokemon makes a wish, let me know first, okay?" "Okay," Jirachi nodded. Sulu thought to himself. Although Jirachi can't summon living beings, its teleportation ability could be incredibly useful if used wisely. For instance, it could even fetch a crown from another country. But that would be too extreme, and given the diverse abilities in this world, it would likely be discovered. If Jirachi's abilities were exposed, he would become a target. Suddenly, a thought struck Sulu. Jirachi's ability is essentially the fastest way to transport goods. With a snap, items could appear right in front of you. But he shook his head, thinking it wasn't necessary to make Jirachi do that all the time. Better let it decide for itself, Sulu thought, looking at Jirachi sleeping beside him, hoping this time it wouldn't only have 7 days. The next morning, Sulu woke up to see Jirachi and Yaya watching TV together. Sulu, Jirachi flew up to him cheerfully. "Yaya says she wants to wish for a universal energy sword." Yaya gave Sulu a resentful look. It was her wish, but now there's a middleman. How annoying. Universal energy? Sulu looked at Yaya in confusion. Yaya waved her hand and explained. Her research had reached a critical point. Mechanical structures could be used in the Forbidden Zone, like the tricycles previously used for transport. The reason technology couldn't function in the Forbidden Zone or around spacetime rifts was due to deeper changes. Electricity couldn't conduct, oil wouldn't burn, water had different boiling points, and steam had variable expansion coefficients. Finding a universal energy source would solve all these problems. Sulu nodded. That sounds like a good thing. Jirachi, give it a try. He thought, if they could come up with a universal energy source, humanity's capabilities would be unleashed. Before the space-time rifts appeared, humanity had primarily focused on technology. Once technology was liberated, it would significantly reduce casualties and improve the quality of life. Meanwhile, in an underground space next to the origin city, three green-eyed humans were conversing. It's confirmed, Lu Qingxian has been successfully lured out to investigate the beast rampage issue. This is the best time. I've arranged everything at the space-time rift suppressor. It can be sabotaged at any moment. We've also secured the energy crystals, so let's prepare to activate the device. When they spoke, they revealed sharp double rows of teeth. This space-time rift was filled with bizarre, functioning alien machinery, similar to what Sulu had first seen in Z-City. At the center of all the machinery was a strange device rotating like a globe, with its core resembling a black hole. One of them took out a pale blue crystal and approached the alien machinery. Once the rift locator is activated, the hidden temporal rifts will converge all at once. Three mutants stood in an underground chamber, their eyes gleaming with fervor. They carefully placed the energy crystal into the base of the black hole balance apparatus, and immediately, massive temporal ripples spread out like waves. The device emitted a painful screech, and a small, peculiar dragon churned within the black hole, identical to what Lu Qingxian had seen underground. Meanwhile, alarms blared throughout the city of Genesis. Red dots filled the monitoring screens as a staff member shouted anxiously, "Prepare! Activate the suppressor! Evacuate the civilians!" Above the city, the temporal fluctuations grew increasingly intense. In the underground chamber, the three mutants burst into maniacal laughter. Pathetic humans, perish. They recalled their reasons for abandoning their humanity, their laughter growing even more deranged. But in the next moment, the black hole device abruptly ceased functioning. The three stared in stunned silence as the rift activator stood still. The energy crystal inexplicably vanished. The people of the city of Genesis waited in suspense, but the rift failed to appear. Just then, Lu Qingxian appeared in the underground chamber, murderous intent in his eyes. He sneered, "Caught you, you damned rats." It turned out his departure was merely a ruse to lure them out. At the same time, in the City of Truth, Yaya proudly clutched a blue crystal, laughing gleefully. "With this, my little car can go anywhere." Sulu looked thoughtfully at the crystal in Yaya's hands, pondering where this crystal had been, wished from. After sending over the blue crystal, Jirachi seemed a bit fatigued. Even though it was still early in the morning, Jirachi yawned and said, "I'm so sleepy." Jirachi rubbed its drowsy eyes and said with a weary voice, "Sulu, I'm going to take a nap first." Before the words had even fully left its mouth, it floated lightly above Sulu's head and closed its eyes. Sulu tilted his head slightly, looking at the peaceful little creature with a gentle smile. Clearly, this wish had drained Jirachi quite a bit. Sulu then turned his attention to the blue crystal in Psyduck's hand, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Where did this mysterious item come from? If Jirachi hadn't made a mistake in the transmission, this crystal could be the universal energy source Psyduck wished for. Sulu immediately used his aura to investigate. In his perception, the crystal contained pure and immense energy, almost like some kind of primordial essence or philosopher's stone. His eyes widened slightly, and his heartbeat quickened. This thing seemed capable of transforming into any substance. "We've hit the jackpot." Sulu couldn't help but exclaim softly, then quickly furrowed his brows. Such a precious item vanishing suddenly would surely infuriate its original owner. Shaking his head, he decided to put those worries aside for now. "Psyduck, you and Muto should study this together," Sulu said to Psyduck, planning to check the Beast Alliance network for information later. Psyduck nodded solemnly. It had already developed some totemic runes, but had always lacked a suitable energy source. Now, anything seemed possible. After breakfast, Psyduck eagerly rushed to its little workshop. It drilled holes into a peculiar engine, inscribing strange symbols all around it. Once the Philosopher's Stone was embedded, the engine was mysteriously compelled to start running. Muto watched the Philosopher's Stone intently. It reached out a hand and easily extracted a bit of energy. Under Muto's powerful psychic control, the energy split into 18 differently colored light points. Sulu was astonished to see that these were clearly the 18 types of energy. Even more shocking was that these energies could actually transform into one another. Arceus created the universe with 18 types of energy, so it makes sense that a universal energy source would be a combination of these 18 types. Sulu suddenly realized. This discovery thrilled Sulu. If he could gather Pokémon representing all 18 types, could he create a Philosopher's Stone? Furthermore, if he collected 18 type plates, Wouldn't he have unlimited access to universal energy? Muto gently clasped its hands, and the 18 light points merged back together. Sulu understood that only a unique being like Muto could handle such precise energy manipulation. Muto, originating from Mew, contained the genes of all Pokémon and was highly sensitive to all 18 types of energy. Sulu couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity. Perhaps it was sheer luck that the Philosopher's Stone met Muto, enabling them to unravel its secrets so quickly. Moreover, this discovery could greatly benefit Muto. If Muto can replicate the energy transformations, wouldn't it be able to use any move just like Mew? Sulu's thoughts flashed like lightning. He could almost see Muto's noble and elegant figure, attempting to mimic the energy transformations of the Philosopher's Stone. If successful, Muto could effortlessly wield moves from various types just like Mew. Even more exciting, it might even be able to convert its psychic energy into other attributes. This discovery undoubtedly opens up new evolutionary possibilities for Muto. Having already reached its peak with Mega Evolution, it now seemed to glimpse an even higher summit. Sulu's gaze inadvertently swept across another laboratory, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Isn't that lab researching attributes? He slapped his thigh in excitement and muttered to himself, this is a perfect match. What was initially just a cover for Lab Number 2's attribute research has now become crucial. If they could successfully research the method of energy fusion, they might even mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone. Sulu immediately ordered, commence in-depth research right away. At that moment, Jirachi, who had been sleeping for half a day, woke up, rubbing its sleepy eyes. Meanwhile, Rayquaza, who had been waiting impatiently, was eager to take the little one for a ride. After much hesitation, Sulu decided not to let Jirachi continue making wishes. After all, the source of the Philosopher's Stone was still unknown, and although Jirachi was awake, it still seemed exhausted and drowsy. Go on, have fun, Sulu said with a smile, watching Jirachi sit atop Rayquaza's head, laughing as they soared into space like a roller coaster. Turning back to his computer, Sulu logged into Muto's account. Although he was officially at the governor level, his actual access was nearly equivalent to that of the Alliance leader. Except for a few top secrets critical to the nation's survival, he could access almost all information. However, Sulu was disappointed to find that the Beast Alliance's database contained very little about universal energy, only some superficial speculations. This only strengthened his belief. This Philosopher's Stone likely came from an alien race or a ferocious beast. Just then, a pinned message caught Sulu's attention. When he opened this message, which was accessible only to those at the governor level or above, his suspicions were almost confirmed. Alliance leader Axe, traitor from Dark Death Court captured. Cause of space-time rift mutation. In this message, a picture showed a strange device with a slot that seemed to perfectly match the Philosopher's Stone. The device in the picture consists of a base supporting 3 rings. Sulu carefully observed this peculiar instrument and discovered that the slot on the base perfectly matched the Philosopher's Stone he had obtained. He couldn't help but admire Lu Qingxuan's foresight, who had managed to get the information in advance and set up a trap to capture the members of the Dark Abyss. However, the biggest mystery was the sudden cessation of the space-time rift. Sulu suddenly realized that it was actually Duck's wish that had struck the Dark Abyss. He decided to keep this coincidence a secret to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Despite his curiosity about the strange device, Sulu knew it was being studied in the City of Origins. Although this crisis had been averted, it left behind hidden dangers. The lurking space-time rifts had not disappeared but would gradually surface over time. It was said that over 100 rifts were detected during this operation, enough to destroy a city. With the Dark Abyss intensifying their actions, the number of berserk postnatal beasts surged. Even in True New City, beast berserk incidents were becoming increasingly frequent. Muto had stopped intervening, leaving the handling of these incidents to the Beast Alliance and city defense personnel. A few days later, Sulu, feeling frustrated, said to Xiaomuyue, "Are those Dark Abyss people insane? Or are they seeking revenge?" Xiaomuyue analyzed, "It's very likely revenge. If they had been allowed to gain a foothold in Smoke City, the entire Shulin province could have been overrun." Sulu rubbed his forehead. "Our overall combat strength is still too weak." The two agreed that they needed to find a way to enhance their intermediate forces. Sulu inquired about the cause of the beast riots, and Xiaomuyue mentioned that most were beasts with poor relationships with their trainers. Could it be related to their bond? Sulu mused. Just then, Xiaomuyue received an urgent call. A king-level early-stage beast had gone out of control. Sulu decided to go with her and took out a wristwatch that could measure bond levels. They flew to the scene, with Sulu barely able to levitate using his psychic powers. Upon arrival, Sulu was astonished to find that the out-of-control beast was actually a silk angel. A silk angel? The silk angel was actually the beast of Gusiki, a classmate of Sulu. Sulu and Xiaomuyue quickly descended, their eyes locked onto the out-of-control silk angel in the sky. Its coral-like body extended several silk ribbons, which had already entangled 6 other beasts. For beasts belonging to nearby concerned beast masters were also injured. The once serene, human-like face on the glowing orb of the silk angel now bore an expression of madness. Sulu immediately spotted Gusiki. The top-tier beast master, often called the genius girl, was now staring at the sky with a pale face. Can you stop it? Sulu asked calmly. Gusiki shook her head in pain. Be careful, it's very strong now. Before she could finish her sentence, a pink figure suddenly appeared behind the silk angel at a height of 50 meters. It was Guatuwa. How did it manage to get there without the ability to fly? The frenzied silk angel realized the danger too late. Sulu promptly reminded, don't kill it. Guatu was originally lethal water blade transformed into an shaped water column, the powerful water pressure slamming the silk angel to the ground. The surrounding beast masters gasped in astonishment. With a single strike, the silk angel lost consciousness. Xiaomuyue looked at Sulu in surprise. Hadn't this Guatuwa just started following him recently? Meanwhile, Gusiki stared at Sulu in a daze, filled with intense resentment. She had used forbidden drugs to push the silk angel to the king level, but now, everything was ruined. Why? Gusiki asked despondently. Why is your beast so strong? Xiaomuyue examined the silk angel and concluded. This beast consumed blood essence abyss water. She explained that blood essence abyss water is a forbidden substance that can forcibly compress a beast's energy to the king level, but the cost is permanent pain and loss of potential, and it might even go berserk. Sulu shook his head. You treated your lifebound beast as a disposable tool, just to attract investment? Gusiki collapsed to the ground. She admitted that she had been blinded by the investment opportunities and wanted to use the Silk Angel to gain more resources. Sulu took out an intimacy tester and scanned the Silk Angel. 9? That's the reason. Out of a maximum score of 255, if it weren't your lifebound beast, you would have been torn apart already. After a brief process, Gusiki and her beast were taken away. It seemed that Gusiki's career as a beast tamer had come to an end. Sulu furrowed his brows and speculated. Her primary beast will likely be kept under watch or abandoned in a spatial rift to fend for itself. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Gusiki's beast had been on illegal drugs for 2 weeks without any violent outbursts. Today, while shopping in Jinshin City, her beast suddenly went berserk, probably due to the combined influence of the Dark Death Institute and the drugs. Sulu pondered. If she could keep control over a drugged beast, she might have succeeded. But as for her primary beast, it will likely become a scapegoat to cover up her crimes. Have they been brought in? Sulu turned and asked. Xiaomuyue nodded affirmatively and led him to a spacious battle arena. Over 20 people had already gathered there, each with beasts that had a history of losing control. Despite meeting control standards, these beasts still went on rampages. They were banned from entering the city and were kept under the Alliance's watch, forcing the tamers to interact with them only in designated areas. The Beast Alliance was in a dilemma. Dispose of the beasts? The tamers wouldn't agree. Release them? There was a risk of another outbreak. For now, they could only delay, and the number of detained beasts kept increasing. Sulu took out an intimacy tester and began checking each beast. 61, 54, 34, 48. He shook his head and sighed. All below 70 points? In the Pokémon world, 70 points merely indicated that a wild Pokémon accepted being captured, and these beasts hadn't even reached the basic level of recognition. Control doesn't equate to intimacy, Sulu remarked. Even the most perfect shackles will rust and decay over time. Xiaomuyue frowned, glancing disdainfully at the tamers. Calling them tamers is generous. They're more like animal trainers. It's no wonder they get attacked by their own beasts. A little provocation can easily trigger the aggression of a beaten beast. Can't be entirely sure, but higher intimacy is always better. Sulu responded casually. Is this device for sale? Xiaomuyue asked. Sulu tossed her the watch. This one's a gift. Poke Company has spares, and I'll send some to the Beast Alliance. As for selling them, we'll wait until we can mass produce. Xiaomuyue tested her shadow beast, 180. Then she called her primary beast for a test, 203. Curious, she asked, Sulu, what's your intimacy level with your beasts? Sulu waved as he walked away, leaving behind just one phrase. It shows the maximum. Xiaomuyue stared at the device, pondering, not just the maximum, but it can only display that much. As someone with extraordinary abilities, Sulu was like a big brother to all Pokémon. He understood their thoughts, and with their simple nature, achieving the highest intimacy was easy. Remarkably, Sulu had reached the maximum intimacy level with all his Pokémon. This level of universal love was something even the champions of the Pokémon world found hard to match. Sulu spent 300,000 points to exchange for 100 intimacy testers and sent them to the Beast Alliance in Jinshin City. Soon after, all beast tamers in the city received an urgent notice. All beasts must undergo testing, and those scoring below 70 points would not be allowed into the city. This order came directly from Governor Muto. Despite some confusion, given the recent surge in beast rampages, the order was swiftly implemented. Jinshin City, being a hub for adventurers, had a considerable number of beast tamers. Fear of beasts among ordinary people was growing, even though there hadn't been any actual casualties yet. The testing proceeded quickly, completing most of it within a day. The results were shocking. Over 1,000 beasts failed the test. If the suspicions were correct, this was like having over 1,000 ticking time bombs. Sulu couldn't help but think, is there something fundamentally wrong with the beast taming system in this world? Even Paul, who was harsh, could gain recognition from his Pokémon. Were these tamers abusing their beasts at home? Considering how many people mistreat their pets in real life, it didn't seem impossible. For the unqualified beasts, Governor Muto took a firm stance. All would be detained. This decision immediately sparked strong opposition, even from those who respected Muto as a top-tier tamer. To the protesters, this wasn't about power but human rights. Governor Muto simply replied, "They're just afraid their misdeeds will be exposed." The day after the detentions, a city that usually saw 3 or 4 beast rampages daily experienced complete calm. Instead, 2 of the detained beasts went berserk. Those who had criticized the governor were left speechless. Meanwhile, all beast tamers began to pay serious attention to the intimacy issue. City leaders and beast alliances from other major cities started contacting Sulu. With beast rampages affecting the entire Huagua, Sulu's device had suddenly become highly sought after. Sure, no problem. Sulu put down the phone. The person he had just spoken to was none other than Lu Qingxian. Sulu sighed softly and rubbed his temples. As the head of the Huagua Beast Alliance, Lu Qingxuan's personal contact indicated the severity of the situation. Humans and beasts had long been inseparable, and completely isolating beasts from cities was impractical. Even placing them in designated areas wouldn't fundamentally solve the problem of their aggression. Worse yet, this approach would only heighten public fear. Lu Qingxian proposed deploying 10 affinity detectors in each city. According to data from Jinshin City, a single device could test over 10,000 people daily with a simple scan. With over 300 cities nationwide, around 3,000 devices would be needed, each costing 3,000 shop points, totaling nearly 10 million points. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu unhesitatingly exchanged all of his accumulated 7 million points. Although slightly short, with proper coordination, it would be enough to address the current crisis. He silently thanked the presence of Dr. Chaoming, knowing the consequences would be dire without him. Lu Qingxian exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of emotions. This was likely retribution from the Darkfall Institute after their failed operation, leaving humanity in a bind. However, he felt somewhat relieved that at least now there was a strategy in place. If the alien species had used this tactic during a full-scale war, the losses would have been catastrophic. As a token of gratitude, Lu Qingxian decided to gift Dr. Chaoming a psychic hyperfrequency stone. This rare item could trigger a special form of extraordinary evolution known as hyperfrequency evolution. Though it pained him to part with it, the contribution warranted such a significant gift. Upon receiving the news, Sulu's expression grew serious. Hyperfrequency evolution was an unheard-of new form of evolution. If it proved effective, the 7 million points would be well spent. Chaoming had already touched upon the mysteries of the stone tablets and found a path forward. Now, with the potential of hyperfrequency evolution, its potential seemed limitless. The affinity detectors were gradually distributed to various cities, and testing began immediately. However, the results were alarming. 5 of the beasts failed the test. This meant nearly 0.5% of beast trainers lost their qualifications, including elite and king-level trainers. Further investigation revealed that most of the disqualified trainers had a history of punishing their beasts. Lu Qingxian, staring at the shocking numbers, felt himself age a few more years. He coldly announced that from now on, affinity would be included in the beast trainer assessment criteria. This decision would undoubtedly spark controversy, but for the long term, it was necessary. Sulu also realized that this might earn him some resentment, but he didn't care. Those people couldn't do anything to him. He was more thankful that he had never entrusted his Pokémon to others for training, as the consequences could have been disastrous. As Sulu pondered, an excited duck dragged him into the garage. There, a Magmar and a Farfetch'd, covered in soot, stood proudly beside a 4-wheel drive mechanical vehicle. Duck enthusiastically explained the principles behind the Duck brand new energy mechanical vehicle to Sulu, but he found himself completely bewildered. Sulu looked at the mechanical vehicle and thought seriously. While Duck was simply excited about creating a vehicle that could travel anywhere, Sulu was considering how to apply the technology to other areas. Sulu and Yaya went to test Yaya's small car. With the help of Muto, the car was transported to the Forbidden Skyland. As the Philosopher's Stone energy was injected, the wheels slowly began to turn, confirming the accuracy of Yaya's research. Sulu nodded. But he knew that large-scale application would require breakthroughs in energy fusion technology. Just as Sulu was deep in thought, Jirachi came bouncing over with a group of Pokémon, clamoring to play. Shaman was tugging at his pant leg. Sulu smiled knowingly and asked Yaya to take them for a ride. In recent days, Rayquaza had often taken Jirachi into the sky to absorb starlight, significantly restoring its vitality. However, amidst the laughter, Sulu suddenly remembered that in 2 days, it would be the 7th day since Jirachi had awakened. Would it really fall asleep again? Worry crept into his heart. On the 6th day of Jirachi's awakening, the Beast Alliance sent an urgent notice. Breakthroughs had been made in the study of alien instruments, revealing numerous time-space rifts. The alien plan was exposed. The Research Institute named the instrument the Rift Locator, tracing the source to a newly discovered 6th type of space beast Yujianlong. King Lu Qingxian revealed that a larger Yujianlong had been encountered underground in Shulin province, and the aliens were using them to open the rifts. The initial attack on the City of Origins was just the beginning. More rifts were about to appear. Sulu sighed. While more rifts meant more opportunities for rewards, they also meant more casualties. He contacted Ho-Oh to inquire about the status of the beasts and learned that some had gained rationality, but there were still stubborn ones. Sulu decided to allocate the surplus beasts as guardian beasts and notified the Alliance to prepare the facilities. On the 7th morning, the temperature dropped sharply. Sulu received a notification that the Alliance had cleared the grounds and established a guardian beast breeding department. Staff member Liyeya was full of anticipation, hoping that this batch of guardian beasts would be easier to take care of. Suddenly, an elegant guardian beast led a long line of prospective guardian beasts before the crowd. Liyeya was stunned, somewhat wistful. Although she was also a beast master, her main guardian beast was only of ordinary rank. How beautiful! How elegant this beast is! Sulu, holding a curious Jirachi in his arms, rode Suicune to lead the team of quasi-legendary Pokémon to the rendezvous point. Suicune, known for its strong affinity among Pokémon, has a gentle and soothing presence that can calm even the most temperamental quasi-legendaries. Sulu already owns 3 Tier 1 legendary Pokémon, including Ho-Oh with its resurrection abilities, so he no longer hides his actions. Suicune was chosen as the leader due to its outstanding affinity, making the arrangement much more convenient than if Sulu had handled it alone. Worried that Jirachi might fall asleep tonight, Sulu decided to fulfill its wish today by showing it the world. The little creature innocently asked, "Sulu, do they like you as much as I do?" Sulu laughed and replied, "Of course, I'm so handsome. Everyone loves me." Just as he finished speaking, Psyduck, far away in the workshop, suddenly felt a chill. Everyone was astonished to see Sulu leading so many quasi-legendary Pokémon alone. Normally, such Pokémon would be transported in cages, but now they were moving freely, with only 2 legendaries by Sulu's side. Suicune's calm gaze was as serene as a blue lake, and everyone felt a refreshing breeze. This Pokémon was extraordinary. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. Under Suicune's guidance, the quasi-legendaries obediently walked into their designated areas. After a brief handover with the person in charge, Sulu announced that staff members could capture 1 quasi-legendary Pokémon for free, provided that their affinity reached 70 or above and was maintained for 3 months. Everyone was ecstatic. Although it was challenging, it finally offered them a glimmer of hope. Liyeya curiously observed the adorable legendary Pokémon in Sulu's arms, just as an ice flame Ponyta nuzzled her. She stroked its icy blue flame-like mane, feeling its warmth and friendliness. She was amazed at the docile nature of this quasi-legendary, guessing it might be the result of generations of domestication. Liyeya thought, if such a friendly quasi-legendary were to be sold, its price would at least double. Meanwhile, the ice flame Ponyta licked Liyeya affectionately. Before it left, it encountered a fire phoenix named Fengwang and an unnamed flying dragon. Their presence left a lasting impression on Bingyan Xiaoma. Bingyan Xiaoma's heart was filled with complex emotions. Fengwang and the dragon could become human companions, so why couldn't it? Fengwang's parting words still echoed in its ears. Seek the bond that belongs to your companion. This phrase took root in Bingyan Xiaoma's heart like a seed. It decided to try connecting with humans. The Pokémon that managed them had said this was called the Pokémon spirit. The bond between Pokémon and humans was instinctual, but for a companion beast, it required both parties to actively seek it out. Bingyan Xiaoma took this crucial step. Despite a voice inside constantly urging it to kill the human in front of it, its longing for humans helped it suppress this instinct. As its affinity for humans grew, a peculiar aura seemed to be assimilating it. Liyeya gently stroked the spot where Bingyan Xiaoma had licked her, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. She softly asked, "Would you like to be my partner?" To her surprise, Bingyan Xiaoma nodded. Thanks to the Pokémon's teaching, this fierce beast had begun to grasp basic human communication. Liyeya was thrilled. Was this the change brought about by the Supreme Muto? She petted the Bingyan Xiaoma that had approached her, her gaze shifting to Sulu in the distance. Even the tamest potential companion beast couldn't achieve this level of intimacy. Only a companion beast raised from a young age could be this close to a human. What kind of person was Sulu? After completing the registration process, Sulu nodded and left with Suicune and Jirachi. For him, brainwashing a fierce beast was not difficult. The pressure from Rayquaza, the life force blessing from Feng Wang, the influence of Suicune, the example set by the Pokémon, and his own thoughts infused through the power of the overcome once a fierce beast gained some rationality, it was easily reformed. Sulu calculated that more reformed potential companion beasts would be sent to major cities. This wouldn't only boost the strength of grassroots Beast Tamers, but would also bring him considerable profit. The base price of a companion beast could earn him 10,000, and the cost of raising a potential companion beast was almost negligible for him. Ducky's research was nearing completion, but it would require a significant investment to achieve large-scale production. After completing the handover with the Beast Alliance, Suicune swiftly dashed out of sight, leaving everyone even more convinced that this elegant beast was likely one of Muto Governor's creatures. Sulu returned to Pallet Town with Jirachi, and Pokémon like Psyduck came rushing over upon hearing the news. The group headed to the newly opened Beast Park, where Jirachi was thrilled. Just as they were enjoying themselves, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Within an hour, a blizzard mixed with hail swept through, causing people on the streets to seek shelter. Sulu took Jirachi home and checked the official website, discovering that unusual weather patterns were occurring globally. Xiaomuyue was overwhelmed and had to consider having the public temporarily avoid the time-space rift. Sulu decisively instructed Muto to transport people to the Pokémon Valley for refuge. In the evening, everyone watched Jirachi anxiously. The little creature yawned, and a green crystal gradually enveloped it. Rayquaza arrived just in time and took Jirachi into space. A few minutes later, the crystal shattered, and Jirachi opened its eyes, looking confused. Jirachi put its hands on its hips, puffed out its cheeks, and exclaimed, "Stupid Rayquaza, bad guy, disturbing my sleep." After Rayquaza descended with Jirachi, Jirachi started playfully punching Sulu with tiny fists. Scratching his head, Sulu awkwardly explained, "I was just worried you might not wake up again." Jirachi pouted and mumbled, "I just wanted a short nap." Realizing that Jirachi could be awakened on demand, Sulu felt relieved and asked, "Do you want to go back to sleep?" Jirachi shook its head. "I can't sleep now, but if you buy me ice cream, I'll forgive you." Turning to Muto and Ho-Oh, Sulu inquired, "Is there any problem with waking Jirachi early?" Ho-Oh replied, "Its vitality is unaffected." Muto added, "Its energy has increased. It might become very powerful." Sulu pondered, thinking that since Jirachi hadn't fallen back asleep after absorbing energy, it might need a training regimen. Changing the subject, Sulu asked, "Ho-Oh, do you know about the cold wave?" Ho-Oh nodded. "The cold wave is blowing in from the Eastern Ocean." Sulu furrowed his brow, speculating that this could be a sign of an attack by alien tribes and ferocious beasts against humanity. He decided to investigate personally, and Ho-Oh eagerly volunteered to accompany him. Sulu and Ho-Oh rode a rainbow out of the heavenly cloud-forbidden land, heading toward the eastern coast. Upon reaching the shore, they found the once turbulent sea had turned into a frozen expanse. Ho-Oh carried Sulu another 100 miles until they discovered the source of the cold wave was underwater. Sulu commanded, "Drive them out." Ho-Oh nodded and used its heat wave to melt a large section of the ice. Suddenly, countless eyes emerged from the water, and the creatures began to flee. Ho-Oh then unleashed its sacred fire, engulfing an area of the sea and incinerating many of the beasts. However, Sulu was not satisfied. He realized this might be a trap set by the alien tribes specifically targeting Rayquaza. The aliens were using the cold wave to threaten the heavenly cloud-forbidden land, trying to lure Rayquaza out. Whether Rayquaza acted or not, the aliens would gain an advantage. Sulu found himself in a dilemma. It seemed that no matter what Rayquaza did, the aliens would benefit. If Rayquaza didn't act, a god-level combatant would be tied up. If Rayquaza did act, it could fall into an ambush. Moreover, even if Rayquaza wasn't in a hurry, what about the cities affected by the cold wave? The cold wave must be dealt with. Ho-Oh, can you suppress it? Sulu asked the majestic bird. Ho-Oh gently flapped its wings, instantly warming the surrounding air. The warm currents clashed fiercely with the cold wave, and Sulu keenly noticed that Hua's method of releasing warm air was akin to the heat wave skill. "I can, but there's another Pokémon better suited for this task," Ho replied. Even before it finished speaking, an elegant, pale purple figure appeared in Sulu's mind. "Articuno!" They both exclaimed simultaneously. As the legendary Pokémon guardian of mountain cold waves, this was indeed Articuno's forte. At that moment, the reclusive Articuno was leisurely resting in an ice cave carved out by Regice. Suddenly, it lifted its head, receiving Sulu's message, and muttered with mild interest, "Save humans? Not interested, but if there's more cold air to absorb, I might as well check it out." Half an hour later, Articuno arrived at Sulu's side. After receiving Muto's psychic seed, its feathers changed from deep purple to a light purple hue, but would revert to deep purple when its psychic power was unleashed. Sulu briefly explained the situation. "Articuno, see if you can block the cold wave. Just protect the city." Articuno nodded and soared into the sky, surveying the eastern fallen area before selecting a mountain range near the Tianyun Forbidden Zone to land. Its arrival instantly froze the mountains, and the frost and snow in the sky intensified. The westward cold wind halted abruptly, as if intercepted by an invisible ice wall. With the amplification from the ice treasure, Articuno effortlessly confined the blizzard within the mountain range. Sulu marveled at its formidable control over ice and snow, even faintly sensing the presence of Lugia. After completing the task, Articuno landed in front of Sulu, chirped a few times to indicate its understanding, and then found a hillside to settle down. Meanwhile, the residents of Pallet Town were responding to the sudden cold wave. Some shivered and called for help, others prepared to evacuate overnight, while many chose to wait, believing that the city, guarded by Muto and Rayquaza, would overcome the crisis. Sure enough, as temperatures rose, the crisis soon abated. Satellite images showed a newly formed blizzard mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles to the east of the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, named Snowbreaker Range. It stood like a natural barrier, blocking the eastward cold wave, sparking curiosity and awe about this mysterious force. Rayquaza and Muto had previously hinted at their ability to alter the weather. Nevertheless, the restless hearts were finally calmed. The residents of Genshin City now had an unprecedented level of trust in their city. The rapid turnaround in such severe weather conditions convinced them that no problem was insurmountable. A sense of security from the city washed over everyone like a tide. The ferocious beasts in the fallen zone to the east were affected by the cold air, altering their behavior patterns. Those capable of hiding in the space-time rifts did so, while those unable to find shelter migrated to warmer areas. This led to sporadic small beast waves, much to the delight of the Beast Tamers. These easy targets posed little risk and offered substantial rewards, practically delivering wealth right to their doorsteps. However, the root cause of the disaster had not yet been eradicated. Beyond the vicinity of Genshin City, most cities remained trapped in calamity. Cities across Shulin Province were also sending out calls for help, causing Sulu some headaches. Resource allocation, sandstorms, earthquakes, they all want me? Sulu sighed, shaking his head. No, they want Muto. Is this workload worth the summoning stones I'm getting? The situation across the regions was dire. Strong winds, torrential rains, mudslides, earthquakes, and volcanic activity followed one after another. The already difficult task of transporting goods became even more challenging. Some city lords and elite trainers rushed to the space-time rifts to destroy them as soon as disasters struck, only to find that the same disasters reappeared the next day. Sulu pondered, if we don't address the root cause, we can only temporarily resist. Let's prioritize arranging the transportation of supplies, and see if we can also resolve some regional issues in the process. Sulu shook his head in frustration. Around the major cities, there were either strong winds, heavy rains, mudslides, earthquakes, or other bizarre disasters. This made the already difficult routes for transporting goods even more challenging. Some city lords and elite trainers rushed to the space-time rifts at the first sign of disaster to destroy them, but even if they succeeded, the same disaster would reoccur the next day. If the root cause isn't resolved, we can only temporarily resist. For now, let's focus on organizing the transportation of supplies, and see if we can solve some regional problems along the way. We're heading to U City, which has been hit by a massive earthquake and is now covered by a sandstorm. We need to find the source and destroy it to clear the way for the evacuation of U City's residents. After the command from Governor Muto, the minister of the Beast Alliance in Pallet Town immediately began mobilizing. Although everyone was excited to see the governor in person, their task was limited to assisting in the evacuation of the populace. Sulu had already set off, driving a new energy vehicle made by Duck, and was nearing U City within an hour. 10 miles away, the thick wall of yellow sand was already visible. The swirling sandstorm formed a massive tornado that enveloped the entire city. The dense, smoke-like sandstorm was so vast that Sulu squinted his eyes. The sand grains tapped against the car windows, and the gray-white metal cocoon in his arm shackle seemed to get excited, staring intently at the towering sandstorm. Although living comfortably in Pokémon Valley, Shaquila's ultimately yearned to become a Tyranitar, the desert tyrant. Now at level 65, its physical prowess was incredibly strong due to the infusion of life energy and rare minerals, only lacking a trigger for evolution. After getting out of the car, Sulu easily shielded himself from the incoming sand using his psychic abilities. Shaquila's leaped into the sandstorm. Sulu looked up, knowing that Rayquaza was in the clouds above, ready to disperse the sandstorm at any moment. But sensing that Shaquila's life energy was about to overflow, he decided to wait a bit longer. Meanwhile, in U City, a few people dressed in blue uniforms with the Fusion Society emblem on their chests were preparing to evacuate. Their leader held a ring with a black hole the size of a pigeon egg. After the Fusion Society members left, the tornado surrounding U City began to compress towards the center. Despair engulfed the surviving citizens. The sudden earthquake had nearly destroyed the entire city, and the ensuing sandstorm had blocked all exits. Only 2 shelters remained, both overcrowded. Many people risked searching for supplies in the ruins, unaware of how long they would be trapped. As the tornado shrank, the rapidly spinning sand began hurling everything into the air. Amidst the despair, all electronic devices suddenly failed, and sobs echoed in the pitch-black shelters. At that moment, a dazzling light pierced through the sandstorm, like a beacon of new hope. It was Shaquila's. It had begun to evolve within the sandstorm, breaking out of its metal cocoon to reveal a fearsome beast. Due to the influence of the Sky Stone, the evolved Tyranitar had a pale body with a unique metallic sheen. It floated effortlessly, having mastered levitation. Tyranitar roared at the sky, using its own sandstorm to counter the regional one. Seeing this, Sulu immediately used his psychic abilities and the power of Viridian to assist, triggering a mega evolution. After a flash of light, the Mega Tyranitar's armor extended, forming a silver ghostly face on its chest, like the eyes of a grim reaper in the desert. Roar. Sandstorm. Reverse. Mega Tyranitar roared furiously, and the yellow sand instantly halted. The sand and stones that had been swept into the sky plummeted down. Sulu watched the floating Tyranitar with excitement. It was his first pseudo-legendary Pokémon with the power of a legendary beast. In the car, Duck leisurely sipped some tea, watching the powerful Mega Tyranitar. Quack, this youngster has about 70% of my strength now. What is that? Has the sandstorm stopped? No, it's reversing. Sulu squinted his eyes, closely observing the strange phenomenon before him. The sandstorm, which had been rotating clockwise, suddenly changed direction and began to turn counterclockwise. All of this started with the sudden appearance of a giant silver-white face in the sky. Tyranitar, stop! Sulu commanded decisively. At his master's call, Tyranitar immediately reined in its power, ceasing to expand the sandstorm's range. As the dust settled, everyone could see a large group of bizarre flying fish hovering in midair. Their scales were a burnt yellow, resembling dried fish, and fine sand continuously drifted from their bodies. Clearly, these eerie fish were the source of the sandstorm. The ground cracked open, and fierce winds howled from the fissures. Such unnatural occurrences could only be found within a forbidden zone. Sulu sighed. City U is now enveloped within the forbidden zone. At that moment, the earth emitted a groan. A massive stone hand tore through the fissure, and an enormous creature emerged, with a human-like upper body and a serpent-like lower body. Following closely behind, numerous smaller snake people surged from the ground, launching an attack on the surviving Beast Tamers. The giant snake person glared menacingly at the silver-white face in the sky, forming a massive spear of yellow sand in its hand and hurling it with great force. Tyranitar, unable to hold back any longer, charged forward. With its 200-ton body and levitation ability, it shattered the sand spear instantly. Tyranitar then dove like a missile, crashing heavily into the giant snake person's chest. The ground trembled, dirt flew, and the snake person was sent flying 100 meters away, a gaping hole in its chest. Sulu furrowed his brow in thought. These snake people. Could they come from the same world as the Harpies? The giant snake person struggled to its feet, warily eyeing Tyranitar. But Tyranitar had no intention of a standoff. It craved destruction. With the aid of its levitation ability, Tyranitar's speed was astonishing. Let the sandstorm carry you forward, Sulu reminded. A look of understanding flashed in Tyranitar's eyes. A small sandstorm vortex enveloped Tyranitar, propelling it forward. Close combat? This is where Tyranitar truly shines. Tyranitar's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as a sandstorm roared around it. Slowly raising its right fist, muscles bulging like mountains, it unleashed a straight punch that tore through the air, infused with the power of the sandstorm, obliterating the giant serpent's head in an instant, like a meat grinder. Leave a whole corpse, Sulu reminded timely. Tyranitar roared thunderously, yellow sand swirling around it. With a disdainful wave, the smaller serpents were instantly engulfed by the sandstorm. In the distance, Riolu and Kubfu watched with eyes full of longing. I really want to fight it. That mega punch was so cool. Sulu gently patted the heads of the 2 little ones. Don't go. You can't even break its defense right now. Seeing their disappointed whimpers, he added, even after you evolve, don't go. It wouldn't be fair to old Ban. The survivors, witnessing all this, were in awe. What is that? I've never seen such a terrifying beast. It must be Muto Governor's beast. Thunder, elegance, and now this sandstorm colossus, each one is god-ear in strength. Why couldn't it be Sulu's beast, the cousin of Muto Governor? Someone questioned. Ha ha ha, isn't Sulu's beast just a dumb yellow duck? There's no way such a powerful beast could be his. Think about it, it's impossible. Where did that sandstorm colossus go? Tyranitar had already been recalled into Sulu's Pokeball. The scattered remnants of the snake people in the city were no longer a threat. The Beastmaster's legion was more than capable of handling them. Sulu, having no time to hunt them down one by one, left U City directly. 30 miles away, the members of the Rongshire Society suddenly halted. A silver-haired youth wearing a cat mask appeared out of nowhere before them. So, we've been discovered after all. Muto Governor, the leader of the Rongshire Society, said calmly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Muto's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Why are you expanding the Forbidden Zone? That is not a Forbidden Zone. It's a new world, the leader said, spreading his arms wide, eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Humans are too conservative, closing themselves off. We are pioneers, leading humanity into a new era. Muto, you should understand, right? The spatial rifts cannot be eradicated. Earth will eventually be consumed. Instead of passively accepting it, we should actively transform, abandon useless technology, and explore new paths. Muto silently observed the leader, who was both mad and earnest. Their ideology might have some logic, but their methods were excessively radical. In fact, Muto had long discovered this group. They had been preventing the spread of the sandstorm and even binding the giant snake people underground. Without their efforts, U City might have been destroyed. This was also why Sulu had asked Muto to hold back. Show me your strength. Let me see the divine power of the new generation of humans. The leader extended his hand provocatively. The Rongshire Society claimed to be pioneers, an organization that existed even before the establishment of the Beastmaster Alliance, with unfathomable strength. It was said that they had 7 leaders of divine-level strength, enough to overthrow a nation when united. Fortunately, they operated separately and rarely gathered. Too weak. The moment Muto raised its hand, the leader sensed something was wrong. The pressure was far beyond his expectations. He had originally intended to assess the newcomer's strength, even prepared to offer a gift. After all, despite being labeled as a cult, the Rongshire Society was no different from ordinary people, except for their obsession with promoting the fusion of Earth and the New World. This was also why they protected the city. As a seasoned Beastmaster, the leader naturally took an interest in new talents. In previous assessments, he always had the upper hand, but this time was clearly different. A vast mental force instantly tore apart the leader's robe, revealing a youthful face. Who would have thought that this leader of the Rongshire Society was just a boy? He raised his hand, summoning a black hole ring, with over a dozen light screens appearing to barely fend off Muto's mental assault. This black hole stored hundreds of powerful beasts, ready to appear at a command. One person harnessed the power of hundreds of formidable beasts. Yet at this moment, he felt powerless. The opponent seemed to be holding back, while he had already exhausted most of his defensive measures. Rift Dragon, phase shift, transport, the leader shouted urgently. Muto Governor, you must have noticed what's underground in U City by now, right? There are members of the Descendants sect there. If you arrive too late, there could be massive casualties. He attempted to divert Muto's attention. A small dragon-shaped beast moved around the ring, creating spatial rifts, preparing to teleport everyone away. With the phase shift ability, as long as the opponent lacked spatial interference capabilities, it was essentially invincibility combined with teleportation. However, in the next moment, all members of the Rongshire Society closed their eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The leader, slightly stronger, managed to utter, "No, I am," before collapsing as well. Muto's hypnosis had already taken effect at some point. Powerful beasts might barely resist, but it was impossible for the Beastmasters themselves to be exempt. After the person fell into a deep sleep, the ring on his hand lost its power, but their bodies remained intangible. Muto received the command to bring the sleeping person back. With Sulu stationed in U City, there was no immediate danger. Sulu put away Laoban and ventured deeper through the underground passage. He understood that the sandstorm was merely a facade. The real cause of U City's destruction was the earthquake. Even worse, the Forbidden Zone was spreading from underground. In the subterranean fissures, strange tendrils of flesh attempted to envelop the roots of life. Hua's flames of life spread in time, incinerating the tendrils completely. Sulu frowned deeply. It was eerily similar to the flesh factory in Z City's spacetime rift, except this time it was producing snake people instead of harpies. Even more concerning was that this factory seemed more active. Sulu's aura sensed that the tendrils contained both humans and fierce beasts. He took a deep breath and summoned Raikou. Destroy these things. Raikou, unusually serious, didn't fool around. Massive currents of electricity coursed through the flesh, causing the entire factory to convulse and the ground to tremble once more. Fortunately, the paralyzing effect of the lightning was significant, so the earthquake's intensity wasn't severe. Sulu then commanded Ho-Oh, who was far away in the Pokemon Valley, control it with life thorns. Then burn it. Though Ho-Oh complained about not being a grass-type deity, it still unleashed the flames of life, causing the roots to grow wildly. The dense roots quickly enveloped the flesh factory, and flames erupted. The flesh turned to ash, leaving behind a massive hollow. In the underground hollow, amidst the swirling ashes, a figure began to emerge. Unlike the flesh factory within the dimensional rift in Z-City, this flesh factory wasn't parasitizing anything. Sulu navigated through the roots of life, entering an underground space. The air was thin in the scorched area, and he was grateful for the warm breeze from Fenghuang. Otherwise, he might have struggled to breathe. Amidst the smoke, a figure with enormous wings loomed faintly. Sulu instinctively thought of a harpy, but quickly realized it was a misjudgment. The entity also seemed to notice the culprit behind the devastation. With a sudden thrust, one of its wings lunged at Sulu. In an instant, Banquila's positioned itself like a massive silver shield in front of him. Taking advantage of the moment, Sulu finally saw the creature clearly not a harpy, but a being resembling an angel. Apart from its wings, it was almost indistinguishable from a human. Using his aura abilities, Sulu probed and was shocked to discover two life forces within the being. It seemed that something was hiding beneath a human guise. This might be how it concealed itself within human society. However, its power was far from fake. Even an unmig-evolved Banquila's was pushed back a step. Raikou sprang into action, casting a fine web of lightning towards the intruder. Yet, the creature calmly floated backward without flapping its wings. Sulu's eyes narrowed. Levitate ability? No, it's the wind. Raikou roared, and a massive net of lightning enveloped the entire space. The intruder had nowhere to escape and suddenly began to glow brightly before exploding with a deafening blast. The explosion whipped up fierce winds, and Sulu shook his head. Such a decisive intruder. What are these things, exactly? Though everything seemed to vanish with the explosion, Sulu used his aura abilities to find some items amidst the Ashisa tile inscribed with strange symbols and several summoning stones. These stones seemed to be both energy sources and remnants from forbidden zones or shattered dimensional rifts. Although U-City had been thoroughly swept, the remaining snake people were still formidable. The city had become a forbidden zone, teeming with ferocious beasts, making it uninhabitable. The rescue team from Pallet Town arrived just in time, clearing an evacuation route, and the residents in the shelter started to withdraw in an orderly manner. People were abuzz, discussing the sudden appearance of a silver-white ghostly face in the black sandstorm. When the storm cleared, they saw it was a dragon-like creature that effortlessly dealt with the terrifying snake people. Many speculated whether it was the beast of Governor Muto, but no one could provide a definite answer. At that moment, Sulu was staring at the phasing members of the Melting World Society on the ground, feeling conflicted. Banquila's tried to touch them but passed right through. Sulu asked Muto if there was any way to deal with them, but Muto shook his head. Their real bodies must be hiding in an alternate dimension. I can't teleport them out. However, I can use hypnosis to put them into a deep sleep. As Sulu was contemplating a plan while observing the young man with embroidered symbols on his clothing, Muto suddenly alerted him. Someone's coming. It's Lu Qingxian. Sulu sighed in relief and decided to wait and see. Lu Qingxian wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Sulu. Although he knew that Sulu and Xiaoming had a close relationship, likely more than just cousins, was it really wise to involve him in such a dangerous situation? Sulu's brow furrowed as his gaze flicked between Lu Qingxian and Chu Wan. He sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed, and a sense of caution arose within him. You two know each other? Sulu asked in a calm tone, though his eyes were sharp as a knife. Lu Qingxian stiffened at the question, clearly taking it very seriously. He took a deep breath and began to explain. This is Senior Chu Wan. Before I joined the Beast Taming Alliance, he was already a respected elder in the alliance. It's said that he left due to some disagreements with the old leader. Sulu raised an eyebrow and looked at Chu Wan's youthful face. An elder? He doesn't look the part. Lu Qingxian explained. That's because of the influence of the Rift Dragon. That's why Senior Chu Wan, who is 110 years old, is still alive today. He wasn't responsible for the recent expansion of the Forbidden Zone. In fact, he was the first to prevent it from worsening. A flicker of surprise flashed in Sulu's eyes as he thought to himself. A face that looks younger than mine belongs to a centenarian? So, this person has lived through all the changes since the spatial rift first appeared? Truly a living legend. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, So, one more question. How did you know we were here? Lu Qingxian extended his right hand, revealing a ring in his palm, which held a tiny black hole. The ring was identical to Chu Wan's. I located you through this, Lu Qingxian explained. And Senior Chu Wen had also sent me a message in advance. Sulu narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the ring. Another device resembling a black hole. Could it be related to the ferocious beast Lu Qingxian, captured from the alien equipment earlier? When Chu Wen woke up, the first thing he did was raise his hand to take a look. The sealing ring and the rift dragon were both gone, which shocked him. These were his lifelines. All his beasts and wealth were stored in them. Just as he was panicking, a familiar voice called out, "Master Chu, you're awake?" Lu Qingxian approached with a respectful tone. Seeing the 70-year-old Lu Qingxian showing such deference to the youthful-looking Chu Wen was quite odd. Chu Wen's gaze shifted past Lu Qingxian and landed on Sulu, who was examining the ring in his hand. Within the ring, which resembled a black hole, a dragon-like creature occasionally poked its head out, cautiously observing Sulu. Through mental communication, Sulu could barely interact with the rift dragon. Chu Wen sighed inwardly. Although the rift dragon wasn't his primary beast, it was his first. Thinking about his 110 years of life and the discovery of the summoning stone 27 years ago, memories flooded back. Looking at the current situation and seeing Sulu and Muto standing nearby, Chu Wen forced an awkward smile. Well, since Xiao Lu is here, Master Muto must know that this is just a misunderstanding. Could you return my companion? Sulu pondered for a moment before throwing the ring back to Chu Wen. While the spatial ring was tempting, it held little appeal for someone who already possessed Muto and Jirachi. Chu Wen felt a wave of relief and quickly summoned the rift dragon. The black dragon affectionately nuzzled him, as if to comfort its master. Chu Wen looked up and carefully studied Sulu and Muto, marveling at their calm demeanor. This time, it was my fault for acting rashly. Please accept these as an apology. With a wave of his hand, Chu Wen emptied the ring of all its contents except for the beasts. Rare materials instantly piled up into a small mountain. Selling off a family's land without a second thought is one thing, but when the elder himself has to part with it, it's a whole different kind of pain. Yet, there's no other choice. Chu Wen sighed, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Though advanced in age, he wasn't one to use his seniority as leverage. These precious materials were like the fruits of years of accumulation, and now he had to give them all away at once. Naturally, he felt uneasy, but he understood that the other party needed a reasonable explanation and compensation. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of materials materialized out of thin air. Sulu's eyes swept over them, recognizing a few rare items, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Was this the wealth of a centenarian beast tamer? It was incredibly abundant. Recalling the sealing rings and rift dragons he had encountered before, Sulu was even more convinced that this was nearly all of the elder's assets. Sulu felt a mix of emotions. What he initially thought was a small-time enemy turned out to be a major undercover ally, and now, a gift-bearing Santa Claus. He glanced at Chao Ming, who understood and, with a flash of his ability, transferred all the materials to the treasure valley. Sulu, there are over 2,000 summoning stones. Chao Ming transmitted. Over 2,000? Sulu's eyes lit up. That means hundreds of draws. Seeing Chao Ming accept the compensation, Chu Wen breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that the other party did not hold a grudge over his sudden attack. Sulu noticed and casually asked, I heard from Leader Lu that you, Elder Chu, had foreseen the potential anomaly in U City? Also, could you tell me why you joined the World Fusion Society? Chu Wen glanced at Lu Qingxian, who nodded, saying, with Governor Chao Ming's strength, knowing the truth shouldn't cause a breakdown. Sulu waved his hand. I'm fine and won't spread it around. Chao Ming, standing by, also nodded in agreement. Chu Wen took a deep breath. Then let me show you the true state of this world. He waved his hand, and a strange ripple emanated from the rift dragon. The surrounding space gradually became transparent and dark. Sulu focused his gaze and saw two flickering light points in the darkness. Chu Wen explained, these are time-space rifts restrained by the rift dragon. As he spoke, countless light points, like a starry river, suddenly appeared in Sulu's vision. These are all hidden time-space rifts, Chu Wen said gravely, their number is almost infinite. Only then did Sulu understand why even a first-generation beast tamer like Chu Wen had no hope for humanity's resistance against the time-space rifts, and instead became a pioneer for world fusion. Humanity's current state is like a frog being slowly boiled in water, Chu Wen sighed. One day, human technology will completely collapse, so we need another path. Looking at the rift-filled space like a starry sky, Sulu shook his head. This was clearly not a problem he could solve alone, unless he could summon a fully equipped Arceus. For now, it was best to focus on safeguarding his own little territory. What's the deal with the snake people and bird people in U City? Chu Wen's expression grew slightly more serious. He slowly revealed the truth. The serpent people and harpies are both part of the Isha tribe. Their goal is to summon the supreme deity, Mother of Life. The summoning method involves sacrifices through the nest of life, As he spoke, Chuan gestured, and the screen displayed by the Rift Dragon showed faint threads extending from points of light in a spacetime rift, connecting to a massive, glowing point. The nest of life, once used for sacrifices, becomes an anchor point. And the sacrifices must be humans. Sulu finally understood. No wonder the nest of life showed up near cities. It's to sacrifice humans as quickly as possible. Cities with large populations and weak defenses are the easiest targets. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Chuan's eyes. These alien tribes trying to summon deities, we call them the Descent sect. The World Fusion Society not only aims to merge worlds, but also to eliminate these remnants. He sneered. The ironic part is that most of the Descent sect's knowledge comes from the World Fusion Society. Back then, humans were unaware of the existence of alien tribes and didn't notice the infiltration. The World Fusion Society was seen as a cult, partly because of these aliens. Sulu pondered. If what I saw earlier was Isha tribe mythology, that colossal figure could very well be the mother of life, likely a Tier 1 deity. The giant serpent skeleton in Z City, once parasitized, might have had the strength of a Tier 2 deity at its peak. A sense of urgency welled up in him. And that's just the Isha tribe. Who knows how many other alien tribes are out there? Each alien tribe represents a different world. We can't stop here. Chuan reassured him. Don't worry, the sacrifices are meant to stabilize the spacetime anchor points. The Rift Dragon can detect them, and Xiaolu will alert you. Sulu nodded and signaled Muto to leave. Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from Muto was immense. He grumbled to Lu Qingxian. You made someone with Muto's power a governor? Lu Qingxian shrugged helplessly. Forget it, that's the Beast Alliance's business. By the way, why was the sealing ring in Sulu's hands when I woke up? I should be invulnerable in my ethereal state. I took it off otherwise. You would never have woken up, Senior Chu. You little rascal, Lu. Sulu turned to Rayquaza and asked, how about it? Rayquaza, did you sense any spatial fluctuations before? Jirachi looked curiously at Sulu, who glanced back. Jirachi, are you ready to start training too? Jirachi tilted its head in surprise. Training? Yay. I finally get to train too. It cheered. Though a little anxious inside, was it no longer its owner's little favorite? Rayquaza pondered for a moment and nodded. I did sense some unusual disturbances, but I couldn't quite grasp their meaning. If someone could guide me, I should be able to identify them. Sulu said seriously. If you sense the same disturbance as before in U City, inform me immediately. Those are invaders. Roar. Invaders? If I sense them, I'll crush them right away. Rayquaza roared excitedly, its territorial instincts flaring up. No need for that. Sulu quickly intervened. These sacrifices usually happen near human cities. If you act, it might cause collateral damage. Rayquaza shook its head dismissively. Troublesome humans, it said, then flew off into space with Jirachi to find food. Sulu sighed and shook his head. Rayquaza was becoming increasingly wild and untamable, losing the cuteness it had as a child. But that was to be expected. The universe was its true domain. He resolved to find a way to make Rayquaza undergo mega evolution, to truly harness and train its power. Let's go, Muto, back to the Pokémon Valley, Sulu said as he turned around. Chuan's collection has plenty of summoning stones. We can have another large-scale summoning. Muto nodded and instantly teleported Sulu back to the Pokémon Valley. A sizable group of Pokémon had already gathered around a small mountain of treasures, drawn by the aura of rare items. Sulu began meticulously cataloging the pile of invaluable treasures. First, let's talk about the summoning stones. Besides the large number contributed by Chuan, Sulu also managed to gather some in the Nest of Life. Sulu gazed at the staggering number of summoning stones before him, feeling a surge of excitement. These stones, glowing with a mysterious light, were not only a generous contribution from Chuan, but also rare finds he had acquired in the Nest of Life. Without hesitation, Sulu began to absorb the powerful energy contained within these summoning stones. The system notifications flashed continuously. Summoning energy absorbed. Extra summoning chance 1. When the last summoning stone was absorbed, Sulu was astonished to find his total summoning chances had reached 967. This number made his previously subdued expression, due to the alien race, burst into joy. Nearly 1,000 summons by probability. I should be able to summon a Tier 1 legendary Pokémon. Sulu thought gleefully. Although he initially planned to organize his other treasures, the allure of such a grand summoning opportunity was irresistible. Summon. Summon like crazy. All 967 summoning wheels spun simultaneously, and a massive wave of summoning light erupted in the Valley of Pokémon. The Pokémon watching the ceremony eagerly anticipated the arrival of new members of their kind. System notifications flooded the screen. You have obtained 361 common Pokémon. You have obtained 26 pseudo-legendary Pokémon. You have obtained 6 Tier 2 legendary Pokémon. You have obtained 7 mythical Pokémon. Despite the considerable gains, Sulu couldn't hide his disappointment there wasn't a single Tier 1 legendary Pokémon. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself not to overlook the value of the other Pokémon. Muto, sensing his trainer's thoughts, nodded approvingly. At that moment, Sulu noticed a daily draw option on the system panel. With a hopeful heart, he clicked the draw button. You have obtained a Tier 1 legendary Pokémon. Sulu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this get any more thrilling? As the summoning light faded, the sky suddenly darkened, and torrential rain began to pour. A 6-meter-long blue Kyogre floated in the air, emitting a sharp wail cry. But in the next moment, it was pinned down by Rayquaza, and the sky cleared instantly. Kyogre was bewildered. Why was its rain ability ineffective? Looking up, it was immediately intimidated by Rayquaza's imposing presence. Its previously eager demeanor wilted, and it even showed a fawning expression. Sulu's eyes gleamed as he gazed at this water-type Tier 1 legendary Pokémon, already planning how to use Kyogre's power to solve the problems in the East Sea and the Broken Snow Mountains. Seeing that Kyogre wasn't particularly friendly towards him, Sulu wasn't surprised. But he had a trump card whispered to Kyogre. I might summon Groudon too. I can help you train in advance, and you'll definitely beat it. Kyogre's eyes widened. Really? Sulu nodded seriously. Kyogre immediately floated over and rubbed against Sulu, its attitude doing a complete 180. Meanwhile, the recently returned Psyduck looked intently at the floating Kyogre. Psyduck thought, I can fly with psychic powers. I'm also a water type. Quack. Finally found a fellow Tier 1 legendary. I must learn all its skills. Sulu's main force. It's me, Psyduck. Kyogre's potential is top tier, classified as a level 1 legendary Pokémon, currently at level 5. Its attributes include water affinity, with a rain dance ability that summons a continuous rainfall. Its health skills are Water Pulse, Scary Face, Body Slam, and Ancient Power. Despite its impressive stats, it's still just a level 5 baby fish. Sulu looked at the massive blue creature before him and couldn't help but marvel. Although Kyogre has the potential of a level 1 legendary Pokémon, it's currently just a level 5 baby. Its round body shimmered with a blue sheen under the sunlight, and its large eyes blankly scanned the surroundings, giving it an adorably clueless appearance. Kyogre's rain-inducing ability is indeed powerful, summoning a permanent downpour unlike the brief showers caused by Pelipper or Politoed. The water it creates doesn't dissipate but accumulates, which is why it's known as the embodiment of the sea. If left unchecked, Kyogre could potentially turn the entire planet into an ocean. However, the current Kyogre seemed unaware of its own power. After looking around for a while, it finally spotted a small pond. It waddled its chubby body over and plunged in, causing a splash. The Magikarp in the pond were startled by this sudden giant and leapt out of the water. But these lively little creatures quickly bounced back into the pond. Kyogre, with its wide eyes, curiously observed its surroundings. Suddenly, it noticed a golden Magikarp of similar size. The golden Magikarp also noticed its new neighbor and blew a few bubbles in greeting. It thought to itself, this guy looks pretty tough. Is it going to eat me? Should I evolve to fight back? Nah, too much hassle. Let's just go with the flow. Watching this scene, Sulu had a new idea. With Kyogre, it's time to form a powerful water-type team. He turned to look at the other Pokémon he had just summoned. Thanks to previous experiences, the new Pokémon quickly integrated into the family. Bellossom was chatting with a group of Oddish, while Steelix was boasting about its adventures to a group of Onyx. Sulu noticed that this time he had summoned quite a few rare Pokémon, such as Ghastly and Trapinch. He estimated that the Pokémon species in the Pokémon Valley now accounted for about a quarter of the Pokédex. With this in mind, Sulu decided to establish a telepathic link for all the new Pokémon. However, after completing this process, Sulu's face suddenly turned pale. The simultaneous influx of thoughts from over 300 Pokémon made him dizzy. It took him a dozen seconds to recover, realizing that his mental strength was nearing its limit. Just then, a warm mental wave flowed into Sulu's mind. He was surprised to find that it was the Pokémon returning energy to him through the telepathic link. Shaman excitedly said, "Everyone is thanking you." Feeling a warmth in his heart, Sulu waved to all the Pokémon. "Thank you, everyone. I'm fine now." He silently resolved to strengthen his mental training to handle the arrival of more Pokémon in the future. Next, Sulu's gaze fell on the rare Pokémon that hadn't been accepted by any groups. He was astonished to find that there were 7 mythical Pokémon. 4 of them were Shaman, which made Sulu chuckle. Watching the Shaman happily gather and plan to plant flowers together tomorrow, Sulu then turned his attention to the pseudo-legendary Pokémon. As expected, Dragonite and Garchomp were among the most numerous. Among the secondary legendaries, the legendary birds were also present. Sulu pondered. It seems that when the system summons Pokémon, It considers rarity even for those of the same level. No wonder my first level 1 legendary was Rayquaza. It actually has a species group. But if I were to summon another Rayquaza, the younger one might get beaten up by the older one and be sent to another planet. Manaphy is a mythical water-type Pokémon with the unique ability to swap hearts with other Pokémon. This power allows Manaphy to command all the Pokémon in the water, earning it the title of Prince of the Sea. The blue Manaphy curiously observed Sulu, its large, water-drop-shaped eyes gleaming with intelligence. It showed no signs of fear, and instead moved closer. At that moment, Suicune gracefully approached Manaphy. The little one looked up at the majestic legendary Pokémon, then turned to Sulu with a questioning gaze. Feeling Manaphy's mental waves, Sulu smiled and explained, "Don't worry, Suicune is a very gentle big sister." Manaphy nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. Sulu felt a sense of relief. With Manaphy, the Prince of the Sea, the coastal defenses would be much stronger. He even speculated that Manaphy's psychic abilities might influence the fierce beasts controlled by other races. Next, Sulu turned his attention to another mythical Pokémon, Zarude. This monkey-like Pokémon was surprisingly friendly and had already bonded with the fire-type Pokémon. Intrigued, Sulu checked Zarude's system panel and discovered its special ability, Jungle Healing. Interesting, Sulu mused. This guy could be useful for farming. Then, Sulu began organizing the newly arrived pseudo-legendary Pokémon. He assigned Tyranitar to look after 3 Larvitars, though old Tyranitar seemed somewhat reluctant. The other pseudo-legendaries were also properly settled, and Sulu couldn't help but worry about the impending increase in feeding costs. Finally, Sulu turned his gaze to the newly arrived second-tier legendaries. Raikou was already conversing with Zapdos, while Articuno was assigned to the snowy mountain range. As for the 3 planes, 2 Latias and 1 Latiasthi were curiously watching Sulu. The 3 planes all had puzzled looks in their eyes. Latios and Latias are highly intelligent Pokémon with the unique ability to create human forms by reflecting light off their feathers. A mischievous gleam flashed in the eyes of the 3 Pokémon as they simultaneously chose the same target, Sulu. In an instant, the forms of 2 orange-haired girls and 1 blue-haired boy appeared before Sulu, all bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. Sulu's eyes widened in surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless. Shaking his head in resignation, he exclaimed, "Wow! It's one thing for Muto to mimic me, but now you 3 little jets are doing the same? Looks like I've got a few more siblings now." The Latias sisters giggled, their eyes twinkling with mischief. Their expressions and movements were even more vivid than Muto's. If they blended into a crowd, even the keenest human would be hard-pressed to notice anything unusual. The only drawback was that, like Muto, they couldn't speak and could only communicate through telepathy. Sulu thoughtfully observed his clones. Latios and Latias had a curiosity about the human world that far exceeded that of other Pokémon, likely due to their near-human intelligence. In the Pokémon world, they often took on human forms to blend in and interact closely with those they favored. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu made a decision. "You 3 should stay with Muto," he said, explaining, "You're all psychic and dragon types and can take on human forms. By staying with Muto, you'll not only get familiar with the human world, but also hone your psychic abilities." With everything settled, Sulu organized a welcome party for his new family members. Amidst the laughter and joy, a unique and wonderful family began to take shape. The next morning, Sulu's parents were dumbfounded to see the sudden appearance of second cousin Muto and third cousin, fourth cousin, and fifth cousin. They couldn't help but question their reality, wondering if they really had so many relatives. Sulu's parents, though bewildered, had no choice but to accept this sudden influx of cousins. Muto's appearance had already shocked them, and now with more relatives showing up, they were even more taken aback. Fortunately, Muto explained the situation in time, preventing a family conflict. Half a day later, with Muto's help, the cousins received their identification cards. After introducing Latias and the others to his parents, Sulu followed Muto to the Pokémon Research Lab, while he himself returned to the Pokémon Valley. As soon as Psyduck arrived at the valley, it eagerly rushed to the small pond, dipped its duck foot in to test the water temperature, shivered, and pulled back. It called out to the water, "Quack, is Phoeba here?" Before it could finish, a Magikarp was slapped out of the water by Phoeba. Magikarp, fuming, said, "So angry but not that angry." Psyduck sighed and said, "You're not the Phoeba I was looking for." The biggest gain from Sulu's trip was the fist plate, corresponding to the fighting type attribute. Since there were no fighting type legendary Pokémon at the moment, Sulu entrusted the plate to Kubfu. The fighting type Pokémon were thrilled and spent the entire night sparring around the plate. Additionally, Sulu obtained Sabrina's psychic training manual, which was beneficial not only for his Pokémon but also for his own training. The last peculiar item was a human-sized stone with faint emotional fluctuations. Sulu suspected it might be Deoxys, so he called Rayquaza to guard it. Suddenly, Sulu's expression changed, and he called Curlia to take him to the fighting arena. Riolu was there, preparing to evolve, and Sulu arrived just in time to offer support. In a flash of light, Riolu evolved into Lucario. Sulu happily patted Lucario's head, feeling a deep connection through aura. Kubfu, though envious, was not to be outdone and accepted Lucario's challenge for a duel. However, when Lucario began to mega-evolve, Kubfu exclaimed, "Mega evolution too? Is that even fair?" After giving Pancham a thorough beating, Lucario finally felt satisfied. It had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Lucario stood in the center of the fighting arena, panting heavily, eyes gleaming with pride. It looked at the fallen Pancham on the ground, feeling a sense of relief. Sulu quickly stepped forward and used a healing technique. Moments later, Pancham sprang up, its eyes filled with defiance and anger. Just because you evolved first doesn't mean you can just mega-evolve without any honor. Pancham roared in fury. "Trainer, you always favor it. You just prefer dogs, don't you?" Realizing it had misspoken, Pancham quickly corrected itself. "I mean, Lucario, I won't forget this. Today's training will be doubled." Sulu watched the determined Pancham with a smile of satisfaction. He knew that a true fighter wouldn't be discouraged by a temporary setback. "Pancham, have you decided on your evolution path?" Sulu asked, recalling their previous discussions about evolution. Roar Pancham threw a punch, eyes full of resolve. "One-hit style? You've made up your mind?" Sulu raised an eyebrow. Pancham nodded solemnly. After a moment of thought, Sulu said, "Continuous hit style is good, but Lucario has already taken that path. You've always been strong and fierce. One-hit style suits you too." He patted Pancham's shoulder. "I'll have Steelix help build the Dark Tower, and I'll gather some fighting manuals for you." With that, Sulu left the fighting arena with Lucario. The other fighting-type Pokémon stayed behind to train by the Fist Stone, while Lucario followed Sulu to better understand the power of Aura. Sulu was planning the upcoming ocean expedition and decided that Lucario should be part of it. They reached the pond and saw two Magikarp, one gold and one blue, carrying Ducklet and Manaphy around in a game of chase. "What are you guys up to?" Sulu asked, puzzled. Upon learning they were playing a game of tag, Sulu's gaze fell on the plump golden Magikarp. "Level 34? Still not evolved?" Sulu squinted, seeing through Magikarp's thoughts. "For this ocean mission, Magikarp, you're coming too," Sulu ordered. Magikarp panicked, thinking, "The trainer actually wants me to join the fight?" After assigning Magikarp, Sulu turned his attention to the Finneon, considering its training path. Then, he said to Kyogre, "Let's go out and create a bigger lake." Kyogre nodded in agreement, while Manaphy excitedly waved its tiny hands. Lake. Sulu picked up Manaphy, feeling its cool, jelly-like texture, and climbed onto Kyogre's back. Psyduck watched them leave and muttered to itself, "So, does love really disappear?" Indeed, reclaiming the ocean was part of Sulu's plan. Before proceeding, Kyogre needs to level up. Otherwise, releasing an underdeveloped Kyogre into the ocean might lead to unforeseen incidents, something Sulu is genuinely concerned about. Sulu took Kyogre out of the Pokémon Valley and headed to the desolate land where they once helped Rayquaza train for Dragon Ascent. The area, still imbued with Rayquaza's residual energy, remained sparsely vegetated despite the life energy boost, making it an ideal place for Kyogre to showcase its abilities. As Kyogre flew, rain clouds quickly gathered in the sky. Kyogre cautiously looked up, as if to ensure Rayquaza wasn't around. With the big fool not suppressing it, this place became its domain. In no time, torrential rain poured down. Within just a few minutes, the accumulated water reached nearly 1 billion tons. And this was Kyogre holding back its power. If it unleashed its full strength, it could flood an entire city in half an hour. Sulu reached out to catch some rainwater and tasted it. Too bad it's seawater. If it were freshwater, we'd be in luck, he thought, marveling at the incredible rainfall that could expand the ocean. As the water level rose, the water-type Pokémon in the Pokémon Valley began to celebrate. The usual small lakes were always too confined. Now, Poliwag, Bibarel, and other aquatic Pokémon joyfully rushed out of the valley and plunged into the newly formed water bodies. The overflowing water gradually flowed eastward, aligning perfectly with Sulu's plan. He intended to create a large lake and connect it to the ocean, providing a convenient passage for his Pokémon Navy to reach the sea. All right, that's enough water. At the start, Kyogre seemed to struggle to control its water spout. No wonder it often clashed with Groudon. Both seemed to have uncontrollable tempers. Sulu turned his head to look at the newly formed lake, which now occupied nearly half of the Tianyun Forbidden area. The lake's surface shimmered, with mist swirling around, creating a scene reminiscent of a traditional ink painting. Standing on the back of a Whiskash, Sulu reached out to catch a few raindrops that had penetrated the mental barrier. The cool sensation spread throughout his body, and he could feel the water-type energy flowing at his fingertips. No wonder the water-type Pokémon prefer to leave the treasure valley, Sulu mused. Although it is rich in life energy, it doesn't compare to this place. He looked down at the Whiscash beneath him and gently said, Kyogre, you should battle other Pokémon to level up first. Once the channel is open, you can enter the ocean. The Whiscash let out a soft chirp and nodded obediently. It could sense Rayquaza watching from the sky and did not dare to act recklessly. Sulu decided to name this new lake area Meteor Lake. The fusion of Dragon-type energy and Kyogre's water-type energy made this place particularly attractive to both water and Dragon-type Pokémon. As the life brambles spread, the life energy in other parts of the Tianyun Forbidden area also gradually increased. Next, they needed to dig a channel to the sea. This idea came from the wishes of the aquatic Pokémon wanted to live in the ocean, but also visit their old home frequently. Sulu sensed this through his telepathic abilities. After arranging for Whiscash and Manaphy to play in Meteor Lake, Sulu gathered his construction team. The ground shook as round heads emerged from the earth diglets and Sandslash. Leading them was a massive Steelix, now 35 meters long, accompanied by several Onix. Impressive. The training has really paid off, Sulu praised, admiring the metallic sheen of Steelix's armor. Steelix extended its tail, and to Sulu's surprise, he noticed a transparent sparkle on its previously platinum-like body. Is this a diamond? He wondered. Steelix excitedly nodded in confirmation. Sulu's heart leaped with joy. With continued training, Steelix might surpass its mega evolution and become the first diamond Steelix. After some encouragement, Steelix led the excavation team eastward. With the help of the old foreman, Sulu was confident the job would be completed in no time. A few days later, a careful observation of satellite images would reveal a river channel gradually forming in the Tianyun Forbidden area due to land collapse. However, since it had not yet been filled with water and the eastern part of the Tianyun Forbidden area was shrouded in snow, this strange change went unnoticed by the outside world. 4 or 5 days later, thanks to the substantial supply of resources from Chuwan, many Pokémon that were already at the brink of evolution have now evolved. On the shores of the Primal Lake, numerous Pokémon watched with keen interest as the Magikarp underwent special training. To quickly level up, the Magikarp needed to engage in numerous battles. Sulu initially considered having Rayquaza as the sparring partner, but due to concerns about experience points, he ultimately chose another Golden Magikarp as the opponent. In the arena, the two Magikarp splashed back and forth, creating a flurry of water. Sulu's attention, however, was drawn to a Gyarados on the side. This golden Gyarados had been forcibly brought in for training but kept dodging attacks with agile movements. Sulu shook his head in disappointment. He had hoped that intense battles would trigger the Gyarados' potential and evolve it into a powerful Gyarados. Unfortunately, this fish seemed only interested in survival. Alright, switch out, Sulu called. The Gyarados sighed in relief, narrowly escaping another ordeal. At that moment, a Froakie gently poked Sulu's leg. Its eyes gleamed with fighting spirit as it nodded towards the Magikarp. After a long period of accumulation, Froakie felt it was on the verge of evolution. Facing the still-developing Magikarp was the perfect opportunity to test its strength. Sulu hesitated for a moment, worried that an all-out battle might cause injury. However, his indecision was quickly resolved when Rayquaza suddenly sent a message. The spatial disturbance they were monitoring had reappeared. Let's go, Froakie. This time, you're the main force. The city of H is located at the southernmost part of Shilin province. Further south used to be a small country named Nangua. Lin Zhongyu stood atop the city walls of H City, his gaze heavy as he looked toward the south. As the lord of this critical border town, he wore specially crafted armor, exuding a formidable aura. Decades ago, Nangua was destroyed in a beast rampage. The survivors migrated south, but were then isolated by a sudden forbidden zone. Since then, beast activity has decreased, but Huagua's vigilance towards the southern forbidden zone has not waned. Lord, the headquarters have been informed. Supreme Governor Chao Meng is on his way to support us, the adjutant reported respectfully. Lin Zhongyu nodded slightly, his expression relaxing a bit. Chao Meng was a genuine God-ear combatant. Alert the entire city to be on guard, he ordered sternly. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding light appeared on the horizon in the distance. Report. Unusual light source detected to the south, a sentinel shouted. Prepare for battle. Lin Zhongyu commanded loudly. In the southern sky, a gigantic figure resembling a small sun was approaching H City. It was a towering, flame-covered behemoth, clad in heavy armor. Riding a dragon-like beast, it led a massive army of ferocious creatures. The behemoth did not immediately attack, but sent forth an emissary of a blue-skinned alien race. Aside from their blue skin, they looked much like humans. Humans, submit to the great golden behemoth kingdom. The emissary shouted, abandon your frail human forms and become part of the glorious behemoth race. Lin Jingyu's face turned grim, but he did not stop the emissary from speaking. Chao Meng was already on the way. they just needed to buy time. However, after the emissary repeated his message 3 times, the flame behemoth swung its spiked club and ordered the attack. The beast army surged toward H City like a tidal wave. Though diverse in species, their numbers were staggering. Fortunately, it seemed the enemy did not understand the temporal displacement techniques of the Dissension School, allowing H City's advanced weaponry to remain effective. Smoke and the scent of blood filled the air. Lin Zhengyu carefully observed the battle, pondering. It seems all these beasts are controlled by that behemoth. If that's true, their beast-taming ability is terrifying. Human weapons are nothing special, only capable of slaughtering ordinary beasts. The flame behemoth scoffed to the blue-skinned alien by its side. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. The alien flattered. Human technology is insignificant compared to behemoth power. Your sycophantic face makes me want to strangle you, the behemoth said coldly. The blue-skinned alien shuddered, not daring to speak further. It knew well that in the behemoth kingdom, the only value of humans was to be torn apart, satisfying the behemoth's bloodlust. Ignoring the alien, the flame behemoth spurred the dragon beneath it and personally charged toward H City. This dragon isn't his beast. It belongs to his father, the golden behemoth. The fiery behemoth looked down disdainfully at the human defenses. The dragon beneath it spread its wings, blocking out the sky. Its scales gleamed with a metallic sheen, showcasing its totemic and terrifying power. Prince Geo, let's make this quick, the dragon whispered. Lord Golden Behemoth will likely realize we snuck out soon. The behemoth prince nodded, flames igniting in his eyes. Human weapons rained down like a storm, but they disintegrated before even touching the flames. Lin Jinyo's face grew serious, knowing conventional weapons were useless. Spectral troops advance. With the command, a ghostly legion transformed into blue scales, covering Lin Jinyo's armor. He became a blue blur, charging toward the crimson behemoth. The two flames clashed fiercely in midair. Lin Zhengyu barely held on, but then he saw a golden tail sweeping towards him unexpectedly. His spectral armor shattered instantly, and the shadow of death loomed over him. At the critical moment, a mental barrier as solid as a fortress blocked the dragon's tail. Lin Zhengyu turned to see a black-haired man standing beside a Psyduck. To his astonishment, it was the cousin of Governor Muto. What is going on? Big cousin? Lin Zhengyu stared blankly at Sulu in front of him. Sulu smiled faintly and said softly, "Looks like I've really become everyone's big cousin. You go back and help clear out the small fry first." Lin Zhengyu nodded quickly, his body flickering with ghostly fire as he retreated instantly. The flame behemoth was enraged by the sight, swinging its massive metal club and sending a wave of red-hot fire towards Sulu. A cold mental voice echoed in its mind. Interrupting someone's conversation is quite rude, you savage alien. Seeing the mocking smile on Sulu's face, the flame behemoth became furious. Just as it was about to attack, a water curtain suddenly appeared, colliding with the flames and creating a massive steam cloud. Earthquake Dragon. Kill him, the flame behemoth roared. The Earthquake Dragon responded with a deep voice. Ninth Prince, you're not qualified to order me. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes. As a totem-level beast, it was not one to take orders lightly. The flame behemoth calmed down, realizing it had not yet undergone the dragon hunting trial and did not have its own beast companion. It looked at the figure in the steam, feeling uneasy about the aura emanating from the yellow-skinned duck. Sulu waved his hand, dispersing the mist to reveal the trembling Guada frog. The flame behemoth mistook the trembling for fear, not knowing it was actually battle excitement. Attack! With Sulu's command, the Guada frog instantly closed in on the Earthquake Dragon. The Earthquake Dragon could no longer hold back and stomped the ground fiercely. A terrifying shockwave erupted like a mini-nuclear explosion, cracking the ground and causing tremors even at the H-City defense line 2 kilometers away. Lin Zhengyu looked solemnly towards the battlefield center. This was no longer a battle for ordinary beast core, but a clash between two powerful entities. He reassured himself, with Governor Muto lurking in the shadows, they will surely be safe. At the edge of the Forbidden Zone, Aoyabai, a green-skinned alien, was preparing to sneak away. Aoyabai cautiously moved towards the boundary, a sense of relief washing over him. With Behemoth absent, this was his chance to escape. However, just as he was about to step out of the Forbidden Zone, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Aoyabai froze, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Wide-range attacks are very effective against Froggy, but it's been specially trained. Who do you think will win? Sulu's voice sounded from behind him. Aoyabai swallowed hard and stammered, "Sir, I'm actually a human. I was forcibly transformed by Behemoth. I asked you who will win." Sulu's tone grew colder. Aoyabai's mind was in turmoil. Earthshaker Dragon was a totem-level beast. How could a frog possibly stand a chance? But his life was in Sulu's hands. Reluctantly, he said, Of course, your beast will win. In the arena, Froggy had turned into a water sphere, even rooting itself underground. It used its specialized knowledge to deflect attacks with a water shield, ensuring its survival. The rapidly flowing water could cut through metal, naturally withstanding impacts. Dozens of spinning golden shurikens sliced through the smoke, heading straight for Earthshaker Dragon. However, the dragon roared and began to charge, each step causing the ground to tremble. A layer of pale yellow, glass-like armor covered its body, shattering the golden shurikens upon impact. Facing the onslaught, Froggy merged with the water beneath it. Hiding in the water? Then let's evaporate all the water. Flame Behemoth joined in. Desiccating wind. Hot wind rose from the cracked earth, evaporating the water pools instantly. Forced to surface, Froggy was struck by the dragon's tail. Despite the water shield, it was sent flying. From the city wall, Lin Zhengyu shouted anxiously, "It's dangerous. Why did Big Cousin only send this one beast? Where is Governor Muto? Why isn't he intervening?" Froggy, lying in the distance, looked calm. It raised a hand to the sky, and with a thunderous boom, torrential rain began to pour. Now, whose arena is it? Summoning rain. And it's the kind of rain that mimics the ability of a Gyarados, absolutely relentless. Frogadier let out a mighty roar, and the sky darkened instantly. Torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, quickly filling the cracks in the earth. While the rain couldn't last forever, it rendered the opponent helpless for the moment. Frogadier glanced up at the Earthshaker Dragon, whose back bore the flaming behemoth, resembling a ball of fire. The surrounding rain evaporated before even getting close. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and countless spikes burst from the soil, aiming straight for Frogadier. With nimble movements, Frogadier dodged skillfully, occasionally throwing shurikens and even a few kitchen knives. Lin Zhengyu sighed, knowing that this approach was futile. The Earthshaker Dragon, if not for the behemoth on its back, wouldn't even need to dodge. Though Frogadier was strong, it was still at the Dominator level, unable to break through the defenses. Not enough. Frogadier's eyes were cold. "I need more speed." Just then, Sulu's voice echoed in Frogadier's ears, "Blend into the darkness. Use smokescreen and substitutes." Their minds were nearly in sync through the power of telepathy. The once light blue rainwater gradually turned black, each drop emitting a smoky haze. Rain combined with smoky and ultimate technique. Night Rain Veil. The world plunged into darkness, and numerous shadowy figures rose from the water, created by the Night Rain Veil. Frogadier hid among them, making it impossible for the Earthshaker Dragon to identify the real one. Even an earthquake wouldn't reveal the true Frogadier, as its duplicates filled the air. In this environment, Frogadier could attack freely. But Alubi spoke with a pained voice, "It's useless. The totem beast is invincible." Sulu watched the battlefield intently, knowing the moment was near. Amid the black rain, only the sounds of battle and tremors could be heard. Frogadier felt it was just one step away from evolution. Suddenly, Frogadier emerged, waving its right hand. A massive, pitch-black water blade formed in the rain, spinning at a terrifying speed. Everyone was stunned. Its curve resembled that of a kitchen knife. The water blade couldn't cut through the Earthshaker Dragon's defenses, but the flaming behemoth was instantly beheaded. The Earthshaker Dragon realized it had gained its freedom. It stood up, transforming into a giant dragon man, its furious punches dispersing the rain and unleashing continuous waves of attacks. "Not good," the crowd exclaimed. "The Earth Dragon is going berserk." Under this life-and-death pressure, Frogadier felt itself getting faster, so fast it didn't even realize it had evolved. A blinding white light flashed briefly, and Frogadier evolved into Greninja. "Let's begin." Sulu closed his eyes, merging his thoughts with Greninja's. The newly evolved Greninja's body underwent another transformation bond phenomenon. Our minds became one. Greninja's body changed once more. Bond phenomenon. Bond phenomenon is a unique form of evolution. So far, only Greninja can achieve it. Sulu hadn't understood the reason before, but after successfully achieving the bond phenomenon, he finally knew. After the transformation Savvy Froakie evolves, its protean ability gets a significant boost. It can now mimic not just elemental attributes, but also soul vibrations seamlessly. Greninja's bond phenomenon is distinct from other Pokémon's mega evolutions. Instead of actively changing its soul vibrations, it evolves by emulating its trainer. This results in each Greninja's bond evolution being unique, reflecting the characteristics of its trainer. Ash's Greninja clearly embodies his traits. Meanwhile, Sulu's Greninja, upon undergoing bond evolution, reveals a stunning form. In the moment when Garchomp strikes, the super-evolved Greninja lightly stands on its fist. Golden tassels, resembling wings, flutter from its back. Upon closer inspection, each tassel is a rapidly flowing liquid. 3 golden spikes crown its head, exuding a regal aura. This is the black water king form of the super-evolved Greninja. With a swift motion, Greninja pulls golden water threads from a watery veil. These rapidly flowing threads possess cutting power far exceeding that of spinning water shurikens. In an instant, Garchomp's unbreakable crystalline armor shatters into fragments, and its thick skin splits, spilling hot dragon blood. Garchomp swings a painful punch, but it only hits a water clone. This water clone is not just a decoy but a meticulously designed bomb. As it shatters, countless water threads explode, resembling floating sword energy. Sulu opens his eyes and calmly asks, "Have you ever seen Golden Rain?" Alyabai looks at him in confusion, and the next second, everyone is stunned as the rain explodes. The pitch-black raindrops dissipate the smoke, revealing brilliant golden droplets. Then, one by one, these golden raindrops explode. Raindrops scattered like threads unraveling, resembling beams of light. Golden threads wove into an impenetrable web, trapping the Earthshaker dragon. The dragon thrashed wildly, its fists pounding like rain, but it couldn't break through the watery barrier. With a snap of Greninja's hands, the threads tightened, piercing the dragon's body. The Earthshaker dragon let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Lin Zhengyu gazed at the battlefield, deeply shaken. Each evolution from Froakie to Frogadier, and finally to Greninja had amazed him. He speculated privately that this must be some form of extraordinary evolution technique. The Beast Legion was also silent, unable to comprehend the astonishing leap in power. Alyabai, witnessing the scene, nearly broke down. He lunged at Sulu, screaming hysterically, "You killed the Behemoth King! The Golden Behemoth King won't spare us!" Before he could finish, a powerful aura enveloped the area. Alyabai froze in place, too terrified to move. Greninja flickered to Sulu's side, exchanging a few jokes with the arriving Psyduck. With a wave of Sulu's hand, the corpses of the Earthshaker dragon and the fiery behemoth vanished into thin air. Lin Zhengyu grew even more perplexed but knew the priority was to report the situation and handle post-battle matters. "Tell me, what's the deal with you and the beings you call behemoths?" Sulu questioned the strange being named Alyabai before him. Previously, it claimed to be a human modified by an alien race. But now, Alyabai's eyes are vacant, having been hypnotized by Muto. Alyabai's voice was mechanical and cold as it recounted its origins word by word. It came from the Golden Behemoth Kingdom, a nation established by an alien race after human territories fell. These aliens, unlike humans, were not driven by a desire to kill and began to build their own civilization. Most of these aliens revered powerful beasts, treating those with near-god-like strength as totems and tribal idols. Even stronger entities that touched upon the rules of existence were considered demigods. The behemoth race was known for their formidable physiques. They worshipped themselves and personally conquered the beasts they tamed, their innate talent being violent domination. It is said that the Behemoth Kingdom had 3 totem-level beasts subdued by its king. However, the behemoths also raised humans, training them to become Beast Tamers. To them, human tamers were merely tools to enhance their own power. They forcibly formed beast-taming contracts with humans, offering almost no control, but could drain the tamer's strength through the contract until they were completely exhausted. Humans who couldn't become tamers faced an even more tragic fate. They became tools for the behemoths to temper their minds. The visionary Behemoth King, unwilling to be controlled by a strange will, discovered a simple method to overcome this impulse, having humans and behemoths interact face-to-face. Resisting the urge to kill humans was a mental exercise, and those who couldn't resist would tear them apart or even devour them alive, as they were merely expendable. As long as the valuable tamers were not harmed, there would be no punishment. According to Alyabai, there were many such alien kingdoms. 4 of them had established diplomatic relations with the Behemoth Kingdom alone. In their language, the Forbidden Land was referred to as the Totem Zone. Alyabai mentioned that there were many such alien kingdoms, and just the ones that had established relations with the Behemoth Kingdom numbered 4. In their terminology, the Forbidden Land was called the Totem Zone. Alyabai had no idea why this behemoth appeared, as humans had no means of obtaining additional information in the Behemoth Kingdom. After sending the half-blood back to City H, Lin Zhengyu was busy with post-disaster reconstruction. Suddenly, he received a report from his subordinate about a strange person appearing in the Beast Alliance. Lin Zhengyu immediately put aside his tasks and rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, Sulu was deep in thought. The Behemoth Kingdom was located in a massive space-time rift within a forbidden zone, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location. The Totem Zone was vast, almost covering the countries surrounding China. Under the threat of beast tides and alien races, these smaller countries found it even harder to sustain themselves compared to China. Sulu sent the intelligence back, estimating that the top brass in China were already aware. On the other side, Lu Qingxian watched the video of Sulu and Greninja with a serious expression. He had some impression of this frog-like beast, but never expected it could rival god-level power. Lu Qingxian began to reassess Sulu's status, while slightly relaxing his guard against Muto. The interrogation results regarding the mutated humans convinced Lu Qingxian that there existed entities stronger than god level. He decided to rename god level power to guardian deity or quasi-deity. Facing the movements of alien races, Lu Qingxian realized the urgent need to contact and gather these powerful beings, including those beast tamers hiding their identities and powerful beasts that had lost their tamers. In the Pokemon Valley, Sulu began researching bond evolution. He discovered that this evolution strained Greninja rather than himself, resembling another form of mental connection. Sulu pondered whether it was possible to achieve bond evolution remotely through the power of transcendence. Greninja nodded and started discussing with Sulu in detail. Although the pressure during the moment of bond evolution was immense, completing it felt incredibly satisfying. It was as if their thoughts became synchronized, and Greninja became an extension of Sulu's body. This alone is almost a miraculous transformation. Sulu gazed at Greninja, filled with deep emotions. Although Pokemon are not clumsy, their thinking patterns are fundamentally different from those of humans. Even the Metagross, which is said to rival supercomputers, cannot fully match human cognitive processes. This is why humans hold the dominant position in the Pokemon world. Sulu found himself lost in thought. If these extraordinary abilities appeared directly in humans, the level of development would likely far exceed that of Pokemon. This is precisely the significance of Pokemon trainers. Before Bond Phenomenon, Greninja could only create water-based weapons. However, after Bond Phenomenon, it was as if Sulu's thoughts had replaced Greninja's consciousness. The mastery of water shurikens came naturally, as their use was based on Sulu's ideas. While the principle of bond phenomenon is clear, how can other Pokemon actively reach this level of soul resonance? Greninja has a natural talent, but it's not easy for ordinary Pokemon to alter their soul waves. After pondering for a moment, Sulu concluded that Psychic-type and Ghost-type Pokemon might be the most likely to achieve this, as their abilities touch upon aspects of the soul. Suddenly, Sulu thought of Muto. As one of the few Pokemon capable of self-mega evolution, Muto might have the answers. As if reading his mind, Muto appeared before Sulu, softly saying, "I understand your thoughts. It's worth a try." After a brief exchange with Greninja, Muto began to attempt bond phenomenon with Sulu. With the power of mega evolution, the success rate was already quite high. In the next moment, Muto began to glow with the light of evolution. Sulu held his breath as he watched Muto's evolving form, which seemed to exhibit features of both X and Y forms. However, just as success seemed imminent, the evolving outline suddenly reverted to its original form. Muto slowly shook its head, frowning slightly. Sulu was puzzled. It had been so close to success. What went wrong? The trade exchange experiment with Muto ended in failure, which left Sulu somewhat disappointed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, "Even the most promising attempt with Muto failed. It will be even harder with other Pokemon. The unique bond evolution trait of Greninja is currently too difficult to replicate." Muto nodded slightly, not appearing rushed. It had already mastered the secrets of mega evolution and believed that bond evolution would be within reach eventually. Following the incident in U City, the alien races uncharacteristically quieted down for a while. However, spatial rifts began appearing more frequently, increasing the defense pressure on major cities. For Sulu, this presented an opportunity. The more rifts there were, the more summoning stones he could obtain. Meanwhile, the breeding base officially began operations, attracting a large influx of Beast Tamers. One-third of the prospective beasts had already been captured and taken away, significantly increasing the number of Beast Tamers in True New Town. This eased some of the pressure on Muto. Even more exciting was the news that the waterway to the Eastern Sea had finally been opened. Standing on the dam by Meteor Lake, Sulu looked down at the massive channel, nearly 200 meters deep. Behind him, Old Ban felt a bit nauseous at the sight of the bottomless rivulet had likely consumed an uncountable amount of soil during this period. "The waterway to the sea is open," Sulu commanded, and the water-type Pokemon in Meteor Lake cheered in unison. Kyogre, which had reached level 34, let out a joyful whale song. It had been confined in the Pokemon Valley for too long and could finally swim freely. Kyogre charged at the dam, and a torrent of water instantly flooded the channel. Surf-capable Pokemon leaped into the rushing waters, and with the help of Kirlia, Sulu teleported to Kyogre's head. Rayquaza, observing this, felt a bit displeased and silently contemplated whether to teach the fathead fish a lesson. After breaking free from Meteor Lake, Rayquaza lifted its suppression of Kyogre's trait. In an instant, rain clouds gathered, and the water flow intensified. The roaring sound echoed through the sky, causing the ground to tremble. The water flow burst out of Sky Cloud Forbidden Land, alarming nearby adventurers and reconnaissance personnel from various factions. Following the sound, they saw that the original rift had transformed into a rushing river. Someone tasted the rainwater and exclaimed, "This rain, it's salty." The various factions quickly realized that someone was digging a canal and accomplishing this feat in just 10 days. What puzzled them even more was the source of the endless water. Far away in the capital of origins, Lu Qingxian was also perplexed. He asked Muto about the situation, receiving only 5 words in response. Reclaim the eastern coast. These simple words sent a shiver through Lu Qingxian. Reclaiming the coast, what an extravagant dream for the current Huagua. The ocean was the stronghold of ferocious beasts and alien races. If they could truly secure a foothold along the coastline, the benefits would be immeasurable. Can we hold it? Lu Qingxian couldn't help but ask. Reclaiming was one thing, but maintaining control was another matter entirely. How much courage and strength would that require? Rushing into the sea, how much courage does that take? The surging river and mist even dispersed the cold air currents. Wherever Kyogre passed, the rivers roared with life. The cold might freeze still waters, but it couldn't stop the rushing torrents. Amid the thunderous roar, scavengers in the devastated area climbed to higher ground, witnessing the sudden spectacle. They were stunned to see a colossal beast riding the waves and a tiny human figure atop it. The appearance of the river not only drew the attention of humans, but also disturbed the fierce beasts hidden in the snow and wind. The drastic environmental changes compressed their living space, making them even more ferocious. They were restless, yet could only watch the surging waves in confusion. Half an hour later, Sulu finally saw the blue ocean to the east. Kyogre let out a long roar, and a profound power surged from the sea, connecting with it. In an instant, the rain clouds above expanded from covering hundreds of miles to thousands of miles. Even the residents far away in Pallet Town felt the change in the sky as fine rain began to fall. Sulu understood that Kyogre had regained its dominion. He pondered the difference between legendary Pokémon and ordinary ones, believing the key lay in their dominion and duties. Just like the weather trio representing the expansion of sky, ocean, and land, and the legendary birds holding dominion over ice, fire, and lightning. Kyogre's power was not just about controlling the ocean, but ruling its expansion. However, Sulu's reliance on this journey wasn't solely on Kyogre. At his pant leg, a small blue chubby creature looked excitedly at the Ocean Manaphy, the legendary prince of the sea capable of commanding all water Pokémon. As the river flowed into the sea, the fierce beasts in the water became restless. The sea suddenly rolled back, forming a reverse tsunami surging into the ocean. A merman below the shoreline watched in shock at this unnatural phenomenon. The tsunami grew higher and higher, from dozens of meters to 100 meters, almost reaching the clouds. The defenses of the hidden sea tribes and the abyssal royal clan along the coastline seemed insignificant before the 1,000-meter-high waves. Keen-eyed sea tribesmen exclaimed, spotting a giant whale on the wave's crest, and some even pointed out a human figure atop the whale's head. In the deep-sea region, a massive ice-blue luminescent jellyfish emerged. This was the totemic sea beast guarding the area, the abyssal frost spirit. It gazed greedily at Kyogre, sensing it was a young divine being. To touch the realm of gods, it decided to make the first move, ordering its water tribe to attack. Millions of aquatic creatures surfaced, spewing ice-blue mist in an attempt to freeze the surging tsunami. Facing such a massive attack, Sulu remained calm, placing his hand on Kyogre's skin and infusing it with the power of Verdant. Within the waves, tiny green lights flickered with the tsunami. In the next moment, a massive wave of origin energy, forming almost a wall of light, surged towards the sea tribes. How powerful is Kyogre when it unleashes the stormy seas? Kyogre hovered amidst the dark clouds, surrounded by blue waves of primal energy. Each wave it released erupted into massive splashes on the ocean's surface, causing towering tidal waves. This was the terrifying might of the sea god. Sulu stood on Kyogre's back, gazing down at the turbulent ocean below. The remnants of countless sea creatures floated on the water, staining the blue sea black. The brutal scene left Prince Manaphy stunned. Manaphy tugged on Sulu's pants, a look of determination flashing in its eyes. Sulu glanced down at it and softly said, "If you want to go, then go." At that moment, Kyogre released another wave of primal energy. The immense power struck the ocean, creating a 1,000-meter-high tsunami. The cold instantly froze part of the wave, forming a massive ice wall. The ice wall crashed down, sending shockwaves in all directions, instantly turning countless sea creatures to blood. Far away on land, Lu Qingxian and others watched the scene unfold through satellite footage. Someone couldn't help but roar, "Damn Dragon Envoy. Doesn't he realize the ocean is now the territory of the sea tribes?" Lu Qingxian said gravely, "Silence. Wait for the outcome. Someone has already gone to investigate the East Sea." Kyogre hovered silently within the dark clouds as the sea tribes lost their will to fight. They couldn't even reach the high-altitude sea god. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed in the ears of all the sea tribes. "I am the prince of the vast ocean, the destined king of the sea tribe, the companion of the sea god, allies of humankind. Those who submit under the sea god's majesty shall be spared from death. Manaphy and Suicune hovered in the air, exuding an aura of authority. With each step Suicune took, the bloodstains vanished, and the sea returned to its pristine clarity. The foreign sea creatures watched in disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. Manaphy's voice, carrying an almost magical quality, echoed through the waters. One of the creatures curled up and surrendered first, and the others quickly followed suit. To their surprise, a sense of joy welled up within them. They always longed to submit to the true sea god. Manaphy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Its innate abilities had proven effective. It thought quickly. This way, it could minimize casualties while gaining labor. Perhaps it could even build the long-dreamed-of ocean temple? With the temple, managing the seas and quelling disputes would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Just as Manaphy was lost in its thoughts, Sully, standing on Kyogre's back, suddenly became alert. Froakie, Ducklet, prepare for battle. His aura had already detected the hidden totem. The spirit of the abyss, in its gaseous form, watched the approaching young sea god with turbulent thoughts. Its blue eyes gleamed with greed as waves of thoughts surged through its mind. If I kill that young sea god and devour its power, my path to godhood will be fully opened. Without hesitation, it unleashed its special ability, letting an invisible, colorless chill spread silently. The earlier wave of sea creatures' attack was just a distraction to get close to the target. The abyssal sea tribe surrendered so easily. What a bunch of weak-willed fools. But this suited it perfectly. With a single thought, its elite troops went into a berserk state. The Water Lord and Manaphy, who were negotiating surrender, were caught off guard and surrounded by numerous jellyfish-like creatures as hard as ice. Among them were 6 dominant-level beasts. Since the abyssal sea tribe had lost their will to fight, it was time for its own tribe to draw attention. As for casualties, if it could become a true mythological creature, the death of some kin was insignificant. Those mindless beasts were no longer its kind, now that it had gained wisdom. As the cold drew nearer, the spirit of the abyss keenly noticed 2 figures flying off Kyogre's back. It thought to itself, as expected, those 2 are also water-type deities, but their power is far less than that of the young sea god. Could they be its subordinates? If their strength and authority matched, it wouldn't dare act rashly. But these 2 subordinates don't seem to have reached the required strength, so they must be going for assistance. This played right into the spirit of the abyss plan. Drawing away the guards was its goal. However, the trajectory of the 2 figures made it suddenly tense. In the next moment, a water blade sliced through the cold air, hitting the spirit, now in mist form, with precision. Damn, I've been discovered. The spirit of the abyss was frustrated. But given another choice, it would act the same way. From the moment it saw Kyogre, it had gone mad for divine power. In its gaseous state, it believed it could not be touched except by special means, which was its confidence. However, Sulu's timely command reached the 2 Pokémon. Use Haze. Haze not only acted as a smokescreen, but also removed the target's buffs, returning it to its original state. The spirit of the abyss was horrified to find itself being slowly forced back into its original form within a large cloud of black mist. Its ice-blue body was exposed to the sky. Even without its gaseous state, it could still control ice to float. But the truly terrifying part was that its prized gaseous form was so easily countered. As fear and greed intertwined, the voice in its mind could no longer be suppressed. Kill all humans. Kill their Pokémon. The blue eyes covering its body turned blood red in an instant. Greed was drowned by a desire to kill, and in the distant icy depths, more red lights began to appear. White mist started to spread, freezing the sea surface. This was the very scene Sulu had witnessed when he sought the source of the ice wind. Over a dozen totem-level spirits of the abyss quickly arrived after receiving the message. This was a trap meticulously prepared for Rayquaza. Based on attribute analysis, the alien races deduced that Rayquaza might be dragon and flying type, with low resistance to ice. Hence, the Sea Tribe Alliance had gathered the spirits of the abyss and the abyssal sea aliens. The destruction of the Merman tribe had spread Rayquaza's information throughout the deep sea. No one wanted to neighbor a terrifying creature that could hurl meteors into the sea, especially one that might be an ally of humans. However, instead of Rayquaza, they encountered a new deity with dominion over the ocean. The cold intensified. Sulu gazed into the depths of the ocean as vast areas began to freeze, and the air became exceptionally dry. He had mentally prepared for this underwater venture. He had noticed the unusual cold currents on the east coast earlier. After all, it wasn't necessary to cause a cold current covering 3 provinces just to strike a human-occupied, yet Obera-claimed zone. In retrospect, it was wise not to let Rayquaza venture deep into the sea. After all, Sulu still knew nothing about the sea alien's secrets. In midair, the spirit of the abyss, forced back into its original form, was caught between Ducklet and Greninja. It was the first time in a long while that Sulu had seen Psyduck in action. He was well aware of Psyduck's strength. When it comes to other things, Duck might not be the best, but in the world of PY power yielding, it's the undisputed champion. It has picked up a lot of techniques and items from Muto and numerous legendary Pokémon. Duck flapped its wings and flew towards the glacial abyss spirit, a bead of cold sweat forming on its forehead. Having spent too much time in the workshop, it had momentarily forgotten how to fight. The glacial abyss spirit charged madly at Kyogre, only to be effortlessly bound by the water threads of a suddenly evolved Greninja. Quack! Duck suddenly remembered. Psychic? Right, I still have Psychic. Recalling the teachings of its mentor, Muto, it began to tap into its inner mental power. As the energy surged, Duck felt a slight headache. Meanwhile, Lu Hongqing, clad in battle gear and a waterproof cloak, stood on the cliff by the coastline, observing the strange changes in the ocean. Behind her was a three-meter muscular salamander, her partner, the wrathful salamander. Though not a champion, Lu Hongqing possessed champion-level strength as a special envoy of the Beast Alliance. In the distance, a terrifying tsunami connected to the sky surged towards the deep sea, followed by a 100-meter-high backwash wave. With the wrathful salamander's protection, Lu Hongqing managed to stay upright. The sea brought in numerous dismembered limbs, indicating the fierce battle. Through the torrential rain, she could only vaguely make out dark dots on the horizon. The tsunami and light wave attacks seemed to have ceased when suddenly, an unusual sound caught her attention. Lu Hongqing focused and saw a giant jellyfish crash down less than 100 meters away from her. A colossal creature over 50 meters in size, the extreme cold abyssal spirit, emanating intense water energy, crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Behind Lu Hongqing, her furious water salamander trembled uncontrollably. This was the pressure of a higher life form, something even a dominant-level beast couldn't withstand. Lu Hongqing's heart tightened. Anything that could instill such fear in a dominant-level creature must be at least a totem-level being. Despite its numerous wounds, the chilling aura of the extreme cold abyssal spirit still managed to freeze the water within a kilometer radius. Lu Hongqing focused all her energy on resisting the bone-chilling cold, wondering what kind of entity could inflict such damage on a totem-level creature. The answer soon became clear. A yellow-skinned duck broke through the rain, its immense mental power dispersing the rain within a 100-meter radius. Quack! The duck complained. Quack went way too hard and sent the jellyfish flying. Behind the duck, countless water swords materialized, a technique it had learned from the frog. Though it couldn't control them with the precision of threads, forming them into water swords was deadly enough. Quack! Taste my duck's treasure trove. The water swords rained down, and the extreme cold abyssal spirit struggled to defend itself with ice blades, but was quickly torn to pieces. Lu Hongqing gasped. This level of power surpassed totem level. Could it be a true god? Or even a mythic level being? She tried to recall information about Sulu and Psyduck, but couldn't reconcile this godlike power with the elite-level beast she remembered. The duck surveyed Lu Hongqing, who was hiding behind a rock wall, and flew to her side upon receiving instructions from Sulu. Lu Hongqing held her breath in tension, but the duck simply used its psychic power to dry her clothes. When the duck drew the Beast Alliance symbol on the ground, Lu Hongqing finally relaxed. Meanwhile, through her portable camera, the high-ranking officials of the Beast Alliance witnessed this astonishing scene. Am I seeing things? Is that a Psyduck? Lu Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. That seemingly clueless Psyduck had just drawn the emblem of the Beast Alliance, displaying an astonishing level of power. Questions flooded his mind. Could this be Sulu's spirit beast? But where is Sulu himself? As Lu Qingxian pondered, the Psyduck on the screen suddenly extended its short arms. In an instant, the raging waves were flattened, and the rain clouds within a 1,000-mile radius vanished. The sun reappeared, and a rainbow even arched across the sky. The sheer magnitude of this power made Lu Qingxian gasp. A mythical-level entity. Lu Qingxian realized. No wonder Muto is willing to call Sulu his big cousin and even work under him. It all makes sense now. Meanwhile, the Psyduck that had calmed the waves let out a long breath. It recalled the teachings of its mentor, Muto. With enough psychic power, telekinesis can achieve almost anything. Although its own strength couldn't match Muto's, suppressing these 100-meter waves was well within its capabilities. Psyduck glanced around, feeling a sense of pride. The dispersal of the clouds was probably the work of its boss, the flying caterpie, and the rainbow was undoubtedly the masterpiece of Ho-Oh, the household guardian. No wonder its trainer was so well prepared, even against quasi-legendary entities. Psyduck nodded in satisfaction. Then it frowned at the dumbfounded Lu Hongqing, thinking to itself, this foolish human woman, doesn't she know gratitude? I, Psyduck, calmed the waves just for her. The Beast Alliance members have Duck's protection, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Sulu cautiously observed the situation. After the extreme cold abyss spirit was struck down, 13 more similar creatures with distinct appearances emerged from the sea. They instantly refroze the entire ocean. Sulu knew that these frost creatures, living at the deepest part of the abyssal sea, were attempting to lure Rayquaza into the deep sea. He didn't order an attack hastily. Instead, he summoned Lucario. The big dog closed its eyes to sense the surroundings, with blue aura scanning like radar. After confirming no other hidden enemies, Sulu decisively commanded, "Take them all out." The sky suddenly changed. Meteors covered the heavens, and Hua's fiery winds swept across the sea. The frost domain of the extreme cold abyss spirit was instantly broken, replaced by an apocalyptic meteor shower. Suicune and Manaphy immediately called the sea creatures to gather. Facing Rayquaza's dragon ascent, the extreme cold abyss spirits were relentlessly driven back. They barely managed to shatter a few meteors before collapsing from exhaustion, unable to even vaporize and escape. In their final moments, they realized how naive they had been. Trying to ambush a fully evolved mythical creature was sheer folly. On the shore, Duck stood with its arms crossed, watching the cataclysmic strike. It turned to look at Lu Hongqing behind it and gave a thumbs up. Quack. "I promise to protect you, and I will." Psychic power turned into telekinesis, creating a massive breach as the shockwave approached. After the roar subsided, Lu Hongqing stared in astonishment at the scene before her. The seawater had evaporated completely, coral and sand turned into glass-like crystal, and the distant seawater slowly flowed back into the giant crater. Lu Hongqing touched the device on her chest. The recorded data was still there. Although technology couldn't capture images within the Forbidden Zone, resulting only in distorted visuals, as part of the top reconnaissance unit, she was equipped with special tools that could record images, though they couldn't be transmitted in real time. It seems that the foreign creatures in the ocean won't be making any moves for now. Kyogre, you can stay in this sea area for now and absorb the seawater to grow. Manaphy, please manage and organize the sea creatures that are willing to submit, Sulu instructed. As soon as Sulu finished speaking, Kyogre eagerly dove into the surging sea, descending deeper and deeper. The water-type energy carried by the seawater continuously flowed into its body, and the runes on its skin began to glow faintly. This was precisely why Kyogre longed to return to the Oceanto grow by absorbing the natural energy contained within the sea. Meanwhile, a massive rainbow arched across the sky. Although Ho-Oh had not fully revealed itself, it remained hidden within the clouds, ready to assist at any moment. The snowstorm had completely ceased, marking the successful reclamation of the area. However, Sulu did not let his guard down. He recalled using his aura powers to glimpse several mythical foreign creatures through time, and his brow furrowed. Even Rayquaza in its current state might struggle against such formidable beings. Who could guarantee that similar mythical creatures weren't hiding in some forbidden zone? As Sulu pondered this, Kyogre suddenly sent a wave of excitement. It had spotted a golden Magikarp and mischievously decided to envelop it with a peculiar oceanic energy, attempting to force its evolution. Unexpectedly, the Magikarp resisted this power. Its eyes sharpened as if silently declaring that no creature could prevent it from remaining a humble fish. Through sheer willpower, the evolution glow that was about to shine was forcibly suppressed. Watching this, Sulu couldn't help but laugh. He then used his psychic abilities to scan the Magikarp's data. Level 79, Gigantamax level max, capable of Mega Evolution, but currently unable to use it. This seemingly ordinary fish actually held tremendous potential. If it wished, it could instantly transform into a golden Gyarados, and with its Gigantamax ability, even a totem pseudo-legendary might not stand a chance against it. At that moment, Lu Hongqing suddenly appeared before Sulu, uttering a question that left him speechless. "Mr. Sulu, does your Psyduck have any interest in breeding?" "Sulu? Are people really this wild nowadays? I also have a duck beast. Perhaps you could consider it." Lu Hongqing looked at Sulu with a puzzled expression. Lu Hongqing furrowed her brows, staring at Sulu in confusion. A mechanical duck? What was going on? She had always been confident in the appearance of her own feather-patterned duck. However, since the owner of the duck had said so, she couldn't argue. Lu Hongqing shook her head slightly and refocused on the main issue. The duck beast was secondary. The more important matter was the upcoming sea battle. Through her portable camera equipment, the higher-ups in the Beast Alliance had witnessed the shocking scenes outside the Forbidden Zone. The aftermath of that battle alone was enough to make everyone shudder. To combat such terrifying power, humanity would need to gather all the powerful beasts from the past 99 years. Fortunately, the heroic battle of the duck was clearly recorded. Afterwards, Lu Qingxian immediately contacted Muto. Muto's response was as concise as ever. "Find Sulu." Thus, it was ultimately Sulu and Lu Qingxian who took charge. After taming the Rift Dragon, Lu Qingxuan's travel speed increased significantly. Departing from the central city, he reached Jinshin town in just over half an hour. The East Coast region had been completely reclaimed, so there was no longer any concern about large-scale beast riots in the Eastern Fallen Zone. This area could now undergo deeper development, requiring a lot of manpower. Sulu nodded in understanding. The Eastern Fallen Zone had already been plowed by Rayquaza, and most of the dominant beasts had been brought home by Sulu as guard dogs, significantly reducing the danger level. If it weren't for the subsequent cold wave hindering human exploration, large areas would likely have been developed by now. With the recent frost and snow clearing out most of the stubborn beasts, even ordinary people could now drive through the area. Lu Qingxian looked at Sulu with a serious expression and said solemnly, Sulu, we've made a decision. Would you be willing to become the leader of the Beast Alliance? The Eastern Fallen Zone will be merged with Shulin Province to form a major region. As he spoke, he glanced at the duck behind Sulu, which looked a bit sleepy from overusing its psychic power. Regardless, the duck's and Greninja's combat prowess alone was enough to make Sulu a stress-free choice for the leader position. Sulu scratched his head, hesitating. Leader? Won't that be troublesome? He knew his management skills were lacking. He was more interested in training Pokémon than managing an entire region. Lu Qingxian quickly explained, don't worry. Like a governor, most of the time, you only need to step in during emergencies. Of course, if you have any opinions or suggestions, they will usually be considered. Is that so? Sulu pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, I'll do it. Lu Qingxian nodded excitedly. With 2 more Guardian-level combat powers joining the Beast Alliance, and Sulu's unique position backed by Muto and the Dragon Envoy, his leadership would command several times the power of other leaders. I'll notify everyone to make the necessary arrangements. Afterwards, Sulu and Lu Qingxian continued to discuss. As the leader of the Beast Alliance, Sulu gained access to more information. For instance, there were actually 7 leaders in the Beast Alliance, not just 3, with the other 4 in seclusion and rarely taking action. The Alliance's foundation was deeper than imagined. While Beast Tamers' lives were fragile, the life force of their beasts was extraordinarily strong. There were many veteran beasts in the Alliance, with over 30 totem-level quasi-legendary beasts. After Sulu left, Lu Qingxian found Lu Hongqing. You recorded the footage, so you should understand Sulu's strength well. Edit the video to showcase all of Sulu's abilities. Lu Hongqing nodded seriously, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Half a day later, explosive news spread throughout China. The already famous Sulu had now been promoted to Alliance leader. Although it was suspected that he was not a full leader due to his age, but rather an honorary leader like Dean Long, it was still sensational. The news sparked not praise but skepticism. While there were indeed cases of people summoning Guardian-level beings at birth, everyone knew what Sulu's original beast was a Psyduck. That silly, elite-rated beast couldn't possibly be a Guardian, could it? Did Sulu get lucky and inherit a beast from some old predecessor? However, the official video released soon after made everyone realize they were completely wrong. The video showed massive waves seemingly trying to overturn the sky. In the rain with visibility less than 100 meters, there were constant massive disturbances and impacts. The waves easily shattered the rocks on the shore, hinting at a terrifying battle deeper in. Suddenly, a fierce beast was flung out of the rain like a cannonball. Its massive size and the freezing effect upon landing, freezing everything within 100 meters, clearly demonstrated its power. Undoubtedly, this was a god-level beast. And the one who flung this beast was a yellow-skinned duck. The camera zoomed in. A flying Psyduck. A Psyduck opening the duck treasury. A Psyduck giving a thumbs-up with a goofy smile. Despite its appearance not matching its combat prowess, the fact that Psyduck easily crushed the glacial abyss spirit was undeniable. No one questioned the video's authenticity. Only a madman would. In less than half a year, it turned out that the initial assessment of Sulu's Psyduck was completely wrong. It wasn't just an elite-level beast. It was a guardian from the start. Could it be that Sulu's Psyduck was one of those rare beasts? The internet was suddenly abuzz with discussions about the newly appointed leader, Sulu. Some speculated about his title, others envied his cousin with the Muto, and a few joked about beating up their own big cousins to make them admit to being the leader. Sulu was utterly baffled as he read the comments. The only Pokémon he had recently showcased were Frogadier, Suicune, and Psyduck. Why did everyone unanimously agree that King of Ducks was the most fitting title? Sulu rubbed his forehead in exasperation, wondering if his reputation could ever recover. Meanwhile, Psyduck was chuckling to itself in the workshop. It carefully deleted its online accounts, fearing that one day its antics might be exposed and lead to another scolding from Sulu. Little did it know, Sulu had already seen through its schemes. As the story gained traction, a swarm of reporters descended, eager to uncover more about the new leader. Sulu's parents were bewildered, wondering when their son had become a leader without their knowledge. Even Old Man Song from the neighborhood got interviewed, taking the opportunity to promote his ancestral spirit communication tools. For Sulu, the leader's title meant more resources, though it also meant he might be asked for autographs whenever he stepped out. Thankfully, with Muto's help, disguising himself wouldn't be too much of an issue. As for Psyduck, it could figure things out on its own. The Eastern Occupied Zone was officially incorporated into Lynn Province and was named Dongxin District by Sulu. He lay on a chair by Meteorite Lake, contemplating the gains from this trip. His total points had reached an astounding 1.1 billion, making him feel wealthier than ever. After some deliberation, Sulu decided to use 1 billion points to redeem the water drop plate. The blue plate appeared before him, emanating a powerful water-type aura. Sulu planned to place it in Meteorite Lake and build a water flow tower around it, suitable for water-type Pokémon. Suicune arrived upon hearing the news, and Sulu entrusted it with guarding the water drop plate. Although a bit conflicted about not being able to purify water elsewhere, Suicune was quickly captivated by the plate's allure. Responding to its call, numerous Pokémon joined forces, even Muto pitched in. Within a day, a towering, 100-meter structure rose from the center of Meteorite Lake. Sulu stood atop the flowing water tower, with a gentle stream flowing beneath his feet. He looked down at the base of the tower, observing the slow accumulation of water. At the bottom, a thin layer of blue substance concentrated water energy had formed. Sulu mused that this energy might soon solidify completely, and the flowing water tower would become even more majestic under the constant rush of water. He thought of his bear apprentice. If willing to become a bear master of the consecutive strikes martial art, training here for a while might just lead to a successful evolution. As Sulu pondered, outside the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, a group of researchers was examining the water quality of the Tianyuan River. Despite the cold wind having dissipated and the snow yet to melt, they wore heavy clothing and promptly arrived at the new river for their investigation. After all, the future major city in the Eastern New District would be built around this river. Dr. Zhang, have you found anything? A young investigator asked. Dr. Zhang explained, the Tianyuan River initially started as a saltwater river, originating from seawater brought by a 1,000-mile rainfall. If the rain hadn't stopped in time, it could have caused irreversible ecological damage. Later, the river turned into almost pure water, a state nearly impossible in nature, likely maintained by water-type beasts. Now, the minerals in the water have reached the standard, making it natural mineral water. Interestingly, it also contains a faint water energy, which should be more concentrated at the source. As he spoke, Dr. Zhang looked towards the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone, filled with curiosity but knowing it was nearly impossible to enter. Let's go. There's no need for further investigation, Dr. Zhang said. The water source is perfectly normal, even drinkable. The Tianyuan River will become the lifeline of the Eastern New District. With that, he bent down to scoop up a handful of water and drank it. The icy river water invigorated his aging body, followed by a warm sensation spreading throughout him. This water contained not only water energy but also a small amount of life energy and dragon energy from the Tianyuan Forbidden Zone. Drinking it regularly might even extend one's lifespan. Meanwhile, at the mouth of the Tianyuan River, Manaphy was directing the captured Abyssal Sea tribe. Although foreign species and fierce beasts naturally harbored animosity towards humans, the presence of the big-head fish kept things under control. Without the assistance of Suicune, Manaphy felt exhausted. It sighed, the big-head fish is unreliable. Suicune is much better. Despite the fatigue, Manaphy felt exhilarated because the construction of the sea temple had begun. Relying on its instincts, it directed the Abyssal Sea tribe to build this spiral-shaped, floating structure. Although it didn't know what the completed temple would bring, its instincts told it that it would benefit all marine life. Keep it up. Little Manaphy cheered earnestly, swimming towards the construction site to continue its detailed supervision. In the deeper part of the ocean, Kyogre was filtering seawater. Suddenly, it was drawn by a pleasant aroma and woke up. What a delightful scent. Following the water's aroma, Kyogre swam towards the source the sea temple under construction. It began to look forward to the temple's completion. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, a Magikarp stared helplessly at a dragon-shaped fierce beast. Due to the aura bestowed by the blue giant, all the fierce beasts in the sea had their eyes on it. Under the deep-sea aura's lock, it couldn't swim back to Meteor Lake. Glub Magikarp blew a bubble and quickly swam away, thinking, what's wrong with just wanting to be a lazy fish? The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. But it forced itself to calm down. Can't get angry. Getting angry means I can't be a lazy fish. Just as the little white dragon was about to speak, the mysterious golden fish had already swum far away. Even though it had just broken through to the Dominator level, it couldn't keep up. Is that the aura of a sea god? Xiao Bailong suddenly paused, his nostrils flaring slightly as he carefully sensed the surrounding air. The overwhelming power of a sea god washed over him, filling him with awe. Just as he was puzzled, a flash of golden fish caught his eye. Xiao Bailong squinted, closely examining the golden carp. Although he was a dragon, he knew a fair amount about marine creatures. The aura of this fish was unusual. Could it be a new sea god? As his thoughts churned, Xiao Bailong suddenly detected a pure dragon energy. His eyes lit up, and he instinctively swam toward the source. It turned out to be the lingering aura of Rayquaza, indicating a fierce battle had indeed taken place here. Xiao Bailong hesitated about approaching the shore. It was the site where 14 Abyss totems had fallen, a devastating loss even for the Abyss clan, whose power rivaled that of the Dragon Palace. Clearly, the opponent was terrifyingly strong. Go for it. Xiao Bailong encouraged himself. I am the 19th prince of the Sea Dragon King. They wouldn't dare kill me. Worst case, I'll call for my father. He touched the ice blue scale on his body, summoning his courage as he swam toward the near shore of the East Sea. To his surprise, the golden carp followed closely behind. Alarmed, Xiao Bailong was about to call for reinforcements when a commanding voice suddenly rang out. Stop, dragon. The territory ahead belongs to the king of the vast sea and the god of the deep. State your purpose. Xiao Bailong froze in place, not daring to make a move. The voice of Manaphy echoed in Xiao Bailong's ears. Manaphy's voice possesses a special magic, calming all water-type creatures in its presence. Upon hearing this voice, the little white dragon couldn't help but feel at peace. It asked, somewhat nervously, Excuse me, I'm an envoy from the Dragon Palace. May I see the sea god? Manaphy's telepathic message easily penetrated its mental defenses. The little white dragon speculated inwardly, the king of the deep sea, the sea god's emissary, must be a powerful and imposing sea creature, right? Meanwhile, in the burgeoning sea temple, Manaphy thoughtfully stroked its chin, contemplating whether to grant the request. It informed Sulu of the matter. Sulu, recalling the behemoth from another tribe, mused, a dragon? And a dragon palace? I'm not sure if that counts as an extraterrestrial race. But if fierce beasts can be tamed, so can other races. Let's give it a try. Manaphy nodded in agreement and then instructed, Magikarp, go and fetch them. The recently returned Magikarp reluctantly turned around. Taking the opportunity, Manaphy complained to Sulu, Sulu, I'm so tired. Can you assign some smart Pokémon to help me manage things? Even Muto has Metagross assisting him. For a baby less than a month old, managing nearly 10,000 sea creatures was a remarkable feat, but exhaustion was inevitable. Sulu pondered for a moment. Let me think, how about a Squirtle as your prime minister? Manaphy shook its head vigorously. Why a turtle prime minister? I don't like turtles. They're slow and not very smart. Can Psyduck come instead? You're right. The turtle prime minister is more of a Dragon Palace specialty. Psyduck would be a good fit, but it won't come. I'll carefully select someone else. Just wait a bit. Meanwhile, the little white dragon watched as the golden Magikarp reappeared. The Magikarp showed a disdainful expression. Guh, if you're not a fierce beast, you should have said so earlier. Made me worry for nothing. The little white dragon looked puzzled. What's with that attitude? Follow me. The Magikarp turned and swam, and the little white dragon followed closely behind. Approaching the sea temple, the little white dragon felt an unprecedented calm. Despite gaining independent consciousness after the birth of the dragon god, it still felt agitated around humans and their beast companions. But now, that agitation had completely vanished. The little white dragon marveled inwardly. What's with this structure? The Dragon Palace is made of treasures, but this half-finished building made of coral has such strange power? Even the dragon god can't completely remove its influence. It grew more eager to meet the king of the deep sea and the sea god. The sea god here is probably a true mythical creature, just like the dragon god. The little white dragon speculated as it swam, such strong dragon energy. Could the king of the deep sea, favored by the sea god, also be a dragon? Passing by the busy abyssal sea tribe, the little white dragon scoffed inwardly, just some captured alien race. We dragons have captured plenty too. But we wouldn't use something as ugly as the abyssal sea tribe. Reaching the center of the structure, the little white dragon looked puzzled at the humanoid water slime-like creature before it. This thing? The king of the deep sea? To be precise, the prince of the deep sea. I'll become the king once the temple is completed. Manaphy puffed up its chest. The little white dragon thought to itself, I don't know what species it is, but why does it seem so cute? Is this the prince of the deep sea's charm? But how does such a small creature rule over the sea tribe? Is it only because of the sea god's favor? Suddenly, it realized something was off and quickly covered its mouth with a dragon claw. Manaphy nodded, partly because of the sea god, yes. At that moment, a strange symbol and a pair of green eyes lit up in the deep sea. It was the symbol of the primordial alpha. The little white dragon instantly understood that this sea god was a true mythical being, ruling the primordial ocean. The entire ocean originated from this deity. Hey, are you listening to me? Manaphy asked, hands on its hips. The little white dragon was awestruck. Such terrifying divine power. With such a being guarding it, even that golden fish could become the sea king. Sorry, the sea god's majesty stunned me a bit. The little white dragon apologized quickly. It thought to itself, with a deity on par with the dragon god backing them, any trouble would lead to my dad, that flirtatious old dragon, tying me up and handing me over. All right then, what brings you dragons here? Xiao Bailong's eyes darted around as his mind raced. He couldn't admit he had snuck out for fun, but then he thought, if he could establish relations with another organization of mythical beings, even the Sea Dragon King couldn't complain. Diplomatic relations? Xiao Bailong ventured, his tail twitching nervously. Manaphy caught the hint of hesitation and a sly gleam appeared in its eyes. We waterfolk need to live in harmony, it said cheerfully, with a hint of anticipation in its voice. Xiao Bailong's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed. Living in harmony sounds great. Seizing the moment, Manaphy asked in a light-hearted tone, so, will your dragon clan contribute some resources to build the Sea Temple? Xiao Bailong was taken aback and asked in confusion, what does the Sea Temple have to do with living in harmony? Despite his confusion, he sensed the importance of the Sea Temple. Manaphy patiently explained, the Sea Temple can soothe the soul and enhance water energy, like a gigantic water-type chime. Its influence is vast, and once completed, it will cover nearly half of the world's oceans. Xiao Bailong's eyes sparkled with excitement. It can soothe the soul? Strengthen willpower? Say no more. Materials? We dragons have plenty. After being thoroughly convinced, Xiao Bailong began to envision a bright future. The dragons and sea creatures working together, and him as the first ambassador, eventually reaching the pinnacle of his life and marrying a lovely little pink dragon. This was the ambition of Xiao Bailong. With everything settled, Xiao Bailong curiously asked, by the way, I felt a strong dragon energy in the sea. Who does it belong to? Following Sulu's instructions, Manaphy replied mysteriously, once you meet the conditions, we can give you an opportunity to visit Meteor Lake, where the dragon god resides. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bailong was overwhelmed with excitement. The dragon god? Another deity? Our dragon clan truly is extraordinary, he thought. Just this news alone would be enough to mobilize the entire dragon palace. Clutching the token given by Manaphy, Xiao Bailong swam back to the dragon palace with all his might. Xiao Bailong traveled eastward, encountering numerous totemic beings along the way. Swimming gracefully through the azure waters, Xiao Bailong's presence was commanding. The totemic beings he encountered along the way quickly retreated, unwilling to obstruct his path. The sea was scattered with temporal rifts, reflecting eerie lights like mirrors. Entering a new region, shrimp soldiers and crab generals swarmed in patrol. A massive whale general surfaced, his eyes filled with curiosity. Where is the 19th prince off to now? Xiao Bailong responded nonchalantly. No idea, but with the dragon god around, who would dare challenge us dragons? The whale general pondered. Humans, we used to see them around 70 years ago. Now they've vanished from the seas. Enough chatter. Continue the patrol, the whale general commanded, cutting off his subordinates' discussions. After Xiao Bailong departed, the whale general felt an inexplicable sense of awe. He sensed a powerful dragon aura from Xiao Bailong, almost as if facing the dragon god himself. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Xiao Bailong dove into the dragon palace, arriving at his father, the Sea Dragon King's palace. A water curtain blocked his path. Open up, old man. Open the door. Xiao Bailong impatiently knocked on the water curtain. Suddenly, the water curtain vanished. The Sea Dragon King, looking flustered, knelt down. Welcome, Dragon God. Xiao Bailong awkwardly cleared his throat. You can get up. 10 minutes later, a bruised and battered Xiao Bailong faced the stern Sea Dragon King. Here, the Sea Dragon King handed over a token. Prepare yourself and head to the territory of the King of the Vast Sea. Xiao Bailong pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? The Sea Dragon King nodded. You made the contact, so you must go. Xiao Bailong arrived before Manaphy, the King of the Vast Sea, with a large collection of water-type materials. Take a look, this is a treasure sent by the dragon god himself. A quasi-mythical ocean essence. Xiao Bailong eagerly presented a blue pearl. Manaphy nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that the dragon clan truly was a treasure trove. Subsequently, the Sea Tribe of the Vast Sea and the Dragon Clan established preliminary diplomatic relations. Guided by a golden Magikarp, Xiao Bailong prepared to head to the forbidden land of Tianyun. Meanwhile, humans also began to take action. A large number of professionals were being mobilized from across the country. Vehicles departed from Pallet Town, embarking on a new wave of exploration. Are those humans? Little White Dragon extended its head from the long river in the clouds, curiously observing the scene on the shore. A motorcycle roared past, making Little White Dragon widen its eyes. Even more surprising were the strange half-human, half-fish creatures. Dragons were never allowed to come ashore, and this was its first time seeing humans up close. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged through it. Little White Dragon thought, is this the influence of the dragon god's will? Jinping, what are those moving iron things? Little White Dragon turned to ask the Golden Carp King beside it. Jinping just rolled its eyes and blew a bubble. Blub, isn't it tiring to swim against the current? If you want to ask such questions, go find Yaya. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Little White Dragon quickly took out the mind shell. This was an essential tool for Dragon Palace emissaries, capable of converting language into mental messages to avoid communication barriers. It suddenly realized that Pokémon seemed to have a special ability to understand each other to some extent. Recalling the Sea Dragon King's instructions before departure, Little White Dragon gathered its courage and asked, do you have any beautiful dragons under your Dragon God's command? Jinping blinked. Blub, how about Gyarados? Gyarados? Little White Dragon hesitated. The name didn't sound very friendly, but remembering its father's mission, it gritted its teeth and asked, is it beautiful? Blub blub, it's not about beauty. It's more of a unique kind, Jinping said meaningfully. As they spoke, a young boy on the shore stared blankly at the golden figure flashing in the river of clouds. In other regions, he might have taken the risk to capture this rare creature. But in the Eastern New District, the new leader had issued a ban on illegal contracts with beasts in forbidden areas like the River of Clouds. After some thought, the boy decided not to act. As they moved upstream, Little White Dragon felt increasingly powerful water and dragon-type life forces. This energy washed over it, making it feel that staying here for a decade could bring it to the peak of its species. Is this where the dragon god lives? Truly extraordinary, Little White Dragon thought enviously. The moment they entered the totem zone, a chill enveloped them. This was the cold air from Regis detection. A gentle voice sounded, guest of the dragon clan. Follow me? Suicune led Little White Dragon into Meteor Lake, and the sight left it stunned. The entire lake was filled with the aura of primal water. This was a rare resource that even the Dragon Palace hesitated to use in large quantities. Nervously glancing around, Little White Dragon noticed many water-type Pokémon by the lake. Although not as powerful as itself, their life levels were high, seemingly just a matter of time before they became rulers. What kind of monsters are these, bathing in a lake of primal water? Little White Dragon swallowed hard. Even our Dragon Palace isn't this extravagant. The water from the splash plate indeed greatly benefited the water-type Pokémon, but the plate itself was even more valuable. Please wait a moment. Rayquaza has gone out and hasn't returned yet, Suicune said calmly, then disappeared back into the tower of flowing water. The Little White Dragon nodded cautiously, not daring to act recklessly on the Sky Dragon God's territory. Although it was curious about the tall tower in the middle of the lake, without an invitation, it didn't dare to speak up. While waiting, the Little White Dragon couldn't hold back and turned to the Golden Magikarp beside it. Hey, old Gene, can you take me to see that Gyarados you mentioned? The Golden Magikarp's eyes lit up, always attentive to matters concerning its kin. It nodded in agreement and led the Little White Dragon to a certain spot. As Sulu was inspecting the Pokémon eggs in the Treasure Valley, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, this Golden Magikarp is really concerned about that problematic Magikarp. Could it be because they're both shiny, so they're like sisters? He shook his head, deciding not to overthink it. The Little White Dragon examined the small pink Magikarp in front of it, thinking that this partially met its criteria. The little pink fish's eyes showed worry and pity as it softly said, gulp, after my sister evolves, she'll definitely be an adorable little pink dragon. I'll treat you well, won't I? The Little White Dragon wasn't too concerned, sensing that the other had considerable life potential and thinking that evolution should be easy. With the Golden Magikarp acting as a matchmaker, the relationship between the two dragons quickly warmed up. As they chatted, the little pink fish became extremely excited, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. The Little White Dragon was initially stunned, then overjoyed. A genius indeed. Just a few words and it evolved. He was secretly pleased, thinking this was a great opportunity to strengthen their bond. However, when the light faded, he was puzzled to find. Why doesn't this Gyarados have dragon-type energy? As the light faded, Xiao Bailong fell silent. The colossal creature before him left Xiao Bailong utterly stunned. It was longer, thicker, and more ferocious than any dragon he had ever seen, a dragon among dragons. Yet, no matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't detect any trace of dragon energy. Just as confusion set in, the Golden Magikarp playfully flicked its tail at him and teased, "Hey, race the cute little pink dragon you wanted. Go on. Big brother supports you." Roar. The pink Gyarados roared with excitement, sending shockwaves that made Xiao Bailong's whiskers dance. It's been so long. Besides Fatty Gold, you're the first one willing to approach me. Xiao Bailong felt a mix of emotions. Despite the creature's pink color, it was anything but a cute little pink dragon. He vaguely noticed someone recording with a strange crystal, but remembering his promise to the old Dragon King and Fatty Gold, he reluctantly stepped forward. While conversing with the Gyarados, Xiao Bailong had to endure its every word, sending his whiskers flying. However, He soon realized the terrifying potential of the Magikarp lineage. Evolving directly from a common level to a dominator level was nothing short of miraculous. Through their conversation, Xiao Bailong discovered that the Gyarados, despite its dragon-like appearance, voice, and temperament, was actually quite amiable. Yet, its constant clinginess was a bit exasperating. "Can you just talk without clinging onto me?" Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across Meteor Falls, and all the Pokémon turned to look in one direction. Suikun's voice echoed, "Rayquaza is back. Since you get along well with Magikarp and Gyarados, let them take you to visit." Xiao Bailong realized that the breeze was a sign of the Sky Dragon God's return. As he worried about how Magikarp would lead the way, Gyarados took to the sky. Xiao Bailong was astonished Gyarados could fly. Thinking of the Sky Dragon God, he speculated that Gyarados might be a mythical descendant. Gyarados grabbed Xiao Bailong and formed a water bubble around the golden Magikarp, heading for the Sky Pillar. On the way, Gyarados roared in confusion. "Roar? Why can't you fly?" Xiao Bailong wanted to explain that he was a water dragon and could manipulate water to fly, but knowing that each word would be met with a deafening roar, he decided against it, especially at such a high altitude. They landed on the partially ruined Sky Pillar. Xiao Bailong trembled, feeling an abyss-like mythic aura, the weight of atmospheric power enveloping the land and sea, mixed with dragon energy. He sighed in relief, grateful that the entity was indeed a mythical being. At this moment, Rayquaza spoke following Sulu's instructions. Although there was no telepathy, Xiao Bailong could understand with the help of a translation shell. However, Rayquaza's words left Xiao Bailong utterly shocked. Xiao Bailong began to cautiously answer the questions from Sulu behind Rayquaza. On the other side, Sulu was equally bewildered. With furrowed brows, Sulu was inwardly astonished. What on earth had Rayquaza been watching online? The atmosphere became subtly tense. He recalled Rayquaza's past antics. Its reckless outburst had once provoked Sky Dragon to emerge from a rift in time and space, ultimately leading to a tragic confrontation. Steadying himself, Sulu continued to inquire about the situation in the Dragon Palace and other oceanic forces. He explained that above the totem level were mythical beings wielding significant powers. Based on his understanding of Pokémon, the unique abilities of mythical and legendary Pokémon could be considered as such powers, though some mythical Pokémon lacked the strength to fully match their capabilities. When discussing oceanic forces, the Dragon Palace had risen to prominence due to its mythical guardian. Sulu wasn't sure if this figure was a second-tier deity like Suicune or a more powerful first-tier god, and even Little White Dragon couldn't clarify. As for other forces, there were currently 3 known mythical beings in the ocean: Abyssal Lord Mandibuzz, Dragon God of Dragon Palace, and the mobile continent's giant tortoise. Additionally, there might be other mythical beings hidden within the ocean's space-time rifts. After the questioning, Rayquaza flapped its wings, using an air current to lift a meteorite brimming with water energy and tossed it to Little White Dragon, saying, "All right, you're done here. Consider this a reward." It also added a reminder, "By the way, I know about you and Gyarados. As long as Gyarados is fine with it, you're safe. But if it comes to complain, you're in big trouble." Little White Dragon nodded vigorously in understanding. Next was the training session for the pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Apart from Tyranitar and Metagross, the other pseudo-legendaries had dragon-type attributes, so Sulu assigned Rayquaza to train them, hoping to foster camaraderie between it and the other Pokémon. Dragonite and Salamance's lineage showed the most enthusiasm for learning, given that their final evolutions shared Rayquaza's attributes. As Little White Dragon was carried away by Gyarados, it blankly watched the group of Dratini, with one pink Dratini particularly catching its eye. "Oh, my adorable little pink dragon," Gyarados lowered its head and asked, "Is my darling calling me?" Little White Dragon began to cry even louder. In the end, Gyarados did not leave the Pokémon group to be with Xiaobailong. Although Gyarados didn't leave with Xiaobailong, it no longer lingered in the Tianyun Forbidden Area. Determined, it set out for the Eastern Sea to assist Manaphy, who was in dire need of support. With its newfound strength, Gyarados was eager to prove its capabilities. On the return journey, it was accompanied by several pink Pokémon, carefully chosen by Sulu to serve as advisors for Manaphy. Xiaobailong felt reluctant to part, but its presence here was part of Sulu's strategy to showcase his power and avoid unnecessary conflicts. More importantly, it was an opportunity to learn the truth about the world from the dragon tribe. Currently, humans lack the strength and understanding of the world compared to other species. Xiaobailong's narratives provided Sulu with a wealth of useful information. Half a year later, the 100th anniversary of the space-time rift's appearance was approaching. Many mythical beings sensed a major event on the horizon, prompting the Dragon Palace faction to propose a collaboration to face the unknown crisis together. The exact nature of the danger was unclear, but Xiaobailong echoed the words of the Ocean Dragon God. In its eyes, Rayquaza was also a mythical being, likely aware of the impending centennial anomaly. Gyarados escorted Xiaobailong to the edge of what was once the Eastern Sea, now the Sangxi region, and let out a thunderous roar. Ziobalong, safe travels. Remember to visit me often. Ziobalong reluctantly agreed to this half-command, half-request, casting a resentful glance at the golden Magikarp. This golden fish was to serve as a Pokémon ambassador to the Dragon Palace, much to Ziobalong's dismay. Despite having adorable pink dragons to choose from, Sulu had introduced this one instead. The golden Magikarp, oblivious, simply blew bubbles in a daze. Half a day later, Ziobalong and the plump golden Magikarp arrived at the Dragon Palace, warmly welcomed by the Sea Dragon King. What? The Sky Dragon God filled a lake with primordial water? How could the Sky Dragon God have such a vast primordial water source? Oh, there's also the Sea God. That explains it. And a group of dragons with totem potential? Are you sure it's an entire group? The Sea Dragon King was astonished. No wonder they are mythical beings. The dragons that ally with them indeed have great potential. The Sky Dragon God is truly a flying dragon, but it only has 2 legs. Unfortunately, its dragon lineage doesn't seem particularly strong. Every word from Ziobalong left the Sea Dragon King in awe. I only vaguely sensed a human presence during Gyarados' evolution, Ziobalong said seriously. According to the Golden Magikarp Ambassador, all Pokémon were under the command of a single Beast Tamer, including the Sea God and the Sky Dragon God. Unfortunately, Ziobalong had never seen Sulu in person. If not for the need to film Magikarp's evolution, Sulu might never have shown himself. Indeed, mythical beings can influence the will of fierce beasts, Sulu mused after Ziobalong left. This also explained why Rayquaza and Ho-Oh could easily tame fierce beasts with just one appearance. The Dragon Palace was established after the current Dragon God completed its trials, and the Dragon Tribe's current rationality was due to the Dragon God's influence. However, Ho-Oh and Rayquaza's influence seemed limited to the Tianyun Forbidden Area. Does this mean that the infectious nature of mythical beings only spreads within the Forbidden Area? Sulu was uncertain. With most of the coastal issues resolved and the Dragon Tribe's covert assistance, the Zhangxi region would likely face fewer troubles. The first batch of Pokémon eggs was about to hatch, and fewer disturbances would be ideal. As Sulu pondered, Buggy called out, "They're about to hatch." Unexpectedly, the first to hatch were not the eggs of the Butterfree couple, but those of the Caterpie group that evolved into Butterfree. Sulu had summoned many Caterpie, entrusting their care entirely to Buggy. In addition to daily training, Buggy had taken on the responsibility of managing their reproduction. In the Pokémon world, Butterfree, Beedrill, and Oddish had the highest reproductive rates. However, Oddish eggs only hatched in spring, and Beedrill eggs took a bit longer. Sulu arrived at the forest area of Pokémon Valley to find a gigantic Buggy squeezing out of the jungle. Once around 10 meters long, Buggy had now grown to 20 meters, surpassing even some Onix in size. This growth was partly thanks to Ho-Oh, who could elevate 3 deceased Pokémon to secondary deity status. Although Sulu's Ho-Oh was still young, it could infuse the flame of life, leading to Buggy's substantial growth. With its current vitality, Buggy could evolve into a giant Butterfree if it wished, and mastering the supergiant form beyond Gigantamax would be easy for it. Despite this, Buggy never forgot its original dream. Sulu now affectionately referred to Buggy, Steelix, Magikarp, and Rayquaza as the Land, Sea, Air, and Earth long-haul trucks F4. Sulu sighed. Buggy still had its habit of bumping into him. He had to adopt a squatting stance and halt the bug truck with both hands. All right, I know they're about to hatch. No need to get so excited. You're a big bug now. Buggy was just playing around. Otherwise, Sulu would have been sent flying. Buggy's current impact far surpassed that of an ordinary truck and could even Gigantamax, making it a super truck. Arriving at the Butterfree gathering area, Sulu saw numerous Butterfree fluttering in the air, scattering glowing spores. Chansey had been invited over and was observing over 1,000 Pokémon eggs. This was just the result of a dozen Butterfree. Due to their high reproductive rate, Butterfree had a large population in the Pokémon world. Since Caterpie were at the bottom of the food chain, only about 10% evolved into Butterfree. Many Butterfree were lost during migration, maintaining a balance. However, things were different in Pokémon Valley. Sulu declared, "We'll raise them all." Chansey nodded. "They're very healthy." A rainbow arced over the Butterfree forest. With the infusion of life energy, all the Butterfree eggs began to glow. Pokémon had officially begun to thrive in this world. Sulu also felt a connection forming with these second-generation Pokémon. The newly hatched green caterpillars were even smaller than expected, only about 30 centimeters long. Sulu squatted down and carefully observed these newborn creatures. Despite their small size, their vitality far exceeded that of the green caterpillars Sulu initially summoned. Over 1,000 green caterpillars curiously looked at Sulu and other Pokémon, their tiny eyes sparkling with excitement. Sulu closed his eyes, feeling the new connections with over 1,000 more creatures. Although these second-generation Pokémon were also under his control, The absolute dominance he once had was gradually weakening. He estimated that after 10 or 20 more generations, this control might completely disappear, leaving only a sense of perception. Sulu rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. It's not that he couldn't afford to raise so many green caterpillars. After all, their resource consumption was far less than that of a glutton like Larvitar. The real concern was that his psychic power couldn't connect with all of them. Moreover, it was foreseeable that the number of Pokémon would only increase, far exceeding the range his mental power could cover. After much thought, Sulu picked up one of the green caterpillars. The little creature nuzzled his hand affectionately. Sulu softly said, "Grow up well." Ultimately, he decided not to establish a psychic link with these second-generation Pokémon, but to let the first-generation Pokémon manage them. As long as the first-generation Pokémon were around, he could indirectly control the second-generation ones. At this moment, Caterpie crawled over, making a screeching sound, seemingly asking for something. Sulu immediately understood and firmly refused. "No way, they aren't you. But if you want to train them, that might be possible." Although Caterpie was rejected, the thought of becoming the commander of 100,000 caterpillars made it so excited that it almost rolled on the ground. It fantasized about training these descendants into a powerful caterpillar army like itself. However, Sulu saw the hidden danger. If every caterpillar were as strong as Caterpie, that would be fine, but that was impossible. Moreover, if the caterpillars didn't evolve into Butterfree, they couldn't reproduce. This meant that Caterpie's grand ambition was doomed to end in loneliness. Seeing Caterpie's elation, Sulu decided to hold off on revealing this harsh truth. The 1,000 caterpillars quickly integrated into the life of Pokémon Valley. Sulu knew this was just the beginning. More Pokémon would be bred in the future, and the Tianyun Forbidden Area might not be enough. However, he was prepared for this. The Eastern District Forbidden Area was established for this purpose. When the Tianyun Forbidden Area reached capacity, the excess Pokémon would be relocated to other forbidden areas. Seeing the other Pokémon looking enviously at the Butterfree, Sulu encouraged them, "Don't envy the Butterfree. Everyone, keep it up and reproduce more. We can afford it in Pokémon Valley." Hearing this, many Pokémon blushed. After visiting the Butterfree and caterpillars, the impatient Rayquaza finally couldn't help but urge Sulu. Yesterday, Sulu mentioned a breakthrough in the meteorite research, but no action had been taken today. Coupled with Jirachi's growing disdain for it, Rayquaza felt very dejected. Sulu reassured, all right, let's go back now. Don't be impatient." With that, he recalled Rayquaza into its Pokeball and headed to the laboratory. Although many had tried to snoop around since its establishment, no issues had ever arisen with Muto guarding it. In the meteorite research room, Rayquaza, sensing the outside atmosphere from within its Pokeball, was so excited it almost broke out. It had never smelled anything so delicious. Although the quantity wasn't large, it couldn't compare to swallowing an entire meteor shower, but the aroma made it drool. Sulu took out a fist-sized piece of special material. It glowed with a star-like light, surrounded by a planetary ring-like halo. Sulu couldn't help but marvel. "It looks just like Nebi, but silver." Turning to Rayquaza, he asked, "How is it? Does it need any adjustments?" Rayquaza nodded vigorously from within the Pokeball, showing its satisfaction. Muto, standing nearby, also nodded seriously, reminding, "This material hasn't been named yet. Sulu, you should give it a name. If nothing goes wrong, this material will have a strong attraction to all space-related creatures." After a moment of thought, Sulu suggested, "The favorite of space creatures? Let's call it nebula material." He then asked, "How much does it cost to create a piece of nebula material?" Muto explained, "Nebula material can be extracted from meteorites or synthesized using nuclear energy and psychic power. If energy is abundant, about 100 tons of meteorites can yield 1 unit. However, only I can synthesize it. The psychic power of other Pokémon isn't strong enough. If using nuclear energy, it would cost around 3 billion. Sulu's eyes widened in shock. 100 tons of meteorites? 3 billion worth of nuclear materials? I thought raising a Larvitar was already expensive. 3 billion for one piece. Even if I had a mine, I couldn't afford it." Muto added, "Any meteorite can theoretically be used." Sulu turned to Rayquaza and instructed, "You'll have to find ways to bring back some asteroids yourself. 100 tons of meteorites sounds like a lot, but that's for meteorites that pass through the atmosphere and lose most of their mass. In outer space, most meteorites start at 10,000 tons, and 1,000,000 tons is considered substantial." Rayquaza nodded seriously, understanding that this was crucial for its food supply. Suddenly, Sulu thought of something and asked, "By the way, Muto, what about Deoxys meteorite?" He had a flash of inspiration. "Since nebula material is highly attractive to all space creatures, can we use it to awaken Deoxys?" Muto immediately grasped Sulu's idea and, with a thought, transported the sealed Deoxys meteorite to the secret lab. Sure enough, as soon as the meteorite appeared, its faint psychic waves became intense. However, the meteorite itself showed no change. Turning to Rayquaza, Sulu said helplessly, "Looks like you'll have to wait a bit longer to taste the nebula material." Rayquaza looked puzzled, as if asking, "So, does love disappear?" After Sulu injected the nebula material into the meteorite, it finally began to change. As the meteorite cracked open, a blue crystal was revealed inside. The blue crystal emitted a faint glow, like a pulsating star. It began absorbing the surrounding nebula material, gradually expanding in size. Suddenly, the crystal burst forth with a blinding silver light, akin to a miniature supernova. When the light faded, a humanoid Pokémon stood before Sulu, the mythical Pokémon, Deoxys. Sulu's gaze was intense as he scrutinized the interstellar visitor. Deoxys remained expressionless, like a cold statue. Without the system's force control, Sulu doubted he could manage this alien life form. The blue crystal was now embedded in Deoxys's chest, becoming its life core. As long as the core remained intact, Deoxys could be reborn even if its body was destroyed. The legendary cosmic virus DNA lay dormant within this core. Sulu attempted to communicate with Deoxys but received only a few terse responses. Frustrated, he decided to give up for the time being. 2 days later, in outer space, Rayquaza glared at the uninvited guest. For some reason, every time it saw Deoxys, it felt uneasy. However, under Sulu's mediation, the two adversaries eventually became colleagues partners in space operations. Currently, only these two Pokémon could move freely in space. While Muto could also survive briefly in space, it couldn't stay for long periods. Rayquaza felt disgruntled. Rorai alone should be enough. But at Sulu's command, the two Pokémon still worked together, preparing to intercept a high-speed asteroid. This was the food they had been searching for. No matter how irritated Rayquaza was, it wouldn't turn down food. It secretly calculated that only Muto could extract the essence from the meteorite, so it had to get along with that hairless cat. In the ground laboratory, Muto, dressed in a white coat, once again condensed a mass of nebula material. Sulu stood nearby, with the curious Jirachi floating above his head. Muto softly said, "It's done, Jirachi, you can try it now." Jirachi reached out and took the priceless nebula material. Compared to the meteorite-extracted material, this nuclear-extracted nebula material was gentler and flowed more slowly. Amora Jirachi swallowed the nebula material in one gulp, even stuffing its little hands into its mouth. It squinted its eyes in enjoyment. "So tasty." "How do you feel, Jirachi?" Sulu asked. So full Jirachi began to emit a green glow, the wish-granting power Sulu had seen when Jirachi was asleep. Seeing the wish-granting power about to spread throughout the lab, Sulu decisively had Muto teleport himself and Jirachi back to the Pokémon Valley. The green wish-granting power rippled out, performing miracles once more. The vegetation became more lush, and springs appeared out of nowhere. The unclaimed wish-granting power fulfilled the desires of nature. However, this time Jirachi didn't fall into slumber but was instead full of energy. Sulu suggested, "Let's test out some skills." Jirachi also felt the energy within it yearning to be released. At the training ground, many Pokémon were exercising. They curiously observed the Jirachi that Sulu had brought. Could this cute little guy really be that strong? How about making a wish first? Sulu suggested. How about a meteorite from outer space? Okay, Jirachi happily agreed. In an instant, a loud rumble came from the sky. A meteorite over 100 meters in diameter appeared out of nowhere. Sulu was shocked. This was a meteorite that hadn't slowed down in the atmosphere, traveling at speeds of over 10 kilometers per second. If it hit, most of the Pokémon Valley would be flattened. Muto. Ho! Sulu urgently called out. Ho-Oh couldn't react in time, but Muto instantly enveloped the meteorite with its psychic power. The distance was too close to stop it, so Muto made a quick decision to teleport the meteorite elsewhere. In an uninhabited area 100 miles from the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, the meteorite crashed down. The terrifying shockwave leveled everything within a 5-mile radius, leaving behind a massive crater. This was the power of a meteorite unimpeded by the atmosphere. In the Pokémon Valley, the training Pokémon looked in horror at the star-like little cutie. Could the gap between Pokémon really be this vast? Was it reasonable for a star-shaped Pokémon to summon a star? Sulu also wondered if this was reasonable. But it seemed that the nebula energy Jirachi absorbed had transformed into powerful wish-granting power. "Phew, I'm not full anymore," Jirachi contentedly patted its closed-eyed little belly. The post-meal digestion was quite successful. Let's see if any other skills have been enhanced. Jirachi nodded in agreement and began testing its various abilities one by one. Most of the skills appeared normal until it used its signature move, Doom Desire. A massive surge of steel-type energy suddenly erupted, causing a wave of intense pressure. The eye on Jirachi's abdomen snapped open, and hundreds of beams of light, each about 30 to 40 meters wide, appeared in the sky. Seeing this, Sulu shouted, This nebula material is like a gold mine. Everyone, get ready to defend. The group quickly assumed defensive stances. Although Doom Desire is a delayed move, it's still easier to manage than a sudden meteor strike. After releasing 2 supercharged moves, Jirachi seemed to have exhausted all its energy and even overexerted itself. It lay weakly on Sulu's head, eyes spinning, and said feebly, "Sulu, I'm hungry again." Meanwhile, in outer space, Rayquaza and Deoxys were both bewildered. The meteor they were planning to intercept had vanished into thin air. Rayquaza was puzzled, while Deoxys keenly sensed a trace of psychic energy. With the combined efforts of many Pokémon, the enhanced Doom Desire was finally withstood. Sulu fell into deep thought. He not only confirmed the nebula material's strengthening effect on Pokémon, but also realized it might be a stable, extraordinary energy source. Excitedly, he thought, maybe I don't need to create a philosopher's stone. I've already found a new form of energy. Nebula material should be considered a usable resource, right? Sulu's eyes lit up as a sudden inspiration struck him. He quickly organized his thoughts and muttered to himself, in that case, the meteorite research department might not need to be disbanded for now. The next task is to study how to utilize nebula material. Even if we can't obtain meteorites from space, nebula material can be converted through nuclear energy. Once we master the method, humanity could harness nuclear energy in restricted areas, potentially changing our current predicament. He paused for a moment, frowning, and said, but developing nebula material won't be easy. Snapping back to reality, Sulu turned to Muto beside him and said, take me to the meteorite summoned by Jirachi. With a swift teleportation, they arrived above the meteorite impact crater. Dust still lingered in the air, and the atmosphere was scorching. Muto used its psychic powers to suppress the dust, revealing the intact crater. The sand at the center had turned to glass, with shattered meteorite fragments scattered around. Sulu sighed. It seems Jirachi's wish has its flaws. He became cautious, realizing that this power might be uncontrollable in battle. He silently ranked Jirachi's abilities. In favorable conditions, it's like a flying cater pie. In adverse conditions, an espion. In desperate situations, a mega Pidgeot. And if all else fails, Jirachi's wish for mutual destruction. Although the meteorite was shattered, Muto managed to recover a significant amount. After compression, it amounted to nearly half a unit of nebula material. Sulu patted Jirachi, resting on his head, thinking that he wouldn't let it try its abilities this time. A day later, Deoxys and Rayquaza returned to the Sky Cloud Forbidden Zone with a meteorite. Sulu asked, how did it go? Any issues? Rayquaza roared in frustration. We found a meteorite, but it suddenly disappeared. Nearby, Muto was engaged in a telepathic conversation with Deoxys, discussing the extraction methods for nebula material. As a species that inhabits meteorites in space, Deoxys had extensive knowledge about them. Its strength was comparable to Rayquaza in its normal state, making it the most promising entity under Sulu's command to grasp this technology. Deoxys nodded and, under Rayquaza's expectant gaze, approached the meteorite, about 70 meters in diameter. It inserted its DNA-like spiral arms into the meteorite, causing numerous cracks to appear. When it retracted its arms, it extracted a nebula material the size of a baby's head. Rayquaza looked at the nebula material in Deoxys' hands and couldn't help but exclaim, darn it, why am I not a psychic type? Before finishing the sentence, it swallowed the nebula material in one gulp, causing the symbols on its skin to glow. Sulu asked, how long will it take for the Emperor's organ to form at this rate? Rayquaza sensed carefully and replied that it would require about 200 more pieces of nebula material of this size. Sulu calculated internally. This equated to about 300 units, translating to a nuclear material cost of around 1 trillion. He thought to himself, trading 1 trillion for Rayquaza's combat power would make humanity laugh in their sleep. However, for Sulu, 1 trillion was still a bit out of reach. Although Baoku Group has made some money, its current assets are only around 30 billion, and most of that capital comes from trading Beast Tamers. Sulu frowned at the financial report, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. While the trade in Beast Tamers is a business with no cost of goods sold, it is still insufficient to support the enormous funds needed to enhance Rayquaza. He took a deep breath, his gaze firm. It looks like we need to find another way. The next morning, Sulu, holding a glowing piece of nebula material, stepped into Lu Qingxuan's office. At the negotiation table, their eyes met, the atmosphere tense yet filled with anticipation. This nebula material is crucial for humanity's return to using technology in forbidden zones, Sulu said slowly, his tone carrying an undeniable confidence. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Qingxuan's eyes before he regained his composure. Are you serious about this, Alliance Leader? Sulu nodded slightly, pushing the nebula material towards him. Lu Qingxian carefully picked it up and examined it closely. After a moment, he looked up at Sulu with respect in his eyes. The Alliance leader truly has extraordinary means. We're in on this project. The negotiations proceeded unusually smoothly. With his status as the Alliance leader and the allure of the Nebula material, Sulu not only secured a massive investment, but also won multiple procurement channels. This meant that he needed to invest only 20 billion of his own money to complete the enhancement of Rayquaza. Meanwhile, the construction of the Eastern New District was in full swing. 17 new cities sprang up, stretching along the Tianyun River for hundreds of kilometers. Each city gleamed with modernity, expected to accommodate at least 20 million people, significantly alleviating the population pressure in other cities. However, with the environmental improvements, ferocious beasts began to emerge from space-time rifts. Natural disasters like storms, heavy rains, droughts, and earthquakes became frequent, posing a great threat to the new cities. Powerful beast tamers were urgently needed for defense and disaster management. Standing atop a high tower, Sulu gazed down at this newly born land. He knew it was time to appoint city lords. This wasn't just about the safety of the new cities. It was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate strength and win people's hearts. As soon as the news broke, powerful beast tamers from all over the country flocked to the Eastern New District. They were eager to showcase their abilities and even more eager to gain the favor of the Alliance leader. The Eastern New District quickly became an arena for countless ambitious individuals, with undercurrents surging and tensions rising. Simultaneously, many beast tamers saw this as an opportunity to connect with the Alliance leader. Strong but politically powerless beast tamers from across the nation began converging on the Eastern New District. Sulu rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Sitting in his spacious office, Sulu was surrounded by stacks of information from various cities. Initially, he had hoped to delegate the task of appointing city lords, but he soon realized that this was something he had to handle personally. He needed these city lords to help collect the scattered time-space rift summoning stones in the Eastern District, or else his summoning progress would be significantly hindered. Sulu drummed his fingers on the desk, pondering the selection criteria. While city lords wouldn't directly manage daily affairs, they held the highest decision-making power in beast taming, which involved substantial interests. Recently, many top-tier beast tamers have been trying to get in touch with him, even benefiting people like Old Man Song from his neighborhood, whose small business had seen an uptick. However, Sulu wasn't interested in these benefits. His goal was simple: collect the summoning stones. As for other resources, with the lucrative Bauka Group and his status as an alliance leader, he could directly purchase what he needed from Lu Qingxian. Alright, let's do it this way, Sulu said, slapping the table as he made his decision. We'll hold a competition. The top 17 participants will become city lords. The age limit is 35. The news spread like wildfire across the nation. Traditionally, becoming a city lord either required luck to gain the favor of the current lord, or the effort to develop new territories. Now, all it took was participating in a competition. What excited people even more was Sulu's announcement that the top 20 participants would have access to a special nurturing area to interact with the descendants of overlords. The champion would even get a chance to battle him. Overlord descendants. This was a ticket to the path of champions. Beast tamers across the nation were thrilled. Principal Zhang Dingxing sat across from Lu Qingxian, leaning on his dragon-head cane, and asked, "Old Lu, is it really a good idea for Alliance leader Sulu to make such a big move?" Lu Qingxian replied seriously, "Precisely because the situation is difficult. We need to make this competition a success. Besides, Sulu mentioned he has a large number of potential beasts ready for deployment." Zhang Dingxing's eyes flickered with interest. Using the competition to engage young talents, and then releasing a large number of potential beasts? In that case, I have no objections. Due to the recent outbreak of spatial rifts, the number of casualties among Beast Masters has nearly quadrupled compared to before. In the meeting room of the Beast Master Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Dean Zhang Dingxing frowned at the latest casualty report and said in a grave tone, "Without fresh blood, the strength of human Beast Masters will dwindle." He glanced around at everyone present, adding, "Yet some forces hold on to a significant number of potential Beast Masters, reluctant to release them to maintain their own power." Lu Qingxian chimed in, "Most potential Beast Masters on the market come from hunters, the Alliance, and the academies. Family-based training is more common." He sighed. "Perhaps this is a weakness of human nature." Zhang Dingxing pondered for a moment. Whether through taming or indoctrination, training potential Beast Masters requires a huge investment. Sulu's willingness to release them is as noble as that of a teacher. He recalled the past. Isn't Long Da's current status also due to his master's efforts in reshaping the will of Dragon-type Beast Masters with Star Dragon? Beast Masters are the foundation. Zhang Dingxing slammed the table. Extraordinary evolution is also for strengthening Beast Masters. It's a pity some people can't see that. He stood up to leave. "I need to return to suppress the Forbidden Zone." Lu Qingxian watched his old friend depart, then immediately contacted various departments to promote Sulu's competition. Meanwhile, Sulu was inspecting the estuary of the Tianyan River with his Psyduck. Accompanying him were 3 humans who looked remarkably like him actually, 3 aircraft beast masters in disguise. Latios and Latias had also snuck out of the lab, their lively nature making it hard for them to focus on experiments. Sulu surveyed the surroundings and had a plan in mind. This place is suitable for building the water capital, which will facilitate the collection of marine resources. He turned to his beast masters. The construction of the sea temple has hit some snags. We can't rely on Wylord for everything. You 3 siblings are perfect for the job. And Sulu now? He is currently inspecting the estuary of the Tianyan River with his Psyduck. Accompanying him are 3 humans who look remarkably like him. Latios and Latias gazed curiously at the sea. The trio felt a unique vitality in the ocean. As soon as Sulu arrived, Manaphy leapt out of the water and into his arms. At the same time, a giant conch surfaced, revealing its pink body. It was Slowking, the evolved form of Slowpoke. Slowking exclaimed calmly, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. As one of the few Pokémon capable of speaking human language directly, it said, "So it's Sulu. Where's Ducklet?" Sulu explained that he had specifically dispatched Slowking to assist Manaphy. Despite its seemingly dazed appearance, Slowking's intelligence rivaled that of top human scholars, earning it the title of Sage of the Sea. The only issue was its occasional forgetfulness. "Great King, time to work," Slowking mumbled while staring at Manaphy. Manaphy shook its head helplessly, and Sulu felt a bit guilty, as if he had hired a taskmaster. "Great King Sulu, have fun," Slowking nodded before diving back into the sea to continue its work. Sulu proposed the idea of establishing a water city to Manaphy, who immediately agreed. After spending half a day playing, Manaphy led everyone back to the newly constructed sea temple. "How should we build the water city?" Manaphy pondered. Latias patted its shoulder, indicating a willingness to help with the design. Manaphy sighed in relief, grateful for the assistance of such intelligent Pokémon. Sulu also realized that as the number of Pokémon increased, management became more complex. He even considered training more Slowkings to help, but felt that restoring the original ecosystem for the Pokémon might require transforming the entire world. After resolving the Water City issue, Sulu began working on organizing a tournament. The first priority was to construct battle arenas, as holding competitions in the wild was not feasible. He also needed to address the issue of personnel movement, since the presence of fierce beasts and spatial rifts meant that ordinary people needed to apply for permits to leave the city. That's why the audience turnout for large-scale competitions organized by the Beast Alliance isn't very high these days. Most people prefer watching live streams. But East New District is different. With a massive influx of people into the East New District, the opportunity for a grand event quietly emerged. Staff members were dispatched to various locations, beginning the meticulous preparations and construction. Dream City and its surrounding areas had already gathered numerous beast masters with big dreams. Sulu, understanding the situation, finally chose to locate the Pokémon Duel Arena just outside Dream City. He summoned rock-type Pokémon like Tyranitar and Onix and commanded them to use the Rock Slide move. Instantly, a thunderous noise accompanied by tremors spread in all directions. The residents of Dream City were startled and confused by the sudden commotion. Some voiced their concerns, even with Muto and the Duck King overseeing things. "This noise is just too much." Shortly after, an official announcement clarified that the noise was due to the construction of the Duel Arena. With the news out, everyone began speculating about the competition details. Some believed the battle would take place in the secretive Cloud Forbidden Zone, but it soon became almost certain that this highly anticipated duel would be held in Dream City. However, with only a little over 10 days remaining until the competition, time was tight, and people couldn't help but worry. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a deafening dragon roar echoed through the clouds. The beast masters who had come from afar were thrilled. They finally had the chance to witness the legendary dragon god. Soon, the purpose of Rayquaza's appearance became clear. A massive meteor descended from the sky, and everyone thought the end was near. However, Muto intervened just in time, using its powerful psychic abilities to hold the meteor in place. Sulu nodded in satisfaction and loudly proclaimed, "The Sky Arena is complete." Meanwhile, the massive piles of rocks on the ground, compressed by the immense psychic force, gradually formed a towering structure. Deep within the Baoku Valley, Ho-Oh felt a headache coming on due to Sulu's request. Ho-Oh reluctantly shook its feathers, wondering how many it would lose this time. Nonetheless, it obediently touched the thorns of life, and instantly, the flames of life began to spread. Meanwhile, tremors emanated from beneath Pallet Town. Roots emerged from the ground like growing saplings, slowly climbing upward. Muto's psychic power lifted rocks, which attached to the roots to form a towering structure. Each level of this tower was 100 meters high, with a total of 18 levels, reaching nearly 2,000 meters in height. Such a miraculous construction seemed impossible for humans to achieve, but under the abilities of Pokémon, it could take shape in a short period. At the top of the tower floated a giant meteorite, condensed by Rayquaza. The meteorite not only emitted a strong dragon-type energy, but also faint spatial fluctuations, allowing it to hover in midair. After obtaining the adamant and lustrous orbs, the mega-evolved Rayquaza could finally harness a fraction of their power, enough to perform basic spatial stabilization. The meteorite would serve as the sky arena, the final battleground. Below, each level of the tower was reinforced with elemental stones corresponding to the 18 types. Even Muto felt some fatigue from constructing such a massive edifice. However, with Muto's psychic protection, the tower's foundational structure would remain intact unless subjected to continuous attacks from Tier 5 Pokémon. Sulu looked on with satisfaction at the towering structure. This wasn't a whimsical project but a request from the Beast Alliance. He suspected it was meant to boost public morale. Given the recent surge of ferocious beasts and spatial rifts, many regions' populations were under immense psychological stress and needed something inspiring. Of course, Sulu wasn't doing this for free. A piece of mythical material as a reward made it worthwhile. The awe-inspiring scene of the battle tower rising was captured clearly. The giant meteorite pierced the clouds, hovering above the city. Vines burst from the ground, gathering floating rocks to form the tower. This spectacle stunned all viewers and ignited their passion for becoming Beast Tamers. Lu Qingxian smiled as he watched the scene, which was even grander than he had imagined. He repeatedly watched the video, trying to analyze the strength of Sulu's team. Although it became increasingly difficult to understand them, Lu Qingxian firmly believed that with Sulu and his team, the southeastern region of Hua country was secure. It wasn't just Lu Qingxian. Many veteran beast tamers hidden among the populace were also amazed by Sulu's power. The younger generation, on the other hand, felt a strong sense of aspiration, aspiring to be as powerful as Sulu. At just 19 years old, Sulu has already become the alliance leader, boasting guardian-level combat strength and being hailed as the top genius of his generation. His group's overall strength is also formidable. After the Dragon Envoy sent the Dragon God to help build the Duel Tower, Sulu effectively had 3 alliance leaders stationed in his camp. This feat has earned him the title of the strongest young beast master in the country. What was initially seen as an additional reward, Sulu's exhibition match, has now skyrocketed in value in the eyes of many. Some are eager to test Sulu's strength, while others yearn for an opportunity to receive his guidance. After all, being mentored by an alliance leader with a guardian is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. As the news spread, family beast masters who had little interest in the position of city lord or the Quasi Overlord beast cubs were urged by their families to show up. What was expected to be a competition of king-level participants suddenly saw an influx of many Quasi Overlord-level geniuses, making the situation unpredictable. Have you made up your mind? Want to give it a shot? Sulu asked Xiaomuyue, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Xiaomuyue shook her head and declined. I've heard that many monstrous figures are planning to compete. At best, I'm a genius, but I'm no match for them, especially since they're older than me. Besides, didn't you promise that if there are any leftover Quasi Overlord beast cubs, the old city lord would have a chance to get one? So, there's no need for me to compete. Sulu looked a bit disappointed. That's a shame. I was planning to give a surprise reward to the champion. If you could have won it, it would have stayed within our circle. As the days passed, the competition date drew nearer. 5 days before the start, the Duel Tower was officially opened for public viewing. A large number of curious citizens and beast masters flocked to the site. The Battle Tower offers 2 ways to ascend: a massive spiral staircase on the exterior and an internal spiral pathway formed by life roots encased in rock. The towering Battle Tower stands majestically, with 2 winding paths drawing attention. The outer path is a broad spiral staircase, while the inner path is a natural passage formed by life roots encased in rock. The tower is constructed from colossal stone pillars, with sunlight filtering through the gaps, adding a touch of mystery to the interior. Each level of the tower has its unique features. The first level, the Grass Tower, is adorned with swaying grasses and the scent of mint flowers, meticulously crafted by Beautifly and Shaman. The second level, the Ground Tower, is a landscape of uneven mounds. The third level, the Bug Tower, is a forest densely woven with caterpie silk. The fourth level, the Ghost Tower, is chilling and dim, instilling fear. Up to the 18th level, the Dragon Tower, covered in blue crystals, resembling a forbidden zone. At the top of the tower lies an open-air, unadorned battlefield. Each level feels like an independent world, as if evolved from a rift in time and space. After the tower's information was made public, it attracted numerous visitors and beast tamers. Despite the inconvenient transportation, daily ticket revenues still reach millions. 3 days before the competition, Sulu announced the rules. To qualify, participants only need to reach the tower's interior to obtain a badge, with badge attributes determining the starting level. Winning battles earns the opponent's badge, and the top 3 of each level advance to the main competition. A squinting young man, Mu Dongxian, arrived at the base of the tower. Entering the contestant passage, he felt an overwhelming pressure. With great difficulty, he proceeded, witnessing the scene of failures being teleported away. Ultimately, he earned the Bug Tower badge. Meanwhile, Ice Dragon King Liu Kai descended on a blue dragon, eliciting cheers from fans. Various champion competitors joined, sparking widespread discussion. Some questioned whether young contestants still had a chance, while others pointed out that age is not a decisive factor. The next day, officials announced that failing the challenge would incur treatment fees, curbing the number of attempts. However, over 100 champions still fell in the preliminary round, highlighting the high bar of the competition. Now, the number of champions who have failed in the preliminaries exceeds 100. The method for determining whether a contestant passes the preliminary round is quite simple. Contestants who successfully pass the preliminary round will walk out of the building. Those who fail are directly transported to the infirmary, where they are cared for by the adorable healing beasts, Blissey and Chansey. This is the first time these Pokémon are making their public debut, and they proactively volunteered for the task. Blissey has a naturally helpful disposition, but in the Pokémon Valley, Sulu's care has been overly thorough. Even conflicts between different species are resolved by his unique power. Injuries among Pokémon are not a problem either. Just touching the blooming life thorns can grant them Hua's life flames, healing wounds almost instantly. Although Blissey and Chansey are happy to see everyone doing well, they also yearn to use their abilities more broadly. They had long discussed with Sulu their desire to help more people. Sulu had considered establishing a Pokémon Center, but the idea had been put on hold. Now, finally, they have the opportunity to get accustomed to the human world. A Pokémon healer, envious of Blissey's powerful healing abilities, exclaimed, "Are these specialized healing Pokémon?" Blissey responded with a smile that could melt anyone's heart. "So cute, Chansey too. If I make it into the top 20, can I trade it for a dominant level Pokémon?" Meanwhile, Sulu was on a call with Lu Qingxian. "Sulu, what's the deal with those over 100 eliminated elite trainers? Are they really that weak?" Lu Qingxian asked, baffled. Elite trainers have all passed rigorous tests, yet a large number of them were disqualified, while many unknowns made it through. This raised questions about the Alliance's evaluation standards. Sulu replied diplomatically, "Yes, they were so weak they could cough up blood. They lack both determination and strength. The selection mechanism I set up is even lower than the Alliance's elite threshold. Perhaps there are discrepancies in evaluation standards across regions." After hanging up, Lu Qingxian rubbed his temples in frustration. He knew some city lords had lowered the difficulty of the elite evaluations to secure positions for their offspring, but he hadn't realized the problem was this severe. "We must investigate. The benefits of being an elite are not free rides," he said sternly. "Start with those elites who couldn't even pass the preliminaries." Sulu, on the other hand, remained at ease. Recently, many people had tried to get him to manipulate the results, but they found no way in. Some factions even wanted to directly purchase dominant-level Pokémon. Sulu still had over 40 dominant-level juvenile Pokémon, captured while subduing dominant beasts. Sulu wasn't particularly interested in the Pokémon of this world. In his view, Pokémon have far greater potential. With the right bonds, recognition, and training, even the weakest Pokémon can achieve limitless possibilities. Thus, these dominant-level juveniles were of little importance to him. The adults could at least guard the house, but the juveniles were just freeloaders. Sulu planned to sell these juveniles for a good price after the contestant and city lord selections. He also wanted to continue earning a living through battles, and the first tournament had to make a splash. If funds were sufficient, he even considered using nuclear fuel to nurture a larvitar. "Even though I've made so much, it still feels like it's not enough," Sulu sighed helplessly. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was Lu Qingxian again, adding, "By the way, I forgot to mention, the mythical materials have been delivered to the Pokémon Alliance in Pallet Town. Make sure to pick them up." Have the materials arrived? Sulu felt a bit excited. Without the Sky Stone as a foundation, Tyranitar wouldn't be able to grow so freely. Otherwise, even moving would be a struggle. Muto teleported Sulu to the headquarters of the Beast Alliance with a flash. As soon as Sulu steadied himself, he saw Chuwen leisurely sipping tea. "I knew you were something special," Chuwen said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Sulu responded humbly, "You're too kind, Senior Chu." "Kind, my foot." Chuwen put down his teacup and spoke seriously. "I saw the entire battle of your frog beast, even though the footage wasn't shared." He looked at Sulu meaningfully, a 19-year-old leader who personally raised a guardian-level beast. Such talent in beast mastery is unheard of. Chuwen stood up, his tone sincere. "The longer someone like you lives, the safer Huagua will be. If you ever want to extend your life, just let me know. I'd even be willing to give up my Rift Dragon for it." Sulu was taken aback. Life extension was no small matter, and Chuwen was willing to pay such a price? After a moment of consideration, he politely declined. "I'll let you know if I ever feel the need." In fact, with Hua's blessing, Sulu's lifespan was already extraordinary. 1,000 years, even 10,000 years, wouldn't be an issue. Seeing Sulu's response, Chu one sighed in relief. He took out a coal-like object from his space ring and handed it to Sulu. Lu Qingxian asked me to give this to you. A warm sensation enveloped Sulu instantly. Curious, he asked, "What is this?" "No idea." Chu Wen shook his head. The archaeology team thinks it might be something left behind by Swerin when he created fire by drilling wood. Swerin? Sulu thought he had misheard. That's right, the very same, Chu Wen explained. The archaeology folks speculate that Swerin might have been a beast master too, and his beast could have been a piece of wood. Of course, I don't buy it. I think this is more likely a relic from some other mythical figure. Sulu pondered as he carefully examined the coal in his hand. Leaving the Beast Alliance, Sulu returned to the Valley of Treasures. He looked up at the enormous life trunk that had grown to nearly 200 meters and marveled at Hua's incredible abilities. Under Hua's meticulous care, this life thorn branch had grown into a structure resembling a pagoda, layer upon layer, forming a spectacular sight. With a light leap, Sulu reached the topmost level in an instant. He saw Ho-Oh lying by the window, letting out a long sigh. It rested its head on its wing, its eyes full of helplessness. "I'm clearly a flying and fire type. Why do I have to do this kind of thing? Sulu, can't you summon a more suitable life beast to take over this task?" Hua's incessant complaints revealed its exhaustion to Sulu. Recently, Ho-Oh had barely had any time to train due to expanding and maintaining the life thorns. It had originally planned to master moves like Sacred Fire and Brave Bird before venturing out, but now it was trapped here, with no end in sight. Just as Ho-Oh was frowning in frustration, Sulu's voice suddenly rang out, "Ho-Oh, I've brought you a great treasure. Come and see." Ho-Oh shuddered. Every time Sulu sought it out, it usually meant trouble. It reluctantly flew out of the pagoda and landed in front of Sulu. Sulu couldn't help but frown, feeling that Hua's dark circles had grown even deeper. "Where's the treasure?" Ho-Oh asked, trying to muster some energy. Sulu smiled and handed over an item. "Here, it's this." Ho-Oh focused its gaze and was stunned. Wasn't this just a piece of coal? A treasure? So black? Was it meant to be used to darken its eye circles? Just as Ho-Oh was puzzled, it suddenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from the coal. It was a powerful and primal vitality, seemingly ready to ignite at any moment despite the absence of any flames. As a legendary beast, Ho-Oh had an exceptionally keen sense of energy. It felt that this peculiar piece of coal seemed to carry the essence of the world's first flame. If this flame were to be named, perhaps it could be called the primordial human fire, a flame that brings life. Wasn't that precisely Hua's essence? This object, unexpectedly, suited it perfectly. "How is it? Is it useful?" Sulu asked expectantly. "Chirp. It's very useful," Ho-Oh exclaimed excitedly. Although its nature differed from its own sacred fire, understanding the flame's essence could potentially lead to a breakthrough. Thinking of the mega evolutions of Muto and Rayquaza, and then looking at itself, Ho-Oh couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Now, it had finally found a chance for a breakthrough, but how to comprehend it? Ho-Oh was momentarily at a loss, so it shared its insights with Sulu. Primordial human fire? Could it really be the flame ignited by Swerin? Sulu pondered. Ho-Oh chirped twice and used its flames to create an image in the air. In the image, a humanoid figure was creating fire by drilling wood. Ho-Oh explained that this was the most original flame, and it would not be mistaken. Sulu suddenly understood. "You mean this piece of coal is a product influenced by the birth of the primordial human fire's flame rules?" Ho-Oh nodded earnestly. Sulu couldn't help but marvel at how the world's rules seemed to be bestowed upon it. He thought of the spatial rifts and the rule differences in forbidden zones, and felt he could understand it better. However, the power of this level likely surpassed most legendary beasts, and might even reach the mythical level. Sulu was secretly delighted. This time, he had struck it rich. Knowing the origin of the item, how should it be used? Sulu fell into deep thought. The level was too high for Ho-Oh to comprehend directly. It needed a means of containment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Mega evolution? Yes, mega evolution? Using this primordial human fire relic as Hua's mega stone, catalyzing it to gain power beyond its current limits. This would be much simpler than having Ho-Oh directly understand the flame's abilities. However, there was a challenge. How to establish a connection between Ho-Oh and the primordial human fire relic, and to understand the relationship between Pokémon and their megastones during mega evolution. It seems that this first flame ash has a good synergy with Ho-Oh. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Sulu's eyes as he handed the first flame ash to Ho-Oh. "Ho-Oh, try using it as a mega stone." Hua's eyes sparkled, and it nodded gently. The desire for power is a fundamental instinct, and the pursuit of the flame of life is deeply ingrained in Ho-Oh. Sulu closed his eyes and focused his mental energy on Ho-Oh. With his extensive experience in mega evolutions, he deftly channeled his power. To his surprise, Ho-Oh, which couldn't Mega Evolve before, showed a reaction this time. It seemed as if a spark was about to ignite within the first flame ash, and Ho-Oh chirped excitedly. As a surge of powerful life force coursed through it, Ho-Oh began to glow with a faint light of evolution. Its feathers elongated, and its tail feathers became more graceful. However, just at that moment, the Mega Evolution abruptly halted. The connection between Ho-Oh and the first flame ash suddenly broke, and Hua's form shrank instantly. Chirp! Ho-Oh tilted its head in confusion. Excitement flickered in Sulu's eyes. That was a sign of Mega Evolution? It seems possible, but we need to overcome some obstacles. He turned to Ho-Oh. First, use your life force to infuse the first flame ash and imprint it with your essence, transforming it into your own Mega Stone. If you have any questions, you can ask Rayquaza. It has experience. Listening to Sulu, Ho-Oh fell into deep thought. Since it had been helping Rayquaza take care of its offspring, Rayquaza would likely be willing to share its experience. The failure of the super evolution attempt did have some impact on Ho-Oh. Hua's wings trembled slightly, and a few feathers drifted to the ground. It felt the power of the primordial ashes and touched the rules of the world's flames. The overwhelming force of these rules pressed against Hua's body, causing it to retreat involuntarily. At the moment of Hua's super evolution, several powerful fire-type beings in the hidden corners of the world noticed the disturbance. They sensed a creature trying to manipulate the rules of fire, only to ultimately fail. Another fool trying to prematurely touch the rules, blinked a massive eye within the endless lava forbidden zone. So reckless, it should have burned to death, right? Chuckled a figure on the throne at the highest point of the sevenfold flame heaven. Despite the failure, Ho-Oh was not discouraged. It believed that one day it would succeed in its super evolution, and it flapped its wings, heading towards Rayquaza's home. Along the way, it flew over the Caterpie forest and grabbed a bewildered Caterpie. Chirp chirp, you need to lose weight. Ho-Oh, towering at 5 or 6 meters, held a 20-meter-long Caterpie, creating a rather comical scene. Sulu crouched down and picked up the 3 feathers that had fallen from Ho-Oh. These feathers were different from ordinary ones, appearing charred and covered with a faint layer of ash. Sulu examined them thoughtfully, considering that they could be mythical materials in the outside world. Although Hua's feathers are primarily used as markers, holding onto them for a long time can extend one's life and strengthen the body. However, these 3 feathers had lost most of their life energy, resembling burnt-out ashes. Sulu was unsure if they could still be used to save lives, as they emitted a ghost-type aura instead. This reminded Sulu of Marshadao, a mythical Pokémon. He had never understood why a ghost-type like Marshadao would be connected to Ho-Oh, but seeing these darkened feathers gave him some insight. For ghost-types, these might be treasures. Forget it. Better keep them for research, Sulu thought, putting the feathers away. Time flew by, and the Frontier Tournament arrived as scheduled. In the last 2 days, the number of participants surged, exceeding 1,000. This number was exciting, equivalent to 1,000 elite beast trainers gathering in one place. The public realized just how many elite young beast trainers Huagua had. The Beast Trainer Alliance urgently remodeled the battle tower, installing numerous modern devices. Chuan played a crucial role as a mover during this process. With him as a tool, the progress was rapid. The battle tower was grand in scale, with each level stands accommodating nearly 30,000 spectators. The 19 levels could hold over 500,000 viewers simultaneously. Arranging such a large crowd could have been challenging, but in this world of beast trainers, everything became simpler. The staff responsible for the tournament were arranged by the Beast Trainer Alliance, and those maintaining order were also beast trainers. Among them were psychic-type trainers, whose monitoring abilities were even more effective than cameras. With Muto and Metagross constantly overseeing the venue, the order was impeccable. Spectators gradually took their seats, and the tournament began without a cumbersome opening ceremony. The projection screens started displaying the contestants entering the arena. Each time a familiar face appeared, the stands erupted in cheers. When I competed in the Xuanqing Elite Tournament, it wasn't this grand, a security personnel remarked, eyes filled with envy as he watched the giant projection. Well, it's a tournament hosted by the Alliance leader, his colleague replied casually. They were both high-ranking Alliance members urgently transferred from other regions. Just then, their squad received new orders. Let's go, another intruder detected. Tisk, these intruders are persistent, his colleague spat, quickly leaving. Under the watchful eyes of the public, contestants entered their respective arenas through the central staircase. Spectators could check the distribution and ranking of participants on each level in real time via their phones. For battle details, the organizers thoughtfully provided binoculars, and with the large live screens, the audience had a clear view. The tournament rules were straightforward and brutal. Defeat opponents and collect badges. The 3 contestants with the most badges on each level would advance to the main event. Teaming up, ambushes, and any tactics were allowed. Though this selection method sparked some controversy, Sulu's intention was clear: needed city guardians, not just arena champions. The first battle broke out on the ice tower level, starting with an ambush. The battle scenes immediately appeared midair, and spectators nearby could directly witness the intense combat. Meanwhile, national TV stations began live broadcasts of the tournament. The broadcasting rights were expensive, starting in the millions, and only covered the preliminary rounds. The TV staff were on edge, fearing any mishap. In a private room on the top level, Sulu leisurely sipped tea. He turned to Muto, who was also holding a teacup, and casually asked, "Muto, what do you think of their potential?" Muto responded calmly, "Not bad. About 7 are championship level, and 4 have strong mental power. As for the rest, it will depend on their combat experience. Let's wait and see," Sulu said, taking a sip of tea, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. On the battlefield, the competition was fiercer than expected. Each of the 18 levels had nearly 50 contestants. Some chose to gang up, some succeeded in ambushes, and some even declared challenges to everyone. Various tactics emerged, thrilling the spectators. "This is the new force of Huagua," the audience roared with excitement. The second round of the selection tournament will last until dawn the next day. 2 hours into the duel, the battle frequency dropped sharply. The cost of failure was heavy, losing at least half of one's badges, and having only one badge left meant no margin for error. In the first 2 hours alone, 2/3 of the Beast Tamers were eliminated. Those remaining began strategizing on how to maintain their gains. The communicators broadcasted real-time updates of the top 3 on each floor, causing the remaining 300 Beast Tamers to move between tower levels. Those who couldn't adapt to the current environment shifted to seek better results. The top 3 on each floor faced various challenges. Type advantages, sneak attacks, and joint assaults were common. Defeated Tamers were teleported by Muto to the treatment room, and then randomly sent back to their failed level. Once they dropped out of the top 3, their rankings were no longer broadcasted, giving them a chance to make a comeback. The bug tower was almost entirely covered by iridescent silk threads, with a giant cocoon lurking in the northwest corner. Since taking the lead, Mu Dongxian had barely moved, easily repelling all challengers. He yawned. "These challengers are really too weak." In the Dragon Tower, Lu Kai checked the rankings while panting. Dragon Tower 1. Lu Kai 79. 2. Su Sanan 41. 3. Jiu Dingding 27. Most participants were just trying to hold on to their top 3 positions. However, the rankings of 4 individuals remained unshaken after reaching the top. Bug Tower, Mu Dongxian. Ice Tower, Ling Xiaojing. Poison Tower, Kong Si. Psychic Tower, Zhang Lingling. They displayed strength far beyond other contestants, yet their information was not recorded by the Beast Tamer Alliance. Insiders revealed that many of them were new talents cultivated by powerful factions, such as Zhang Lingling from a century-old family. These wealthy families and corporations gained an early advantage when the space-time rifts first appeared, having been in operation for a century. Their Beast Tamers were introduced to beast taming as early as 4 or 5 years old, making the quality of their initial beasts less significant. As the tournament progressed, nearly 2/3 of the new faces had the backing of major factions. Sulu had long seen through this. He shook his head and thought, the strength of a beast largely depends on its species and the resources invested. Unlike Pokémon with unlimited potential, only substantial capital can cultivate powerful beasts, and rare and efficient beasts are mostly monopolized by these major factions, making it difficult for ordinary beast tamers to compete. As evening fell, nocturnal beast tamers began to exert their strength. As the end approached, everyone fought fiercely for the young overlord-level beasts and the rumored extra rewards. The flow of people between tower levels was rapid, with many third-place holders being pushed out of the top 3. The central connecting passage became a hotspot for battles, with moderately strong participants frequently robbing others, reaping significant rewards. The entire arena descended into chaos. Even the drowsy audience was excited. At the break of dawn, the competition ended. A wave of exhaustion washed over everyone, but a warm current soon spread through their bodies, dispelling the fatigue. This was Sulu's small perky couldn't let his future workers get too worn out. The audience and contestants were amazed. Is this the breath of life? Does the battle tower have such a function? It would be great to train here. The final rankings were displayed on the big screen. 54 participants advanced, sorted by points, and next up was a 5-day unknown ranking challenge. Each participant could challenge the top 10 twice a day. Sulu calculated his gains in secret. He had invested all his assets in the production of nebula material recently, which had been eaten up by Rayquaza. Now, he had a large number of Pokémon to support. On the second day, the Beast Alliance announced something that thrilled all the competitors. The Beast Alliance revealed additional rewards for the top rankings in the expansion tournament, which truly captivated the elite Beast Tamers. While the dominant level Beast Cubs are invaluable to ordinary tamers, they are not unattainable for powerful factions. The real allure this time was the entry permits to several special temporal rifts. The first place winner would gain access to the Eternal Mirage, the second to the Rainbow Forest, and the third to the Dragon's Cliff. These are exclusive high-level temporal rifts controlled by the Beast Alliance, where it's rumored one might find Guardian-level materials or even encounter Guardian-level beast cubs. This announcement stirred the influential families who had been struggling to find a path to becoming alliance leaders. Sulu saw through the Beast Alliance's intention to win over these families, but he didn't mind, as they would ultimately serve him. As for Guardian-level beasts, his valley already housed many, with their numbers still growing. Sulu didn't plan to watch the battles closely, trusting that Muto would handle any issues. He headed directly to the Azure Coast because Manaphy had informed him that the Sea Temple was nearing completion. Upon arrival, Sulu saw buildings being constructed by merfolk, humanoid from the waist up. Latios and Latias were directing the merfolk, arranging the structures according to their aesthetic preferences. Sulu opened his system to conduct his daily draw and obtained another Magikarp. He casually tossed the new Magikarp into the sea among its kin, joking, "Hey, fatty gold, you've fully dominated the group now, right? When are you planning to evolve?" The Magikarp shuddered and led its group in a frantic escape. Manaphy emerged from the water and guided Sulu into the ocean. The seabed was uneven, but within it floated a stunning underwater city encased in a giant bubble, the Sea Temple. Upon entering, Sulu observed that the temple was nearly complete, exuding a tranquil aura. However, Manaphy seemed a bit downcast because the temple's influence didn't extend far enough. Sulu consoled. The energy isn't sufficient, and the influence of the Sea King's lineage isn't strong enough yet to spread the tranquility further. But don't worry, we still have Kyogre. In the deep sea region, the awakened Kyogre swam towards the Sea Temple. The runes on its body began to glow brightly. A colossal figure emerged from the depths of the ocean. Kyogre had absorbed enough of the ocean's essence, causing its size to swell from its original 5 or 6 meters to nearly 20 meters. This was far from its limit, merely a transition from its weakened state to its primal form. As the god of the ocean in the Pokémon world, Kyogre's status even surpassed that of Rayquaza. With each passing moment in the water, it regained strength, gradually influencing the entire ocean. Sulu's proposed Great Water Exchange Plan was specifically designed to restore Kyogre's dominion over the seas. Now, the seawater in the Songhai district had almost entirely been replaced, celebrating Kyogre's awakening. Nearby, Xiaobeilong trembled in fear, acutely aware that the immense pressure could crush it at any moment. Following Sulu's command, Kyogre unfurled its massive fins, enveloping the Sea Temple in deep blue oceanic energy, which crystallized in the central plaza. The temple began to operate at full capacity, spreading tranquil power through the flowing waters. Manaphy ascended, completing its transformation from the Prince of the Sea to the King of the Sea, ready to spread the will of peace throughout the ocean. With Manaphy's telepathic abilities, the senseless slaughter among sea creatures would significantly decrease. It envisioned a harmonious scene of fish swimming together and seaweed swaying. Even the sea creatures outside the Songhai district felt the mental pressure lift, allowing many to break through their limits. In the depths of the Dragon Palace, a pair of enormous dragon eyes opened. The shift in the oceans will brought a measure of relief to her as well. As the blue light faded, Manaphy excitedly chirped at Sulu. Sulu offered his blessings, realizing that Manaphy was more like a wise king, capable of easing the hostility between sea creatures and humans. This could potentially reignite the age of exploration. However, the Sea Temple continued to operate. The deep blue oceanic energy kept accumulating, forming an indigo pearl. Kyogre eagerly approached the protective barrier, like a starving goldfish eyeing its food. Sulu observed closely and suddenly understood this was the core of the ocean's natural power, known as the heart of the ocean. As the precursor to the Alpha Sapphire, it was the key to Kyogre's return to its primal state. As the blue light dissipated, Manaphy landed on the temple floor, chirping excitedly at Sulu. The forces of nature, or perhaps the world's power, are what the divine beasts truly seek, Sulu mused. Sulu gazed thoughtfully at the heart of the ocean in his hand, which emitted a gentle glow. Although this pearl was not something he had intentionally sought, its creation was closely tied to the completion of the Sea Temple. Perhaps this was nature's way of rewarding humanity's good deeds. Upon hearing this, Kyogre's eyes gleamed with a hint of longing. Sulu noticed and chuckled, "Don't be hasty. The heart of the ocean is still too small for you to use it to revert to your primal form. Moreover, as the primordial heart of the ocean, it needs to be imbued with your essence before it can be utilized." The blue whale-like Pokémon looked a bit disappointed, but quickly regained its spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu suggested, "Why don't you try channeling your will through the Sea Temple to imprint the Alpha symbol on the heart of the ocean?" Kyogre nodded solemnly, and runes on its body began to glow, transforming into white light that merged with the temple. The heart of the ocean flickered, faint traces of the Alpha symbol becoming visible. Sulu nodded to himself. The idea had come to him because he recalled the appearance of the Alpha Sapphire in the Pokémon world. There were indeed similarities between the two worlds. Although the heart of the ocean was still only the size of a baby's fist and the alpha symbol was not fully formed, given time, and as the Sea Temple continued to absorb oceanic power, Kyogre would eventually have the opportunity to return to its primal state. Relieved that his 4 legendary Pokémon had found their paths forward, Sulu turned his gaze outside the temple, where schools of fish swam joyously as if dancing. As the temple's aura spread, more and more sea creatures sensed the change. Though they didn't dare to damage the temple, they were covetous of the treasures it housed. A subtle undercurrent of tension began to stir in the depths of the ocean. At the same time, the little white dragon was preparing to depart. Despite its reluctance to leave the rich water energy here, it had to join the envoy group for a diplomatic mission. The team included Suicune, Latios, Latias, Milotic, and a pink Gyarados, a truly impressive lineup. Be careful when you get there, Sulu advised. Suicune nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of this journey for the water-type Pokémon. As they were about to part ways, Suicune glanced back. The little white dragon followed its gaze and seemed to see a figure standing on the ocean's surface. It suddenly remembered that both the Sea God and the Sky Dragon God were tamed by humans. Could that be the legendary Beast Master who could command the gods? Lead the way. Suicune's voice brought the little white dragon back to reality. It responded, but its mind was still pondering. What kind of person is the Beast Master who can command the gods? Meanwhile, far off on the ocean's surface, Sulu was leisurely fishing on the back of a Lapras. He had wanted to try riding Kyogre, but the surrounding fish were too scared to come near. As he pulled up his fishing rod, the mischievous Phoeba was hooked once again. Why is it you again? Sulu sighed and released it back into the water. If you want food, just ask. No need to bite the hook. Phoeba cheerfully replied, it's fun. Shaking his head with a smile, Sulu removed the hook and left only the bait, rumored to be able to catch even Kyogre. Alright, let's play for a while then. Thus, Sulu spent another 3 leisurely days. As the tournament was about to enter a crucial stage, he returned to the arena. A new batch of summoning stones was arriving, and he had also promised to participate in an exhibition match. Although Sulu had been away for several days, he was still well informed about the competition. Despite being elsewhere, Sulu kept track of the event's progress thanks to Muto's real-time monitoring. Over the past few days, the competition seemed calm on the surface, but there were numerous attempts by outsiders to stir up trouble. However, with the strict supervision of Muto and the Beastmaster Alliance, these attempts were nipped in the bud. Sulu returned to the arena and sat across from Chuan. Although Chuan was no longer with the Beastmaster Alliance, his influence remained significant. Today is the last day of the ranking battles, right? Chuan asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Sulu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the leaderboard. Mu Dongxian, Lu Cha, and Zhang Lingling occupied the top 3 spots. He mused. It seems likely that my exhibition match opponent will be Mu Dongxian. Mu Dongxian is indeed impressive, Chuan agreed. To have reached this point as an ordinary Beastmaster is no small feat. The two then discussed the current state of Beastmasters. Chuan sighed. Although the number of Beastmasters is not low, there are too few combat-oriented Beastmasters willing to risk their lives against fierce beasts. Sulu pondered for a moment before sharing his thoughts. Perhaps we should consider how to lower the training threshold for Beastmasters. Relying solely on wilderness training isn't enough. We need more accessible avenues for ordinary people to participate. Chuan fell into deep thought, inspired by Sulu's words. Regularizing competitions and standardizing training seemed viable, but the shortage of high-quality beast resources remained a significant challenge. Let's visit the reserve in the Songhai region, Sulu casually suggested. This suggestion struck Chuan like a bolt of lightning. He finally understood Sulu's deeper intention behind conquering the Eastern District and the ocean, creating a true sanctuary for humanity. Chuan felt a deep respect and began to speculate which mythological entity might be orchestrating things behind the scenes. Another day passed, and the final championship match arrived, where the top 4 would be determined. However, only the top 3 would qualify for entry into the quasi-mystical realm. On the final day, Sulu naturally made his appearance. Sulu arrived at the commentary booth with Muto, drawing the attention of the crowd. The 2 young men looked almost identical except for their hair color, astonishing everyone. The spectacle of 2 champions from one family was something even the most prestigious beast-taming families could hardly match. Sitting next to Sulu was another young man, Chuan, who had maintained his youthful appearance. He had recently acquired a nominal status in the Beast-Taming Alliance as a 29-year-old master-level beast-tamer. Though not as shocking as Sulu's title at 19, it was still impressive. The final rankings were announced. Mu Dongxian, Zhang Lingling, Kong Si, and Lu Kai took the top 4 spots. Kong Si and Zhang Lingling represented their respective families and corporations, while Lu Kai was the representative of the Beast-Taming Alliance. As for Mu Dongxian, his ability to elevate the seemingly weakest bug type to such strength left everyone puzzled. Wang Bingming made an appearance as the battle host, eliciting cheers from the audience. Sulu pondered whether to establish a Pokémon battle company to revitalize the resources of the battle tower. Chuan quietly mentioned the beast taming alliance's fertility incentives to Sulu, who skillfully dodged the topic. Their exchange was both amusing and a testament to their intellectual sparring. Kong Si, dressed in a purple hanfu, gazed intently at Sulu in the commentary booth. He calculated that as long as he placed in the top 3, he would have a chance to reach the champion's threshold. As the finals began, the top 3 contestants remained calm and composed. Although the special grade space-time rifts varied, each had the potential to encounter a guardian deity-level beast, often left by predecessors, posing relatively low danger. Lu Kai volunteered to challenge Mu Dongxian, the top-ranked contestant. This choice puzzled many, but upon reflection, the reasoning became clear. Zhang Lingling's main beast, the firework spirit, and Kong Si's main beast, the venomous mud dragon, had type advantages over Lu Kai. In contrast, Mu Dongxuan's revealed bug-type primary beast gave Lu Kai a glimmer of hope. Lu Kai chose to challenge Mu Dongxian. A smart move, considering Zhang Lingling's firework spirit and Kong Si's venomous mud dragon had type advantages over Lu Kai. Meanwhile, Mu Dongxuan's primary bug-type, with supplementary grass, water, and flying types, provided Lu Kai with a fighting chance. Lu Kai holds a strategic advantage in this meeting, the host explained. Sulu's battle rules were straightforward. Each participant could control up to 6 beasts simultaneously, either individually or as a group. Victory was achieved by defeating the opponent's beastmaster. Most contestants' beasts were massive, but Mu Dongxian appeared to have none, which puzzled the audience. As the 2 contestants stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere grew tense. Lu Kai, known as the Ice Dragon King, displayed his signature beast, the imposing polar ice dragon. This dual ice and dragon-type creature was considered the mightiest of dragons. Lu Kai's other beasts existed solely to support the polar ice dragon. Sulu, who do you think will win? Chuan asked Sulu, who seemed indifferent. Mu Dongxian, Sulu replied calmly. Oh, why? Chuan asked, surprised. Their levels aren't even close, Sulu explained, shaking his head. At that moment, Lu Kai made his move. Go berserk, polar ice dragon, he commanded. Both man and beast's eyes turned red simultaneously. This wasn't an extraordinary evolution, but Lu Kai's rare beast mastery talent extreme berserk. Lu Kai's other beasts were there to amplify the dragon's berserk potential. For safety, Lu Kai was connected to the dragon through an ice crystal. Under the berserk enhancement, the dragon's aura reached champion levels. This power had propelled Lu Kai to the semifinals. However, Sulu shook his head and said, "It's over." As soon as he spoke, a sudden cicada cry echoed. Chuan's expression changed dramatically. Is that spatial power? A green-winged cicada pierced through Lu Kai's ice shield and landed on his forehead. In the next instant, Lu Kai was teleported out of the arena by a hyper beam. A small pinhole on his forehead was bleeding slightly. I lost. Lu Kai touched his forehead in disbelief. The battle had ended so quickly, leaving Lu Kai in shock. Mu Dongxian casually retracted his green cicada wings, standing on the stage with an air of confidence. Chuan frowned, his gaze fixed on Mu Dongxian, puzzled. How could a spatial ability appear in an insect? Sulu casually remarked, "Space isn't a type." This statement struck Chuan like a bolt of lightning, instantly making things clear to him. If space isn't limited by attributes, then any beast could potentially master spatial skills. However, it was still baffling how an ordinary beast master could possess such a powerful beast. Mu Dongxuan's background had been thoroughly investigated. His natal beast was merely an ordinary silkworm baby, and its final evolution, the leaf cicada, was also just common. More puzzling was the fact that Mu Dongxian had seemingly never left the city, let alone encountered spatial rifts or forbidden zones. His rapid increase in strength was even more outrageous than Sulu's. The Beastmaster Alliance speculated that Sulu's strength came from having a dragon messenger and a mysterious organization as his backers. But Mu Dongxuan's ability to easily break through Lu Kai's defenses suggested his beast was at least as strong as Lu Kai's, if not stronger. Sulu had seen through their strengths before the battle even began, which made Chuan secretly amazed. It turned out that Sulu used his aura to probe, making the strength of the beasts clear to him. Mu Dongxian gently stroked the green cicada in his hand and softly said, "Good job." Although Lu Kai was defeated, he was not discouraged. He blamed himself for the loss, as his beast still had the strength to fight and didn't require treatment. Lu Kai chose to challenge Du Long Kongxi next. Despite lacking an attribute advantage, it was still preferable to facing Zhang Lingling's fairy and psychic types. However, 15 minutes later, Lu Kai was defeated again, unable to withstand the poison. Sulu had been observing Lu Kai's berserk enhancement ability. It wasn't unusual for beasts to have special abilities, given they were otherworldly creatures. But Lu Kai, as a human, possessing such an enhancement ability was truly surprising. Is Lu Kai part of the Beastmaster Alliance? Sulu asked. Chuan nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The highest rank achieved by the Alliance's representatives was 4th place, but at least 11 of the top 18 were from the Alliance. Other Beastmasters, after assessing their strength, chose to deliberately underperform to avoid the responsibility of becoming a city lord. Sulu saw through this but didn't intervene. It was their choice, and any future regrets would be their own. He was more interested in Liu Kai's ability. What's the deal with his move? Is it some kind of special bloodline? Chuan pondered for a moment before deciding to answer Sulu's question. He explained that among a million people, there might be a few with innate abilities. These gifted individuals helped humanity gain a foothold in the early days of the disaster, but also became prime targets for alien attacks. It was rumored that many aliens captured talented Beastmasters to exploit their abilities for rapid growth. Sulu was deep in thought. Beastmaster talents, were they humanity's potential or an adaptation to the world's changes? Although Sulu himself didn't have any so-called Beastmaster talent, his 4 extraordinary abilities might be considered special talents by others. If Beastmaster talents existed, then Mu Dongxuan's strength made sense. Under Sulu's aura sensing ability, he noticed a thin thread continuously emerging from Mu Dongxian, enveloping his beast. Sulu squinted his eyes, carefully observing the strange phenomenon. The thread was as delicate as silk spun by a silkworm, yet it contained immense energy, wrapping Mu Dongxuan's beast layer by layer, as if forming a cocoon. Beside Mu Dongxian, 2 insect-type beasts had already fully cocooned, exuding a strong evolutionary aura. Sulu's heart stirred, and he thought to himself, could this be a unique talent that allows insect-type beasts to evolve? His gaze fell on the green cicada capable of traversing space, speculating, it is likely evolved from a wood silkworm baby. With Liu Kai's defeat, the competition was nearing its end. Kong Si and his partner, having witnessed the power of the green cicada, dared not challenge rashly. The host enthusiastically announced, the challenge is over. Let's congratulate the top 20 Beast Tamers. They will receive the privilege of acquiring a Dominator-level Quasibeast provided by Sulu, the league leader. The top 3 will also receive additional mysterious rewards. The audience erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. However, the anticipation for the upcoming challenge match was even more thrilling. Sulu slowly stood up, his gaze intense as he looked at Mu Dongxian on the stage. In that instant, Mu Dongxian felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if facing the vast sky. Surging waves, endless whispers, and flowing flames. Sulu softly said, come on, let's fight. Before his voice faded, a massive meteor descended from the sky, stopping steadily above the stage amidst the audience's exclamations, transforming into 2 spiraling meteor staircases. This towering stage would bear witness to the highest glory. This was the ultimate duel stage Sulu had intentionally crafted. It would represent the pinnacle of beast battles in this world. Mu Dongxian took a deep breath. Thanks to his innate abilities, he only needed to wait for his beast to break through its cocoon to grow stronger. Standing atop the meteorite arena, Mu Dongxian felt the powerful aura of the sky wash over his soul. Dragon energy coursed through his body, instantly elevating his physical strength to the level of a standard beast master. Is this the power of the Alliance leader? He pondered, his gaze fixed on the young Alliance leader, Sulu, across from him. Since you're a bug specialist, your opponent will be this, Sulu said nonchalantly, casually tossing something. A massive figure appeared before everyone. The audience erupted in astonishment. Some people even stood up excitedly. A dragon deity? No, wait, it's a giant green caterpillar? The 20-meter-long green caterpillar stared with wide eyes, emitting excited, hiss sounds. Mu Dongxian furrowed his brow, calmly analyzing the situation. He knew well that a green caterpillar was the most basic and weakest form of the insect species. The fact that the opponent sent such a basic creature puzzled him about Sulu's intentions. Let the battle begin. As a cicada's call echoed, Mu Dongxuan's silent void cicada instantly sprang into action. But in the next moment, Sulu had already caught the silent void cicada in his hand. Spatial abilities might work on ordinary beast masters, but your beast is too fragile, Sulu remarked indifferently. Mu Dongxian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sulu to react so swiftly and possess such extraordinary physical strength. Although the silent void cicada's energy had reached the overlord level, its attack power had weakened due to its over-reliance on spatial abilities. It seems to be a miraculous protective trait, Sulu mused, releasing his grip. The silent void cicada immediately turned transparent and darted back to Mu Dongxuan's side. Green caterpillar, attack, Sulu ordered softly. The giant green caterpillar let out a sound like a tractor, its massive body charging towards Mu Dongxian with astonishing speed. His pupils contracted as he quickly assumed a defensive stance. The caterpillar's attacks are simple, just ramming and web spitting, Sulu helpfully pointed out. However, when the green caterpillar's attack hit Mu Dongxuan's defense, it surprisingly didn't inflict fatal damage. The green caterpillar seemed dissatisfied, and its body began to change once more. Hiss hiss? It didn't manage a one-hit knockout? No way. I can't let the boss down. The green caterpillar's body transformed yet again. The already exaggerated 20-meter-long body of the once dominant Bug King was impressive enough. But now, what would happen if it used its max-level Gigantamax form with its current size? In an instant, Bug King's body swelled rapidly with Gigantamax energy, transforming into a nearly 200-meter-long giant insect. Its exterior shimmered with a metallic sheen, and each segment of its body rose like a small mountain. The legendary Feng Wang had previously trained the caterpie to enhance its vitality, without which Bug King couldn't have sustained such an enormous form. It was this connection with Feng Wang that allowed Bug King to break through its species' limits and reach such an astonishing size. Hiss! Bug King will crush you. Bug King roared, shaking the heavens. Mu Dongxuan's expression turned serious as he quickly summoned phantom armor. Block it! A ghostly beetle appeared in front of Mu Dongxian, but it shattered instantly under Bug King's unstoppable charge. Mu Dongxian had no choice but to teleport away with his insect of emptiness. The ensuing battle was completely one-sided. Each charge from the 200-meter-long Bug King was accompanied by sparks and thunderous booms, making it doubtful whether the entire arena could withstand the onslaught. Mu Dongxian commanded his beasts to fight back fiercely, only to find that even if they managed to break Bug King's skin, it would heal instantly. This caterpie could probably level a city, Mu Dongxian thought to himself, losing hope for victory. Although his opponent had defeated him with just an initial evolution bug type that had never appeared before, Mu Dongxian saw the limitless potential of the bug type. Gigantamax had greatly enhanced Caterpie's physical strength and vitality, perfectly compensating for the bug type's weaknesses. Reflecting on this, Mu Dongxian began to consider teaching his own beasts the Gigantamax skill. However, at this moment, he could only struggle to hold on, barely sustaining himself in the grueling battle. Hiss! I am the Bug King. Mu Dongxian took a deep breath. He had finally lost. Facing the gigantic green caterpillar, Mu Dongxian was almost powerless. If his opponent hadn't deliberately held back, he wouldn't have lasted even 10 seconds. Despite the crushing defeat, the battle was still a learning experience for him. He pondered silently. Perhaps he could try using his own talents to cultivate similar giant beasts. The challenge is over. Let's give a round of applause to our two beast masters. The host skillfully guided the audience back from their shock. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Is this the power of a league master? Mu Dongxian easily defeated Lu Kai, but struggled against just one of the league master's beasts. Isn't Governor Sulu's signature beast a duck? Why is it a caterpillar now? If a mere insect-type beast is this strong, how powerful must his primary beast be? This is the offspring of the Sky Dragon God. You can't underestimate it. Sulu looked at Mu Dongxian. Do you understand now? Mu Dongxian immediately realized he was referring to the caterpillar's gigantification, but admitted, not really. Sulu seemed slightly disappointed, though he had expected this. He advised, apply for a few summoning stones. They help with gigantification. Whether Mu Dongxian could master it would depend on his own comprehension. Suddenly, Sulu raised a multicolored feather and announced, Mu Dongxian, as the first champion of the Battle Tower, you have earned my recognition. I hereby reward you with the 7-colored rainbow feather. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was a feather from the Phoenix King, a quasi-divine material imbued with powerful life force. Kong Si and Zhang Lingling looked on with envy and regret. The feather floated slowly towards Mu Dongxian. Sulu cautioned, maintain a kind heart, or the feather will abandon you. As Mu Dongxian accepted the feather, he felt a surge of life force fill his body, a long-lost sense of vitality. Just as Mu Dongxian was about to express his gratitude, he realized Sulu had vanished. A voice echoed, next time, keep your eyes open during a fight. Squinting hinders your battlefield awareness. Mu Dongxian pondered this advice. Meanwhile, Chuan debated whether to shamelessly ask to observe the feather. He ultimately decided it would be better to consult Sulu directly. The feather transformed into flames and merged into Mu Dongxuan's body. Though startled, he could feel the feather residing within him. One day later, Sulu's official rewards began to be distributed. However, the special time-space rift experience promised by the Beastmaster Alliance would still need to be scheduled. A beast of the quasi-dominant level, while not completely unattainable for major powers, is still worth billions. This is the prize for winning, so there's no reason to pass it up. The contestants, filled with anticipation, arrived outside the city, guided by a metallic creature leading them to the Tianyun Sanctuary. Half an hour later, they were astonished to see 17 mountain-sized dominant-level beasts gathered on the grassland. The metallic creature indicated that they should interact with these beasts and their offspring. Cautiously approaching, The contestants discovered that these dominant level beasts were not hostile, but rather behaved like tamed elder beasts. The young beasts were full of energy and curiosity about humans. An old turtle reluctantly nudged its turtle son, hoping it would be chosen. The Beast Tamers were thrilled to find many rare species, such as the ferocious tooth beast and the nine-feathered skybird. They began attempting to bond with the young beasts, realizing it required time and patience. With the metallic creature's permission, they worked together to set up a temporary camp. As days passed, the tamers and young beasts became more familiar with each other. On the third night, a commotion arose from the west. Chuwen sensed it was poachers, eyeing the high-value powerful beasts near the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. Chuwen initially wanted to intervene, but remembered Sulu's words and decided to wait and see. Let me see, Sulu, the change you spoke of. Has it started? Sulu raised his head and looked in a direction beyond the Tianyun Forbidden Land. Sulu was well aware of the beast hunters outside the Tianyun Forbidden Land, yet he had not taken action to clear them out. This was not due to a lack of ability, but because he understood the stakes involved. Even if he cleared the perimeter, the hunters would merely retreat temporarily, only to swarm back like hyenas at the first sign of weakness. Driven by profit, this persistent problem could not be eradicated by one person alone. Sulu's strategy was to leverage the spreading roots of life, which would gradually transform the fierce beasts within its range into friendlier creatures. Although the Phoenix King was not as powerful as Rayquaza, it held a similar status, and its strength was sufficient to counter what was considered a great will. However, long-term control over the roots of life had also slowed the Phoenix King's progress. Sulu secretly hoped for a divine beast dedicated to this task, but such life-representing beasts were extremely rare. Shaking his head, Sulu began absorbing the summoning stone in his hand, gaining an additional summoning opportunity. Meanwhile, Mu Dongxian decisively ordered, Kongming Cicada, let's go. The other beast tamers sprang into action, not out of genuine enthusiasm, but to win the favor of the cubs they sought. Sulu saw through their motives, but believed that this profit-driven guidance was a suitable beginning. If one could act as a good person for life, one would eventually become a true good person. At the scene, a group of black-clad beast hunters were capturing a severely injured fox beast. They marveled at how these ordinary-level beasts possessed elite-level strength, dreaming of high profits. Just as they were lost in their fantasies, a girl in green camouflage and glasses rushed to the scene, shouting for them to stop. The leader of the beast hunters coldly responded, "Why? These beasts have taken our world from us. You should be praising us." The fox beasts whimpered for help, and the girl firmly retorted, "The beasts here are different. They are friendly and should be tamed through proper means." The leader roared, "A beast is a beast. They should be enslaved." Chuwen stood silently, realizing that mere enslavement of the beasts was insufficient. They needed assimilation. He recalled the inclusiveness of Hua country and understood Sulu's vision. If the beasts could be guided to become companions, humanity's strength in facing disasters would be greatly enhanced. Suddenly, a grass fox broke free from its restraints and ran to the girl's side. Although this researcher had no beasts of her own, her kindness had forged a bond with the grass foxes. Seeing the beast coming to her, the girl became even more resolute. The beast hunters, enraged, shouted, "If you refuse to listen, then die. Evil Fong Dog, kill her." Chuwen was about to intervene when he saw the grass fox in front of the girl suddenly emit a white light. How could it be? Evolving. In the midst of the white light, the little grass fox's body grew larger and more slender. As the light faded, the grass fox's tail transformed into 3 ribbon-like willow leaves. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. Evolved? Forest spirit fox? No, it looks different. She turned to Chuwen, who was equally puzzled. How could it evolve without a ceremony? Meanwhile, in the Treasure Valley, Sulu received a message from the metal monster and paused his lottery preparations. He murmured joyfully to himself, "The first beast has completed its Pokémon evolution." Sulu had long suspected that fierce beasts could change. Under the influence of Rayquaza and the life stem, they were gradually becoming more like Pokémon. This evolution confirmed his hypothesis: fierce beasts could evolve through affinity. Gazing into the future, Sulu mused, maybe all fierce beasts can become friendly. The newly emerging beasts might even be another form of Ultra Beast. He knew that with the current strength alone, it was insufficient to transform all the fierce beasts in the world. Sulu aspired to become a Pokémon master, but did not want to see cruel life and death battles. If fierce beasts could be gently brought into the human fold, both sides could reduce casualties. More importantly, the more creatures that became Pokémonified, the stronger the natural forces would become, and his Everstone power would also increase. On the other side, the girl established a telepathic connection with the evolved forest spirit fox. She mustered her courage and shouted, "Let's fight together, little green." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the depths of the forest, "Leave the fighting to us." Several men in black and their beasts were thrown in front of the group. More people emerged from the woods, and the aura of their beasts made the beast hunters tremble. All of them were at or above the elite level. The beast hunters immediately chose to surrender. The girl breathed a sigh of relief, but was puzzled as to why they gave up so easily. Mu Dongxian explained in her ear, "This is just a protected area. They didn't kill any fierce beasts, so they'll only be locked up for a year or two at most." The girl recognized Mu Dongxian as the champion she had seen on TV a few days ago. While everyone relaxed, Chuan remained vigilant. In the era of Dark Beast Masters, it was common for Beast Masters to fight over a single beast. These people show no remorse. The punishment is too lenient. Just then, an ethereal meow resonated in everyone's minds. The sound came from the depths of the Tianyun Forbidden Land, causing both beasts and fierce beasts to lift their heads. People speculated whether a powerful cat-like fierce beast was nearby. The sound was so clear and enchanting, it seemed to invite them to play. Unable to resist, they tried to find the source, but to no avail. In fact, not just them, but all creatures within a 100-mile radius heard the sound. Back in the Treasure Valley, Sulu held a hairless pink cat's mouth shut with a look of exasperation. "Your voice alone can travel for miles. Is this your true power?" Meow. Dream stats? Current level, 15 attributes. Psychic ability trait. Synchronize mimics the status condition of its opponent. Status. Healthy skills. Pound. Amnesia. Special ability. Dream possesses the genes of all Pokémon and can learn any skill. It has the ability to become invisible, visible only to those with a pure heart. Sulu stared in disbelief at the pink creature before him. Drawing the mythical Dream on his 50th try was beyond lucky. He reached out cautiously and gently stroked Dream's body, surprised by its softness, with short fur covering its entire form. "Keep it down," Sulu whispered to the Dream in his arms. The little creature nodded obediently, its large eyes filled with curiosity. "Mew?" Dream tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why it was here. However, it was quickly distracted by the new surroundings. Dream joyfully flew over to a Rattata, and in the next second, transformed into a mini version of Rattata. This scene caught the attention of the other Pokémon. Rayquaza sensed something and swiftly flew back. Dream excitedly turned into a tiny version of Rayquaza, only a tenth of its original size, but mimicking its form perfectly. Muto also appeared beside Sulu, a complex emotion in its eyes. "Is this Dream?" Dream curiously circled around Muto, and then suddenly asked, "Mew, why can't I turn into you? Your aura. Am I your parent?" Muto paused briefly and explained, "I am a genetically modified Pokémon. While our genes are similar, they are expressed differently. I am not your child, merely a clone." Dream seemed uninterested in this explanation and instead flew in front of Sulu, chirping playfully, clearly wanting to play. Ho-Oh emerged from the bird tower and, sensing the primal life force within Dream, remarked, "Sulu, perhaps Dream can master the life root." Sulu's mind conjured an image of the World Tree from the Pokémon universe. As the first Pokémon created by Arceus, Dream had the responsibility of guarding and harmonizing the World Tree. The World Tree is not the kind of vegetation one might imagine. Rather, it resembles a colossal living entity. Sulu gazed at the dense thicket of life before him, his mind racing with thoughts. He softly called out, "Mew." A pink figure swiftly flew over and perched on Sulu's shoulder. Mew tilted its head, eyes full of curiosity. "Do you know about the World Tree?" Sulu asked. Mew shook its head, emitting a puzzled mew sound. Nearby, Muto said in a deep voice, "Sulu, let Mew release its powers." "Powers? Can Mew handle it?" Sulu hesitated. Muto simply nodded, a hint of determination in its eyes. Taking a deep breath, Sulu said to Mew, "Go to that place and do whatever you feel like." Mew blinked, thinking something fun was in store, and happily followed Ho-Oh towards the life thicket. Sulu watched their departing figures and muttered to himself, "Since Manaphy has the innate ability and hereditary memory to create the Sea Temple, there's no reason Mew wouldn't have similar capabilities." The life thicket had already spread across the entire east area, even camouflaging itself as trees in various protected zones. The faint aura of life made the land increasingly fertile, with new life nourishing both the thicket and Ho-Oh. However, under Hua's control, the life force of the thicket, conveyed through warm breezes and the sacred fire, had reached its limit. After all, Hua's sacred fire was meant to be carried by monsoon winds. As Mew flew over the life thicket, an instinct awakened within it. The World Tree was its home, a place it would guard even in solitude. Looking around, a determined glint appeared in Mew's eyes. "If this world doesn't have a home for me, then I'll create one myself." A mysterious power began to emanate from Mew's body. It was an invisible wave, yet it touched the hearts of all living beings. Under the mystical power, the World Tree sapling grew rapidly, and its original thorny form began to undergo strange changes. Some parts turned into hard stone, while others transformed into translucent crystals. Amidst this dramatic metamorphosis, spherical substances were squeezed out, constantly morphing like cells, and astonishingly took on the shapes of Pokémon like Pikachu and Tauros. Sulu's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the secret of Pokémon's birth? Creating Pokémon by using the World Tree as a medium to read Mew's genes? However, Muto's calm voice interrupted his speculation. They are more like white blood cells imitating Pokémon. Sulu sighed in relief, but also realized the importance of Mew in guarding the World Tree. Mew on the World Tree sapling showed a painful expression, and Sulu immediately called for help from Ho-Oh. Although Ho-Oh complained, inwardly it was overjoyed, finally seeing a way out of the mundane farming life. However, even with Hua's assistance, Mew's condition remained dire. At that moment, Earth also began to undergo violent changes. The anticipated upheaval sensed by mythical beings arrived prematurely, and a giant tree, drawn with the spectrum of life, appeared in the void. This was Earth's World Tree. Its roots began to extend into the endless void, pulling in fragments. Back in the Pokémon world, in response to Mew's call, all Pokémon contributed their life force. The World Tree expanded again, its height soaring to 2,000 meters, occupying nearly half of the Pokémon Valley. Mew, having fulfilled its mission, was ecstatic, and the World Tree reciprocated the potential of all Pokémon that contributed. Their energy was elevated to champion level. Simultaneously, the fierce beasts in the region covered by the World Tree's roots also gained freedom, breaking free from the invisible will that bound them. Their genes would undergo positive changes with reproduction, and perhaps one day, they might actively integrate into human society. In the endless void, the World Tree, an embodiment of the awakened world consciousness, descended upon Earth. It was preparing to awaken its physical manifestation, the World Tree, in reality. But even the world consciousness was taken aback. How did a World Tree sprout ahead of time? What am I supposed to do now? Although there was a hint of doubt, the World Will, not being a living entity, made a swift decision. Sensing that the Earth World Tree had not yet awakened, the World Will decisively attached itself to the newly sprouted Pokémon World Tree. This tree didn't seem to belong to any other World Will, making it a perfect fit. At that moment, Mew suddenly widened its eyes and looked up at the void. It had keenly sensed the arrival of a foreign consciousness. What's wrong, Mew? Are you tired? Sulu asked with concern. Mew shook its head, emitting a cheerful mew, mew, mew sound. That's good. Let's go check out the World Tree, Sulu suggested. Mew nodded excitedly, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. It silently invited the mysterious consciousness to join them. The World Will quietly descended upon the World Tree, but found itself unable to control this new vessel. It needed a host to observe the world through. Soon, a blob of white slime formed within the cells of the World Tree. As the World Will adapted to its new body, a group of Diglett enthusiastically pulled it towards a celebration. In its bewilderment, the World Will was swept into the festive crowd. Sulu instructed Jirachi to bring some toys and cake. With a gentle wave of its arm, Jirachi conjured a toy, leaving Mew in awe. Sulu took the game console that Jirachi had wished for and was surprised to find it was actually working. This was the second time, after Rayquaza, that an electronic device had functioned in the Forbidden Zone. Sulu pondered, guessing it might be related to changes in the World Tree. After the party, Sulu built a small house for Mew at the top of the World Tree. Through their conversation, he learned that Mew couldn't leave the World Tree for long. Don't worry, we'll always be with you, Sulu promised solemnly. Mew happily responded with a mew. With the birth of the Pokémon World Tree, the entire Dongxing district underwent a massive transformation. Not only did fierce beasts and tamed beasts become Pokémon, but the natural forces also saw a significant boost. Sulu was delighted to discover that Z moves could now be used, albeit with some difficulty. As for the Z crystals, they were available for purchase in the system shop. Let's study first. We'll start Z move training tomorrow. Let's play a bit more today. After Chu-1 and Lu Qingxian met up, they immediately entered a state of spatial solidification. Observing the void through the Rift Dragon, they saw a time-space rift the size of a watermelon slowly approaching reality. Chu-1 furrowed his brows and whispered, a rift of this magnitude might harbor mythological creatures. Lu Qingxuan's expression grew serious as he asked, Senior Chu, can you determine the location where the first mythological rift will appear? Chu-1 closed his eyes in deep thought, sweat beading on his forehead. An hour later, he opened his eyes, a mix of surprise and relief flashing in them. It's in the Dongxing district, near the Tianyun Forbidden Area. Lu Qingxian was shocked. No wonder Lin province has been acting strangely. Could it be that Muto and the Dragon God's emissary foresaw this? Chu-1 nodded. It seems they've long predicted that area would be a primary landing zone. Notify the Beast Alliance and make sure everyone is prepared. Meanwhile, in the World Tree of Pokémon, A shiny Ditto was struggling to maintain the mythological descent. Suddenly, a small pink cat appeared in front of it and asked curiously, "Mew, why haven't you gone home yet?" The shiny Ditto showed an exhausted expression. Initiating the descent prematurely, without a physical form, was proving to be too challenging for it. The first Beastmaster to gain the recognition of a Dominator-level beast has emerged, and it is none other than Mu Dongxian. Thanks to his exceptional talent in beast mastery, Mu Dongxian quickly formed a bond with the Quasabeast of the insect type. The real breakthrough occurred last night when a mysterious meow seemed to open the hearts of the Quasabeasts. The featherlight bug he had been interacting with finally decided to test his abilities. With Mu Dongxuan's help, the featherlight bug entered its cocooning phase early, thus acknowledging him and reaching a level of affinity sufficient for taming. This was Mu Dongxuan's first experience with such a unique method of acquiring a beast, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Surprisingly, the featherlight bug's guardian and angel, patterned butterfly with a halo nodded in agreement. The metal monster explained that this was due to the recognition from Lord Ho. As Mu Dongxian touched the feather on his chest, he finally understood its origin. He couldn't help but wonder if merely winning first place in a battle was enough to earn Hua's recognition. Deep down, he felt that this acknowledgement was still incomplete. After leaving the camp, personnel from the Beastmaster Alliance found Mu Dongxian and appointed him as the new city lord of New City. For someone from an ordinary family, this was an ideal career path. In New City, Mu Dongxian once again encountered Sulu and the weary duckling. Sulu guided Mu Dongxian around the area, focusing on the sanctuary's conditions. Mu Dongxian was amazed to find that the ferocious beasts here had become gentle and friendly. Sulu explained that the world was changing for the better, and protecting this newfound harmony had become their new mission. However, on the outskirts of the Eastern District, a group of outsiders was quietly infiltrating the Forbidden Zone. They discovered that the ferocious beasts had been brainwashed and could no longer be used for their purposes. To protect their interests, they decided to destroy the peace at any cost. The leader of the outsiders sternly commanded, "Cut down those roots, burn those forests, slaughter those traitorous beasts. Even if it means facing mythical-level opposition, we will not hesitate." After Mu Dongxian successfully tamed his beast, other contestants gradually reached the same level of rapport with their beasts. Mu Dongxian, leveraging the advantage of the Phoenix King's feather, was the first to complete the taming process. Although the other contestants were a bit slower, they eventually achieved their goals as well. However, they still needed to pass the tests set by their parents. During their interactions with the prospective beasts, all contestants realized that the beasts from the Tianyun Forbidden Land had far greater potential than those from the outside world and were much more docile. This significantly shortened the bonding period, allowing the new beasts to quickly become battle-ready. After the taming process was complete, the contestants were dispatched to various cities for stationing. This sparked envy among the lords of other regions. They were all of king level, yet the Eastern New District had a dominant level beast for each person. Even more astonishing was that the wild beasts in the Eastern New District seemed to have become less aggressive, almost like prospective beasts. These factors led to a nationwide migration surge to the previously sparsely populated Eastern New District, clearly driven by the Huagua government and the Beast Alliance. Just as the Eastern New District was thriving, a representative from the Beast Alliance approached Sulu with shocking news. A mythical-level space-time rift was about to appear. Sulu frowned upon hearing this and contacted Chuan. While the space-time rift could bring immense benefits, a mythical-level rift implied the presence of entities above the quasi-god level, which could cause significant trouble for Sulu, potentially leading to casualties if not handled properly. Chuan explained gravely that this space-time rift might be of human origin. Similar to how other races actively summon space-time rifts, humans might also have their own gods in the void. After thorough investigation, the Beast Alliance discovered that the anchor point of this mythical-level space-time rift was humanity, primarily concentrated in Tianyun Forbidden Land. This suggested that ancient myths could be real, achievable through beast taming techniques. This space-time rift was crucial for humanity and must be defended. Sulu pledged his full support, but Chuan's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, in the southern Forbidden Zone of the Eastern New District, a massive beast tide was slowly approaching. The city defenders were terrified their numbers were only 10,000, while the enemy had hundreds of thousands, if not millions. At the edge of the Forbidden Zone, a colossal behemoth, towering 20 meters tall and seemingly made of gold, roared thunderously, "I am the king of behemoths. Humans, come out and face me." The threat wasn't limited to the south. The northern Lingxue line faced an invasion from the Ice Crystal clan. From the eastern seas, the Abyssal Sea clan surged forth, and in the Death Desert, the Shell clan stirred up a massive sandstorm. Astonishingly, 18 different alien races were simultaneously pressuring Huagua, all with one goal: the mythical-level space-time rift. Previously warring alien races were now unprecedentedly united. They understood that the mythical-level space-time rift contained mythical-level materials, offering them an unparalleled chance to evolve and ascend to mythic status. More importantly, if humans monopolized the mythical space-time rift and amassed a significant amount of mythical-level power, the existence of these totemic entities would be in jeopardy. Adding to the tension, other human nations also joined the pressure campaign. Chuan bitterly informed Sulu that he had initially planned to use the Rift Dragon to discreetly block the fluctuations of the mythical-level space-time rift and develop it in secret. Now that the situation had escalated, were they really going to develop it jointly with the alien races and other human nations? Sulu's brow furrowed. The Eastern New District was his stronghold, with numerous Pokémon already dispatched to manage various protected zones. If the alien races launched a massive invasion, it would not only destroy the painstakingly established protected zones, but also severely damage the Pokémon. Chuan looked at Sulu with concern, as this was no longer a problem that a single Rayquaza or a few legendary beasts could solve. The pressure from the alien races was on the entire Huagua and the Eastern New District, and even if mythical-level entities could prevent large-scale invasions, relentless small-scale harassment would be the deadliest. Chuan acknowledged the collective strength of Sulu's Pokémon, but emphasized that they were ultimately regional level. In contrast, the alien races and totemic nations were colossal entities of national scale. Could Sulu truly fend them off or defeat them single-handedly? More importantly, this was no longer just about the Eastern New District. It was a matter of national survival for Huagua. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. I remember that spatial rifts can be moved, right? Sulu suddenly asked. Chuan was taken aback by the question and then realized the implications. The foreign tribes and totems were targeting Hua Nation precisely because a mythical spatial rift was about to appear here. But giving up such an opportunity was not wise. He pondered, we can try to hide the rift. Without concrete evidence, the foreign tribes wouldn't dare start a war. Once we've fully utilized it, the situation will naturally change. Sulu fell into deep thought. He had initially believed that his 1,000-plus Pokémon would be enough to handle the situation, but now it seemed far from sufficient. He couldn't fully protect an entire region. Chuan added, the Rift Dragon can indeed guide rifts, but only those of medium size or smaller. Anything larger is beyond its capabilities. As a long-standing member of the Fusion Society, he knew many Beastmasters who controlled spatial powers. If he asked, they would likely help, given that it concerned the safety of Hua Nation's people. However, moving a mythical rift would take years, even with everyone's efforts. Sulu suggested, I can use the White Jade Orb to aid us. But it's not enough since it's controlled by Rayquaza and can't fully unleash its power. A thought struck him, recalling what Lu Qingxian had mentioned about a certain beast. What if we capture a giant rift dragon? Would that work? You mean the one that roams underground? Chuan's eyes lit up. If it's that one, it might just be possible. But its whereabouts are unpredictable. It's said that only the Isha tribe can barely track and utilize its power. How long until the mythical rift appears? About 1 to 2 months. Alright, I'll try to find that giant rift dragon first. With their plan set, the Beastmaster Alliance sprang into action. To conceal the mythical rift as much as possible, they began contacting various Beastmasters, gathering those with spatial powers. Sulu returned to the World Tree. Mew appeared before Sulu immediately, holding a shiny Ditto. Sulu was puzzled. He hadn't summoned such a Pokémon. Mew explained that it was a friend visiting. Using his aura powers to investigate, Sulu was shocked. Beneath Ditto's skin lay a massive tree-shaped diagram made of light. Each branch ended with a golden fruit exuding mythical energy. This tree-like diagram in the void seemed more like the true world tree of this world than the one Mew controlled. Sulu realized that the root cause of the mythical rift's arrival was this small creature. And the largest anchor point was neither humanity nor the sky cloud forbidden land, but this Ditto. If not for the world trees while lacking a suitable vessel, it would have instantly pulled back all mythical rifts upon descending on the real world tree, marking a true mythical arrival. Sulu tried to communicate with Ditto. How should I address you? Since you don't talk, I'll call you Transform. Can you stop attracting the mythical spatial rift? A cold voice echoed in Sulu's mind. Cannot stop unless the vessel is retrieved. Vessel? You mean the world tree of this world? How do we find it? The world tree seed is hidden, cannot be found. Must wait for space-time contraction for 100 years before it can sprout. After the world trees were explained, Sulu was both amused and exasperated. It turned out that Mew awakening the world tree had caused the hidden world tree's will to mistakenly believe the real world tree had revived, prompting an early arrival. This prematurely arrived will was very fragile and at risk of being captured by foreign tribes. Although the arrival of the mythical rift couldn't be reversed or stopped, Sulu had found the crucial anchor point. This meant he could now decide where the mythical rift would appear, greatly reducing the crisis. However, finding the giant rift dragon was still necessary to mitigate hidden dangers. Sulu instructed Mew to extend the world tree's roots deep into the magma. Not just the sky and the ground, but also the earth and the ocean needed close monitoring. Just as Sulu felt he had found a solution, several foreign teams had already quietly infiltrated the Eastern District. Their goal wasn't even to discover the mythical spatial rift, but simply to cause destruction. The Dark Abyss would never allow beasts to be fully controlled by humans. On the day when the different races conducted the joint pressure test, the Beast Alliance also issued a response. Negotiations between Hua Nation and the other races had reached a stalemate. Most of the other races reluctantly suppressed their killing intent, wary of the massive losses a full-scale war would bring. The Beast Alliance deployed individuals with special bloodlines to ease the tension. Hua Nation proposed that the allocation be decided after the arrival of the mythical-grade spacetime rift, given that its exact location was still uncertain. Sulu discovered that the spacetime rift seemed to be shifting, suspecting interference from an external force. After arduous negotiations, all parties agreed to determine the rift's ownership through beast battles. However, 3 of the other races launched a desperate attack, deemed completely insane. Fortunately, these totem-level beings were far from the Eastern New District, allowing Hua Nation to manage for the time being. Sulu, temporarily at leisure, reviewed the Beast Alliance's report with satisfaction. The Eastern New District had developed rapidly under the influence of the World Tree, significantly reducing the threat from fierce beasts. However, the management of the Water City remained a major challenge, requiring careful selection of a leader who could coexist harmoniously with the sea tribes. Just as Sulu was contemplating this, a warning came from Dream. Several World Tree routes had been damaged. Sulu quickly pinpointed the locations, finding 3 near cities and 5 in remote wilderness areas. He decided to personally handle the nearby sites and dispatch Muto to support the distant ones. Before departing, Sulu reassured a slightly despondent Kirlia, encouraging it to continue its teleportation training. Accompanied by Lucario and Greninja, he was surprised to find Psyduck insisting on joining them. Psyduck, brimming with confidence, claimed it had deciphered the runes and totems. After several teleports, the group arrived at a burning forest. The ground trembled as a swarm of Volcarona rampaged through the woods. Just as Sulu was about to give an order, Psyduck acted first. The blue box on its back transformed suddenly, enveloping its body to form a peculiar mech suit. The starry substance on its chest glowed, serving as its energy source. Psyduck performed rain dance, amplifying the effect over tenfold. It proudly looked up to the sky and quacked, quack, quack, quack. Who says a mere Psyduck can't rival the gods? Rather than calling it rain, it was more like unleashing a tsunami in the sky. A massive wall of water cascaded down from above. The deluge descended with a roar, instantly submerging the insect people who were damaging the roots of the World Tree and the fleeing beasts. Just moments ago, the landscape was ablaze. Now, it was inundated with floodwaters. The torrent swept through the forest, extinguishing all flames instantly. Fortunately, the sudden downpour was brief and did not cause significant casualties. The beasts merely choked on a bit of water. Sulu watched in astonishment, thinking to himself, could Yaya have really created something extraordinary? Does the mysterious totem possess such power? However, this was not the time for contemplation. With the fire extinguished, the insect people realized that reinforcements had arrived. They had only been at it for a few minutes, and the opposition had already shown up remarkably fast for a supposed no man's land. How could anyone have arrived so quickly? The forest, now washed clean by the water, fell silent except for the sound of flowing streams. The round fire beetles seemed to have vanished into thin air. But Sulu, through the Beastmaster Alliance, knew the abilities of most alien species. The insect people had the innate talent to conceal the aura of their insect-type beasts. Yaya, clad in runic armor, shook its head as it tried to use its psychic powers to locate the targets, but to no avail. Their talent could even block psychic detection? It seemed they were dealing with a powerful insect person. Lucario, find them, Sulu commanded. Lucario closed its eyes to sense, transforming the world into a spectrum of aura. The hidden insect people were instantly revealed. Even more surprising was a massive round fire beetle lurking underground, its aura evidently that of a quasi deity. It was clinging to the roots of the World Tree, releasing heat in an attempt to burn them to ashes. Inside the beast's abdomen was another life form, the insect person, using its talent to mask the presence of all the round fire beetles. To think the aliens would send a quasi-level totem. They were desperate. The intelligence from the Shadow Institute suggested the target was in a remote area, and only a totem beast could quickly sever the World Tree's roots and prevent them from regenerating. The moment they were discovered, Sulu immediately ordered the Pokémon to attack. The round fire beetle, happily burning the roots and absorbing the sap, was caught off guard and struck by a massive blue aura sphere, forcing it to the surface. This totem-level round fire beetle was vastly different from its ordinary kin. Its exoskeleton was not a single piece but composed of numerous segmented limbs. Upon landing, the beetle's exoskeleton stood up like tendrils, transforming into hundreds of high-temperature fire whips that lashed out in all directions, reigniting the forest. Interesting beast, Sulu sneered. Psyduck, Greninja. Keep the rain coming. Rain poured down again, but it seemed to evaporate in the flames. The round fire beetle hid in the inferno, its form vanishing, but it could not escape Lucario's aura detection. There. Sulu pointed, and the three Pokémon attacked simultaneously. Greninja, though not yet mastering Water Shuriken, launched hundreds of water kunai to fend off all the fire whips. Lucario closed in instantly, its bullet punch shattering the exoskeletal whips like a storm. The impact of the shattered exoskeleton exceeded the force of natural elements. However, Lucario's true target was not the totem beast. After breaking through the round fire beetle's defenses, it grabbed the strange humanoid figure hidden Insidian insect person, the leader of this burning operation. As he was pulled out, the insect person was terrified. Even a totem couldn't withstand them? Lucario brought him to Sulu. The insect person stared at the man before him, realizing this was the beast master. If he could kill him, the mission wouldn't be a total failure. But why couldn't he move? His brain seemed to stop functioning, paralyzed by fear. Sigh. Yaya gave Sulu a thumbs up. All set. Muto's hypnosis works like a charm. Sulu laughed. With the runic armor enhancing it, dealing with a mere insect person is a piece of cake. Now that we've captured an alien, you two can go all out. Light enveloped Lucario and Greninja. Mega Lucario. Bonded Greninja. Black rain fell again, but Mega Lucario remained unaffected. The two Pokémon closed in on the frenzied round fire beetle totem, their fists and water attacks gradually dismembering it. Despite the flowing flames lighting up the sky, the round fire beetle couldn't break free. When the black rain ceased, the totem's exoskeleton was entirely stripped away, leaving only a writhing mass of insect flesh. After all, it was a totem of the alien race. It's probably more valuable alive, right? Even though all its carapace had been stripped away and every part capable of exerting force was shattered, this totem still possessed formidable vitality. Sulu gazed at the barely alive, yet resilient flame beetle in front of him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Beneath the broken shell, a faint red energy was slowly flowing, repairing its battered body. This was the most evident mark of a totem-level creature energy embodiment. Sulu recalled seeing a similar phenomenon in the abyssal frost spirit. Given enough time, this beetle could likely recover within half an hour. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the higher the beast level, the closer it seemed to those semi-energy creatures that could be captured in Pokeball Spokemon. At that moment, Lucario had already rooted out and easily eliminated the other hidden beasts and insectoids. Muto sent a message through the psychic link, indicating that other areas were also under temporary control, though a detailed search would still be necessary due to the lack of effective detection methods. Turning to Lucario beside him, Sulu said softly, "Help the other Pokémon find the remaining intruders." The dog nodded solemnly, a determined glint in its eyes. With Muto's teleportation, Lucario moved like a phantom through various locations. At each place, its keen sensing abilities quickly locked onto the hidden invaders. This sudden onslaught was suppressed with a speed that the invaders had not anticipated. Meanwhile, in a distant rift in time and space, a twisted figure presided over a secret meeting within a massive black cathedral. As reports of lost contacts came in, the beings on the highest seats fell silent. Although the first wave of destroyers had strong stealth capabilities, they were wiped out in less than half an hour, clearly indicating that the opposition was formidable. "We can use this to our advantage," a cold voice said. "If we launch attacks from enough locations simultaneously, they won't be able to handle them all. Continue the infiltration," another voice agreed. "This was just a test. Once we have infiltrated enough, we will launch a large-scale assault." Dark figures began to whisper among themselves, discussing strategies. Some suggested exploiting the conflicts between humans and the alien kingdoms, while others proposed sending followers to sow discord in the Totem Nation. However, everyone realized that the key lay in the Celestial Cloud Forbidden Zone. More specific information was needed. "Let the God of Slumber handle it," a raspy voice finally decided. "All right, awaken the God of Slumber." The dark entities echoed in unison. Simultaneously, Sulu fell into deep thought. Although the invasion had been swiftly quelled, the newly reclaimed Eastern District had virtually no border defenses. Aliens and creatures from other countries could come and go as they pleased, making it difficult to detect invasions in advance. Small-scale invasions were manageable, but a large-scale one could overwhelm even Muto. Sulu's gaze fell on Psyduck, who was busy repairing its rune armor. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "This situation can't continue. We must find a way to establish border defenses." Although the energy source is nebular matter rather than the Philosopher's Stone, it still represents a groundbreaking discovery that is bound to shock the world. After relentless research, Psyduck finally succeeded in combining a specific set of mysterious totemic symbols to convert the energy within nebular matter. As Sulu watched the jubilant Psyduck in the lab, he fell into deep thought. This groundbreaking discovery was too significant for any one person to fully develop. Even the Baoku group couldn't handle it alone. It looks like we need to collaborate with the Beast Alliance, especially since we need to discuss border security as well, Sulu decided, calling out a Psyduck. Come, let's go. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian was swamped with work. Coordinating affairs with other races was already a daunting task, and as one of the few available alliance leaders, he also had to constantly monitor the high-level combat forces of the other races. Adding to the complexity, his beast, Abyssal Earth, was extremely unique and required his full attention to perform at its best. He hadn't slept for days. Just then, Sulu arrived with preliminary findings from the nebular research. Lu Qingxian immediately perked up. Results in just over a month? This is a project that had billions in nuclear fuel invested. Could Sulu have worked another miracle? After a brief overview of the research report, Lu Qingxian decided to lead a team of experts to Jinshin City. He used Abyssal Earth to teleport to the city of origin, urgently summoning the researchers there. What's going on? My experiment is at a critical stage. The Alliance said they wouldn't disturb us unless it was urgent. Even Old Bai is here? As the crowd murmured, an elderly man in his late 70s walked in, trembling slightly. It was Bai Xuanjing, China's most renowned researcher in beast energy, who had independently developed 14 evolutionary paths for beasts, making him a legend in the field. It seems Lu Qingxian has made a significant discovery this time, Bai Xuanjing said gravely. Lu Qingxian suddenly appeared and announced that they would depart immediately. Those in the know stared at him with burning eyes, fully aware of the power of his beast Abyssal Earth, which carried the spirits of numerous Chinese heroes, some even retaining their self-awareness. Old Lu, you even called me here. Could it be that there's a major breakthrough in restricted area technology? Bai Xuanjing asked as he approached. Lu Qingxian nodded. Bai Xuanjing immediately got excited and asked, really? Which lab? Which doctor? Old Su or Old Ding? Neither. It's the Baoku Institute, Lu Qingxian replied, shaking his head. The Baoku Institute? Could it be Dr. Muto? Bai Xuanjing pondered. Maybe I should contract a beast too. Lu Qingxian, with a peculiar expression, said, well, you'll see when we get there. Because the report sent from the Pokémon Research Institute was so peculiar, it didn't list Muto as the primary researcher, nor did it mention any other researchers. The only name on it was Psyduck. Lu Qingxian frowned as he stared at the report, a trace of confusion in his eyes. The words Psyduck seemed to mock his intelligence, making him suspect that Sulu and the others were up to something again. The power of the Abyssal Earth swiftly transported the researchers to Pallet Town. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the boundaries of the Pokémon Research Institute. Muto's voice echoed in their minds. They have arrived. He then added, without my consent, not even the Abyssal Earth can enter here. Lu Qingxian sensed the change in the environment, noting that the power of the Abyssal Earth was clearly restricted. He looked around and remarked, this place has a nice ambience. Nice? It's more than nice, a researcher exclaimed in delight. I had back pain just a moment ago, and now it's completely gone. Just as everyone was wondering why there was no reception, the scene before them suddenly shifted. They found themselves in a workshop-like space. Two similarly built men stood ahead. One wore a mask with flowing silver hair, and the other had a familiar face. Despite the differences in appearance, no one doubted that these were Sulu, the Alliance leader, and the legendary Dr. Muto. Sulu nodded slightly at Lu Qingxian and got straight to the point. I assume you all have an idea of the purpose of this visit. Since that's the case, let's get to the main topic. There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. The technology you are about to encounter will bring a significant transformation to the future of humanity. Upon hearing this, all the researchers displayed expressions of excitement. Alien technology, someone whispered in awe. Is this the dawn of a new era for humanity? Sulu smiled lightly and turned to say, Psyduck, please go up and explain it to them. And then, under the scrutiny of all the prominent researchers, a yellow-skinned duck waddled up to the makeshift podium. Quack. When Psyduck took the stage, the audience's expressions were priceless. Lu Qingxian looked pained, while the others were a mix of surprised and puzzled. Despite Psyduck's cute and clueless appearance, its eyes sparkled with intelligence. With a gentle leap, it used its psychic powers to float up to the high podium. Metagross stood by, ready to translate at any moment. Psyduck produced a gleaming piece of nebula matter, causing everyone to hold their breath. In a deep voice, it explained, this is merely an energy source. The key lies in the transformation totem. As soon as it finished speaking, it brought out a steel plate embedded with nebula matter, covered in mysterious symbols. When Psyduck infused the steel plate with water-type energy, it began to levitate on its own. The researchers erupted with excitement. standing up and staring intently at the magical plate. Soon, acting as the representative, eagerly asked, "Do these runic totems work across all time-space rifts and forbidden zones?" Psyduck nodded proudly. "Quack. Of course they do. I've personally tested them in over a dozen time-space rifts." It continued to explain that the runes could convert not only kinetic energy but also mental and water-type energy. Though they were merely symbols, infusing them with mental power produced miraculous effects. Hearing this, the researchers became even more excited. Someone asked, "Can it only convert to kinetic energy?" Psyduck shook its head and said mysteriously, "The unknown totem holds limitless possibilities, even the potential to form entirely new life forms." The crowd, feeling as if they had discovered a treasure, began to meticulously examine the unknown totem data handed out. Each symbol had an eye-like area, with 28 mysterious symbols quietly waiting for their exploration. This made everyone feel that these symbols might be more than just totems. Instead, they seemed to possess a life of their own. Sun was taken aback, goosebumps rising all over his body. His intuition told him that these 28 symbols were likely what they had been searching for all along, a form of beast control that straddled the line between technology and rules. This thought filled him with both excitement and fear. He looked up at Psyduck, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. How did it discover this organism? Sun was almost certain that these totem symbols represented an unknown form of beast control. After all, only the power of beast control could function across various space-time rifts. The researchers began whispering among themselves, discussing this astonishing discovery. Psyduck's subsequent explanation calmed them down a bit. It turned out that creating such runes required the infusion of psychic energy. Otherwise, these symbols would just be ordinary patterns. Sun frowned, pondering this dilemma. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Compared to psychic energy, human potential isn't much lower than that of beast control. We can use our previous god-making techniques to gather psychic energy and imbue it into the unknown totems. His proposal received unanimous approval. Soon, China's cutting-edge technology research team devised a plan for the mass production of the unknown totems. They decided to fully utilize the abilities of psychic-type beast controllers while also harnessing the unique mental strength of humans. Meanwhile, Psyduck became an overnight sensation. After several days of investigation, the unknown totem plan was officially implemented. The Beast Alliance quickly incorporated the 28 unknown totems into the assessment scope of major beast training schools, adding a new subject called totem studies. Although no specific arrangement effects were disclosed, all students were required to memorize and transcribe these totems. The secret of mental infusion was kept confidential for the time being. Initially, people were quite curious about it, but after fruitless probing, most lost interest. Other countries and the totem nation also found human behavior perplexing. They copied the list of unknown totems, but couldn't understand their purpose. Meanwhile, Psyduck's image began appearing frequently on large screens. From electric scooters to ice cream, even little yellow duck toys were redesigned to resemble Psyduck. The Beast Alliance's intention was simple. Since the unknown totems were revealed by Psyduck, they might be related to it. Promoting Psyduck wouldn't hurt. If it truly had the potential to become a guardian deity, the belief boost might make the totem's effects easier to achieve. Psyduck looked at the overwhelming advertisements with a bewildered expression. It asked Sulu confusedly, "I never filmed any commercials, so why am I endorsing everything? And what's with the Duck Adventures movie? The strangest part is, why am I endorsing roast duck?" Sulu explained, "These are just technical tricks. Some beasts can create illusions, so filming can be done without the real thing." As for the abundance of ads, he added, "Hua Nation is a magical place. Getting the people of Hua Nation to fully believe in a living entity is almost impossible, but getting them to believe just a little is easy, especially with discounts." This has been the Beast Alliance's strategy for years, and it's said to have successfully helped 4 Overlord-level beasts become guardian deities. Psyduck was stunned. "Isn't this a scam? And where's my endorsement fee?" Sulu laughed. "You're still young. I'll keep it for you. Just tell me if you want to buy something." Psyduck gave him a disdainful look but quickly consoled itself. "Even though it's a trick, I'm still famous. Now I'm Sulu's top beast. Who doesn't know that?" With that, Psyduck waddled back to the factory to continue modifying the totem armor. Suddenly, a piercing quack echoed through the space. Sulu sighed helplessly and had Curlia teleport him to Psyduck's workshop. There, Psyduck was sobbing and clinging to Sulu's leg, pointing at its totem armor. "My hard work is gone." Sulu took a closer look and saw that a large section of the armor, originally covered with unknown totem symbols, was indeed missing. Even more surprising, he sensed a sudden surge of Pokémon energy in the workshop. Closing his eyes, Sulu used his aura abilities to investigate. In his perception, 28 new Pokémon had appeared in the workshop, each with rune-like bodies and eye-shaped circles. Could it really be the unknown? Sulu's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the scene before him. An audacious thought flashed through his mind. Could the Beast Alliance have actually succeeded in merging human spirits into Pokémon? However, upon using his aura abilities and the Pokémon perception granted by the system, he discovered that these unknown were purely illusory. Without these special abilities, he wouldn't have sensed their presence at all. Even more puzzling was the fact that these unknown lacked any basic emotional fluctuations. Sulu pondered aloud. These can't be considered real Pokémon. They seem more like seeds of existence waiting for a host. He gently patted the round head of his Psyduck, reassuring it, "Don't worry, it's just that part of your armor has come to life." Psyduck wiped away its tears and asked in confusion, "Something came to life? Like ghastly?" It shook its head and added, "I always destroy my drafts." Sulu thought for a moment. "So, the unknown symbols on your armor were among the first batch. These 28 unknown might be the original prototypes." Approaching one of the unknown seeds, he reached out to touch it. The system immediately prompted, "Special Pokémon carrier detected. Targeted summoning possible. Would you like to spend 100 summon chances for a targeted summon?" Sulu suddenly understood. "I see. The reason the unknown don't exist yet is that they haven't been summoned. For a Pokémon to exist in this world, there must be a source, and that source is me." He frowned. "But using 100 summon chances to summon just one? That's too costly. Even the summoning rate for legendary Pokémon is only 0.1. Summoning all 28 unknown might be equivalent to gaining 3 Tier 1 legendary Pokémon." After a moment of contemplation, Sulu's eyes brightened. "Wait, maybe I can ask the Beast Alliance for help with this?" Although Sulu wasn't entirely sure about the strength of the unknown, he was well aware of the potential value these mysterious Pokémon held. In the Pokémon world, unknown had a unique status. Even their classification remained unknown, which only piqued Sulu's curiosity further. He decided to find a way to summon the unknown, anticipating that the benefits could surpass those of 3 legendary Pokémon. Without hesitation, Sulu called Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian, who had been away for just a few days, saw the call and thought, "What significant discovery has this kid made now?" Once connected, Sulu got straight to the point. "We've reached a crucial stage in the unknown research and need a large number of summoning stones." Lu Qingxian was surprised. "Progress with the unknown? How many do you need?" Sulu replied with a smile, "As many as possible." "I'm not sure exactly." Lu Qingxian rubbed his forehead. "All right, they'll have Senior Chu and send them over. The first batch will be 50,000 stones, and well adjust as needed." After hanging up, Sulu was visibly excited. Based on his previous absorption rate, 50,000 summoning stones would equate to over 1,000 summoning attempts, and this was just the initial supply. Not only did this bring the prospect of summoning unknown closer, but it might also allow for the summoning of other Pokémon. Half a day later, Chuan appeared in front of Sulu, looking somewhat resigned. "I'm practically your personal courier now." After thanking Chuan, Sulu was about to leave to attempt the targeted summoning when Chuan stopped him. It was about the previously promised sacred powder elixir. Sulu, slightly embarrassed, still reminded him, "Use it sparingly. Its effects are very potent." With the summoning stones in hand, Sulu absorbed them all, gaining 1,034 additional summoning opportunities. He returned to Ducklet's workshop, touched the first unknown stone, and began the targeted summoning. Light flashed, and 10 unknown appeared in reality, their eyes beginning to blink. A strange murmuring filled Sulu's ears, and he sensed a mysterious power was being nurtured. To prevent any mishaps, he decisively commanded the unknown to stop resonating. The 10 unknown simultaneously fixated on the armor left by Ducklet and flew towards it. At the moment these 10 primordial unknown appeared, the number of Generation 2 Pokémon in Sulu's mind grew almost exponentially. Just as unknown symbolize a kind of Pokémon, they were originally written and drawn into existence. Therefore, their propagation method is not through pairing but through spreading. Without the primordial unknown, they did not exist. So even if they spread, they were merely totem symbols. But now, with the primordial unknown's appearance, everything began to change quietly. The sudden expansion of the second-generation Pokémon gave Sulu a massive headache. Sulu frowned as he stared at the unknown before him, his mind racing with thoughts. These unique Pokémon were different, almost devoid of emotions, more like embodiments of rules. Even with his extraordinary powers, Sulu couldn't establish a mental connection with them. The newly born unknown had weak activity, only capable of expressing simple rules, and needed to absorb a significant amount of mental energy to become as substantial as the 10 in front of him. Sulu noticed that the primordial unknown seemed capable of controlling the other second-generation unknown. However, with his system, he could already control all Pokémon. Though this control might diminish with their proliferation, he could still maintain perfect control for many generations. Nearby, Ducky excitedly ran towards its armor, only to find that only a third of the runes had returned. Sulu explained, "We've only activated 10 unknown for now. It'll take some time before your armor is fully functional again." But with the primordial unknown on your armor, the enhancement might be quite powerful. Ducky's eyes sparkled. Quack. Really? Is the time for my rise as Duck Emperor finally here? Surpassing Muto, crushing Rayquaza might not be a dream. It laughed comically. Sulu thought to himself that the unknown had become special Pokémon and wondered if Ducky could still control them. He decided not to tell it for now. Meanwhile, the outside world remained unfazed by the fact that Unknown needed mental infusion to take shape. But Bai Xuanjing's newly established Unknown Research Group was aware of their reproductive methods. They were conducting numerous combination experiments, from pairs to groups of 10, facing almost infinite possibilities with limited mental energy, doing their best to make progress. At that moment, all the Unknown on paper and materials began to change dramatically. Some of the Unknown's eyes started to blink. Coupled with the latest information they received, the team realized this might be a breakthrough from the Pokemon Research Institute. Bai Xuanjing took a deep breath and encouraged his team. Summarize the symbols that have mutated. Let's focus our research on them. We might be behind in foundational research, but we have the advantage of a large number of test subjects. Let's do our best with what we can. Through Muto and Psyduck, Sulu learned about the progress on the other side and felt reassured about Lu Qingxuan's arrangements. As for the in-depth research of the unknown, Sulu thought it best left to the experts. After all, the combinations of unknown were countless. In his memory, the NEI formed by unknown used tens of thousands of them, and the arrangement had to be flawless. Just thinking about it was exhausting. Whether it was control or discovery, the unknown were in Sulu's hands. The more unknown there were, the stronger Sulu's power would become. Sulu could already imagine a future where, under human development, the number of unknown totems would reach into the billions, and he could control them all with a mere gesture. Ambition gleamed in Sulu's eyes, and a subtle smirk played on his lips. He murmured to himself, what kind of power would that be? The thought made him chuckle softly. In his mind, the unknown totems were already the key to changing the world. Go forth, unknown totems. You are Pokemon too, he whispered, as if rallying his own ambitions. Let's call this plan the Ace Plan. My true Pokemon Ace. Nearby, Psyduck squinted its eyes and watched Sulu warily. It let out a soft quack, seemingly expressing concern. Psyduck thought to itself, Sulu seems to have gone mad. It turned its head, looking around as if seeking help. Muto, maybe you should give Sulu a mental checkup. Meanwhile, in an isolated laboratory, Muto was intently observing row upon row of incubation tubes. It recalled the numerous Pokemon cloning experiments from the past, where almost all ordinary Pokemon embryos could be cloned successfully. However, Muto had never taken these ordinary Pokemon cells to full development. It remembered Sulu once saying that cloned Pokemon were inherently flawed. Muto fell into deep thought, recalling its own creation. As a clone, it initially lacked a heart, which led to its former rage and brutality. But Sulu had used the power of super evolution to give Muto another heart, filling its void. Because of this, Muto decided never to allow cloned Pokemon to truly exist. It didn't reject cloned Pokemon, but it refused to irresponsibly create flawed life. However, when it came to cloning mythical and legendary Pokemon, Muto's experiments had invariably failed. Until the arrival of Mew, things began to change. Muto borrowed a tuft of Mew's fur and attempted to clone itself once more. Now, within the enormous incubation tube, a nascent form of Muto had appeared. But to Muto's confusion, these clones seemed devoid of any life signs. Another failure? Muto muttered. How was I even born? After all, I was cloned too. Muto stood before its lifeless clones, lost in deep contemplation. Just then, it received Psyduck's message. Its expression softened as if a sudden realization dawned on it. I see, it whispered. My birth was secondary. What matters more is that I'm alive as a Pokemon. Muto gazed at the clones in the incubation tube, its eyes gentle. Perhaps one day, you too will be born as Pokemon. Muto teleported away, leaving behind the standing figures in the incubation tubes. Muto clones. After Muto found Sulu, it carefully confirmed that Sulu's mental state was fine. Then, it gave Duck a look that seemed to say good luck. Soon after, a piercing Duck's quack echoed from the workshop. Not long after, Duck emerged with 2 large bumps on its head, reluctantly introducing the unknown to Sulu. Sulu listened attentively, but found himself increasingly confused. He rubbed his temples and had to admit that he wasn't suited for controlling the unknown. Controlling other Pokemon requires command and judgment, but the unknown demand extensive knowledge, Sulu thought to himself. Even though I have psychic abilities, I'm still human and lack the terrifying memory and calculation capabilities of Metagross and Muto. Seeing Sulu stop learning, Duck gave him a disdainful look, thinking, this Sulu is such a loser. However, summoning stones were still being delivered, so there was no need to worry about the unknown anymore. Sulu even considered using the extra summoning stones for additional summons. Once the unknown were activated, the entire Huagua seemed to enter a state of full-speed operation. The promotion of unknown studies intensified. Not only were beastmaster-related professions required to master it, but even ordinary people and students were required to memorize the 28 symbols. With official promotion, the recognition of the unknown was even included in the high school graduation exams. This approach proved effective. Soon, Sulu noticed the level of the prime unknown rapidly increasing. Unlike leveling up through battles, the unknown, similar to Shaman, had another method of leveling up. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster Alliance in the Eastern District began recruiting Beastmasters in large numbers and announced the establishment of a new department, the Forest Guard Division. The newly recruited Beastmasters would go to various restricted areas as forest guards, responsible for monitoring and preventing poaching. In other regions, this job might be unappealing, but the Eastern District was special. The beasts in the restricted areas not only didn't attack humans, but some even helped the forest guards fend off intruders. More importantly, the forest guards had the opportunity to interact with beasts that could be considered quasi-beast masters. For Sulu, protecting the beasts that were gradually becoming Pokémon was secondary. The primary goal was to prevent the alien races from damaging the roots and rhizomes of the world tree. Since their last failed operation, the aliens had changed their strategy, using ultra-small teams to target the root tips and rhizomes of the world tree. Faced with this dispersed threat, preemptive defense became the only solution. Back in the Pokémon Valley, which had halved in size due to the world tree's appearance, Sulu received new information. Butterfree and the others had laid eggs again, and the Oddish tribe had started large-scale planting of grass seeds. This pleased him greatly, as Caterpie and Oddish were among the fastest tree-producing Pokémon, potentially taking over the role of messengers in the future. Sulu arrived at the dreamlike abode on the world tree and saw two short-haired cats playing an arcade game. He couldn't help but marvel at the world tree's magic here. All rules were forcefully twisted to sync with reality. Meow! With a loud cry, the pink cat collapsed. Meow? Why? Why can't I win even once? The white dream slowly reverted to its ditto form, its expressionless eyes conveying some kind of message. Dream circled around the transforming ditto, pondering. Meow, but that would be so boring, chur. For victory and continuity, some sacrifices are necessary, Ditto responded calmly. Alright, you too, take a break. I need your help. Sulu interrupted the two world tree inhabitants. Dream saw Sulu and quickly ran over to nuzzle him, much like a cat greeting a familiar person. Dream, how is the growth of the world tree's roots? Have you discovered anything underground? Sulu asked. Dream nodded and used its psychic power to project an image. A massive projection of the world tree appeared before Sulu. Although the main body was only 2 kilometers tall, its root system was enormous, covering the entire eastern district and even extending into the ocean. Hanging from the roots were many black spots resembling fruits. These were forbidden areas or spatial rifts. Due to long-term neglect, the underground fruits were even more numerous than those on the surface. It seems the situation for humanity is more severe than imagined, Sulu sighed. Despite the struggle, the restricted areas had gradually enclosed humanity. However, thanks to the emergence of the unknown, humanity seemed to be embarking on a new path. Regaining his focus, Sulu's gaze fell on the 3 largest areas on the world tree's distribution map. These areas were the most likely hiding spots for the giant rift dragon. I'll find an opportunity to talk to Lu Qingxian about dealing with the underground threats as well. This is a hidden danger that needs addressing. Although Sulu had already mastered the world will's ability to alter reality, allowing the terrain to change with its movements, the issue of the giant rift dragon still needed to be addressed eventually. After contemplating for a moment, Sulu realized that the potential threat from the underground forbidden zone was even more terrifying. He turned to Bien Bien, the vessel of the world tree's consciousness, who, despite its aloof nature, was surprisingly talkative. During their conversation, Bien Bien mentioned that it couldn't stray too far from the world tree, but moving within the main root system was feasible. Sulu carefully studied the world tree distribution map and found that although the main root system was smaller than the entire network, it still covered half of the eastern New District, providing plenty of options. He inquired about the first mythical level time rift and learned it was related to dragons. This information set Sulu deep in thought. If the beings from the rift were friendly to humans, it would be manageable. Otherwise, it would be a significant problem. However, the dragon-type rift also held great allure, potentially offering immense benefits for his quasi-mythical dragon-type Pokémon. After weighing his options, Sulu decided to send Bien Bien to the Duanxue Mountains. Not only was the world tree's trunk located there, but the area had also been transformed into a massive ice mountain by Articuno, making it an ideal battleground against dragons. Mew, upon hearing that Bien Bien was leaving, looked disappointed but cheered up when it learned that Psyduck would accompany it. Next, Sulu approached Hua's aviary. Hoa was busy infusing the ashes of the first fire with its aura, preparing for a mega evolution. It showed Sulu the ashes, now glowing like a miniature sun, but indicated that it needed more and wished to venture out to find additional ashes. Sulu agreed to its request but restricted its activities to within the Eastern New District. Excited, Ho-Oh transformed into a rainbow and flew off, repeatedly confirming through telepathy. Sulu reluctantly agreed each time, thinking to himself that Ho-Oh might be suited for a tank role. Eventually, a rainbow emerged from the Tianyun Forbidden Zone, catching the attention of Mu Dongxian nearby. Someone noticed a rainbow emerging from the Tianyun Forbidden Zone. Mu Dongxian, who was close to the zone, looked up at the sky after Hua's departure. He touched his chest, as if something had ignited within him. What is that? Mu Dongxian looked up towards the direction of the Tianyun Forbidden Ground. Mu Dongxian gazed into the distance, where a faint rainbow was visible. Suddenly, the Phoenix King's feather within him ignited, and his heart stirred. This was a sign of the Phoenix King's presence. The Phoenix King soared high, excitedly capturing the scenery below. Mountains, rivers, human structures all were perfectly illuminated by its fiery light. Its cry echoed through the sky, yet only those with pure hearts could glimpse its true form. As the Phoenix King flew over, the Eastern District underwent a transformation. Winter receded, and life began to flourish. Mu Dongxian felt the change in the feather within him and decided to pursue the rainbow. He knew the Phoenix King's feather contained extraordinary rejuvenating power, capable of healing wounds and reviving life. This power could change the world. Mu Dongxian took a leave of absence to follow the Phoenix King. However, the Phoenix King noticed him but chose to ignore him. In the eyes of the Phoenix King, even if Mu Dongxian possessed its feather, he had not truly earned its recognition. The Phoenix King's appearance caused a great commotion. More and more people claimed to have seen the Phoenix King, and even a disabled girl regained her health. Some who called themselves Rainbow Seekers began to follow the Phoenix King's path. Foreign tribes saw these phenomena as signs of mythological space-time rifts, leading to renewed border tensions. At this moment, a mysterious girl quietly crossed the border. She was intrigued by human cities, but frowned at a certain presence. Soon, however, her attention was captured by a bustling street filled with snacks. That night, the entire city was tormented by nightmares. Although there were no casualties, the supernatural event caught Sulu's attention. However, the pressing issue of the underground space occupied his mind. A whole city having nightmares? Sulu was taken aback upon receiving the news. The underground world is also a difficult realm for humans to venture into. Lu Qingxian stood before Sulu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Despite his exhaustion, the development of the Eastern District gave him hope. Eagerly, he began. Alliance Leader Su, I have a question. Sulu nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The Tiantong incident, can you share any details? Lu Qingxian asked in a low voice. The appearance of the rainbow from the sky has caused a nationwide sensation. Sulu frowned, seemingly contemplating his response. Finally, he simply stated, its attitude is friendly. Hearing this, Lu Qingxian was overjoyed and quickly grasped the deeper meaning. He swiftly changed the topic. Let's discuss the underground world instead. Sulu waved his hand, revealing a blue holographic map filled with intricate underground tunnels and regions. Lu Qingxian scrutinized it, a wry smile forming on his face. Alliance Leader Su, what's your plan? He inquired. Sulu calmly replied. The main issue is manpower. We need to recruit underground creatures and extract resources. I can't handle it all by myself. Lu Qingxian was stunned. No need for combat? Sulu explained. Just keep the fierce beasts well fed. There might be conflicts with other races, but the influence of the World Tree has changed the situation. He went on to elaborate on the purpose of allying with the Beast Taming Alliance, primarily to deal with the underground races. Lu Qingxian nodded thoughtfully, beginning to seriously consider this unexpected plan. Since you've decided, Leader Sulu, then it's settled. Lu Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of developing the underground world made it hard for him to contain himself. He quickly got up, bid a hasty farewell, and left in a rush, clearly eager to gather his team. Sulu watched Lu Qingxuan's departing figure with a slight smile. With the Beast Alliance on board, the underground development would undoubtedly be much more efficient. However, before officially starting, they needed to clear a path. He closed his eyes, envisioning the underground world, a vast network of massive cavities spreading like a virus, extending like tendrils but not interconnected. Relying solely on manpower to excavate and clear all the spatial rifts and forbidden zones would probably take over a decade. But with the help of the World Tree's roots and the underground Pokémon, the task became much more feasible. Having made his decision, Sulu immediately summoned Steelix and other ground, rock, and steel-type Pokémon in the Skycloud Forbidden Zone, meticulously arranging them for the excavation work. Although this task might take some time, it coincided perfectly with Lu Qingxuan's efforts to gather his team and the Pokémon Company's recruitment of adventurers. The underground exploration plan was set to officially commence in a week. After organizing the underground Pokémon, Sulu sought out the world consciousness entity, Transform. He reached out to touch the white, jelly-like creature, feeling its unique texture. Mew floated around Transform reluctantly, while Transform stared back at Mew with its unblinking eyes. Watching this peculiar scene, Sulu couldn't help but chuckle. This is like the World Tree's version of headless and unhappy. He turned to Mew and comforted it. The Snowfall Mountains aren't far from the World Tree. You can visit Transform anytime. Seeing Mew still a bit reluctant, Sulu added, "Don't worry, I brought Psyduck to keep you company." With that, he reached back and pulled out a bewildered Psyduck holding a wrench. Quack! Psyduck blinked in confusion. "Wasn't I just modifying the bike? How did I end up here?" Sulu smiled and explained, "Mew knows all Pokemon moves. Aren't you researching how to combine moves using Unknown? This is a great opportunity." Just as Psyduck was about to protest, Sulu waved his hand, and with a loud crash, the entire workshop was teleported to the World Tree by Muto. Psyduck stared blankly at the workshop, realizing he might have been dragged into something big. "You two have fun. I won't disturb you," Sulu said, grabbing Transform and leaving. In truth, Sulu had thought long and hard about having Psyduck accompany Mew. While Psyduck could be scatterbrained at times, it was generally positive and its research had valuable outcomes. Mew, despite its exceptional talent, often neglected training due to its playful nature, resulting in slow progress. Sulu hoped that Psyduck's influence would turn training into a game for Mew, allowing it to grow stronger through play. After Sulu left, Mew curiously flew around Psyduck. "Mew?" Mew tilted its head and asked. "Quack, I'm trying to record all moves onto Unknown," Psyduck explained. "Mew!" Mew exclaimed excitedly. "Quack! Why?" "To become the best," Psyduck replied with determination. "Mew!" "Quack, if you find it interesting, you can help out. Let's start with you demonstrating a few moves." Mew happily agreed and began showcasing various moves. Seed Machine Gun, Solar Beam, Hyper Beam. "Quack! No, not enough," Psyduck said with hands on hips. "It needs to be bigger, more spectacular. Ordinary moves can't compare to those of Rayquaza and Muto." Encouraged by Psyduck, Mew began modifying its moves. The scene grew more and more peculiar, resembling a fireworks display rather than move research. "Quack! Yes, that's it," Psyduck said, satisfied. Watching the original Fire Blast now transformed into a comical Psyduck face. Fire Blast turned into Psyduck face. "That kid, as long as they have good intentions, can get along with anyone." Transform suddenly spoke from Sulu's hand. Sulu was taken aback. "You can talk?" Although it was strange to see a white Ditto speaking, he quickly accepted it, considering it was the world consciousness. "Just making sounds," Transform continued. However, Sulu had already asked most of his questions the first time he met Transform, so they fell into silence. Transform, do you know anything about the spatial rifts?" Sulu tentatively asked. "No." Transform replied curtly. "Aren't you part of the world consciousness?" "Yes, a part." Sulu sighed. While Transform seemed to have some awareness, it was quite rigid, only remembering things related to its duties. Its cognitive abilities weren't bad, but it seemed to prefer deep conversations only with Mew. Nevertheless, Sulu couldn't resist petting Transform a few more times. "It does feel pretty nice." After waiting for a while, Sulu saw the Articuno arriving to pick him up from the Snowfall Mountains. Riding on Articuno, Sulu flew into the snow-covered mountains. As Transform moved, the mythic-level spatial rift in the void began to shift slightly. Some alien entities with the ability to scout the void also noticed this change. Sulu is currently riding an ordinary Articuno. Sulu rode on the back of a regular Articuno, flying towards the center of the Broken Snow mountain range. Soon, the scenery before him changed dramatically. There was no wind or snow, but rather a paradise of birds and flowers. The roots of the World Tree twisted underground, and its branches emerged from the mountaintop, providing a continuous source of life to the Articuno flock. Upon seeing Sulu's arrival, Z, who was originally patrolling, flew down and affectionately nuzzled him. Since becoming the leader, this once aloof Articuno seemed to have become more lively. After the Articuno flock arrived, they instinctively began to regulate the environment. They systematically blew cold air in all directions, working together with the Zapdos to stabilize the climate in the Eastern District. What was once a hot and rainy region had now become mild and pleasant, with almost no natural disasters occurring. Perched on Sulu's shoulder, Bienbian curiously observed these birds. As the consciousness of the world, it could sense the rules that these divine creatures carried. Suddenly, Bienbian transformed into a white Articuno, drawing the attention of Z and the other birds. Unable to analyze, unable to obtain divinity, Bienbian analyzed. These divine creatures can reproduce, but only the strongest among them can attain true divinity. Hearing this, Sulu couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Although Bienbian was created by the World Tree of Pokémon, it's what was part of the world itself. This was one of the reasons he had taken it away from the main trunk of the World Tree. Find a place to build an extreme ice field. If necessary, you can ask Regice for help, Sulu instructed. This was in preparation for the impending Dragon Myth Rift. Z nodded seriously. It was mastering the power of the extreme ice treasure, just one step away from becoming a true ice god. If successful, it could even reach the realm of a Tier 1 deity. A bold idea flashed through Sulu's mind: the fusion of the 3 legendary birds. This had happened once in the Pokémon world, though not perfectly. But if they could achieve a perfect fusion, they would surely possess the power of a Tier 1 deity. After settling Bienbian, Sulu still felt a bit uneasy. Just as he was considering who to leave as a guardian, Muto's voice rang out. "I'll do it. Aren't you continuing your experiments?" Sulu asked. "They're temporarily on hold. Humans can complete the ordinary experiments themselves," Muto explained. It was also curious about the world consciousness, thinking it might find clues about its own origin. While a white Bienbian was pondering its transformation, Muto suddenly appeared beside it. "We need to talk," Muto said. Bienbian looked at Muto, who resembled a more advanced form of Mew, and nodded. Just 2 days before the big underground battle, Sulu finally managed to summon all the unowned totems. 28 primordial unowned totems lay quietly on Ducky's armor, as if in a deep slumber. Mew floated nearby, curiously examining these mysterious creatures. Surprisingly, despite possessing the genes of all Pokémon, Mew couldn't transform into an unowned. This discovery led Sulu to ponder perhaps the unowned, like Muto, are a special kind of Pokémon created through unique circumstances. On the World Tree, Mew and Ducky played joyfully as colorful fireworks lit up the night sky. Meanwhile, Muto and Ditto, like 2 philosophers, were deeply engrossed in a discussion about the meaning of life, sipping tea. Sulu attempted to join their conversation but found the topics too profound, so he quietly bowed out. After summoning the unknown, Sulu still had 642 extra summoning opportunities left. He decided not to use them immediately, but to wait for the items he had redeemed from the Beast Alliance, hoping to try targeted summoning. However, his routine single summons continued. On this day, Sulu drew a Solrock. This orange, spherical Pokémon piqued Sulu's interest. As a meteorite Pokémon, Solrock might become a new subject for studying nebula materials. Sulu gently touched Solrock's warm surface and decided to let Metong take it to enjoy some delicacies. Speaking of Metong, Sulu recalled the reason it had been reluctant to evolve. This quasi-legendary Pokémon had been diligently strengthening itself, aiming to acquire more powerful traits upon evolution. Metong had become so strong that even an Everstone could barely suppress its evolution. Sulu eagerly anticipated Metang's evolution, believing that once it became a Metagross, it might be able to manage the entire lab. 2 days later, the long-awaited underground expedition day finally arrived. The plaza of the Poke Company was filled with numerous Beast Tamers, all excited for the upcoming underground battle. Sulu was also looking forward to Metang's evolution, thinking that perhaps the entire lab could be managed by Metagross at that time. And this is a call from Bauka Company, who in all of Huagua's Beast Masters doesn't know the powerhouse behind Bauka. The square was bustling with activity as 30,000 Beast Masters eagerly prepared for action. They chattered amongst themselves, speculating about the rewards for this mission. Though the discipline was loose, excitement gleamed in everyone's eyes. "I heard we're going underground this time," one Beast Master with a goatee whispered. Could it be that Bauka Company discovered some rare resource down there? "The underground world is no joke," replied a burly Beast Master nearby. "I had a brother who went down there and never came back. They say the beasts down there are 10 times more ferocious than the ones on the surface." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a rhythmic sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention. A group of Beast Masters in uniform marched in perfect unison toward Bauka Company's internal base. "Did I see that right? Is that the Beast Master Corps from the Beast Master Alliance?" someone exclaimed. "Looks like we won't have to bear the main burden." Many Beast Masters sighed in relief. With the Beast Master Alliance involved, the chances of Bauka Company pulling a fast one are much lower. Meanwhile, atop Bauka Company's high-rise building, Lu Qingxian frowned as he gazed down at the bustling crowd, his brow furrowed. He acknowledged that even among the scattered Beast Masters, there were strong individuals, but the scope of this mission was vast and extremely risky. Noticing Lu Qingxuan's concern, Sulu spoke up. "Don't worry, they each have their own tasks. We can't have all the Corps' Beast Masters doing trivial things, can we?" Lu Qingxian nodded, letting go of his concerns about the scattered Beast Masters. He then asked, "But how are we going to get underground?" Sulu smiled slightly, just about to answer when the noise from below interrupted him. They looked down at the square to see a sea of heads, with the number of Beast Masters and their beasts exceeding 200,000. So many creatures entering the underground world would overwhelm even its abyssal grounds. Sulu smiled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble. A circular area in the square slowly caved in, revealing a massive hole with a diameter of 200 meters. Within the hole, a figure glittered like a diamond. It seems Steelix has made some progress, Sulu nodded, and then turned to Lu Qingxian. The underground passage is now open. Proceed with the development as planned. Lu Qingxian stared at Sulu for a moment, marveling at the terrifying power of the Pokémon faction. Quickly regaining his composure, he ordered, "Fourth Beast Army, advance." 20,000 Beast Tamers responded in unison and filed into the passage. The slope was manageable, and the giant bat beast that the army was equipped with helped them navigate any obstacles. The onlookers murmured among themselves, "It's the Nightfall Legion. They're the elite force guarding the Evernight Forbidden Zone." Sulu nodded silently, deciding to take this opportunity to observe the regular army and learn valuable tactics for his Pokémon army. Once the Nightfall Legion entered the underground, they remained vigilant. Their training in the Evernight Forbidden Zone had forged their exceptional mental resilience. Each squad split up as planned and began their clearing operations. Sulu also descended into the underground to check on his own Pokémon underground unit. He found that his Steelix had grown to a length of 50 meters, its body dazzling with a diamond-like sheen. Sulu carefully stroked its smooth areas and inquired about its training progress. Steelix shook its head, indicating it had hit a bottleneck. Sulu suggested using a metal coat to overcome it. Subsequently, Steelix reported discovering a massive ruin within the lava layer. Ruins floating in lava? This piqued Sulu's interest. "Steelix, can you still locate those ruins?" Sulu asked, furrowing his brow. Steelix shook its head and let out a low growl. The ruins were constantly moving, and even though it could dive into the lava, it couldn't pinpoint their exact location. Sulu pondered, "Every time the ruins appear, do those aliens come close? Did you get a good look at them?" Steelix shook its head again. It had only seen figures in black robes and couldn't see their true forms beneath the cloaks. If it weren't a fierce beast, those aliens might have already attacked it. Aliens in black robes? Sulu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This seems familiar. Could they be the ones from the surface? When it comes to exploring space-time rifts and forbidden zones, aliens seem to have a natural advantage over humans. But for now, this information isn't useful. At least not until the Beast Legion establishes a defensive line underground, which could take at least a month given the vastness of the underground world. We can't let the aliens easily access the ruins, Sulu decided firmly, contacting Dream, who was setting off fireworks with Ducklet. As Dream clapped its hands, watching fireworks similar to itself bloom in the sky, it suddenly widened. Its eyes. Work was calling. Sulu requested that the world tree halt its expansion in other directions and quickly establish a root network above the lava layer. Dream surveyed the current coverage area and complained, "This will be exhausting." "It's important, Dream. Please," Sulu said earnestly. Despite its lazy nature, Dream would work seriously when Sulu asked. It waved goodbye to Ducklet and flew into the trunk of the world tree. Pink light spread, and the world tree's growth mode changed once again. Above the underground lava, a dense network of finger-thick roots rapidly spread out. "If you sense any major changes in the root network, notify me and Muto immediately," Sulu instructed. He wasn't sure if this was the right course of action, but the aliens were too dangerous to ignore. Ever since Rayquaza had demonstrated its mythical level power, the aliens in the Eastern New District had only been able to cause minor disturbances, but Sulu didn't believe they would stop there. Especially not the alien named Ixia. According to Lu Qingxian, the entire Eastern New District might be a crucial node for the Ixia tribe's summoning of their deity. Sulu had once used Aura to probe the Ixia tribe's deity, a being comparable to a legendary Pokémon. The aliens wouldn't give up easily. Moreover, the Ixia tribe's mythology had existed for a long time, and Sulu couldn't guarantee he could completely control them. If things went out of control, the aftermath alone could destroy most of the Eastern New District. "Let's check on the Nightshade Legion. They should have reached the first underground alien forbidden zone by now," Sulu told Steelix. "Bring Lu Qingxian along for the investigation." Steelix nodded seriously and carried Sulu. Its head formed a seat-like protrusion with protective diamond barriers, perfect for riding. With these protections, they could travel underground without harm. Sulu had ridden Pokémon in the sky, sea, and on land, but this was his first time moving quickly underground. As Steelix moved, a strange energy enveloped its body. The material it touched automatically parted. Even hard rock split instantly. "Is this the dig move?" Sulu marveled. Digging clearly wasn't just about brute force. Otherwise, even spinning like a propeller wouldn't allow such swift travel. As one of the 4 great drillers, Steelix's speed was impressive. After about 10 minutes, Sulu caught up with the main force of the Nightshade Legion. The reconnaissance team in the underground forbidden zone of the fungi had noticed the massive commotion and immediately became alert. But Lu Qingxian, who was with them, waved his hand to signal, "This is Governor Sulu's beast." At this moment, The reconnaissance team returned from the Forbidden Zone. Report. The target creature has been captured and hypnotized. Hostility level detected at 9. Unable to cooperate, assimilate, or communicate. Aliens are present in the fungi underground Forbidden Zone. As an intelligent species, aliens differed from fierce beasts, and the World Tree had limited influence on them. Moreover, they harbored significant malice toward humans. Commence battle. With the order given, many soldiers instinctively closed their eyes, entering their optimal combat state. Black shadows enveloped their bodies. Standard king-level beasts, dark phantoms, native to the Eternal Night Zone. With the protection of dark phantoms, beast masters were safe until their cloaks were breached. With Crobat and their respective beasts, the teams entered the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, Sulu, riding Steelix, breached the rock wall and arrived at Lu Qingxuan's camp. The soldiers of the Beast Legion couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion at the sight of the colossal creature before them. The powerful aura it emitted was likely unmatched by even their commanders. Perhaps only Lord Nightshade's main beast could rival it. Unfortunately, Lord Nightshade had to guard the Eternal Night Zone. Naturally, Sulu first sought out Lu Qingxian. Although the Nightshade Legion is a specialized beast-taming unit capable of operating in the pitch-black darkness of the Eternal Night Zone, their temporary base was brightly lit. It's worth mentioning that the lanterns held by the Nightshade soldiers were actually small orbs with 2 unknown totems inscribed on them, emitting a gentle glow. Sulu couldn't help but take a closer look, realizing that these unknown totems were already being used by frontline troops. Alliance leader Sulu, you're here? Have the other Beast Tamers been settled? Lu Qingxian asked. Sulu nodded and replied, they will be heading to the zones without alien tribes and the areas with spacetime rifts to explore. There shouldn't be too many casualties. To deal with the Myconids, a portion of the Nightshade Legion's forces would suffice. Sulu then briefly explained the situation regarding the lava ruins and the alien tribes to Lu Qingxian. After hearing this, Lu Qingxian's expression turned serious. The Steelix has encountered those black-robed aliens multiple times underground. These underground aliens have a very strong territorial awareness because they almost entirely rely on forbidden areas and spacetime rifts for survival. If they venture too far from their territory, they risk getting lost and perishing underground. Lu Qingxian explained, this is also why they launched a massive invasion after discovering the vast surface world. Being confined underground for so long, their ambition and ferocity have surpassed the imagination of surface-dwelling intelligent species, making reconciliation nearly impossible. After confirming that the current battle didn't require their intervention, the two prepared to head to the lava layer. Sulu approached the Steelix and, with a wave of his hand, transformed the 50-meter-long beast into an energy wave and stored it away. Lu Qingxian wasn't particularly surprised, as dominant-level fierce beasts could be turned into energy, and the beast-taming alliance had similar storage tools. Sulu then summoned a humanoid Pokémon named Kirlia from a Pokeball at his waist. She glanced warily at Lu Qingxian, seemingly sensing the spatial fluctuations around him. Please take care of any dangers that may arise, Sulu said, patting Kirlia on the head. The girl nodded seriously, having rigorously trained her teleportation ability for her master's safety. Lu Qingxian curiously observed this rare humanoid beast. When Kirlia appeared, his Rift Dragon seemed to react, clearly indicating that this was a rare beast with spatial abilities. If it could reproduce with humans, its value would be immeasurable. Let's go. The Steelix has already told me the location where the aliens appeared, Sulu said, summoning a world tree map to compare with the Steelix's magnetic navigation. Lu Qingxian nodded and called forth his Mountain Abyssal Earth. This unique ground and ghost-type beast could vary in size and was currently small enough to attach itself to Lu Qingxian. Out of curiosity, Sulu discreetly used his aura power to explore the mysteries of the Abyssal Earth. Behind Lu Qingxian, there seemed to be a shadowy figure resembling an obelisk, likely the true form of the Abyssal Earth. Sulu focused intently and saw a pair of deep, eerie eyes emerging from the darkness, meeting his gaze. In an instant, the Abyssal Earth recoiled back into Lu Qingxian like a receding tide, interrupting Sulu's probing. He mused that if Lucario were here, it would have a clearer view. However, because they were on the move, it wasn't convenient to release it from its Pokeball. Using the power of the Abyssal Earth, the two swiftly traveled underground. This unique ability not only shrank the distance, but also parted the soil to create a path. In just 15 minutes, they reached a hollow space above the magma layer. The rocks here were as hard as iron, forming a robust crust. Further down, the soil became softer, and the temperature rose sharply. Even at this level, the temperature was over 60 degrees Celsius, making it uninhabitable for ordinary people. Lu Qingxian was protected by the Rift Dragon, which stored ample oxygen within his body. Upon reaching their destination, he released the air for both of them to breathe. Sulu was safeguarded by Ralts, and with his physique, he could hold his breath for half an hour without issue. If Sulu had come alone, he would have had to worry about the oxygen problem. He would either need special equipment, a Pokémon that could generate air, or rely on Jirachi or Muto to teleport air in. With Lu Qingxuan's help, many complications were avoided. This was one of the mysterious locations where Steelix had previously detected alien activity. As soon as they arrived, both the Rift Dragon and Ralts sensed something unusual. Ralts softly called, and a strange rune appeared on the ground. Lu Qingxuan's expression turned serious as he said cautiously, "What is this?" "A tether point. It seems those aliens are indeed planning something big." Due to the emergence of mythic-grade spatial rifts and changes in the world's will, Sulu recently delved into information related to space. Sulu stared intently at the strange runes that appeared before him, pondering silently. These symbols emitted a peculiar insect-like aura, clearly not the anchor points of the Dragon Tribe's spatial rift. Just as he was about to investigate further, a massive rumble echoed through the area. "We've triggered the spatial anchor point. The aliens have discovered us," Lu Qingxian warned with a grave expression. Sulu immediately unleashed his aura power, and Lucario sprang from its Pokeball, resonating with him. Within the expanded detection range, they sensed a bizarre giant insect rapidly approaching from the underground lava zone. "Steelix, go!" Sulu commanded, and Steelix burst from the ground, charging toward the strange insect. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian performed the soul revival technique. A pitch-black obelisk materialized out of thin air, representing the essence of the abyssal earth. The obelisk was inscribed with countless golden names, and atop it were a pair of serene eyes. As it appeared, the surrounding soil changed color instantly, and numerous peculiar creatures crawled out from it. In the brief exchange, Steelix and the giant insect clashed fiercely. The creature was a lava-drilling worm, twice as long as Steelix, with a terrifying maw. The two behemoths engaged in a brutal underground battle, with shockwaves reverberating through the earth. "Steelix, bind it, and use Crunch," Sulu ordered firmly. Steelix moved nimbly, quickly coiling around its target. The lava-drilling worm spewed molten gold lava, writhing and biting furiously. Simultaneously, the undead summoned by the abyssal earth joined the fray, swarming the worm's body and launching their assault. Suddenly, Lucario issued a warning. Sulu's brow furrowed as his aura senses detected a swarm of drilling worms emerging from the lava, gnawing at the rocks above. The entire space was beginning to collapse into the molten depths. As the rocks crumbled, the ground beneath Sulu gave way with a thunderous crash. Boulders plunged into the lava, sending up scalding waves. Sulu used his telekinetic powers to hover in midair and swiftly recalled his dog into its Pokeball. Lu Qingxian stood on the back of his rock armor bird, as the Rift Dragon cleared the ash around them. "Is the governor all right?" Lu Qingxian asked with concern. Sulu waved to indicate he was fine. With a thought, he summoned Dream, dispelling the thick smoke and revealing the entire underground cavern. Roaring lava rivers and the roots of the world tree sprawling across the rock walls. "Leave these magic bugs to you," Sulu said, pointing to the wriggling insects on the rock face. Lu Qingxian responded by summoning the spectral rock monster to clear them out. Sulu's gaze shifted to where the Steelix was battling the lava driller worms in the molten river. Smaller worms continuously swarmed toward the parts of Steelix that hadn't turned to diamond. "Should we retreat for now?" Lu Qingxian suggested. "No, they'll just burrow through the lava and be impossible to find next time." Sulu firmly refused, then triggered a mega evolution. Steelix's entire body began to glow, transforming into a complete diamond form. Rings of steel and diamond swirled around it, creating a diamond storm that effortlessly shredded the approaching worms. "Crush them," Sulu commanded. Just as Steelix was about to deliver the fatal blow, chants from the alien tribe echoed through the cavern. The lava driller worms writhed in agony, absorbing the lava and swelling in size. "Maximize," Sulu decided on the spot. He donned his cosmic diamond cloak, and Steelix instantly surged to a towering 300 meters. The diamond dragon form emerged. The gigantic diamond-encrusted Steelix stared down at its tiny adversaries. Both Lu Qingxian and the aliens in the shadows swallowed hard. Steelix moved, its dazzling diamond glow eclipsing even the red-hot lava river. The formidable power of Steelix in its diamond dragon form was undeniable. With just a slight movement from Steelix, the floating diamond crystals beside it transformed into a violent storm, engulfing the giant demon worm with scorching lava. Sulu frowned slightly, almost certain that the alien was hiding within the demon worm. When the voice was heard earlier, Sulu immediately began his search but found nothing. Although his aura power had limited range, Lucario could scan an area of over 10 kilometers, and at full strength, it could cover most of the Tianyan Forbidden Land. Even so, Lucario couldn't detect the alien's presence. The only explanation was that this alien, like the previously captured insectoid beast worshipper, was concealed within the beast. This was a common hiding method used by aliens, ensuring their safety while controlling the beast. Unlike Beast Tamers, who commanded beasts, beast worshippers revered them, willingly surrendering their intellect and will to the beasts. This allowed otherwise mindless beasts to gain higher combat awareness and even undergo special evolution through the worshipper's innate abilities. However, the relationship between a beast worshipper and a beast was often one of beastly dominance. As the passive party, the worshipper had to endure the beast's violent instincts and the strain of its physical potential, often resulting in madness or disability. This was the price of harnessing a powerful alien beast. The diamond storm roared, completely enveloping the still expanding demon worm. Despite the alien beast worshipper activating a special ability of the demon worm, the enhancement was no match for Sulu's dual reinforcement. Steelix controlled the massive diamonds, each larger than a human head, to precisely penetrate the demon worm's body. The hard diamonds easily pierced through the lava armor, embedding deeply into its flesh. The demon worm writhed in pain, spewing a massive column of superheated lava from its mouth. The temperature of this lava was 100 times that of ordinary lava, yet it had no effect on Steelix. Sulu estimated that the current Steelix could probably withstand several attacks from Rayquaza. With the right items, it might even hold its own against Rayquaza for a considerable time. Seeing their attacks fail, both the alien hiding within the demon worm and the worm itself showed signs of panic. Their techniques were ineffective, let alone winning through physical confrontation. Meanwhile, more diamonds penetrated the demon worm's body, wreaking havoc. Facing an unbeatable enemy, any further struggle would only lead to more casualties. Besides, this was just an anchor point. The demon worm turned to flee, but it was too late. Sulu sighed softly. He had already communicated with Steelix after its Gigantamax transformation and learned that Steelix could now control the floating diamonds and had formulated a plan. Steelix's eyes flashed with a diamond glow. The diamonds embedded in the demon worm suddenly exerted force, lifting the massive worm into the air. The molten lava on the worm's body fell like rain, merging into the lava river below. It thrashed wildly in the air, tearing its flesh with each movement. Although the demon worm felt no pain, its physical damage was real. Even a largely molten demon worm gradually lost its ability to move. At this moment, a seemingly inconspicuous drop of lava was about to fall into the lava river. Sulu's sharp eyes caught it, and with a swift finger point, the large drop of lava halted in midair, then was teleported to him by Ralts. Trying to escape in front of me? How naive, Sulu chuckled. As the lava peeled away, the true form of the alien was revealed. Upon seeing the alien's appearance, Sulu frowned. An insectoid? While insectoids were a significant race among the aliens, nearly all of them were hostile to humans. This is an Ixia insectoid, Lu Qingxian suddenly said. Ixia? Aren't those the bird and serpent people? Sulu asked, puzzled, as this didn't match his knowledge. Human? Are you mocking me? How could those who forgot the great god be called Ixia with us? The insectoid, trapped by Ralts and the Rift Dragon, emitted a clicking sound, mimicking human speech. Its antennae twitched, and its black insect eyes shone with a strange light. Lu Qingxian explained, according to our research, there are actually 3 types of aliens that call themselves Ixia. The Ixia insectoids were the first to make contact with us. As they were the first aliens to show goodwill towards humans, some factions accepted them and studied their technology and information. However, aliens are still aliens, and they eventually couldn't suppress their instinct to kill. For some reason, their diplomatic relations with humans ended. To prevent future generations from harboring illusions of peace with aliens, the Beast Tamer Alliance erased all information about the Ixia insectoids. Sulu was surprised by this history. The ability to suppress their killing intent and coexist with humans in the early days? The Ixia insectoids were indeed extraordinary. Sulu looked at the captured Ixia insectoid. The body of the Ixia insect seemed to be in ruins, likely due to controlling a magic bug that wasn't its own beast. Yet it still straightened itself and looked at Sulu. Sulu exchanged a glance with Lu Qingxian, both showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. This was the first time in over 90 years that a Ixia insect had been captured. They had established diplomatic relations with humans in the 3rd year after the rift appeared, but vanished without a trace in the 6th year after losing control. As the head of the Beast Taming Alliance, Lu Qingxian had only seen their photos in secret archives. Can you tell me why you initially established relations with humans? And how did you manage to restrain your killing intent in the early days of the rift? Lu Qingxian asked curiously, with a touch of urgency in his voice. The Ixia insect let out a clicking laugh, then seemed to remember it was in front of humans. In a hoarse voice it said, "Want to see? Then take a look." Before finishing its sentence, it fell silent. Is it dead? Lu Qingxian asked in disbelief, eyes wide open. How could this happen? Sulu shook his head and explained. It forced itself to control the magic bug, which was already beyond its limits. Moreover, it seems to have extinguished its own soul. Lu Qingxian sighed deeply, just about to say something when Sulu interrupted. It also left behind some information voluntarily. Sulu and Lucario were enveloped in a blue glow, utilizing the power of aura to its fullest. Sulu sensed a temporal and spatial fluctuation on the Isha insect's body, similar to the giant serpent's remains and the flower of time. Under the influence of the aura, ancient scenes hidden in a different dimension appeared before Sulu's eyes. In the vision, an elderly Isha insect was holding a book, seemingly narrating something to a young insect. I'll translate. Lu Qingxian volunteered, beginning to stammer through the Isha insect's language. The elderly insect in the vision was recounting the creation story of the Isha god, depicting the birth of the mother of life and wisdom. As time progressed, the story involved war, betrayal, and the god's disappointment. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a grand temple. A priest was describing the appearance of the Isha god to newly appointed priests. He has pale yellow, smooth skin, black hair, and eyebrows. Our form resembles his. The vision abruptly ended, leaving Lu Qingxian and Sulu staring at each other in astonishment. The appearance of their supreme creator god. Why does it look so much like a human? Sulu never expected that the highest being in the Ixian mythology would take the form of a human, and with black hair and black eyes, no less. Sulu and Lu Qingxian exchanged glances, their shock apparent. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. No wonder the Ixians were so eager to interact with humans. Humans resembled their deities. Only those who reached the level of divine envoys could transform themselves to achieve this appearance. Imagine if the Ixians suddenly traveled through time and space to Earth and discovered that everyone here had the face of a god. How could they not be fanatical? This might explain why the Ixian insectoids initially restrained their killing urges and collaborated with humans. As for why things later spiraled out of control, Sulu furrowed his brow and speculated. Maybe they realized that humans and their creator god were not of the same race, or perhaps faith ultimately couldn't withstand the erosion of a will to kill. Lu Qingxian nodded thoughtfully. Even so, it seems the Ixian insectoids didn't want to be enemies with humans. After they vanished, they never reappeared. Instead, it was the Ixian birdmen and serpent men causing chaos. Interesting, Sulu mused. From the information provided by Xiao Jia, it seems the insectoids looked down on the serpent men and birdmen, and in its memories, those two races didn't even exist. So, they likely didn't appear at the same time. Lu Qingxian continued. If the Ixian mythology is correct, the insectoids should be the first intelligent beings created by the creator god. Sulu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. His intuition told him that the Ixian creator god's power was not to be underestimated. But from the known information, this deity seemed less formidable than a fully formed alpaca. After all, the alpaca could create matter from nothing, while the Ixian god's abilities appeared limited to creating life and intelligent beings. Just as Sulu was about to ask further questions, the Ixian insectoid before him ended its own life. With its death, all the magic insects seemed to lose control, falling from the rock walls into the lava below. However, the influence of the killing will remain. These magic insects did not leave but swam in the lava, with some even attempting to leap out and attack the hovering Sulu and Lu Qingxian. The largest magic insect lost its beast master's blessing, causing its magma shield to peel off and revealing its scarred body. Despite its incredible regenerative abilities, the diamond inside it continued to cause destruction, leaving it powerless and stuck in midair. Sulu scanned the area and decisively said, "Let's handle the rift anchors first." Lalulas and the rift dragon immediately focused on their task. About half an hour later, the runes were all deactivated. Sulu explained. These runes were inscribed in reality and then extended into the void, which is why they leave traces. It's like driving nails into a wooden board, easy to hammer in, but hard to pull out. What about these magic insects? Sulu asked casually. Although they weren't very strong, creatures that could move freely in lava were rare. Given the strength of the lava-burrowing insects, the evolution potential of these smaller ones couldn't be underestimated. Lu Qingxian thought for a moment and requested, "Alliance leader Sulu, could you help collect them? I'll have the rift dragon take them away. If they all evolve, they might cause significant geological damage, leading to sinkholes, volcanic eruptions, and other disasters." Sulu nodded in agreement. He commanded the steel snake to sweep its tail and knock the young magic insects out of the lava, while Lu Qingxian collected them. Soon, almost all the magic insects were taken care of, with the largest one being transported by Lu Qingxian. After finishing, the extracted anchor point turned into a glass-like space pearl. Inside the pearl, a shadow resembling a magic insect curled up. This should be what the Ixian insectoids were trying to summon, Lu Qingxian speculated. Unfortunately, we couldn't fully translate the information before. We'll have to wait for language experts to study it further. Lu Qingxian held the anchor point pearl, using the rift dragon's ability to gain a view of the void. He saw a thin, spatial tether extending from the pearl into the void, leading to a slowly approaching massive temporal rift. Trouble again. Another mythic-level temporal rift. Lu Qingxian said, frowning. One is enough to give Huaguo a headache. If another one appears, we will undoubtedly become the target of many. Trouble again. Another mythic-level temporal rift. Lu Qingxuan's brow furrowed. One mythic-level temporal rift was already enough to give Huaguo a headache. If another one appeared, Huaguo would undoubtedly become the target of many. There should be more of these anchor beads hidden underground. Keep looking, Sulu said casually. Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly, gently rubbing the newly acquired anchor bead with his fingers. He explained to Lu Qingxian, the appearance of space-time rifts requires specific conditions. Naturally formed rifts always harmonize with their surroundings, like how organisms instinctively seek suitable habitats. Lu Qingxian nodded thoughtfully as Sulu continued. The myth-level rift summoned by the Yixia insect tribe likely centers around earth and lava. Moreover, their plan probably started 100 years ago. Suddenly, an idea struck Sulu, and he furrowed his brow. If a myth-level being truly descends, would the Yixia tribe gain its protection? Considering their creator god resembles humans, might they re-establish relations with humanity? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind, let's wait until Jia's information is fully translated before making any conclusions. Besides, they seemed hostile towards humans before, possibly driven by a simple instinct to kill. Turning to Lu Qingxian, Sulu asked, "Can you sense how long until the rift appears?" Lu Qingxian closed his eyes, concentrating hard, sweat beading on his forehead. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "About a month, maybe even sooner." "So soon?" Sulu exclaimed in surprise. "Faster than the Dragon God Rift?" Lu Qingxian explained. "The Rift Dragon told me that the aura of this anchor bead has been present for at least 50 years. No wonder the rift is appearing so quickly." He handed the anchor bead to Sulu. "See if you can find anything." As Sulu took the bead, he suddenly received a system notification, detected a large amount of Earth aura. Consuming 100 extra summons can increase the chance of summoning rare ground-type Pokémon. Sulu's eyes narrowed in thought. This is likely the Earth rule power the Yixia insect tribe used to guide the rift. Judging by the attributes of the lava drill bug, the mythic being they aim to summon should also be ground or rock type. After careful consideration, Sulu decided not to use the summon. He used his aura power to scan the surroundings, confirming there were no abnormalities, and signaled Lu Qingxian that they could leave. Back on the surface, Sulu had Lucario simulate the sensed space-time scene and contacted Steelix to continue the investigation. Half a day later, Lu Qingxian returned with the complete translation. From it, Sulu learned that the Yixia insect tribe's goal was to summon the Devourer of Earth, one of the 7 giant beasts bestowed upon the Yixia tribe by the Mother Goddess of Life. These beasts evolve continuously by consuming matter, but they lack intelligence and might be dominated by a will to kill. This is troubling. Upon receiving the news, both Lu Qingxian and Sulu immediately thought of the same thing. Sulu furrowed his brow, a terrifying image flashing through his mind. A mythical being acting purely on instinct descending upon the world. Even if it were immune to the influence of a murderous will, it would still cause devastating destruction due to its loss of rationality. He shook his head, silently relieved that they had thwarted the Ixian insectoid's plan in time. At that moment, Steelix sent a message. It had discovered another space above the magma layer that seemed to contain an anchor point pearl. Sulu didn't go there himself, but dispatched Steelix to retrieve it with Ralts. An hour later, the mission was successfully completed. Sulu took the newly acquired anchor point pearl, and noticed that the shadow of the Earth Devourer within it was rather faint. The system indicated that this pearl would only slightly increase the summoning rate of rare ground-type Pokémon. He put the pearl away, planning to use it to monitor approaching spatial rifts. Upon returning to Pokémon Valley, Sulu immediately started a ground-type up single pull. The lottery wheel absorbed the Earth aura from the anchor point pearl and transformed into a ground-type up wheel with only Pokémon options. With a 15 chance of summoning a legendary Pokémon, Sulu was thrilled to draw one. However, when the summoning light faded, what appeared before him was a small green Creaturia Zygarde cell. Sulu was a bit disappointed, but quickly accepted this cute new companion. He opened Zygarde's panel and found that in its cell state, the legendary Pokémon had neither levels nor talents. Holding the Zygarde cell, Sulu went to the branches of the World Tree. He first encountered Psyduck and gave the dazed duck a little nudge. Then, Mew appeared out of curiosity, attempting to mimic Zygarde but failing. Sulu gave a brief explanation, but it was clear that the concept of cells was difficult for the Pokémon to grasp. Mew quickly set aside its confusion and pulled Sulu, Psyduck, and their new member into a playful game. That's the whole story. After that, I'll leave Zygarde's cells in your care for a while, Muto. Sulu carefully handed over the Zygarde cells, cradled like a baby, to Muto. Although Zygarde, as the guardian of the ecosystem, can regenerate itself through single-cell division, the process is long and arduous. Muto, being an expert in cloning research, might be able to help it grow faster. Ditto, perched on Muto's shoulder, curiously examined the tiny life form. Muto sensed that these cells were more fragile than a caterpie, yet they held incredible potential. Ditto suddenly spoke up. I can help it grow quickly. Muto was taken aback. The world consciousness offering to help? This was an unexpected boon. However, Muto remembered Sulu's warning. Though the world consciousness is friendly, it might sacrifice anything for the world's benefit, including foreign Pokémon. Ditto explained. It needs the approval of nature to accelerate its division. As the world consciousness, I can help it gain that approval. Sulu's voice echoed in Muto's mind. Agree to it. No matter Ditto's intentions, Zygarde is still a Pokémon under my control. With this permission, Muto nodded in agreement. Ditto gazed at Zygarde with a gentle look, like a mother watching over her child. Bless you, guardian knight of nature. In an instant, the flora and fauna around them cheered in unison, and Zygarde received the world's blessing. This meant that once the world tree sprouted, it could take over Earth's natural authority. Sulu sighed inwardly. To directly grant the authority of nature, this world is tougher than I thought. But he also felt a sense of relief, no longer needing to worry about Zygarde's development. With Zygarde gaining recognition, the natural essence of the entire Eastern District rapidly intensified. This not only promoted ecological prosperity, but also brought powerful abilities Z moves. Sulu eagerly awaited the day Zygarde would reach its complete form. By then, he would be able to use Z moves without restriction, combined with Dynamaxing and Mega Evolution, allowing him to face even mythical beings with ease. Even if a myth comes, I'll show you I can take it down. With the help of Muto and Ditto, Zygarde quickly began to split and merge with nature. In the vibrant green landscape at the heart of the Snowbreak Mountains, Zygarde cells were steadily and resolutely spreading. Although it would take some time to form a core, Sulu was somewhat relieved by the progress. He shifted his focus to the underground development. As the Beast Tamers ventured into the underground world, the Nightshade Legion had thoroughly subdued the Myconid Forbidden Zone. Although the zone continued to produce alien creatures, under the protection of the World Tree of Pokémon, these threats were no longer a major concern. More importantly, the fierce beasts in the Forbidden Zone were gradually becoming Pokémon, potentially evolving into a defensive force in the future. After the Myconid Forbidden Zone was tamed, research teams swiftly began their investigations. Special materials extracted from the fungal mats could be used to create life potions, and rare minerals usable by Pokémon were also discovered. The estimated value of the life mushroom ecosystem alone was as high as 300 billion, explaining the Beast Alliance's keen interest in the Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, Hua's travels attracted more and more followers. However, feeling annoyed by the attention, it started to hide its whereabouts. Just as Ho-Oh was contemplating returning home, it sensed an evil presence emanating from a new city to the west. Excited by the prospect of a chance to prove itself, Ho-Oh stealthily entered Hundred Tree City, ready to demonstrate its prowess. However, a pure-hearted little girl unexpectedly caught a glimpse of it. Ho-Oh had to be even more cautious in hiding, while marveling at the presence of such a unique individual in the city. As night fell, strange moaning sounds began to emanate from the entire Hundred Tree City. Almost the entire city, already asleep, began to moan softly. The sounds were accompanied by twisted expressions, as if they were all experiencing a collective nightmare. Hu, ever vigilant, scanned the city and immediately sensed something was amiss. Realizing that the enemy had begun their move, Hu knew it needed help. With a sigh, it called for Sulu's assistance. Sulu, who was just about to go to bed, received the message and frowned. This situation was not unfamiliar to him. A similar event had occurred in a border city before. Although the Beast Alliance had sent investigators, they found nothing. Now, it seemed that the entity creating these nightmares had ventured deeper into the heartland. Ralts, let's go. Sulu quickly gathered his things and teleported to Hundred Trees City. Within the city, the sound of faint moaning filled the air as the sleeping residents twisted in the grip of their nightmares. Although Ho could use its sacred fire to alleviate their suffering, it would surely alert the enemy. According to Sulu's theory, the enemy was likely hiding within the dream world and would escape at the first sign of disturbance. Upon arriving, Sulu immediately released Lucario to conduct an aura search. After a few moments, Lucario shook its head in frustration. As expected, not in the real world, Sulu murmured. Meanwhile, in a night market, a black-haired girl was grudgingly eating takoyaki. She was the nightmare god hiding among humans, planning her escape through the dream corridor. Suddenly, a powerful psychic force severed all her dream connections. Thanks, Muto, Sulu said to the slime-shaped Muto on his shoulder. Muto shook its head, indicating that while it could block the dream connections, it couldn't enter the dream world to pursue the enemy. Rubbing his forehead, Sulu began asking his other Pokémon if any had the ability to move within dreams. Surprisingly, Magikarp possessed this talent. Thinking about Magikarp's image, Sulu couldn't help but fall into contemplation. If it goes in there, it might end up as grilled fish. Given Jinpan's lazy nature, it wasn't him who told Sulu about his ability to move within dreams. Jinpan, the lazy fish, always avoids doing anything if he can. To escape the responsibility of managing the Magikarp clan, he even went to hide in the Dragon Palace. It was actually the pink Gyarados who, after Jinpan helped it find a good place, inadvertently revealed Jinpan's ability to enter dreams to Sulu. This unintentional act completely disrupted Jinpan's leisurely life. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu decided it was time for Suicune to lead the delegation back. Through his psychic connection with Suicune, he had already negotiated various matters with the Dragon Clan. The delegation's extended stay was merely due to the Dragon Clan's warm hospitality. In the Dragon Palace located in the Eastern Ocean's restricted zone, upon hearing the mythical call, Suicune immediately bid farewell to the new Sea Dragon King. The Sea Dragon King remarked, "Since it is a mythical call, we dare not detain you. The Pokémon and Dragon Clans have established a friendly relationship. If needed, you can always call on us for assistance." Thanks to the completion of the Sea Temple, the Dragon God now only needs to expend minimal energy to protect the entire clan. This not only liberated the Dragon God's strength, but also made the Dragon Clan more open-minded, even eliminating their last bit of natural hostility towards humans. Of course, if conflict arises, they would still fight without mercy. Suicune nodded in gratitude. Although the Pokémon clan's high-end strength is not weak, they are still outnumbered by other races, and many matters still require the Dragon Clan's assistance. For example, the construction of the Sea Temple would have taken over 6 months longer without the Dragon Clan's help. After saying goodbye, Suicune manipulated the water to carry the entire delegation, especially the still sleeping Jinpan nestled among the clams. Leaping out of the Dragon Palace, Suicune landed on the sea surface, with various Pokémon floating in the water behind him. Latios and Latias escorted them from the side. Members of the Dragon Clan watched Suicune depart, deeply impressed by the abilities he displayed during their stay, particularly his unique ability to purify water, which made Suicune a revered guest among marine creatures. Not to mention, Suicune also demonstrated what seemed to be mythical-level strength. "Suicune has left," a young water dragon said with admiration. "I will train hard. One day, I will help Suicune purify the oceans," a determined young Shelder declared. Jinpan groggily opened his eyes and let out a loud burp. Although the Dragon Clan's food wasn't as good as the energy cubes, it was plentiful. During this time, he had gained quite a bit of weight, his size expanding from 5 or 6 meters to nearly 10 meters. "This isn't the Dragon Palace?" Jinpan looked around in confusion. "You're awake? Sulu is calling for you," Suicune said, glancing back at Jinpan. Jinpan immediately showed a look of despair. "Has that day finally come? Can I no longer be lazy?" However, after a moment's thought, he figured that managing the Magikarp clan wasn't so bad. He could always find a talented subordinate to do the work, allowing him to remain a hands-off leader. But when he connected with Sulu's consciousness, he realized things were far more complicated. Jinpan took a sip of Suicune's special seawater to calm himself, but it wasn't enough, so he gulped down several more mouthfuls. "Trainer, you're asking a Magikarp to fight legendary Pokémon? Does your heart not ache?" Jinpan wailed through their psychic link. Sulu opened his eyes and ended the psychic connection. Muto nodded and teleported away. Muto and the cells didn't mind, but Ditto couldn't stay away from the World Tree's main trunk for too long. Without the World Tree's protection, its consciousness would be pushed back into the void. If it gets pushed out again, returning would be much more difficult. Although the entity controlling nightmares doesn't seem to have much malice towards humans at the moment, nightmares still affect some people's health, who spread its wings, and warm air currents flowed through the city. The comforted people's frowns relaxed, and even if they were trapped in nightmares, their bodies no longer suffered from mental strain. Meanwhile, Sulu, accompanied by Lucario, was strolling through the night market. A faint mental ripple appeared on his face, a technique he had learned from Muto to lower his presence. Sulu wasn't slacking off. He was letting Lucario use its intuition to search for clues. The dog chose the west side night market. Although Lucario drew attention, the increase in beast masters in the eastern district and the emergence of new beast species had made people accustomed to such sights. The sound of a battle came from in front of a barbecue stand. Sulu stopped to observe and saw young people fighting on a stage to win free barbecue. The widespread use of beasts made him quite pleased. A passerby beside him sighed. "Thanks to Alliance leader Sulu, we have the chance to interact with Quasa beasts." Just as Sulu was about to respond, he noticed Lucario being pestered by a black-haired girl. She curiously offered snacks, but Lucario was unmoved. The girl looked up at Sulu and asked, "Are you its beast master?" Sulu nodded, surprised that the girl could perceive him. "Lucario, let's go," Sulu said, bidding farewell and pondering the girl's peculiarity. Lucario conveyed its intuition that the clue might be in this area. Suddenly, Bu transmitted a message. The first champion of the battle tower, Mu Dongxian, had come. Sulu decided to meet him, hoping to use his dream-entering beast to find a path. Mu Dongxian finally arrived at 100 Tree City and saw the rainbow silhouette at the top of the tallest building. Just as he was wondering what to do next, a familiar voice rang out. See it? If you see it, come over. I have something to ask of you. Mu Dongxian was taken aback. Was that the voice of Alliance leader Sulu? Mu Dongxian looked around but couldn't find Sulu anywhere. Instinctively, he touched his chest, feeling the warmth of the feather there. A thought struck him, and he guessed Sulu's location. It seemed that Sulu, the Alliance leader, had a connection with the Phoenix King. Looking up at the Phoenix King, Mu Dongxian saw the divine beast slightly spread its wings, emitting a gentle warmth that was healing the entire city of Baishu. Mu Dongxian felt the feather within him rejoice, as waves of heat coursed through his body, silently enhancing his strength. Just as he was about to approach the Phoenix King, Sulu's voice rang out, "Don't reveal yourself." Understanding the message, Mu Dongxian carefully made his way to the rooftop. There, he saw Sulu, the Alliance leader of the Eastern District, who was also his superior. "Can you sense it?" "The aura of nightmares," Sulu asked. Mu Dongxian was taken aback. Wasn't it the life force of the Rainbow God? But since Sulu mentioned it, there must be more to it. He closed his eyes to sense, and sure enough, beneath the Phoenix King's life energy, there was a suppressed evil presence. "Alliance leader Sulu, are you referring to the power of dreams?" Mu Dongxian asked, his expression serious. "Exactly. If you enter the dream realm, can you locate and contain the source of the nightmare?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Dongxian responded cautiously, "I can enter dreams and navigate through them using my dream bug, but my powers within dreams are limited." He summoned his dream bug, a peculiar creature resembling a crystal jelly, with purple glimmers inside. Sulu examined the dream creature closely and nodded. "It has potential. Nurture it well. Can you find me through it in the dream realm?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Dongxian replied, "The dream bug is still too young to precisely locate anyone. But as long as we're close to the target in reality, we can sense their presence." Sulu pondered for a moment and quickly arranged for a vehicle. Mu Dongxian and the dream bug lay in the car as it slowly circled the city. Once they sensed the target's presence, Mu Dongxian would wake up to alert Sulu, who would then instruct the super dream to further narrow the mental confines. Under the influence of the hypnosis powder from the Beast Tamer, Mu Dongxian soon entered a light sleep. The dream realm was bizarre and colorful. Suddenly, with a pop, a hole was drilled at the edge of the dream, and the dream bug leaped out. With its abilities, Mu Dongxian regained his cognitive functions, entering a lucid dream state. He looked around and saw countless other dreams like bubbles, each filled with strange colors, like freshly mixed paint. Based on his experience, Mu Dongxian deduced that different colors represented different dream tones. But the sight before him made his scalp tingle. Almost all the dream bubbles had turned pitch black. This was undoubtedly the aura of nightmares. The dream bug suddenly squealed in alarm, but it was too late. Mu Dongxian found that the dream bug on his shoulder had vanished, having been repelled back to its pink dream. The dream bug struggled to escape its own dream and reached the edge of Mu Dongxuan's dream, only to find its bubble thickening and being invaded by black paint. The dream bug anxiously used its tail to tap on the dream's edge, trying to wake Mu Dongxian. Meanwhile, Mu Dongxian, along with the phantom of the dream bug, was deeply trapped in a series of terrifying nightmares. What happened to them? Sulu looked at Mu Dongxian, who was twitching uncontrollably. Sulu frowned slightly, his gaze shifting between Mu Dongxuan's convulsing body and the grave expression on Feng Wang's face. He understood that these two had likely encountered something dreadful in their dream. Feng Wang noticed Sulu's look and snorted, signaling with his eyes that it was Sulu who had brought these followers. Sulu shook his head helplessly and turned his attention to Mu Dongxuan's condition. He had a way to forcibly wake them up by having Chao Meng sever all mental connections in Baishu City. But this would be a desperate move, potentially provoking the enemy to harm innocent civilians. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, in the dream, Mu Dongxian was navigating through a series of nightmare scenarios, some of which made him retch. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he stopped and questioned the little dream eater beside him. The creature laughed and admitted its identity, claiming to have devoured the real little dream eater. Mu Dongxian felt a pang of sorrow, but the power of Feng Wang's feather kept him lucid. Just as the little dream eater was about to probe his deepest fears, Mu Dongxian jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he saw the little dream eater cut into pieces. Sulu's voice rang in his ears, urging him to flee. But Mu Dongxian was still in a daze, unable to distinguish between reality and the dream. Seeing this, Sulu quickly took out a wakefulness pill and fed it to Mu Dongxian. Once the pill took effect, Mu Dongxian finally regained his clarity. The first thing he did was check on the little dream eater, relieved to find it merely asleep. Sulu patiently inquired about Mu Dongxuan's experience, but noticed his eyes were still unfocused, as if doubting reality. Thinking quickly, Sulu had Mu Dongxian look at his own beasts. The unique bond they shared reignited a spark within Mu Dongxian. Mu Dongxian lay down once more. Watching Mu Dongxian slip back into his dream, Sulu couldn't tell if his friend would uncover any clues. Time ticked by, and the city's clamor gradually subsided. Sulu stood by the window, his brow furrowed. He had been investigating for a long time but had made no progress. If things continued like this, leaving everyone in a perpetual sleep could lead to even bigger problems. Sulu made a decisive choice and contacted Lu Kai, the Lord of Baishu City, and the Beast Alliance. Lu Kai, a young man in his 30s, exuded a sense of stability and reliability. A genius from a humble background, his team of beasts had diverse attributes, yet he ranked 16th in the battle tower selection. Lu Kai quickly arrived at Sulu's location. Sulu handed him a large quantity of awakening potions and instructed him to distribute them throughout the city and inform everyone. Rather than letting ordinary people remain under someone else's control, it was better to wake them up. With Feng Wang around, staying awake for a day wouldn't be a problem. Through broadcasts and door-to-door notifications, the sleeping citizens were gradually awakened. Although there was some initial confusion, people of this era were accustomed to various sudden events. Compared to time rifts and beast attacks, not sleeping for a while was a minor issue. As people woke up, the aura of nightmares grew stronger. Strangely, the enemy didn't seem to take any action. This continued until the following morning when the nightmare aura suddenly vanished without a trace. Sulu frowned in thought. Did the enemy escape? After all this effort, letting the enemy slip away would be a huge loss. At that moment, Mu Dongxian slowly opened his eyes, fatigue evident on his face. He quietly said, "It hasn't left. I sensed its presence in the dream world." Sulu nodded and decided to use his last resort. He summoned Muto, using its immense psychic power to isolate most of the city's population, leaving only a few Beast Alliance members to handle daily affairs. Mu Dongxian began searching house by house within the dreamscape. Meanwhile, Suakun and the others made their way back to the Pokémon Valley. Sulu looked at the now 10-meter-long golden Magikarp in front of him, feeling a bit helpless. It seemed he would have to keep it in a Pokeball from now on, though fortunately, it didn't need to be out for dream exploration. Dead fish eyes. Staring. Jean Pang stared intently at Sulu. Sulu sighed. "All right, I'll try entering the dream too. Just remember to find me in there." Upon entering the dream, Sulu found that although he was conscious, he couldn't move freely and could only passively experience it like watching a movie. Soon, Jean Pang emerged from the edge of the dream. As Sulu wondered what Jean Pang was up to, a gigantic fish head suddenly appeared in the sky. He couldn't help but think, with such a big fish head, it could make enough chopped pepper fish head to last a year. Before he could finish his thought, Jean Pang's fish head transformed with a bang into a massive plate of chopped pepper fish head, complete with a dinner plate bib. Jean Pang? Sulu, how dare you crave my fish head while I'm helping you out? However, Jean Pang's size in the dream world was something Sulu had never expected. Staring in astonishment at the enormous Jean Pang before him, Sulu couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't know you had this kind of talent. If you can bring out the gods of good dreams and nightmares, you might be able to develop some unique abilities." He softly commanded, "Shrink a bit." The massive Jean Pang, spanning several kilometers, began to gradually shrink until it was only about 10 meters long. Sulu nodded in satisfaction. "Any smaller, and you wouldn't be able to stand properly. The fins of the Magikarp would poke your butt." Carrying Sulu, Jean Pang leapt out, breaking through the boundaries of the dream world. Sulu widened his eyes, finally seeing the entirety of the dream world. Countless dream bubbles floated in the air, resembling underwater bubbles. The originally colorful dream space had now been tainted with a deep, ominous black by the nightmares. Frowning, Sulu asked, "Isn't everyone awake in reality? Why are there still so many dream bubbles?" Jean Pang spat out a golden bubble, conveying a message. "Dreams don't vanish when people wake up. Other creatures have dreams too." Sulu pondered. If dreams don't disappear, wouldn't they keep accumulating? Even the dream world can't contain the dreams of all creatures, right? He suddenly realized his oversight. Other creatures? A city isn't just full of humans. There are various animals as well. So mice and cockroaches dream too. Sulu fell into deep thought. Administering sleeping drugs to all beings was clearly impractical, and exterminating them all wasn't a solution either. If dreams don't vanish with the death or awakening of creatures, what other options were there? Jean Pang spat out a few more bubbles, causing Sulu's face to change dramatically. "Dreams sinking? What do you mean?" The Magikarp continuously spat out bubbles, conveying unsettling information. Sulu's expression grew more serious, as numerous nightmares had already begun to sink. Once dreams sank to a certain extent, they would manifest in reality, and everything around them was a nightmare. If so many nightmares descended into reality, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. Do you have any ideas? Sulu asked. With a flick of its tail, the Magikarp swam decisively towards a pitch-black nightmare bubble. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the nightmare whole. To Sulu's amazement, the Magikarp could actually devour Dream Sand, incredibly frightening talent. Then eat more, Sulu encouraged. An hour later, the Magikarp had doubled in size, and its bubble-blowing frequency had significantly increased. It burped and weakly said, I can't eat anymore. If I do, I'll turn belly up. Sulu sighed, realizing that relying solely on the Magikarp's efforts was like trying to extinguish a forest fire with a cup of water. He needed to find a way to restore the dream world to its original state. Returning to the real world, he set up defensive measures. Lucario had already sensed the arrival of the first nightmare, and Sulu quickly rushed to the scene. It was a humanoid black mist, extending eerie tentacles to attack. Though it only had average strength, it was hard to kill. Sulu trapped it with his mental power, while, in the dream world, the Magikarp devoured nearby dreams. Whether by chance or fate, after consuming this particular nightmare, the black mist humanoid slowly dissipated. At that moment, a girl appeared nearby. She seemed unhappy and muttered to herself, It's coming. I have to leave quickly. Suddenly, her eyes turned white, and a creepy smile spread across her face. Is that Sulu? I would love to devour him. She wiggled her fingers, and a drop of blood fell, emitting thick black smoke. 3 days passed, and the number and intensity of nightmares continued to increase. Sulu collected more anchor beads, but it wasn't the right time to summon anything. The Beast Alliance was also preparing to search for materials related to dreams. In the end, Sulu had only a few items to use for summoning. The essence of the mind directs the summoning of psychic-type Pokémon. The essence of the soul directs the summoning of ghost-type Pokémon. Sulu furrowed his brow, contemplating the uses of the 3 types of elemental essences in his hand. He realized that in reality, there seemed to be a lack of materials related to summoning Pokémon from the dream world. Combining this with the earth essence he had obtained earlier, he deduced that the directed summoning of Pokémon might be limited to the essences of the 18 types. Shaking his head in resignation, Sulu decided to re-enter the dream world, this time intending to bring along Muto. As soon as he entered the dream world, Jinpan quickly located Sulu. However, finding Muto proved to be quite a challenge. Despite the shallow bond between Jinpan and Muto, under Sulu's guidance, they finally found Muto's dream after more than an hour. Muto's dream bubble was extraordinarily large, reflecting its immense psychic power. In the pure white space, Muto floated quietly, eyes closed in meditation. Sensing the arrival of visitors, Muto calmly spoke, You have arrived. Let's get going. When Muto landed on Jinpan's back, Jinpan immediately puffed out a stream of bubbles, its bulging, deadfish eyes revealing discomfort. Muto's weight caused Jinpan's speed to plummet, dropping from 100% to a mere 0.1%. In a moment of quick thinking, Sulu asked Jinpan if it could Gigantamax. Jinpan shook its head, indicating that the dream world lacked the necessary energy. In the end, Sulu tried using the power of Viridian, with Muto also lending a hand, and they managed to regain some speed. The golden fish carried Sulu and Muto, slowly sinking into the depths of the dream world. Sulu speculated that their target was most likely hiding below. At that moment, a message from Mu Dongxian came through from the outside world, indicating that he seemed to have locked onto the target. Sulu, Mu Dongxian has sent a message through the outer feather. It looks like he has found the target. Can you sense the information he's sending through the feather? Sulu asked. His ability to communicate with Ho-Oh was all thanks to the power of transcendence, which allowed for a mental connection that could bypass any barrier. Ho-Oh shook its head slightly, the feather quivering gently. It's not like that. The champion you're looking for is quite clever. He's barely managing to control the feather to write messages. Because you asked me to keep an eye on him, I felt it. Sulu nodded thoughtfully. So, how can I find him? Ho-Oh pondered for a moment. If only you still had one of my feathers, the life flame would instinctively attract each other. Hearing this, Muto extended its hand and tried to conjure a rainbow feather, but soon shook its head and dispersed it. It won't work. Sulu's eyes lit up as he thought of the system shop. He spent 1,000,000 points to exchange for a genuine Ho-Oh feather. In the dreamscape, the feather emitted a 7-colored glow, with a halo shaped like droplets pointing in an unknown direction. Jinpang carried Sulu and Muto, navigating through the dark dreamscape following the feather's guidance. The direction shifted unpredictably, some left, sometimes right, sometimes up, sometimes down. As they ventured deeper, more pitch-black nightmare bubbles began to appear around them. Jinpang, can you eat these nightmares? Sulu asked. Jinpang made a grimace. Don't make me do it. They taste awful. As they got closer to their target, the life flame of the feather flickered intensely, transforming unpredictably like a pharaoh fluid. This was tough for Jinpang. He had been a couch potato for so long. When had he ever done such intense exercise? Jean Pang was panting heavily, and the scales of the Gyarados were soaked with sweat. Finally, the seven-colored rainbow connected to a certain point, and the surrounding space stopped shifting. The Gyarados came to a stable halt on a flat plain. Sulu squinted and saw a shiny black surface under the rainbow's light. Is this the end? Is this the bottom of the dream? He wondered. Even Jean Pang had never ventured this deep. Around them, dark nightmare bubbles continuously seeped into the dream. Sulu noticed that these bubbles seemed to turn into ghost-type energy once they disappeared. Muto sensed this and said, "It feels like there's another world below this." Sulu frowned slightly. Could it be that below us is the antimatter world? He tried to touch the ground but found it to be unbreakable, even for Muto. As they followed the light of the fire, a scene of dilapidated black buildings came into view. This was the first time Sulu had seen anything other than bubbles in the dream. These palace-like structures were made of an unknown black material. Without the life-giving light of Hua's feathers, they would have been impossible to detect. What are these? Could there be a civilization within the dream? Sulu pondered. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence. A group of bizarre fish-like creatures emerged from the darkness and attacked them. At that moment, the rustling sound grew louder. Strange-looking fish swarmed from the darkness, launching an attack on the trio and their two Pokémon. Such an abstract concept. That was Sulu's first impression. Staring at the monster in front of him, Sulu couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. These creatures had the bodies of fish but heads that resembled human hands, complete with mouths like those of lampreys in their palms. The ghost-type and dark-type Muto exchanged a glance, then said gravely, "Since they have attributes, it proves they're not some mystical beings. Let's call them soul graspers." Muto nodded and added, "Ghost and dark types have good resistance to everything except fairy types. They can also be immune to psychic, fighting, and normal type attacks. These three immunities significantly counter my abilities." Sulu pondered, "That doesn't mean soul graspers are strong. It's just a racial trait. But your move set is quite extensive, and you've gained deep insights from the stone tablets. You've even learned a fairy-type move from you, right?" Just then, Jean Pang frantically blew bubbles and shouted, "If you two don't act soon, I'm outta here." Muto's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he commanded, "Soul Strike." His psychic energy instantly converted into a physical attack, spreading out like waves infused with fairy-type energy. All the approaching soul graspers seemed to melt, desperately trying to grab their target but unable to move an inch. Observing this scene, Sulu thought, they can be hit by physical moves, which means they are tangible beings, possibly even existing in reality. But how do they traverse between dreams and reality? Their strength seems mediocre, probably around the elite level. In just a few seconds, the Soul Strike had wiped out nearly 10,000 soul graspers. From their bodies fell purple orbs the size of eyeballs, making a crisp, clattering sound. With a wave of his hand, Muto made all the orbs float over to Sulu. Sulu picked up one and instinctively felt a repulsion as strange images flashed through his mind. Muto reminded him, "These are tangible objects filled with dark-type energy. They can be brought back to reality. Each one is equivalent to a dark stone." Sulu's eyes lit up. "Let's save them for building the Dark Tower. But how to carry them?" His gaze fell on Jean Pang, and a smirk appeared on his face. A few seconds later, Jean Pang's body swelled to over 30 meters, his belly bulging as if he were about to cry. Internally, he wailed, "Trainer, are you even human? Muto, you're no better." "And you're using psychic power to help him stuff them in." After securing all the dark orbs, Muto's expression suddenly turned serious. "Sulu, nightmares are erupting in reality. They must have noticed our presence. Hurry." Jean Pang immediately swam toward the life flame. Along the way, the buildings became more intact, and Sulu realized they were in the ruins of a city. Meanwhile, in Hundred Tree City, black smoke started emanating from the shadows of every creature that had ever had a nightmare, as nightmare creatures crawled out, ready to attack the nearest targets. In Hundred Tree City, the shadows of every creature that had ever experienced a nightmare began to emit black smoke. Nightmare creatures emerged from these shadows, ready to attack the nearest living beings. However, Ho-Oh and the Beast Alliance were already prepared. The moment the nightmare creatures appeared en masse, the entire city burst into flames. As the flames rose, the residents were initially thrown into a panic. However, when they realized the fire only targeted the nightmare creatures and left them unharmed, they began to relax slightly. A little girl excitedly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Mom, look, a big bird." "Address me as Lord Phoenix," a commanding voice echoed in the girl's ear. She excitedly told her mother, "Mom, the big bird talked to me." Phoenix King sighed wearily, feeling a bit exasperated. In the blaze, the silhouette of Phoenix King patrolling the sky was intermittently visible, scattering the fire of life. Rainbow chasers, in a reverent manner, rushed over, clasping their hands together as if in prayer. However, these blessed yet somewhat foolish individuals quickly realized prayers were futile and soon joined the rescue and management teams. Although the flames of Phoenix King could incinerate most nightmare creatures, some powerful beings still required the intervention of the Beast Alliance, or Beast Masters. Phoenix King not only needed to cover the entire city but also focus on subduing a presence akin to a black hole. In the night market area, a mass of pitch-black nightmare aura was firmly trapped by the fire of life. This enormous nightmare had devoured everything around it, and without Phoenix King's suppression, the entire city of Baishu would have fallen. Eerie laughter occasionally emanated from the black hole, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Sulu saw a dazzling white flash. It was the purest dream bubble. A girl's urgent voice sounded, "Run. It's right beside you." The voice carried a magical quality, evoking both enchantment and pity. But it was too late. The nightmare god finally revealed its full form, a gigantic anglerfish, its mouth brimming with arm-like appendages. A small, lantern-like, beautiful dream hung from its forehead. The abyssal maw closed in fiercely on Sulu. The opponent stealthily approached without even Muto noticing, allowing it to get so close to Sulu. The nightmare creature, resembling a lantern fish, merged with the dream space, silently closing in. It opened its bloodthirsty maw and bit fiercely at Muto's psychic shield. Though there was no sound, one could hear the crunch of its fangs colliding. Jean Pang was stuck at the monster's throat, swallowing a string of bubbles. "Muto, hold it!" Sulu shouted urgently. Muto understood instantly. The monster's ambush came with a massive psychic shock. If not for Muto's timely defense, the target would have been paralyzed by the nightmare. However, as Muto attempted to capture it, the giant fish head turned into black smoke, blending into the surroundings. Sulu noticed the ruins beginning to writhe and frowned. Not good. It's trying to escape. This was the opponent's home turf, and if they didn't force it out, it would be hard to inflict any damage. Fortunately, the signal flare it swallowed indicated its direction. Muto's psychic power locked the space, halting the ruins' movement. The Ho-Oh feather no longer pointed the way, and the pure dreamscape reappeared in midair. Ho-Oh communicated telepathically. "Sulu, it seems the opponent has gone to the real world." In the real world, the nightmare god descended, black smoke colliding with the flames of life. As the giant black smoke figure materialized, Ho-Oh, adorned in a radiant rainbow light, charged at it. The nightmare god felt it was about to be smashed to pieces and silently cursed the dark abyss for setting it up. It hurried back to the dream world, only to see Sulu standing with arms crossed, waiting. "Friend, quite the trick? Huh? Dream version of divine power? Too bad we have people on both sides." What followed was a thorough beating. Realizing it had no chance of winning, the nightmare god decided to self-destruct. Black fog spread out, much of it absorbed by the ground below. In the mist, Mu Dongxian lay curled up, emitting a faint rainbow light. Sulu held the Ho-Oh feather flashlight, and as Mu Dongxian opened his eyes, he warned, "Leader, be careful, the nightmare god isn't dead yet." Sulu was already prepared. Muto's psychic shield and the psychic barrier outside the city remained intact. Mu Dongxuan's dream body appeared mummified, but his spirit was resilient thanks to the Ho-Oh feather. He had survived in reality, and the ordeal in the dream had further tempered him. "What do you know?" Sulu asked, catching a pure dream bubble with a wave of his hand. A system prompt sounded. "Special summoning medium detected. Would you like to spend 100 summoning chances for a special summon?" Standing nearby, Mu Dongxian began to answer Sulu's question. With a serious expression, Mu Dongxian slowly revealed a startling secret. "When I was consumed by the nightmare, a mysterious voice told me that as long as dreams exist, the nightmare god will never truly die. It can continually regenerate from various nightmares." He paused and added, "But there is a limitation. Only by completely isolating all nightmares in a dream space can the nightmare god be truly vanquished." Upon hearing this, Sulu thoughtfully gazed up at the pitch-black sea of dreams. A vivid image formed in his mind. All living beings, like drowning men, struggling in the vast ocean of reality. Their thoughts, dreams, and sufferings were expelled like bubbles, rising to the uppermost layer of the sea of dreams. Typically, whether it's a pleasant dream or a nightmare, they float up like bubbles, Sulu murmured to himself. Dream bubbles that escape the sea of dreams are quickly forgotten by the dreamer. Only the dreams that don't rise are clearly remembered. He suddenly recalled the secret told to him by a girl he had met briefly. It's said that a person's final dream is the thoughts and reflections they have at the moment of death. That is the largest dream bubble of their life. If the obsession is strong enough, it can even pass through the abyss of dreams and return to reality as a ghost. Shaking his head, Sulu sighed. "So dreams are both hell and heaven? This world is truly fascinating." The dream pearl was the very bait that the nightmare god once wore atop its head. Holding the dream pearl, Sulu felt the immense power within it. He explained to Mu Dongxian, the nightmare god can devour nightmares but cannot digest the good parts. It condenses these pleasant dreams into bait to attract lost dreams. Mu Dongxian pondered, so, the girl approached Lucario because the nightmare god wanted to connect with you, and the dream had something to do with dogs? Sulu nodded. Exactly. Pleasant dreams and nightmares repel each other and won't appear simultaneously. When nightmares are hidden in the sea of dreams, pleasant dreams emerge in reality. As Sulu finished speaking, the dream pearl suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A light so intense that it couldn't be swallowed even at the deepest part of the sea of dreams. When the light faded, a crescent-shaped, small Pokémon appeared in Sulu's palm. It was Cresselia, the dream god. Mu Dongxian was stunned but quickly regained his composure, speculating that it might be an egg of some special beast. Cresselia curiously glanced around before being drawn to the pleasant aura surrounding Sulu. It affectionately nuzzled him, making soft mew sounds. Sulu placed it on his shoulder, where Cresselia nestled quietly, in stark contrast to the noisy duck. With Cresselia's appearance, a magical transformation occurred in the dream world. A gentle, moonlight-like glow emanated from it, illuminating large swathes of the Sea of Dreams. Sulu finally saw the full expanse of the moving ruins. Countless dream bubbles floated within, some seeping towards the ground. Cresselia seemed displeased by the sight of these nightmare bubbles. It let out an ethereal mew, causing all the nightmare bubbles to break free and start floating upwards. Sulu quickly intervened. Wait, we can't let these nightmares escape. Can you destroy them? Cresselia tilted its head in thought and then responded with its mind. It couldn't destroy dreams. Only dream creatures could devour dreams. Moreover, as long as someone in reality remembered them, dreams would never vanish. However, dreams could be altered. Cresselia closed its eyes and began to glide around. As Cresselia passed by, it left a trail of shimmering silver light. Upon closer inspection, Sulu noticed that the light was actually composed of tiny feathers. Legend has it that anyone who possesses one of these feathers will be blessed with beautiful dreams. Cresselia glided gracefully, leaving behind a series of silver light points. Sulu, focusing intently, realized these points were actually minute feathers. It is said that holding one of these feathers allows one to have pleasant dreams. When this radiant light entered the pitch-black nightmare, a miracle occurred. The once grim and terrifying scenes began to transform into vibrant, colorful landscapes. Sulu watched in awe as the transformation unfolded, as if a multitude of beautiful images flashed before his eyes. Warm family gatherings, a world living in harmony, sweet moments of confessions. These simple yet profound wishes represented the purest of dreams. As the nightmare gradually dissipated, the sound of anguished cries echoed intermittently. It was the lament of the nightmare god. Perhaps it was due to encountering its nemesis, or maybe its power had not yet fully recovered during its rebirth, but the nightmare god did not put up much resistance. Once everything was purified, some beautiful dreams drifted towards Cresselia. As these dreams merged with it, Cresselia seemed to grow slightly larger. Sulu pondered. Shaman grows through gratitude, Ho-Oh absorbs life energy, and Cresselia upgrades by collecting beautiful dreams. As long as these dreams reside within Cresselia, people can recall or dream about them in reality. After the intense battle, Cresselia appeared somewhat fatigued and gently landed on Sulu's shoulder, falling asleep. Sulu couldn't help but wonder, does the god of beautiful dreams also need to sleep? Isn't this the dream world? Shaking his head, he mused that the god of beautiful dreams must also have beautiful dreams. With the dust settled, Sulu began to carefully examine the vast remnants of the dreamscape. After some investigation, he made a startling discovery. This ruin seemed to be a mobile restricted zone. In other words, the rifts in time and space had even opened up within the dream world. As he thought about it, Sulu felt a headache coming on. Time-space rifts were ubiquitous, even capable of invading dreams. Sulu rubbed his temples, pondering the numerous rifts that might exist in unknown dimensions. The mobility of the forbidden area puzzled him, leading him to speculate it might be related to the god of nightmares. He thought about Rayquaza's control over the Tianyun forbidden area. If it could be fully mastered, perhaps it could be moved as well. As his control deepened, the Tianyun forbidden area essentially became a domain where Rayquaza's authority and abilities would be enhanced. Shall we go take a look? Sulu turned to Mu Dongxian, who nodded in agreement. However, as Sulu took a step forward, Mu Dongxian remained motionless. It turned out that the little dream worm had left the dream, rendering him unable to move. With no other choice, Sulu asked Jinpeng to carry Mu Dongxian. The two of them inspected the ruins, where strange symbols on the walls were baffling. Sulu attempted to use his aura to glimpse the past, but he only saw fragmented images, missing the crucial details. He realized he needed to leave coordinates, but the Ho-Oh feather might have been taken by a dream creature. Mastering the ruins became an option, but neither Jinpeng nor Cresselia were suitable. Sulu decided to search for materials similar to dream mist to summon Darkrai. Muto assisted in the search, but only found some peculiar dream plants. Sensing Sulu's difficulty, Mu Dongxian offered to stay and guard the area. Let Jinpeng take you out, Sulu said. Muto and I will stay here. After Jinpeng took Mu Dongxian away, Sulu and Muto found themselves unable to move. Muto explained that the rules of the dream world were unique, preventing teleportation. Sulu contemplated the potential value of the ruins, considering them as a dream base and training ground. About an hour later, Jinpeng returned with the little dreamworm and Mu Dongxian. With the coordinates in place, Sulu felt at ease to leave. Upon opening his eyes, Sulu saw the enormous head of Ho-Oh. Cresselia emerged from the moonlight, her eyes dreamy. Ho-Oh tilted its head, looking at the new mythical creature with a playful tone. Chirp, not bad. Wanna be my underling? Cresselia clearly still wanted to cuddle with Sulu. Excited, Cresselia pounced on Sulu, forgetting its massive size and knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, Sulu was sturdy enough to avoid any serious injury. Alright, Cresselia, get up, Ho-Oh reminded. Cresselia tilted its head at Ho-Oh, making a displeased mew-mew sound, and continued to snuggle with Sulu. At that moment, Muto woke up, greeted Sulu, and teleported away instantly. It had two little ones to take care of, and left Bienbian and Xiaoji in Rayquaza's care before departing. Ho-Oh felt a bit awkward being ignored, but decided to forgive Cresselia since they were all Sulu's Pokémon. It jumped beside Cresselia, curiously inquiring about the dream world. With Cresselia distracted, Sulu finally caught his breath. He began to assess the situation in Beishijing. The streets were somewhat damaged, but thanks to Hua's timely intervention, there were no casualties. Ho-Oh, are you planning to continue your travels? Sulu asked. Ho-Oh nodded, indicating it wanted to visit Mew. Sulu proposed a training plan, and Ho-Oh instantly became wary. Don't worry, once you complete it, you can travel as much as you want, Sulu promised. Ho-Oh excitedly agreed but cunningly demanded a salary. Sulu reluctantly agreed to give it fruit wine as compensation. Meanwhile, the residents of Beishijing began to express their gratitude for Hua's help, with some even suggesting building a statue in its honor. Just as Sulu was about to leave, Ho-Oh suddenly asked him to wait, seemingly communicating telepathically. Moments later, Ho-Oh cheerfully said, all done. Let's go back. The mayor and city lord of Beishijing, however, received a mysterious divine message about the statue. The requirement is simple. It should be taller than the dragon god statue. That shouldn't be too hard. Back in the treasure valley, the Magikarp opened its mouth and spat out a large number of pearls. These pearls shimmered with an eerie light. They were the spoils from defeating the Soul Stealer. Sulu gazed at this pile of unique dream materials, calculating in his mind. He named them malevolent stones due to their rich dark energy. After several attempts, Jinpeng finally managed to blow bubbles normally and sighed in relief. Sulu decided to have his bear apprentice and the others collect these materials to accelerate the construction of the Tower of Evil. Lucario volunteered to handle the transportation and also take the opportunity to study the Fighting Stone tablet. Not far away, Mew and Psyduck were engrossed in tinkering with mechanical parts, seemingly making a Psyduck figurine. Ho-Oh cheerfully greeted Mew, but Sulu didn't interrupt them. Instead, he pulled Ho-Oh and Cresselia aside, preparing to delve into the mysteries of the dream world. Meanwhile, the nightmare invasion incident caused an uproar in Huagua. The rainbow-colored bird, Ho-Oh, became the center of attention. Compared to Rayquaza, Ho-Oh was more favored by the people of Huagua, not only because it resonated with Chinese culture, but also due to its miraculous life flame ability. As the information spread, the number of Ho-Oh followers surged, and statues of Ho-Oh began to spring up everywhere. The Beast Alliance felt troubled by this, as even a small district like the Eastern New Zone turned out to be a place of hidden talents. The mayor of Hundred Tree City was particularly perplexed, fearing to offend any mythical being. Eventually, after receiving Sulu's casual response to, just do whatever, Hundred Tree City decided to make the Ho-Oh statue 1 meter taller than the Dragon God statue. This subtle difference made Ho-Oh quite pleased, yet it also plunged the bird into even harsher training. At this moment, Ho-Oh was curled up in its nest, hugging a wine jar and drinking heavily. However, even in its dreams, it couldn't escape the intense training. Above the nightmare ruins in the Sea of Dreams, inside a giant translucent bubble, Ho-Oh was being forced through grueling exercises. Ho-Oh was almost in tears. Ever since it returned to the Treasure Valley, it felt like it had walked into a thief's den. Every day, it's either exercising or testing, and even when asleep, Sulu drags me into training. Ho-Oh sighed helplessly. It couldn't remember how many days it had been tormented by Sulu. Why don't you let other Pokémon do the testing and training? Ho-Oh couldn't help but ask. Sulu chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. For a test version, we need a resilient Pokémon to experiment with. That way, even if something goes wrong, it can handle it. Ho-Oh rolled its eyes but still obediently followed the instructions. Focus the flames more. Sulu shouted. Yes. Condense the flames. Turn them into a cloak. Ho-Oh closed its eyes and concentrated. Sulu continued to guide. Don't think of your flames as fire. Think of them as budding saplings. With a soft crackle, the dream bubble burst into chaos. Ho-Oh felt as if it had returned to its days as a free-range chicken and couldn't help but smile wryly. Sulu and Cresselia stood outside the dream bubble, observing. Cresselia's face was beaming with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Hua's sweet dreams. Through multiple experiments, Sulu discovered that training in the ruins of Nightmare wasn't ideal. Instead, the dream state was more suitable for training. Although dream training carried the risk of memory loss, Cresselia's presence could perfectly solve this problem. In the dream, as long as one realized it was a dream, they could modify it to some extent, thereby enhancing their innate abilities. With improved abilities, experiencing high-level skills in advance became easier. In just a few days of training, Ho-Oh had already touched the threshold of the endless burnout. This special training method was inseparable from Cresselia's support, as it was crucial to ensure that memories within the dream weren't lost. After a series of attempts, Sulu and Cresselia temporarily made the ruins of Nightmare their base, perfecting the dream bubble guidance. This was also thanks to the Nightmare's ability to anchor the dream. The Nightmare God could imprison and manipulate numerous nightmares not just due to its unique abilities. The Nightmare ruins also played a significant role. Cresselia, using the lunar feather as a guide, could draw the dream of the holder to itself whenever they entered the dream world. It didn't directly bestow pleasant dreams, but instead transformed the dreams it drew in. This ability was greatly amplified by the Nightmare ruins, covering at least the dream world of the Eastern District. As a result, Jinpeng narrowly escaped a disaster. Otherwise, he might have become a sacrificial fish in the dream transition. Thinking of this, Sulu couldn't help but smile. Mu Dongxuan's consciousness had returned to reality, avoiding being mistaken for a vegetative state. However, the little dream bug stayed in the dream world, cocooned once more under Mu Dongxuan's enhanced talent. The cocoon, resembling a mineral with swirling vapors inside, was undergoing a critical transformation. Sulu entrusted the little dream bug to the care of the powerful Sulu. Besides dream drawing, the Nightmare ruins seemed capable of absorbing ghost-type and dark-type energy. More effects awaited further research. Cresselia disliked the lower environment, so Sulu planned to let it explore a more suitable dream base once the little dream bug emerged from its cocoon. 2 days later, the dream training ground opened, with tickets being Cresselia's lunar feathers. However, the number of feathers was limited and couldn't meet the demand. Although the system store sold feathers, they weren't from Cresselia itself and couldn't achieve the drawing effect. Ducklet and Banana Boat were frolicking in the World Tree, with Mew joining in the fun. The feathers on Cresselia's head had noticeably dimmed, and pulling more might render it bald. The main team each had a lunar feather, while other Pokémon had to rely on Cresselia's mood. Suddenly, Sulu had a flash of inspiration and communicated to all the Pokémon. Jinpeng could also enter the dream world and could be asked for guidance, even providing positioning tools. Jinpeng, who was lazily blowing bubbles, froze instantly, realizing he had been betrayed by his trainer. The water surface vibrated as a large group of Pokémon swam toward Jinpeng. He swallowed the bittersweet lake water and briefly considered evolving to lessen the burden. But soon, he shook his head, reaffirming his lazy nature. Thus, Jinpeng ran in the front, with the other Pokémon chasing behind. Sulu took another leisurely sip of his tea, thinking to himself that this too was a form of training. The soothing aroma of the tea filled the air as Sulu enjoyed a rare moment of tranquility. However, this peace was soon disrupted. The Steelix brought news of another Earth-imbued anchor point gem being discovered. Simultaneously, the Nightfall Legion issued a level 3 distress signal. Sulu furrowed his brows, sensing that the troubles underground were escalating. He recalled that the Earth Devourer's time rift was on the verge of arrival, leaving them with precious little time. Although it was just a level 3 distress signal, the fact that the Nightfall Legion had sent it indicated that the situation was not to be underestimated. After a moment of contemplation, Sulu made a decision. Bring the Garchomp Legion to investigate. He called upon Ralts. Take me to the Sky Pillar. Ralts, with a flash of teleport, Sulu appeared beside the Sky Pillar. The sight before him was breathtaking. The original Sky Pillar had become a training ground for Pokémon, while Rayquaza was constructing its new pillar. The Gible and Gabite of the Garchomp Legion were undergoing Rayquaza's guidance. Sulu was pleased to see that the initial dozen Gible he had summoned had evolved into Gabite, with only 4 newly acquired Gible yet to evolve. As their master arrived, the Dragon-type pseudo-legendaries gathered around him excitedly. Despite spending less face-to-face time with his Pokémon recently, their bond remained unbroken thanks to the power of transcendence. Sulu gently stroked their heads and spoke softly. All right, everyone, continue your training. Garchomps, get ready. This time, we're heading underground for battle. The Gabite roared with excitement, their cries mingling with that of a lone Shelgon. It's clear that both Garchomp and Gabite are battle-hardened Pokémon. Sulu observed the group of dragon Pokémon in front of him, their sharp eyes and ready stances all showcasing their combative nature. Especially Garchomp, whose sharp teeth glimmered menacingly in the sunlight, as if ready to tear into their foes at any moment. Even though Gabite had a rounder appearance, its constantly wagging tail hinted at its inner agitation. Sulu couldn't help but recall the usual behavior of these dragon Pokémon. They often sparred with other Pokémon and particularly enjoyed challenging the flying dragon core. Those fast Pokémon destined to evolve into salamence had equally fiery tempers. The two groups frequently erupted into fierce battles, leaving spectators in awe. In contrast, other pseudo-legendary groups were much more docile. Sulu thought of the Dragonair group, who spent most of their time diligently learning from Rayquaza and rarely engaged in such intense fights. Scanning the ranks, Sulu noticed a unique Shelgon. It was the first Bagon he had summoned, and since there was only one, it had been placed among the Gabite group. Now evolved, it still fit right in with the Gabite. Seeing Sulu preparing to lead the troops into battle, the round Shelgon eagerly ran over, rubbing its head against Sulu's leg. Sulu smiled and patted its head, suddenly realizing a problem. Due to the pseudo-legendary nature of these Pokémon, they evolved slowly. He had planned to nurture them gradually, unlike Old Ban who rushed their evolution. This meant that even the Flying Dragon core currently lacked any flying Pokémon. After some thought, Sulu made a decision. In that case, let's all go together. He immediately used his overcoming power to summon all the combat-ready Pokémon. To Sulu's surprise, the number of Pokémon wanting to join the battle far exceeded his expectations, totaling 400 to 500. Seeing the swarm of eager Pokémon, Sulu couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. With so many Pokémon eager to fight, he would need to prepare a large bag of Pokeballs. Fortunately, Pokeballs weren't expensive, and each summoned Pokémon had its own dedicated Pokeball, usually stored in a small cabin in the Pokémon Valley. Without these Pokeballs, mobilizing such a large number of Pokémon would have been a hassle. Let's start a big harvest and try to get a few more stone tablets, Sulu said excitedly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Within just a few minutes, a large group of Pokémon had gathered in front of Sulu. Even the Tyranitar, which had been digging and sleeping, brought along a group of Larvitar. The Caterpie species also wanted to join the battle, but Sulu gently declined their request, allowing only a few Butterfree to come along. As for Shaman and Bellisum, they were busy farming and had little interest in fighting. This was partly due to Sulu, who had mentioned hybrid breeding to them. Ever since then, the two Pokémon had been unstoppable, determined to cultivate the most beautiful flowers in the world. With a wave of his hand, Sulu sent a shower of Pokeballs into the air. Before the Pokeballs hit the ground, all the Pokémon obediently entered their respective Pokeballs. Sulu used his psychic powers to suspend all the Pokeballs in midair and then pack them into his bag. Trainers like me are probably rare. Sulu chuckled to himself. While others typically carried only 6 Pokémon, he could summon hundreds at once for a massive brawl. Ralts, let's go. With Sulu's command, they vanished instantly. In the next moment, Sulu appeared at the center of the underground advancement camp. As soon as he arrived, a Beast Master from the Nightshade Corps approached him. Although only a few Beast Masters in the Corps had spatial abilities, all frontline Corps were equipped with tools to detect spatial fluctuations to guard against spatially adept beasts. This measure was implemented after a lesson learned 40 years ago when a main force Corps was annihilated by an alien spatial gate ambush. Since then, spatial movement had been heavily guarded against. Upon recognizing Sulu, the Beast Master sighed in relief and reported, "Did you send out a level 3 distress signal?" "Yes, leader," the Beast Master replied with a serious expression. "We've encountered a species we've named Darkshade, which counters our Nightshade Corps, hindering our advancement. What's more troubling is that the aliens in the large underground cave behind the Darkshade seem to have noticed our clearing operation and are using this place as a stronghold to stop us. We suspect that the Darkshade cave houses a large number of totem beasts." Sulu frowned slightly. The advancement camp he was in was only a part of the Nightshade Corps, consisting of about 2,000 people. For a force equipped with at least 2 king-level beasts per person to be stymied, the enemy's strength was undoubtedly formidable. More importantly, this was merely a medium-sized underground cave area, while the large underground forbidden zone connected beyond the Darkshade was the real threat. This would be the first major underground forbidden zone the expeditionary force would face. "All right, I'll take a look," Sulu said solemnly. "Leader, do you need us to provide support?" the Beastmaster asked. "No need. Order all Legion Beast Tamers to withdraw from the Dark Abyss Cave and fortify the camp. Give me a map of the areas you've already explored." Sulu gave the command decisively, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The Legion Beast Tamers responded promptly, orderly retreating from the first line of defense. No one questioned the decision, as here, they were soldiers of the Legion first and foremost. Once everyone had evacuated, Sulu turned to the Ralts beside him. Let's go. He originally intended to teleport directly into the Dark Abyss cave, but things didn't go as planned. As they initiated the spatial jump, the familiar white light was suddenly tinged with a streak of dark red. Ralts! Ralts exclaimed just as a sinister force struck them. The space distorted, and Sulu felt as though his body was being torn apart. In the nick of time, Muto's psychic shield activated automatically, enveloping Sulu and Ralts. Taking advantage of this, Ralts quickly extricated them from the chaotic spatial turbulence. The psychic shield has been activated. Do you need my help? Muto's voice echoed in Sulu's mind. Sulu rubbed his throbbing temples. Not for now. I have Rayquaza with me. He reassured the remorseful Ralts beside him. Don't blame yourself. This entity called Dark Abyss seems to be adept at manipulating space. Even Muto would only be able to block the ambush. Surveying their surroundings, the deep underground cavern was dotted with crystals emitting a dim red glow. Occasionally, red sparks flickered within these crystals, identical to the energy that had struck them earlier. Lucario, scout the area. Lucario sprang out of its pokeball. The blue aura radiated, transmitting the scene to Sulu through the aura. Sulu frowned, shocked by the sight before him. The entire medium-sized cavern was filled with red crystals, encapsulating the underground area like a giant sphere. These Netherbane crystals had cleverly avoided the roots of the world tree of the Pokémon universe, which explained why he hadn't noticed them earlier. As Sulu pondered the situation, a horde of ferocious beasts and alien creatures rushed in. Clearly, the Netherbane tribe had detected his intrusion. With teleportation off the table, it was time to face them head-on. With a wave of his hand, Sulu summoned his Pokémon army, led by Tyranitar. This was his first time commanding such a large number of Pokémon in battle, and it might become a regular occurrence. As ordinary Pokémon grew stronger, his army could increasingly hold its own against legendary Pokémon. While the number of legendary Pokémon is limited, an army can be seemingly endless. Mastering the command of his army was a skill Sulu needed to develop. Tyranitar roared, and a fierce wind swept through the underground depths as black sandstorms churned. The sandstorm army was unleashed. By this time, the Netherbane tribe had reached Sulu. Their appearance startled him. They resembled humans, but were mummified with Netherbane crystals embedded in their bodies. The beasts they controlled were entirely made of these crystals, ranging from four-legged hounds to towering giants. These Netherbane beasts were incredibly tough, almost immune to status effects. A swarm of Netherbane beasts surged forward, their bodies emitting red lightning that resonated with the surrounding crystals, forming a massive bolt aimed at Sulu. Under Sulu's command, Tyranitar charged forward without hesitation. Normally, ground types are resistant to electricity, but this time was different. The red lightning coursed over Tyranitar, creating small cuts on its armor as if sliced by blades. Sulu's eyes narrowed as he realized. This lightning contained the power of spatial cutting. If it weren't for Tyranitar, other Pokémon might not have withstood it. Even his top-tier legendaries might not have defenses as strong as Tyranitar and Steelix. The Pokémon and Netherbane beasts clashed. Sulu immediately ordered Draco Meteor. The Dragon-type Pokémon launched a barrage of energy meteors, covering the Netherbane beasts from above. In the narrow underground passage, the energy meteors exploded, sending countless small meteorites scattering. The entire area shook violently. The Nightfall army in the camp felt the tremors and finally understood why Sulu had ordered them to retreat and fortify the camp. Such intense battle waves could collapse the entire underground space. If buried here, even a king-level beastmaster wouldn't be safe. That's incredible. Just the shock waves are causing such tremors, someone marveled. I heard Sulu is not even 20 yet? His strength is almost unbelievable. Half of the Netherbane beasts at the vanguard have retreated. It must be because Sulu forced them to fall back. However, amidst the chatter, Lieutenant Sumai noticed something unusual. Sulu's signal had been lost. All beastmasters carried special communication snail shells, allowing phone-like communication even in forbidden zones. But now, they couldn't receive any signal from Sulu. He should be fine. He is the alliance leader, after all, Sumai thought, but quickly dismissed any wishful thinking. He had learned in the army that one should never be complacent about danger. Nightfall 7th Battalion, prepare for battle. Launch a probing attack on the vanguard camp. Sumai ordered immediately. The beastmasters moved swiftly, even though the surrounding caves seemed on the verge of collapse. The mission came first. Soon after, Sumai received a battle report. The resistance from the Netherbane beasts had not weakened. It had intensified. Earlier, they could advance and retreat. But now the Netherbane beasts were fiercely resisting, not allowing the Nightfall army to advance an inch. Sumai hesitated no longer, and used the snail shell to call Lu Qingxian. Leader Lu, at underground coordinates 6454851. It seems the Netherbane tribe has orchestrated a planned ambush on leader Sulu. I understand. Lu Qingxian replied curtly. Deep in the passage, the Netherbane tribe stared intently at Sulu. So this is the alliance leader? Such formidable combat strength. That giant beast must be of high totem level, maybe even approaching mythical status. The Netherbane tribe had initially thought their ambush would succeed. They had already learned that Sulu possessed teleportation abilities. So they deliberately engaged the Nightfall army, luring Sulu in and weaving a spatial trap. But they hadn't expected that even the Netherbane Void Lightning couldn't kill him, allowing Sulu to teleport away from the ambush site. What surprised them most was that, despite only seeing Sulu and a single Ralts, he could summon such a powerful array of beasts. Had Sulu brought a larger force or more powerful beasts, they would have remained dormant. They only acted because they mistakenly believed Sulu had only one beast with him. As Sulu watched the relentless wave of nether fiends coming at him and the rapidly increasing store points, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The number of nether fiends far exceeded his expectations, and what was even more alarming was that their strength was nearly at the king level. Through Lucario's aura sensing, Sulu discovered that these creatures were not naturally born, but were some kind of weapon designed for slaughter. They had no organs, no sense of touch, and no thoughts, only a self-destruct mechanism. On the battlefield, the sandstorm kicked up by Tyranitar created a home field advantage for Garchomp. They swiftly completed their sword's dance boost, and charged into the enemy ranks as if slicing through butter. Sulu commanded Lucario to capture one of the nether fiends. Soon, a dismembered nether fiend was brought back, with only its crystal-structured head still struggling. Sulu took out a Pokeball, knowing that a creature constructed from energy like this should be capturable. Sure enough, the Ultra Ball easily contained it. The ball shook a few times before the indicator light switched from red to green, signifying a successful capture. Although Sulu couldn't see the nether fiend's stats, he guessed its friendship level would be extremely low. Captured creatures undergo some transformation, and a low friendship level means it might not obey commands. However, the fact that it could be captured at all still classified it as a living being. Sulu decided not to release the nether fiend for now, wary of any control mechanisms the nether fiend clan might have. He planned to conduct more thorough research once he returned. It's better to wait until he got back to study it further. Sulu didn't want to risk releasing the nether fiend, in case the nether fiend clan had any means of controlling it, which could potentially warp its mind. It's been a while. Steelix and the others should be arriving soon. After being surrounded, Sulu immediately called for Steelix to come to his aid. In the twisted space of the Mingsha nest, teleportation was difficult and risky. Forced jumps could fail or land him in enemy territory. At this moment, the simplest form of movement was the most effective. In the underground environment, Steelix and other Pokémon skilled at digging were the best choices. Before long, Steelix, leading a demolition crew of Diglets and Sandshrews, reached the outer defenses of Mingsha. Steelix rammed into the Mingsha crystal formations, but found their hardness comparable to diamonds, making progress slow. Despite this, Sulu remained calm. He relayed information to the Beast Alliance through Muto, informing them not to act rashly and that he was temporarily safe. Bringing Rayquaza along had been a wise decision. No matter how the situation unfolded, he had a powerful ace up his sleeve. Sulu decided to maintain the standoff, intending to lure out more hidden enemies. Just as the Mingsha clan used the Nightshade Legion to draw him out, Steelix's actions were forcing the enemy to reveal their cards. If this was truly a meticulously planned trap by the Mingsha clan, they wouldn't let such a big fish slip through their net. Sulu pondered how his movements had been leaked to the Mingsha clan. Few knew of his frequent use of teleportation, yet the enemy had specifically targeted this ability. Even more surprising was that the Mingsha clan seemed to know about Steelix's assault on their defenses before he did. Seeing this, the Mingsha clan hesitated no longer. Originally, they intended to exhaust Sulu's strength using lower-level Mingsha beasts before attempting to capture him. Steelix began to spin, and even the diamond-hard dark crystal shattered under its drilling power. Steelix resembled a gigantic drill, spinning rapidly and pushing forward. The diamond-hard dark crystals crumbled under its immense drilling force, emitting a piercing cracking sound. Other Pokémon were also busy with their tasks. Some were moving soil, others assisting in the excavation, forming an efficient underground operation team. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of the dark crystal cave, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The sound grew closer, and even the ground began to tremble slightly. Sulu's enormous Tyranitar lifted its head alertly, eyes fixed on the direction of the noise. The dark crystal cave was astonishingly spacious, with a height reaching 50 meters. This scale was clearly designed for the movement of dark crystal beasts. Because of this, Sulu's massive Tyranitar could barely stretch out. As the roar drew nearer, a gigantic figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. It was a giant over 30 meters tall, comparable in height to a regular Tyranitar. However, the waves it emitted were extraordinarily explosive, with deep red lightning spreading with its every move. The lightning swept over the exposed soil, immediately releasing a scorched smell. The dark crystal giant's eyes glowed a deep red, and its entire body was covered in indestructible dark crystals. The dragon meteor showers fired by the Garchomps barely made tiny dents on its surface. Sulu sighed inwardly. What a tough dark crystal beast. What was even more alarming was that this dark crystal giant wasn't alone. With the appearance of the first giant, more followed, charging forward. Facing the oncoming enemies, Tyranitar showed no fear and charged ahead immediately. The clash of their massive bodies and incredible strength generated shockwaves like a hurricane. Seeing this, Sulu smiled slightly. He realized that the narrow passage not only restricted the dark crystal beasts, but also limited his own power. Since that was the case, he decided to go for a more earth-shattering move. Tyranitar, Garchomps, use Earthquake. Sulu commanded decisively. Using Earthquake Underground was a chilling decision. For some beasts or Pokémon adept at digging, the power of Earthquake would multiply, potentially becoming a one-hit kill. They were already 10,000 meters underground, where the air was scorching. If a collapse occurred, billions of tons of soil would bury them, leaving no chance of survival. Even a Pokémon like Steelix wouldn't dare use Earthquake Underground lightly. But Sulu gave the order without hesitation. Tyranitar landed a megaton punch to push back its opponent, then roared excitedly with the Garchomps. They simultaneously lifted their feet and stomped down hard. Terrifying ground-type energy erupted instantly, and the earth seemed to respond to their fury. Violent tremors began, shaking the entire cave. Even the diamond-hard dark crystals couldn't withstand this natural wrath. The once indestructible network of dark crystals started to fracture, emitting a heart-wrenching cracking sound. The tremors quickly spread beyond the dark crystal cave. Members of the Nightshade Legion were nearly scared out of their wits. Trained to understand the implications of an underground earthquake, they immediately put survival first, regardless of Sulu's safety. Quick! Evacuate according to the training plan. Someone shouted. Underground defense team, construct a hardened defense space immediately. The emergency team sprang into action. Thanks to Sulu's prior warning, they were prepared. Several specialized steel-type beasts began manipulating metal to form a spherical shield. Psychic-type beasts quickly reinforced the steel plates. Grass-type beasts grew roots to stabilize the shaking ground. The tremors even reached the surface. People on the ground felt the earth shake, although the distance and the cave's buffering effect reduced the quake's intensity to around a magnitude 5. Earthquake experts were puzzled, as the area wasn't known for seismic activity. After a wave of intense shaking, the members of the Nightshade Legion looked at the partially collapsed steel defense layer and breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced towards the dark crystal cave with lingering fear, knowing the earthquake's epicenter was there. Is this the power of a leader-level warrior? Someone murmured, to cause a natural disaster at will. Indeed, the impact of triggering a natural disaster was far more terrifying than direct combat. While strong individuals might survive, thousands of weaker beings could easily perish. This was one reason why survivors of the Beast Wars were so averse to seeing another conflict. In the dark crystal cave, the once narrow passage had completely collapsed, forming a massive void. Sulu recalled all his Pokémon except Tyranitar. He stood in Tyranitar's hand, confident that its strong defense could withstand the earthquake's impact. Even buried underground, Tyranitar faced no challenge. It had grown up eating soil and was accustomed to being buried in deep earth by its parents. Underground movement was a piece of cake. With the help of its digging move, Tyranitar soon resurfaced in the dark crystal cave. Tyranitar spread its arms wide, revealing Sulu standing unscathed within its protective embrace. Looking up, Sulu saw a gigantic, ominous crystalline shield above him. Crimson lightning flickered through the mesh, making the underground scene resemble a stormy sky. However, the most striking feature was a black hole-like object hovering in midair. Another black hole? Sulu pondered. It can't be a real one, or Earth would be doomed. His thoughts quickly shifted to the Rift Wyverns. Recalling that there was a colossal Rift Wyvern beneath the Eastern District and that Lu Qingxian had obtained a Rift Wyvern from the Dark Vanquishers, Sulu began to suspect a connection between the Netherfiends and the Dark Vanquishers. As he contemplated, the Netherfiend black hole in midair started to expand rhythmically, like it was breathing. Netherfiend beasts rained down, including some giant ones capable of challenging Tyranitar. They can mass-produce these monsters? Sulu was astonished. 100 of them could easily devastate a city, and now they're being unleashed in unlimited numbers? He quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed that nearly 300 Netherfiend giants had already been dealt with. Yet, more Netherfiend beasts continued to pour out. It seems they want to capture me alive, Sulu realized. But why go to such lengths? My revealed strength shouldn't warrant this level of attention from an alien race. Watching the increasing number of Netherfiend beasts and the larger entities emerging from the black hole, Sulu understood that he was in a siege situation. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly are these aliens up to? Sulu had a rough idea of the other party's intentions. Muto's voice echoed in his ear, and Sulu breathed a sigh of relief. He had cautiously called for Muto as soon as he was trapped. Although the spatial defenses of the Dark Fiend crystal prevented all spatial movements, Muto outside the crystal net remained unaffected. At this moment, the first-class mythical Pokémon had quietly arrived at Sulu's side. With Muto and Ralts, two mythical Pokémon, by his side, Sulu felt confident. However, he continued to feign weakness, warily eyeing the approaching Dark Fiend beasts and aliens. The eyes of 500 Dark Fiend giants gleamed with a red light, and Dark-type energy enveloped the surroundings like a tangible force. Sulu calculated silently. He needed to force the opponent to reveal their full strength without exposing his two first-class Pokémon. He released a large number of Pokémon, preparing to put on a show. Tyranitar, use Sandstorm. Sunny Team, use Sunny Day. Sulu commanded. The combination of the Sandstorm and Sunny Day created a terrifying lava storm. The temperature of the crimson sand and stones soared to 1,000 degrees, pouring down like a rain of magma. The lesser Dark Fiend beasts were instantly obliterated, and even the bodies of the Dark Fiend giants began to melt continuously. The Dark Fiend aliens were shocked and quickly took refuge inside the giants. They exchanged glances and decided to launch an immediate strong attack. We can't delay any longer. Such moves consume a lot of the Beast Master's energy. However, as the Dark Fiend giants approached, they saw a colossal Tyranitar standing amidst the lava storm. Sulu stood on its shoulder, racking up a significant number of kill points. Through his aura power, he sensed the approaching enemies. A slight smile appeared on Sulu's lips. Thought you had the upper hand? Looks like I need to keep improving. The Tyranitar beneath him was already showing signs of strain. Recently, it underwent deep development of its characteristics under Sulu's guidance. Banji Lacy had already consumed the Sky Stone to saturation, gaining the ability to float. However, Sulu had an even more precious mineral in his possession than nebula substance. This crystal of nuclear fuel and radiation became the key to Banji Lacy's evolution. The consumption process was excruciatingly painful. Without a substantial amount of medication and the tempering of Hua's life flame, Banji Lacy might have been deformed or even perished. But it persevered with its indomitable will, gaining incredible power. With the enhancement of the nebula organ, Banji Lacy's sandstorm ability experienced a qualitative leap. The sandstorm could not only absorb a significant amount of energy from sunny days, but also raise the temperature of the sand and stones to over 1,000 degrees. Mega Evolution, Sulu ordered calmly. A fierce light glinted in Banji Lacy's eyes as its glow pierced through the sandstorm once more. The terrifying desert storm evolved into a nuclear sandstorm tyrant, with massive dark-type energy waves spreading wildly. Even the Darksteel-type Reaper giant was intimidated by this aura, its red eyes flickering. Ultimate Impact. Initiate. Adorned with a molten storm, Banji Lacy moved. With its floating ability, its speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, the Reaper giant was torn apart by the terrifying impact. The unstoppable beast resembled a deity amidst the molten storm. The Reaper aliens on the battlefield showed signs of panic. At that moment, a voice echoed through the Reaper space. Interesting evolution brought by souls? Do humans want to join us? This is an invitation. Sulu understood as well. The entities behind the Reaper tribe could no longer hold back. The other party seemed to have deciphered that Tyranitar's mega evolution was due to a resonance of souls. The consciousness of the Mingsha tribe surged like a tide, carrying temptation and pressure. Sulu sensed that this was not directed at any individual, but was information transmitted by the entire Mingsha crystal. He remained silent, and the other party was indifferent, merely imparting knowledge to him. Images flashed in Sulu's mind. Countless races chanting praises to Mingsha, the allure of promised eternal life captivating their hearts. Sulu instantly grasped the truth about the Mingsha Tribea group existing in a virtual world, using Mingsha crystals as carriers, storing consciousness like a supercomputer. In Mingsha's virtual paradise, each member ruled their own world. The so-called Mingsha tribe in the outside world were merely agents, dependent on the network but unable to access the core. They controlled Mingsha beasts, surpassing Beast Tamers. The true Mingsha descending upon the world could easily reach mythic levels. The Mingsha network presented an enticing offer. If Sulu surrendered the secret of mega evolution, he could become a Mingsha, attaining eternal life and endless joy. He could even take all his loved ones with him. Faced with such temptation, Sulu's breathing grew heavy. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and calmly asked, "You Mingsha must be the unrestrained will, one of the 3 chief counselors of the Dark Death Court, right?" Upon receiving a confirmation, Sulu sighed deeply. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations, but he resolutely refused. The Mingsha tribe calmly inquired about his reason, unfazed by Sulu's rejection. Through countless years of honing, their consciousness had long transcended emotions. You ask me to give up everything for something I could easily achieve on my own. It's somewhat laughable, Sulu said, shaking his head. Apart from eternity, everything the Ming Sha clan promised seemed to be just a matter of time to Sulu. Sulu calmly analyzed the situation before him. He understood well that once he became a Ming Sha, the summoning system might no longer be usable. The system that could summon Arceus was fundamentally different from the mythical level Ming Sha. The Ming Sha across from him seemed to see through his thoughts and mocked. So, mythology isn't your ultimate goal? How arrogant. The realm beyond mythology is not something mortal beings can touch. Sulu remained silent, and the Ming Sha continued. Souls like ours can only attain mythical power through command. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one realize their insignificance. The Ming Sha's tone suddenly turned icy. Let me measure the weight of your soul. I will personally place your soul and consciousness on the Ming Sha scale. Before the words had even finished, the black hole in midair turned from pitch black to deep red. A strange fluctuation signaled the imminent arrival of a true Ming Sha. Sulu held his breath and focused, watching as a figure over 10 meters tall slowly emerged from the black hole. It was entirely composed of Ming Sha crystals, with 3 pairs of long wings on its back, an eagle's head, a human body, and a sturdy build. Mythical level energy radiated continuously, demonstrating its control over rules and authority. This was Sulu's first direct encounter with a mythical level being, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Nice to meet you. I am Pulin, the god of the bottomless abyss from the Ming Sha clan, the Ming Sha said slowly. As the Ming Sha's representative on Earth, Pulin had long heard of Sulu's exploits and had come personally out of curiosity. Facing such a formidable opponent, Banjira's showed no fear, pounding its chest fiercely to express its fighting spirit. Inspired by this courage, Sulu asked, do you want to keep fighting, even against a mythical level being? Roar. Banjira's responded with a roar. Then let's give it a try. Sulu took a deep breath and made his decision. Only by giving our all can a quasi-mythical Banjira's break through its limits and contend with it. The stage is set. Banjira's, go. Crimson Lotus form. As soon as Sulu finished speaking, Tyranitar grew even more frenzied, as if an uncontrollable force was surging within him. Tyranitar roared and pounded his chest, each strike emitting waves of scorching heat. Red energy, like flowing magma, gradually spread across his entire body. This wild power even overshadowed the lava storm. A glint of excitement flashed in Sulu's eyes. This was the result of his meticulous cultivation, the Crimson Heart. By mimicking Rayquaza's ability to devour nebula matter, then enhancing it with Muto's modifications and Hua's blessings, Tyranitar's body had formed this organ akin to a celestial mechanism. However, Tyranitar was not Rayquaza and couldn't fully control such immense energy. Sulu had a sudden realization and decided to integrate the energy into the environment. Utilizing Tyranitar's Sandstream ability, he triggered a drought to induce an energy mutation, then spread the nebula's power, making the entire lava storm region a vessel for the Crimson Heart's energy. The lava storm region began to take shape as a domain. The mythical symbols of authority and territory were forming. Just like Rayquaza ruled the skies and Kyogre dominated the seas, the lava storm was now Tyranitar's domain. Tyranitar, originally silver-white, now looked like a red-hot iron block, engulfed in flames, with the air around him warping from the intense heat. At that moment, a massive Blaziken hovered in the air, its wings flapping lightly but supporting a colossal weight. Sulu instantly analyzed its type, fighting and flying. Another ground-based chicken? As Sulu was pondering, a gigantic fist was already approaching. Blaziken's afterimage hadn't even dissipated before its true form was right in front of him. Clearly, it intended to end the battle quickly by targeting the Beastmaster directly. But Tyranitar was no longer the same. His levitate ability freed him from the constraints of his weight, and his flame-wrapped fist, combined with wind blades, collided with Blaziken's. Mega Punch. Fire Punch. The two titans were forced back by the terrifying impact. Tyranitar managed to halt himself thanks to his weight, while Blaziken was sent flying towards the boundary of the dark crystal field, the massive impact causing the fragile crystal clusters to start collapsing. Tyranitar roared, becoming even more ferocious in his crimson state. If not for Sulu's supreme control and the system's constraints, he might have already gone berserk. He suddenly lifted his head, and a crimson beam of light began to form in his mouth. Hyper beam. The thick beam shot out, its recoil even pushing Tyranitar backward. The beam struck its target, scattering energy like molten fire in all directions. Heaven's abyss sixfold. Frigid wind. Blaziken's deep voice echoed. From the silent depths of the earth, a super cyclone arose, tilting the lava storm. As the dust settled, Sulu finally saw Blaziken's state clearly. With one hand extended, it had forcibly torn through the hyper beam with a frigid tornado. Though its fist was charred, Blaziken had already unfolded its domain and authority, instantly merging into the wind and vanishing. While Tyranitar couldn't pinpoint Blaziken's location, Sulu, with his aura abilities activated, could provide guidance. Under Sulu's direction, Tyranitar turned its head and began a sweeping attack. Explosions and flames merged into a chaotic scene. A tremor and energy wave more terrifying than an earthquake emanated from below. The abyssal domain opened, and Sulu felt weightless as the surrounding earth cracked and floated. Tyranitar, losing its ground support, slowly sank into the depths. Pran locked onto Sulu, who was still standing in his original spot, and struck out fiercely. However, he only grasped at an illusion. Pran's eyes darted around, sensing the wind currents but failing to find his target. A chill ran through his heart as he thought, could it be the Void God? As a technique mastered by seasoned Beast Tamers, the Void God allows the tamer to merge with a mythic beast, making them nearly invincible. Although no human in this world has reached mythic status, the person controlling the armored giant lizard in front of him had already mastered a power equivalent to a domain. Pran's expression remained calm as he softly said, using the Void God technique isn't surprising. It just makes things a bit more troublesome. His gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings. Even among myths, there are differences. Turning his ethereal form into reality, Prulin knew that once the beast was severely wounded, it wouldn't be able to manipulate the rules to stay intangible. With a calm demeanor, Prulin launched his formal attack. Draped in the cloak of 6 winds, strange gusts swirled around him. In an instant, he was imbued with terrifying speed and power. The abyssal domain unfolded, transforming the subterranean world with a sudden sense of weightlessness and raging winds. This was Prulin's former realm, a shattered floating island. Welcome to my domain, Prulin thought, a cold smile curling on his lips. Even as a specter of vengeance, he hadn't forgotten his essence as an abyssal warrior. Prulin closed the distance to Banji Laysai with lightning speed, his wind-enhanced fist aiming straight for its maw. Banji Laysai was in the midst of unleashing its devastating hyper beam, and if interrupted, it could suffer a severe backlash. However, the experienced Banji Laysai was prepared, quickly clamping its mouth shut and countering with a mega punch. As the two titans clashed in close combat, Prulin displayed astonishing martial prowess. In the zero-gravity environment, Banji Laysai struggled to find footing, forced into a defensive stance and accumulating wounds. From the shadows, Sulu furrowed his brow, his concern stemming from the pounding in Banji Laysai's chest. It was the awakening of the Crimson Lotus Heart, an energy far beyond what a pseudo-legendary could control. If the fight continued, Banji Laysai might be overwhelmed by the heart's power. In that case, let's unleash everything in one go, Sulu decided, stepping into the fray. Banji Laysai, Gigantamax. Prepare to use that move. A flash of clarity crossed the nearly berserk Banji Laysai's eyes. Sulu's cloak shimmered as Banji Laysai doubled in size. Sulu drew out his Zyaring, shouting, "Go, Banji Laysai!" Devastating rockfall, molten meteor strike. The Z crystal activated, drawing upon the surrounding natural energy. Thanks to the extensive roots of the Pokémon World Tree, the energy flowed in unending supply. Vast natural energy gathered through Sulu's body and then flowed into Banjira's. Pulin sensed something unusual and halted his attack. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. This immense natural force, summoned without the aid of rules, was indeed novel and intriguing. As an abyssal being known for his speed, Pulin was confident he could evade the colossal rockfall's destructive range. But he chose not to, for this physical vessel was merely a disposable shell to the true Ming Sha Pulin. Running out of energy, Pulin remarked nonchalantly, as if playing a game where life and death held no significance. The cataclysmic rockfall crashed down, a massive mountain formed by the fusion of rock-type energy and nuclear power. With a roar, Pulin shouted, "Abyssal sixfold! Wind of destruction!" 6 circular wind blades instantly surrounded him, rushing at breakneck speed toward the collapsing molten mountain. The wind blades sliced through the giant rock, but this was more than just a move. It was a mountain imbued with nuclear energy. In the next moment, an unimaginable explosion erupted from the depths of the earth. The Night Abyss Legion's Beast Tamers trembled beside the Ming Sha cave, praying that the cracked shelter could withstand the impact. On the surface, an 8th magnitude earthquake erupted, but fortunately, the epicenter was far from the city, and the nearest urban area only experienced a tremor of around magnitude 6. After the explosion, Muto materialized beside Sulu, unable to help but marvel at the power of the strike. The power of the Z crystal is indeed undeniable. Even Muto had to erect a psychic shield to withstand the impact. After using the Z crystal, Tyranitar was panting heavily and quickly deactivated its crimson heart. Each exhale released a torrent of hot exhaust. The fiery glow on its body gradually dimmed, and its size shrank significantly. Though it had reached mythic-level combat power, various factors limited its endurance. A worthy opponent came the voice of Poulin through the smoke. A gentle breeze revealed Poulin's battered form. Tyranitar straightened up, seemingly ready to activate its crimson state again. Rest now, Sulu patted Tyranitar's leg. At this point, Poulin was left with just half a body, its wings and arms gone, the broken parts gleaming with crystal light. Your main combat power lies with it, doesn't it? Poulin turned its gaze to Muto. What a pity. Next time we meet, I look forward to your soul belonging to Ming Sha. Then, we can battle for eternity. As Poulin's consciousness faded, the abyssal realm slowly disappeared. Tyranitar also fainted and was recalled into its Pokeball by Sulu. Sulu and Muto approached Poulin's remains, discovering it was made of summoning stone crystals. This realization made Sulu's eyes light up, understanding that blank crystals could indeed hold mythic-level power. Although he couldn't intercept Poulin's consciousness, this body alone was enough to cause a sensation in human society. Upon analyzing, Sulu found that Poulin's energy in its charged state was only a tenth of Tyranitar's, but could still hold its own against it. He decided to adjust Tyranitar's training regimen, focusing on enhancing its control over its body and energy. After the battle, Onyx led the Nightshade Legion to the scene. Everyone was astounded by the massive crater, a testament to Sulu's combat prowess. At that moment, Sulu received a communication from Lu Qingxian. After hearing Sulu's account, Lu Qingxian concluded that the trap was actually intended for him. Few people knew that Sulu possessed the ability to teleport with beasts, and Sulu had the support of the Dragon God and Ho-Oh. The opponent had only sent a single mythic-level entity, clearly aiming to restrict Lu Qingxuan's Abyssal Earth and Spirit Army. Sulu realized he had unwittingly taken the hit meant for Lu Qingxian. If it were you, Mr. Lu, what would the situation be like? Sulu asked. Lu Qingxian pondered for a moment, his gaze heavy. He understood that Sulu's question wasn't just probing his strength, but also assessing potential threats. After all, if a trap could be set once, it could be set a second and third time. The one you mentioned, Poulin, how strong is he? How does he compare to the Dragon God? Lu Qingxian countered. He needed a reference to make a judgment. Sulu thought for a moment. At his peak, he could probably exchange a few blows with Rayquaza. Images of Rayquaza in battle flashed through Lu Qingxuan's mind, sweeping across the land, stars falling from the sky. His expression grew serious. If I rely solely on the beasts I usually carry, it might be a close call. Lu Qingxian candidly admitted a common weakness among Beast Tamers: their own safety. As their beasts grow stronger, the Beast Tamers' fragile bodies often can't withstand the residual effects of battles. He added, but rest assured, I will call upon some guardian spirits and alert the other leaders to stay vigilant. Sulu was deep in thought. He noticed that the current higher-ups in the Beast Tamer Alliance were almost all from the new generation, with very few from the older generation. Those exceptionally gifted predecessors likely ventured into some special space or forbidden zone. But Sulu didn't ask further. If Lu Qingxian didn't bring it up, there must be a reason. What do you think of the Ming Sha tribe, Mr. Lu? Sulu asked. Lu Qingxian sighed. Their unbound will is indeed troublesome. Furthermore, according to investigations, their main base doesn't seem to be on Earth. This information surprised Sulu, but on second thought, it made sense. The Ming Sha tribe wasn't composed of flesh and blood, so they naturally weren't confined to a single life-sustaining planet. The entire universe was their true breeding ground. Even more troublesome, Sulu rubbed his forehead. To deal with them, we need to clear all the Ming Sha crystals, but by now, the crystals have probably scattered throughout the universe. The two fell silent. After a moment, Sulu asked, the rift in the Isu mythological spacetime is about to open. How do you plan to handle it, Mr. Lu? Lu Qingxian hesitated. In the Isu mythology, there were 7 life giants, but so far, only one summoning trace had been found. Where would the other 6 appear? This was a matter of national survival. In the end, Lu Qingxian sighed. I'll have to rely on you, Alliance leader Sulu, to hold the fort for now. Sulu nodded. I need summoning stones, as many as possible. All right. Lu Qingxian agreed without hesitation. After Lu Qingxian left, Sulu was deep in thought. Not evacuating, and despite the threat of the 6 remaining Isu life giants, there was still no significant action. So, does the Beast Tamer Alliance also have hidden cards I'm unaware of? Sulu pondered. The Himalayas, originally over 8,000 meters high, have now reached an astonishing height of over 20,000 meters after merging with the Forbidden Zone. The peak of the giant God Mountain has been leveled, forming a vast platform. In the thin air, a massive rift in time and space stretches across it. At the center of the rift stands a colossal bronze gate, engraved with 28 star constellations, 6 of which have lost their luster. This is the first mythological time-space rift discovered by humanity, the Zhou Tian Star Palace. A gigantic ice dragon coils around the mountain summit, guarding the rift. Upon Lu Qingxuan's arrival, The ice dragon opened its eyes to confirm his presence before closing them again to rest. Lu Qingxian respectfully said, "Senior, I wish to take the Star Palace token belonging to Hua Nation." The ice dragon let out a low growl, and 5 glass beads, each containing a constellation, flew out from the bronze gate. Lu Qingxian took them and carefully identified them. Jiaomu Jiao, Kong Jinlong, Xian Yu Hu, Wei Yu Yin, and Xing Rima. Each bead not only had a star map, but also a phantom of a mystical artifact. Lu Qingxian sighed and shook his head, hoping these would not be needed. He examined the rift entrance again and noticed that 22 star maps had already dimmed, indicating that other nations had also sensed the danger and taken their star conduction beads. Most people only know that the Beast Alliance was formed to end the chaos, but they are unaware that the true connection between all parties is the Zhou Tian Star Palace. Those who enter the palace do not retain their memories, but gain time and opportunities many times greater than the outside world, with their lifespans unaffected. However, each star constellation grants only one entry permission, and the palace can only be reopened once after it closes. Strong nations have multiple entry opportunities, while weaker nations must unite to enter. The allocation method is said to be arranged by the true founder of the Beast Alliance, and the Ice Dragon is one of the beasts left by them. Lu Qingxian knew that his own strength was insufficient and that entering the palace would be a waste, so he was left behind. Except in life and death situations, those who enter cannot be recalled. After taking the star conduction beads, the time flow within the palace accelerates, gradually approaching reality. As he was about to leave, a giant white eagle descended from the sky. A white-haired elder, adorned with medals, leaped from the eagle's back. Ram Honka, the head of the White Eagle Nation's Beast Alliance. "Oh, isn't this Lu Qingxian?" Ram scrutinized Lu Qingxian, who looked youthful due to the rift's dragon aura. "Alliance leader Ram, may we exchange information?" "ISU?" Lu Qingxian probed. "ISU." Ram nodded in confirmation. Both nations were threatened by the ISU tribe. Lu Qingxian inquired about the number of life beasts discovered by the White Eagle Nation to exchange information. Ram revealed that the White Eagle Nation still had 3 unused star conduction beads, and that Jing Muhan and Gurei Jinyang had been used 40 and 16 years ago, respectively. Beastmasters in the Star Palace are both trump cards and threats. Before the star's light completely fades, the corresponding nation is unlikely to face significant targeting. There was once a small nation whose Beastmaster returned from the palace and sought revenge, annihilating the occupying forces and establishing the new nation of Tian Shui Yuangua. 30 years ago, the ruler of Tian Shuyuan who returned had a formidable team of guardian beasts, each composed of dozens of protective spirits. Lu Qingxian couldn't help but ponder that the veteran Beast Tamers who had spent more time in the Astral Palace must be even stronger, capable of resolving the current crisis. Besides Sulu and the new generation leader, it seemed they could only rely on these seasoned veterans. Lu Qingxian was still unaware that the old headmaster had already entered the Astral Palace. At this moment, Sulu was deeply engrossed in studying a peculiar creature alongside Muto. Nearby, a Ghastly had been summoned to assist in observing the soul. The disabled Netherfiend beast, which Sulu had forcibly captured with a Pokeball, was supposed to be connected to the Netherfiend network. However, surprisingly, the power of the Pokeball seemed to have severed this connection. Ghastly noted that the Netherfiend beast possessed a fragmented soul consciousness, confined within its body. Although Sulu remained cautious of potential deceit from the Netherfiend clan, he devised a plan after careful consideration to unravel the mystery. Thus, Sulu took the crippled Netherfiend beast to the wilderness and summoned Manaphy through Muto. Manaphy approached cheerfully, and Sulu had to remind it to maintain its composure. He then explained his plan to Manaphyto use soul transfer to explore the secrets of the Netherfiend clan. For safety reasons, Sulu decided to first conduct an experiment using a deeply bonded small Ponyta. After promising it access to the Sky Cloud Forbidden Landpost experiment, the small Ponyta agreed to the risky task. Manaphy began to use its powers to transfer the small Ponyta's soul into the Netherfiend beast's body. Simultaneously, the originally shattered soul of the Netherfiend beast exhibited various bizarre expressions and movements within the Ponyta's body. Muto analyzed that this might be because the Netherfiend beast's soul was inherently chaotic and began to express itself erratically after losing the network's restraint. Sulu realized that such a fragmented soul should not control a significant body, especially one as crucial as Muto's. Sulu inquired about the situation from the small Ponyta, which had taken control of the Netherfiend beast's body, and received a positive response. Meanwhile, Ghastly and Sulu, who had activated his aura powers, closely observed the target soul. The little wildebeest responded, seemingly unaffected. Sulu exchanged a meaningful glance with Muto. Muto then teleported to the Butterfree Forest and returned with a Caterpie. This was the 3rd generation of Caterpie, and Sulu still had significant control over it. The Caterpie squirmed in Muto's hand, clearly about to be used as a temporary vessel for the soul of the Umbrae beast. Once preparations were complete, Manaphy first swapped the little wildebeest's soul back into its body, and then exchanged the caterpie's soul with the ombre beast's. When it was Muto's turn, it took a deep breath. Although it wasn't entirely confident in probing the ombre beast network, its psychic power was the strongest among those present. As Manaphy's ability activated, Muto's soul was exchanged with the caterpie's soul inside the ombre beast. Manaphy's face turned pale instantly, clearly strained by the power of Muto's soul. With the soul exchange complete, Muto's eyes became dazed, while the ombre beast's eyes cleared up. Muto quickly adapted to its new body and discovered the presence of the ombre beast network. It attempted to connect, but was met with a series of firewall blocks. Using its immense psychic power, Muto began to force its way through. Through Muto's perspective, Sulu could faintly perceive the outline of the ombre beast network, a vast collection of souls and information, seemingly not of Earth. After more than 10 minutes of effort, Muto finally breached the network, forging an identity number for itself. Once past the protective barriers, Muto saw countless roaring and wailing souls. It grabbed a fragment of a soul for closer examination and found that these were consciousnesses fabricated for combat. Both Sulu and Muto were stunned by the vast sea of ombre beast souls. However, mere mental traversal was insufficient to delve deeper into the network. Sulu recalled past experiences and speculated that a special method, akin to a space-time rift, might be required. Just as they were about to continue their exploration, Manaphy's energy ran out, forcibly pulling all souls back to their original bodies. Manaphy collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and Sulu handed it a specially crafted energy cube. Muto summarized, though the time was limited, I managed to forge an identity number. Re-entering next time will be smoother. Hearing there would be a next time, the voraciously eating Manaphy suddenly stopped, feeling as if it had been tricked. As they waited for Manaphy to recover, Sulu pondered how to delve deeper into the ombre beast network. His gaze fell upon the fragmented souls, and an idea formed in his mind. Weren't these the perfect nourishment for ghost-type Pokémon? That's right. Even in the Pokémon world, ghost-type Pokémon are actually harmful to living beings and can even prey on them. Before the Pokémon world became modernized, ghost-type Pokémon were always feared by humans. They feed on souls. The weaker ones absorb part of the soul by frightening their targets, while the stronger and more malevolent ones directly kill their targets to devour their souls. Without a supply of souls, ghost-type Pokémon won't die, but they will become significantly weakened. Although Sulu had special energy cubes as food for ghost-type Pokémon, they were far less effective than original souls. He looked at the Haunter, which was brought along to help, intending to use it to observe the soul state of the Dusknoir. Sulu wanted Haunter to enter Dusknoir's body to investigate, but Manaphy's recovery time was longer than expected. With no other choice, Sulu took his Pokémon back to Pokémon Valley. Muto took Dusknoir, its Pokeball, and Manaphy with it. Nowadays, Muto could be called a collector of cuties, as it had gathered a group of adorable Pokémon. Back at the Celestial Cloud Forbidden area, Sulu called out to Rayquaza. Soon, Rayquaza appeared with Jirachi, Deoxys, and a Solrock. Solrock was a meteorite Pokémon that Sulu had previously caught and brought along due to its connection with space. Sulu jumped onto Rayquaza's head, scooped up Jirachi, and playfully scolded. This kid has grown up, always running around with cute Pokémon, and doesn't stay home anymore. Rayquaza snorted in dissatisfaction. Sulu instructed Rayquaza and Deoxys to patrol space more frequently to guard against potential threats. Then, holding Jirachi, he prepared to have it help grant a wish. Jirachi excitedly flew around, eager to be of help. Sulu took out a dusk stone, and Jirachi carefully observed it before starting to use its power. However, the result was a shower of various red items falling from the sky, indicating a failed wish. Sulu comforted the disappointed Jirachi, deciding not to let it attempt space-related wishes in the future. To cheer Jirachi up, Sulu promised to take it to play in Cresselia's dream world. Jirachi eagerly asked if other friends would join them. Sulu smiled and nodded, though he was inwardly worried about the changes occurring underground. Let's go home, he said. Lu Qingxuan's efficiency was impressive. By that evening, he had informed Sulu that the summoning stones were ready. Upon receiving the news, Sulu immediately began preparations for a large-scale summoning. This was a critical response to the ISU Life Beast crisis, and Lu Qingxian had mobilized nearly all available summoning resources. If the crisis could be ended, the veteran Beast Tamers would gain more development time in the heavenly palace of the Zhou constellations. Every extra day they could delay would grant them tenfold, even 100-fold, improvement. The Beast Taming Alliance provided Sulu with over 4,000 summoning opportunities. This number left Sulu in awe, showcasing the deep resources of the Beast Taming Alliance, even with high-demand items like summoning stones. Filled with excitement, Sulu prepared to use his 4,000 summoning slots. According to the system's probabilities, he might even summon 4 first-tier gods. This meant he could potentially 1v17 ISU life beasts, and still have 2 left to oversee the battle. Without hesitation, Sulu opted for a simultaneous summoning of 3,000 times. Instantly, 3,000 summoning wheels spun around him, emitting brilliant summoning light. The entire Pokemon Valley was illuminated as if it were daylight. As the light converged, Sulu realized that this summoning light was strikingly similar to the light during Pokemon evolution. Perhaps this was the so-called light of life. However, the large-scale simultaneous summoning seemed to strain the system, as the speed of the spinning wheels noticeably slowed. When the summoning concluded, system notifications flooded the screen. 3 first-tier gods, 16 second-tier gods, 14 mythical beasts, over 1,000 regular Pokemon, along with various items and fossils. Sulu attempted to connect the spirits of all the Pokemon using the power of transcendence, but overlooked the massive number of Pokemon. The sudden establishment of so many transcendence links caused him a splitting headache, nearly collapsing his spirit. Nearby, Muto looked at Sulu with concern. He took a deep breath and managed to complete the connections. Sulu realized that even with a Legion-style command approach, his mental strength was insufficient to handle such a large number of Pokemon. He resolved to visit the Dream Sea or the Nether Network to enhance his mental strength after this event. Among the many summoning results, the most striking were the 3 first-tier god Pokemon. Upon closer inspection, Sulu found that 2 of them were juvenile Lugias, each barely half a meter long, as if freshly hatched from eggs. As first-tier gods with the species, Lugias did not possess complete strength at birth, but each one held the potential of a first-tier god. Sensing that Lugias might be aquatic Pokemon, the little blue, chubby Manaphy immediately ran over to the 2 Lugias, curiously examining the new companions. The chubby fish was always sleeping, which made Manaphy feel insecure. If it could just fool these 2 little buddies, wouldn't that mean it could roam around freely? Manaphy wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth, a sly glint in its eyes. It thought to itself, I'm just going to make friends. However, after taking a few steps, it suddenly stopped and tilted its head to look at the 2 nearby Lugia. Strange, why don't these 2 aquatic Pokemon have any water-type energy waves? Manaphy squinted in confusion. The 2 young Lugia were also curiously eyeing the small blue Pokemon. One, being bolder, opened its mouth and quickly bit one of Manaphy's tendrils. Not to be outdone, the other followed suit and bit the other tendril. Na. Manaphy cried out in panic, suddenly finding tube ornaments hanging from its tendrils. Sulu watched the amusing scene and couldn't help but smile. Youth is wonderful. He then explained to Manaphy, in the Pokemon world, Lugia is considered the counterpart to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh represents atmospheric circulation, while Lugia governs deep ocean currents. Initially, it was known as the god of wind, but after its shrine was burned down, it returned to the sea and gradually came to be known as the god of the sea. Sulu paused before continuing. However, Lugia is actually a flying and psychic-type Pokemon, similar to Latios and Latias. Interestingly, these flying and psychic-type Pokemon all seem to prefer living by the sea or in the ocean. He then gave a detailed description of Lugia's stats, level, attributes, abilities, and skills, particularly noting that Lugia could easily create long-lasting and massive storms, which fundamentally differed from Kyogre's abilities. Kyogre is like a faucet, adding water to a pool. Lugia's storms, on the other hand, are mainly about wind, like typhoons or hurricanes, Sulu explained. People probably started calling Lugia the god of the sea because they feared the sea storms it appeared in. After listening, Manaphy anxiously waved its arms and cried out in front of Sulu. Na, hurry up and get them off me. They seem to really like you, Sulu said. Manaphy nodded with her arms crossed, her 2 red-tipped antennae bouncing. Water Pokemon always like me. After all, as the Sea King, I'm quite the charmer. Muto frowned slightly at this. I'll leave those 2 in your care then. Manaphy was taken aback. Shouldn't they belong to the water tribe? The ocean's presence welcomes them so much. Sulu explained. Although Lugia is the guardian of the seas, it only lives in the ocean. Its abilities aren't water-based. It's a flying and psychic type, so it should spend more time with Muto or Ho-Oh. What about Rayquaza? Manaphy asked. Sulu shook his head. Who would trust Rayquaza with kids? It's always racing through the stars. Only Jirachi can handle that kind of environment. Any other Pokemon would freeze or suffocate. Muto nodded seriously. Taking care of 1 or 2 makes no difference. Flying and psychic types? They can team up with the airplane siblings and form a fleet Kyogre as the aircraft carrier, Lugia as the strategic ship, and the airplanes. Sulu laughed. It's pretty clear now. Ever since Muto left the lab, it's become a full-time nanny. With a bunch of legendary Pokemon babies under its wing, who knows, maybe it will have a peaceful, family-oriented retirement. Manaphy pondered, true. I can't blame myself for dragging down the power level. With the Sea Temple established, more and more sea tribes are exploring the ocean territory. If it weren't for Kyogre's occasional aura and the Dragon Tribe's alliance, some sea tribes might have had bad intentions by now. Sulu reassured. Don't worry. Once they grow up, they'll likely head to the ocean. Shifting his focus, Sulu turned his attention to another legendary Pokemon, Regigigas. The once mighty ruler of the Titans now seemed crippled, its innate abilities completely negative, and its special powers temporarily gone. After a moment of thought, Sulu decided, let's have Regice take its father. As a Titan, it should be able to sense the plates. It's a shame we didn't get the normal type plate this time. If we had the right plate, maybe we could fix this old tractor Regigigas. If it's fixed, doesn't that mean we'll have a master who can create second-tier deity figurines? Sulu sighed, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. A disabled first-tier deity and 2 babies didn't seem as powerful as he had imagined. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden beeping sound. Regice glowed brightly, like a dutiful sun, and trotted over to the king of the Titans. It effortlessly hoisted the king over its head and carried him away, looking just like a young man taking his drunk father home. Throughout the whole process, Regigigas remained unresponsive, as if he were sound asleep. Such a filial relationship, Sulu remarked softly, then turned his attention to the other Pokémon. He began counting the second-tier deity Pokémon and mythical creatures. As his gaze swept across them, he was taken aback had he stumbled upon a shaman nest. Of the 14 mythical creatures, 10 were shaman. The ground was covered with grass hedgehogs rolling around happily, with even the lead shaman joining in the fun. Looks like shaman aren't that rare, Sulu murmured to himself. They could be sold in bulk. He recalled shaman's earlier mention of a winter parade plan. It was their nature and mission to bring spring and flowers. The plan had been shelved due to a lack of numbers, but with so many new additions, it might be possible this winter. Half a year ago, Sulu might have worried about the shaman encountering danger, even suppressing their nature to protect them. But now, he was considering making shaman the ambassadors of Pokémon. Besides the shaman, there were 2 Zarud and 1 Magiarna. Sulu frowned, feeling like something was missing. After looking around for a while, he finally remembered to check the system panel. Marshadao? Sulu was a bit surprised. It could help us control the nightmare ruins. He closed his eyes, focusing his aura powers to summon the mysterious mythical creature. Moments later, a head resembling black flames slowly emerged from Sulu's shadow. Marshadao can effortlessly slip into shadows, possessing both ghost and fighting types. Sulu summoned Marshadao, the ghost and fighting type mythical Pokémon, which appeared somewhat uneasy. It glanced around nervously, seemingly wanting to retreat back into the shadows. Sulu reassured it, saying, "Don't worry, they're all good people." He then transmitted some images to calm Marshadao down. "Cresselia, come out," Sulu called. The dream deity appeared gracefully from the dream world, looking at Sulu with curiosity. "Take Marshadao to the dream world and see if it can master the nightmare ruins. I'll join you shortly," Sulu explained. Cresselia nodded and indicated for Marshadao to enter her shadow. Marshadao smacked its lips a few times before darting inside. After arranging for Marshadao, Sulu began to inventory the newly summoned second-tier legendary Pokémon. This time, there were 16 in total, most of which belonged to specific groups and could be easily assigned. The more unique ones were Inti, Regirock, and Registeel. Is Big Orange around? Sulu used his telepathic powers to contact Raikou, who was far away at the power plant. Startled, Big Orange thought it had been caught slacking off. Upon hearing that Inti had appeared, it excitedly rushed towards the underground passage, exclaiming, "I'll be there in a jiffy." After Inti appeared, it first communicated with Suakun to get up to speed. It then solemnly said to Sulu, "Please take care of me from now on." Sulu nodded and entrusted Inti with looking after the other Pokémon. As for Regirock and Registeel, they were still in their dormant statue forms. Regice flew over and effortlessly carried away its 2 little brothers. Other second-tier legendaries and mythical Pokémon were also taken by their respective seniors. Ordinary Pokémon and pseudo-legendaries were directly sent to the Sky Cloud Forbidden Lands groups. Only 2 Solrock and 4 Lunatone were left, so Sulu had to ask Deoxys to continue looking after them. After arranging all the Pokémon, Sulu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even with the aid of his telepathic powers, managing so many intelligent, but not very smart Pokémon was still quite exhausting. The newly summoned ordinary and pseudo-legendary Pokémon need time to develop, so they can't be considered combat-ready just yet. However, there are quite a few mythical and legendary Pokémon that can be deployed immediately. Sulu analyzed slowly. Furrowing his brow, he continued to ponder his strategic plans. Although forcing the newly summoned Pokémon into battle seemed harsh, it was a necessary measure to protect their home. Sulu felt a bit relieved knowing he still had over 1,000 summoning opportunities left, but he was already feeling mentally exhausted. He decided to rest for a while and wait to accumulate more Earth energy before performing special summons. After completing the statistics and allocations, Cresselia pulled Sulu into the dream world. Sulu found himself in the nightmare ruins, accessing this mysterious space through a dream. In the Sea of Dreams, a giant pink bubble caught his attention. Through its surface, Sulu saw various Pokémon playing happily inside. Cresselia invited Sulu to join the pleasant dream, but he politely declined. Let everyone play. I'll go check out the nightmare ruins, Sulu said. Cresselia nodded in agreement and prepared to move with him through the Sea of Dreams. At that moment, Ho-Oh poked its head out of the dream bubble. Sulu, take me with you, it said, pulling out a golden Magikarp from its feathers. It turned out Ho-Oh could use the Magikarp as a tool to navigate the dream world. The three of them arrived at the center of the nightmare ruins, where a dilapidated church came into view. Sulu couldn't sense Marshado's presence, only vaguely feeling that it was still there. He tentatively called out to Marshado, and a shadowy figure emerged from the floor. Where did you go just now? Sulu asked. Marshado pointed to the dark floor and slowly said, There is another world. A comfortable world. Sulu suddenly realized that this might be an entrance to the reverse world. Excitedly, he asked Marshado if it could take him there, but Marshado's response left him amused and frustrated. When you die, you can go? Shaking his head helplessly, Sulu then inquired whether the center of the nightmare ruins was located in the reverse world. Marshado nodded slowly, indicating that it had sensed a special energy that led to the discovery of this passage. Although the inverted world is currently inaccessible to Sulu, he has control over its entrances and exits. This means he can study it whenever he wants, so there's no rush. Sulu was calculating in his mind. The remnants of text on the nightmare ruins were being studied urgently. If he could decipher their meaning, he might uncover the secrets left behind by this ancient civilization. However, the central hub of the nightmare ruins being located in the inverted world suggested that the time-space rift where the nightmare god appeared was actually within the inverted world. After understanding the situation, Sulu signaled Cresselia to take him away. Marshado, however, decided to stay behind, enticed by the abundant ghost-type energy in the passageway, hoping to grow stronger from it. Cresselia, have you ever been to the upper layers of the Sea of Dreams? Sulu suddenly asked. They had always been exploring the lower and even the bottom layers, and he was curious about the upper layers. Cresselia shook her head, indicating she hadn't been there. Then let's go take a look, Sulu decided. Ho-Oh, standing nearby, quickly interjected, I'll pass on this one. It pointed to Goldie, who was nearly exhausted from carrying its weight. This guy's about to pass out from carrying me. Sulu glanced at Goldie with a hint of helplessness. Then you should let it rest soon. Before he finished speaking, Sulu and Cresselia vanished as if they had teleported. Ho-Oh, however, didn't log off immediately. Instead, it sneakily tapped the ground. Marshado appeared, curious. Hey, want to be my underling? Hua's eyes sparkled with mischief. Free resurrection, guaranteed safety. Plus, you can reside in my shadow. All you need to do is occasionally take me on adventures in the dream world. Marshado didn't refuse immediately. It pondered the offer. As its shadow approached Hua's, Marshado realized the immense power of a level 1 deity. It could probably take on 10 of itself. If it could reside in such a powerful being's shadow, it could become very strong. Even more tempting was the vast life force contained within Ho-Oh, a delicacy for ghost-type Pokémon. Even a small portion would be a feast for Marshado. Marshado calculated. If it could grow stronger over time, it might even surpass Ho-Oh and turn the tables, making Ho-Oh take it around in the real world while enjoying the delicious life force. All right, Ho-Oh, boss, Marshado said expressionlessly, though it had already started planning to grow stronger and rebel. Haha, from now on, you're my top underling, Ho-Oh said excitedly, patting Marshado's shoulder. Then, with some reluctance, it plucked a feather. Take this, it's my token. Meanwhile, Sulu sensed the thoughts of Ho-Oh and Marshado and couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. These two seemed quite unreliable. But he didn't interfere, knowing that as the number of his Pokémon grew, their relationships would become increasingly complex. Some things were ingrained in their instincts, like the predator-prey relationship between Caterpie and Pidgeotto. Perhaps recruiting underlings was also part of Hua's nature. Among the underlings of a level 1 deity, Hua's underlings were the most prominent. However, Sulu knew that in the Pokémon world, Ho-Oh recruited underlings to protect the world and resolve disasters. His own Ho-Oh, on the other hand, seemed to do it purely for its own comfort. Oh well, let them be. Sulu refocused, concentrating on Cresselia leading him through the dream swiftly. Unlike Goldie's slow, visible movement, Cresselia's rapid travel turned their surroundings into streams of light. As they left the lower layers of the Sea of Dreams, the light was primarily black and purple. As they ascended, the light gradually became brilliant. Though all were thoughts and dreams, suffering and disaster were more memorable and heavier, making the lower layers of the Sea of Dreams predominantly tragic. The most beautiful memories and dream bubbles disappeared the fastest. Even with her expertise in dream manipulation, Cresselia was slightly out of breath from the rapid movement. Sulu immediately boosted her with the power of Verdant. With the increased natural energy from the East New District, Sulu's verdant power could now forcibly raise a target's level cap by 20 levels. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally stopped in the magnificent upper layers of the Sea of Dreams. Sulu took in the scene. Unlike the large dream bubbles he initially saw, the bubbles here were tiny, like sparkling water bubbles. The dreams that reached this layer were fragmented into countless pieces, akin to beautiful memories reduced to fragments. Sulu gazed at the billions of glowing bubbles in a daze. They could be beautiful images, lost knowledge, or someone's childhood dreams. It was undeniably a breathtaking sight. Cresselia, if what I see this time forms a dream bubble, will you help me preserve it? Mew mew, Cresselia softly agreed. Let's go and see what's above the Sea of Dreams, Sulu urged. Cresselia soared upwards with Sulu in tow. As they ascended, tiny bubbles became increasingly dense. Each contact triggered strange visions in Sulu's mind, as if he were traveling through fragmented memories. Suddenly, an invisible barrier was breached, and the view ahead opened up. Below them lay a dream sea of vibrant colors, with countless bubbles bubbling up like boiling water. To Sulu's astonishment, these bubbles turned into a swirling mix of 7-colored gases once they left the sea surface. As they rose, the gases gradually stratified and formed 7 layers in the sky, resembling a giant rainbow enveloping the world. Just as Sulu was about to take a closer look, an airborne structure appeared in the red dream sky above. Before he could investigate further, countless black dots emerged from the red sky, rapidly approaching. As they drew nearer, Sulu realized they were a swarm of grotesque flying creatures. They had hideous faces, bat-like wings, fiery red bodies, and carried steel tridents, emitting beastly roars. What the heck? Dream creatures? Sulu was about to command Cresselia to attack, but saw that the entire red sky was almost filled with these crimson demons. Go, Cresselia, Sulu ordered decisively. Can you take some of the gas with us? Cresselia immediately turned around, using its power to capture some of the red gas, then dove into the dream sea. The crimson demons slammed into the sea surface, turning into smoke instantly before quickly reforming, yet unable to penetrate the barrier. Phew, looks like they can't get in. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief and curiously examined the red bubbles Cresselia had brought back. Cresselia, put me inside one. If anything goes wrong, pull me out immediately. Cresselia nodded in agreement and placed Sulu into a bubble. His vision was filled with red, like erupting lava and splattering blood. His mind was involuntarily flooded with images of anger, curses, and flying fists. Pull me out, Sulu quickly signaled. I'm okay. I think I understand what this is. He said gravely, this is rage. That sky is a storage place for separated thoughts. Sulu explained that the dream bubbles were actually clusters of consciousness, and the rage bubbles contained pure anger. If they didn't come into contact with a living being, they remained as red gas. Once touched, they would trigger intense anger, manifesting differently in each person. Even more astonishing was that after coming into contact with the rage, Sulu felt an enhancement in his own spirit. The mental strain caused by the overuse of his psychic powers seemed to have eased a bit. It seems that these emotions might actually be a good thing. Sulu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Compared to devouring soul fragments from the Netherchi network, original emotions seemed more reliable. After all, merging too many soul fragments could lead to chaotic thoughts. However, he didn't dare to be careless, as the formation time of the 7 layers of Dream Heaven was still unknown. After some contemplation, Sulu felt that 7 Emotions Dream Heaven was a more fitting name. Yet, the true meaning of Dream Heaven remained a mystery. The sudden appearance of those crimson demons also worried him. If they all emerged through temporal rifts, the situation would be even more troublesome. He had intended to explore the secrets lightly, but unexpectedly uncovered a shocking secret. Sulu couldn't wait to use his transcendent power to contact Muto. Guess what treasure I found? Among all the Pokémon, Muto was the one he trusted the most. Then, Sulu asked Cresselia to send him out of the dream. He woke up in his bed, finding Muto already standing by his bedside. You're here? Cresselia, see if you can extract the rage. Cresselia emerged from the dream world, cradling a head-sized red orb in its small arms. Inside the orb, red mist roiled continuously. Muto immediately analyzed. This is pure psychic energy. Sulu mused. No wonder I felt a boost in my psychic power upon contact. So, what would happen if I absorbed this gas? Muto replied, a small amount shouldn't be a problem, but if you absorb too much in a short period, you might be counter-assimilated and turn into a creature driven solely by rage. Only angry monsters? Doesn't that sound like the crimson demons I saw in the Realm of Wrath? Sulu became slightly more cautious. What if we balance it with other emotional gases? Sulu continued to ask, frowning slightly. Muto shook its head and explained calmly, emotions cannot cancel each other out. It's like eating bitter melon followed by sugar. The bitterness still lingers. Emotions are the same. Even if temporarily suppressed, they will resurface once recalled. Sulu nodded thoughtfully, pondering Muto's words. So, using a mix of different emotions would just create a creature with overly intense feelings in every aspect? A being with all 7 emotions would be a mess, he said, shaking his head. Rather than a mess, it would be a beast, he added with a self-deprecating smile. So, this thing can't be used excessively? Sulu sighed, thinking he had discovered something valuable. Muto analyzed seriously. If you can fully control the corresponding emotions, you can avoid the impact of this specialized psychic energy. Fully control emotions? That would make someone a saint. Sulu laughed bitterly. All right, using it in small amounts should be fine, right? Seeing Muto nod, he didn't hesitate any longer and once again immersed his consciousness into the anger, under Muto's supervision. As he delved deeper, a burning rage built up inside him. Suddenly, the vision ended, and with Muto's help, he woke up. Taking a few deep breaths, he felt the anger slowly dissipating. More importantly, he realized his psychic power had increased by 30%. The mental pressure from connecting with too many Pokémon had completely vanished. 30% is my limit without affecting my sanity, Sulu thought. If I use other emotions, my psychic strength might even double. He clapped his hands in excitement. The 7 layers of emotional chi is an amazing place. After using it, the anger bubble had shrunk to the size of a fist. Sulu began to consider the effects of emotional chi on Pokémon. Enhancing psychic power is just the basic use. Anger might create berserker-type Pokémon, and fear could enhance ghost and dark-type moves. He suddenly thought of Slaking. If Slaking turned from a lazy Pokémon into a berserker, it would be incredibly powerful. Normal-type Pokémon are far more numerous than pseudo-legendary and mythical Pokémon, making it easier to form large armies. But I should explore this further first, Sulu thought cautiously. The remaining anger was taken by Muto for research, and he didn't ask more about it. With his enhanced psychic power, Sulu felt wide awake and decided to head to the clearing for a summoning. This time, he didn't plan to perform a regular summoning but took out 9 earth-colored anchor beads, each faintly showing a worm-like pattern. 3 large, for medium, and 2 small earth auras, Sulu noted, casually choosing a medium for the summoning. 9 earth-colored cocoons appeared around him. Summoning with small auras brings out rare ground-type Pokémon, while medium auras can summon pseudo-legendaries. When Sulu saw Groudon emerge from the last cocoon, his eyes widened. Finally, the trio is complete. We can solve the underground combat issue now. As the largest cocoon shattered, a massive crimson beast appeared before Sulu. Groudon roared at the sky, its body glowing with fiery red lines, causing the temperature around them to soar. No, stop. We don't need to expand the land here. Do you want to turn the Pokémon Valley into a Pokémon Peak? Sulu quickly stopped Groudon. This Groudon, it seems, isn't the brightest. Groudon seemed filled with reluctance, but due to Sulu's forceful control, it had no choice but to stop its actions. Sulu wiped the sweat off his brow. It was rare for him to use his authority to control Pokémon. Summoning Phoeba and Rayquaza hadn't been this taxing. Could it be that land deities are just that stubborn? He wondered to himself. With Groudon's appearance, the earth began to stir. Land deities around the world felt a slight loss of their dominion, especially the power to expand the land. Angry cries echoed from beneath the ground. Who dares to steal the Earth Mother's power? The god of the northern mountains will punish this despicable thief. Meanwhile, deep in the ocean, Phoeba opened its eyes, sensing the presence of its opposing counterpart. It chirped angrily, vowing to expel all the magma from that annoying creature. Sulu scrutinized the Groudon before him. This newly summoned legendary Pokémon was only 7 meters tall, even shorter than the current leader. He thought, with that size, it would struggle to create a small hill, let alone a continent. Groudon seemed to sense something and looked warily at Sulu. Sulu quickly waved his hands, explaining, No, I don't have any strange ideas. Sulu had already made plans. He intended to send Groudon underground to clear out the subterranean species to level up, and then craft a red orb for its primal reversion. What excited him the most was his plan to help Groudon achieve its dream learning to fly. He patted Groudon's leg enthusiastically and said, Don't worry. Since you're with me, I promise you'll learn to fly. No one will look down on you again. Groudon looked puzzled. Fly? Is this guy crazy? Not only will we learn to fly, but we'll also master aerial ace. Sulu continued excitedly. Come on, let's go see something amazing. I'll take you to eat some delicious food. Although Groudon didn't fully understand, the mention of food made it follow Sulu. Along the way, even the presence of a legendary Pokémon didn't cause much of a stir in the Pokémon Valley, accustomed as they were to grand events. At the base of the sky pillar, Rayquaza, who was resting, poked its head out. It glanced at Groudon, thinking another worker had arrived. Groudon glared back defiantly. What are you looking at? Rayquaza replied. Looking at you. So what? Sulu quickly held Groudon back, afraid it might cause trouble. Groudon then realized it might not be able to defeat the flying Rayquaza and felt a bit deflated. Rayquaza seemed unwilling to let it go. Groudon had to back down. Why are you being so loud? Look all you want, take a good look. Once Rayquaza was satisfied and went back to sleep, Groudon turned to Sulu, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Roar, is what you said about making me fly really true? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.